Su Wenkai frowned. Isn't this a discussion about scientific research? Shouldn't we be brainstorming? Siali said in a cocky tone. Did I ask you to discuss this with me? Who are you? Do I know you? Don't get in my way unless it's absolutely necessary. I haven't finished my work yet. After saying that, he continued drawing his sketch without looking up. An eerie silence fell over the room once again, and no one dared to utter a sound. Siali thought to herself, it seems that people are meant to go crazy. The world goes quiet as soon as I go crazy. Wu, who had initially spoken to Siali, cleared his throat and whispered a reminder. This is Su, an engineer from the Northern Vehicle Research Institute who specializes in engine research. Recent research has yielded new results that can increase the speed of military vehicles from 70 miles per hour to 90 miles per hour, with almost no difference in fuel consumption. Xia, if you want to modify the car engine, you can discuss it with him. He said that purely out of good intentions. After all, Xia Li's improved engine was no different from building a new engine. Leaving aside the fact that its concept is quite different from current engines, it's fair to say that in many aspects, it's completely unrelated to current engines. That was quite daring and adventurous. Nobody knows what the results will be after the research is completed, or whether it can be applied to vehicles. Find someone who is familiar with this area to discuss it. You might get some new ideas or fill in any gaps in your knowledge. Furthermore, if this young girl really wants to pursue this path, she still needs to cultivate good relationships with professional insiders. Otherwise, she will find it difficult to make any progress. China is a society that values interpersonal relationships. One should always understand some social etiquette. Su Wenkai scoffed at this, looked down at Siali with a haughty expression, and said, this young comrade doesn't seem like someone who likes to discuss things with others. As your senior, I'm only offering this reminder. If you don't appreciate it, so be it. Siali didn't even look up. Oh, everyone present. Su Wenkai. Su Wenkai's face turned red with anger. This young woman looked very young, only in her early 20s, but her arrogant attitude was infuriating. He glanced at the blueprints Siali was drawing beforehand and immediately found several flaws in them. Su Wenkai immediately decided to show her that mechanics is not a pipe dream, but requires a vast amount of knowledge as a foundation to create machines that can be applied in practice. Having wild ideas is not only a waste of time, but also a waste of resources if someone is willing to put in the effort to create them. He sneered. You think I was joking when I said you were being delusional? Putting aside the question of whether your cylinder's non-combustion structure is even feasible with current material capabilities, haven't you considered that your blueprint has a higher fuel efficiency and is not suitable for today's impoverished times? And if you make the engine so small, how can the performance keep up? The purpose of manufacturing engines is to apply them in practice. We must not only increase speed, but also reduce costs and maximize the results. I told you you were daydreaming. What's your problem? Siali. Siali was drawing a sketch with her head down when she heard someone next to her constantly nagging and beeping, which made her feel a little irritable. She just wanted to come over and draw a picture. Why can't she just stay put for a while? You don't want her to have an easy time, do you? Good. Then none of us can expect to have an easy time. Siali simply slammed her pen on the table, crossed her legs, and leaned back in her chair, looking ready to. Su, looking like he was about to start a fight. With a cold expression, he said, increasing pressure and motivation and ultimately increasing efficiency is an essential stage in accelerating a car's performance. To increase speed, fuel efficiency must be improved. Diesel and gasoline have different octane ratings. A low octane rating in gasoline leads to a lower fuel efficiency because gasoline with a low octane rating is more prone to knocking during combustion, resulting in incomplete combustion and the inability to fully release the energy of the fuel, thus wasting energy. Low-octane gasoline is also more likely to form carbon deposits in the combustion chamber, leading to decreased engine performance and even engine damage. Good gasoline can improve fuel efficiency and anti-knock properties, and may even slow down the decline in engine performance. As a researcher, you should be thinking about how to improve the quality of gasoline to ensure that the engines you develop can operate normally, instead of simply accepting the status quo. Su Wenkai was a little annoyed when he heard her words. Shouldn't the things you create be immediately applicable to practical use and used by people right now? What's the use of what you're saying? Currently, China simply does not have the capability to refine gasoline with a higher fuel efficiency. Even if it exists, it won't be widely used because the cost is too high. Your "why don't they eat meat porridge" attitude should be severely condemned. Siali pulled a forced smile. He curled his lip and said with a cold smile, if you can't figure it out, then go and do it. Are all those researchers the government supports just for show? Isn't the very purpose of researchers to create what they don't have? At this point, Siali thought of Sichuyu. The shipyard under the South Island Corps was responsible for building warships, and Sichuyu happened to be studying that field. These people sent all the researchers to the countryside, preferring to send them to the waterless northwest rather than let them work in the shipyard under the South Island Corps, and they complained every day that they didn't have this or that. If scientists don't do scientific research, what good will they ever achieve? The more Siali thought about it, the angrier she became, and her temper flared up. She looked at Su Wenkai with a somewhat aggressive gaze. While you're here whining to me about what you can't do, the 145. When the high-ranking officers of both armies reached the door of the conference room, they heard this conversation, and their expressions all became extremely strange. Zhou Qingli, in particular, looked even darker than when Lu Dingwan had confronted him earlier. However, the group stood at the door, neither going in nor making a sound, quietly listening to the conversation inside the room. Su Wenkai's face turned ashen from the rebuke. He felt as if his dignity had been thrown on the ground and trampled on, and by a nobody whose name he had never even heard of. He slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang and angrily declared, "Only superpowers like the United States and Russia can master the technology to manufacture V8 engines. Comparing us to them with our current technology is simply a pipe dream." Siali slammed her hand on the table with a loud bang. The table shook twice, and everyone around her shrank back. Siali's sharp gaze fell on Su Wenkai's face, carrying a hint of ferocity, and she said in a very unfriendly tone, "Then go think about it. A researcher who only knows how to be complacent and stagnant all day long, without any innovation, what kind of research is that? Bold imagination is the source of knowledge evolution. Were the 4 great inventions of ancient China discovered by studying the analects of Confucius and Mencius? If you deny something without even thinking about it, what kind of innovation are you talking about?" As he spoke, he slammed the engine blueprint he had drawn, which was more than halfway done, onto the table next to Su Wenkai, making a loud bang sound. "You think my engine is too small, huh? Smaller engines can save more space for loading things like turbochargers. The smaller the engine, the less resources are wasted during its operation, which also reduces fuel waste and makes up for the fuel problem mentioned earlier. I create things with my brain. Not by hanging a few books around my neck and declaring this, or that no good, and then criticizing those who are desperately trying to change China's backwardness." As she spoke, she tapped the design drawings on the table with her fingers, exuding a powerful and aggressive aura that sent chills down one's spine. The table creaked and groaned from her pounding, looking as if it were about to collapse under her weight and meet its tragic end. Although the turbocharger was patented in Switzerland in 1905, it was not until 1961 that an American automobile company tentatively installed it on one of its models. This news has not yet spread widely around the world, and it is something very new to a technologically backward country like China. Several old scholars wanted to ask questions, but they were intimidated by Siali's aura and shrank back, not daring to speak. They often argued when discussing matters at higher levels, but never to the extent that Siali did. Their imposing aura was like that of a ferocious beast about to devour people. These old bones of theirs truly dared not open their mouths. Su Wenkai was speechless, his face turning red to his forehead. His veins were throbbing, and he was nothing like the refined man he had been moments before. Siali's words were partly irrefutable, but most of them were biased and extreme. Gritting his teeth, he said unconvinced, "The cylinder you designed won't burn. Current materials simply can't meet that requirement, let alone be put into application. Thinking about it is pointless. Why do you think China's mechanical technology is lagging behind? That's because the basic maturity of metal materials, such as steel and aluminum, and supporting materials like lubricating oil and coolant is not yet sufficient. Do you really want a car equipped with an engine you designed to break down after only 2 laps? No matter how innovative or brilliant your ideas are, if you can't execute them, you simply can't. Being practical is essential in life, and the same applies to scientific research." Siali looked at the stubborn person in front of her with a burning desire to prove her point, grinding her back teeth and spitting out each word through gritted teeth. "If you don't have the best materials, can't you use the low-end version? We should switch to better materials when we can develop better ones. Having a goal provides motivation. If you can't get white rice, can't you at least steam a pot of brown rice? Are you just going to sit here and starve to death? The current materials can't make a car go 280 miles per hour. How about 180 miles per hour? If 180 miles per hour isn't possible, how about 140 miles per hour? Isn't it better than 70 miles per hour? What's so great about this guy being so strong here? I really want to smash his head in." It wasn't just Su Wenkai inside the room who was upset by Siali's sharp rebuke. Zhou Qingli standing at the door was also not happy, and even Commander Fong's expression was not good. Zhou Qingli stood at the door with a cold face, looking at Siali, and said in a cold voice, "All of this is just your speculation. You have never been involved in the application and do not know how many unknown and unworkable aspects there are in the application. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. The ability to truly apply experimental results to real-world situations is the most basic quality a researcher should possess. After saying that, he didn't even glance at Siali, but turned to Commander Fong and said, I still think we can trust the insiders more. Furthermore, Wenkai's engine has been tested on many vehicles, and its performance is stable and energy consumption is low, so it is fully ready for production. As for the ideas proposed by Comrade Xia, although some of them can broaden everyone's imagination, they are ultimately unconvincing. Whether it can be made or not is uncertain, let alone put into production. Commander Liu, I advise you not to have too high hopes, lest you be even more disappointed later. Those who aren't on the inside are ultimately untrustworthy. Lu Dingyuan frowned. He originally wanted to retort to Zhou Qingli's condescending attitude, but suddenly realized that something was wrong. He rushed towards Xia Li with lightning speed and grabbed Xia Li's hand, which was pinning down under the table as she tried to lift it outwards. He lowered his voice and said, calm down. He's a senior colonel in scientific research. If he hits someone, things will get complicated. If you're really angry, you can use your skills to overwhelm him in his area of expertise, but you can't physically attack him. Although some high-ranking researchers were reassigned, those who were not were all closely protected. If they really take action, it won't be something that can be easily let go. Xia Li did some mental calculations. The military rank of senior colonel was equivalent to that of deputy division commander, which was actually higher than her father's previous military rank. But this old man's words are too infuriating. This isn't a novel. How can he beat the child and then bring on the old man? This is absolutely outrageous. As for Lu Dingyuan's last sentence, Xia Li selectively pretended not to hear it. Nobody can trick her into working for free. The other researchers around Zhou Qingli also echoed his words. Mr. Zhou, don't be too angry. This young comrade is so young, he's not very reliable. The people from the South Island Legion didn't look too good. When Commander Liu saw that everyone from the Northern Vehicle Research Institute, including the Railway Corps, was echoing Zhou Qingli's words, his face darkened. What's the difference between this and openly bringing people to disrupt their military region's operations? Xia Li works for their military region and has nothing to do with the people in the Railway Corps. Why are these people coming over here and making such a fuss? He immediately turned cold and said, I have great trust in what Comrade Xia has researched. As Engineer Zhou also said, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Without putting it into production, no one knows what the result will be. Since that's the case, there's no way to conclude that what Comrade Xia developed is no good, right? Comrade Xia is a talent our South Island Corps has been striving for. We on the South Island side have great faith in her abilities. Zhou Qingli sneered. He had suffered more humiliation in one day than in the past year. His piercing gaze fell on Siali. Since Commander Liu and this Comrade Xia are so confident, how about we have a competition? No matter how much you say, it's useless. Only things that can be applied to real life matter. Only then will it have value. Commander Liu had no objections. With Xia Li's previous design drawings of a signal transceiver specifically for the United States as a precedent, he did not think Xia Li was a boastful person at all. Lu Dingyuan has already reported all the details of the mission. He went to the United States some time ago. Xia Li's performance was particularly outstanding, which further proved that her mechanical skills were very stable. If it really came down to a competition, she felt that Xia Li would definitely not lose. His gaze fell on Xia Li. What does Comrade Xia think? Xia Li's expression remained unchanged as she looked at the people with a speechless expression. She said, quite frankly, I have no interest in improving your stagnant empiricism. I am neither your teacher nor your parent, and I have no need to teach you. I absolutely cannot accept someone like you pointing fingers at me. It's beneath me. The only reason I came here to draw the plans was because I casually mentioned it before. Now I'm here to fulfill that promise and to have a car to use when I need one in the future. I never said this thing was made for you to use. Think what you want. She doesn't need these people's approval. True redemption is to awaken a foolish person. If you don't like someone, you shouldn't try to enlighten them. You should let them go down the dark path and make sure they bravely move forward without veering off course. Whether they die or not, whose son is he? The room fell silent instantly and no one knew how to respond. Siali stood up, took a pen and paper, and walked straight past the group of people with strange expressions to the door. She turned to look at Lu Dingyuan and asked, should the bag be returned? Lu Dingyuan, okay. He said to Commander Liu, Commander, I brought this person with me. I'll send him back first. Having said that, he didn't say anything more and strode after Siali. Zhou Qingli had never been so humiliated before. His face turned ashen, and he pointed at Xia Li's departing figure, his hand trembling. What kind of attitude is that? Commander Liu glanced at him and said, she's not one of us, so what kind of attitude do you expect from her? People within the system will give you leeway because you're a deputy division commander, but ordinary people outside the system are not under your jurisdiction. The military and government are separated, and the troops can't control the civilians either. When Zhou Qingli heard Commander Lu's sarcastic words, he felt as if he had been slapped hard across the face again, and he was immediately furious. She's too scared to compete, so she pulls this stunt. She clearly knows she can't win and is just deliberately making excuses. I've seen the quality of your South Island Legion. If you're so capable, then have a real fight. Stop just talking big. The old man's loud, booming shouts carried far, and Siali could no longer hear them after turning the corner. No one expected such an accident to happen today. Zhou Qingli's stubbornness is really outrageous. He has reached the point where he simply cannot listen to what others are saying. But precisely because of his status and position, no one would refute his words, and many people even flattered him, even though they knew that what he said was somewhat unreasonable. The two drove back, the atmosphere inside the car somewhat tense. Siali rested one hand on the open car window, her fingertips tapping lightly on the car door, and said, "I'll call you when the drawing is finished. If we've already gone, and we still can't get a ride in this car, then what's the point of going?" Lu Dingyuan hummed in agreement, and then changed the subject. "Our group will be going to northeast China for cold weather training in a while, not far from the farm where your older brother lives. If there's anything you want to bring, you can prepare it in advance, and I'll deliver it to you." Siali paused her tapping on the car door, then turned to look at Lu Dingyuan with surprise. How could he openly send things? Before she reveals her identity to the brigade, her parents cannot send her anything. If they are discovered, they could be pulled out and criticized. Her older brother was also sent down to the countryside, so his treatment probably wasn't much better than what he received here, right? Lu Dingyuan replied in his usual tone, "I'll figure something out." Thinking of Xiaoli's standard of living, she added, "But we can't send too much stuff, so as not to cause trouble for your older brother." He could bring as much stuff as he wanted, but the farm was different from the brigade here. The people there were very tough, and there were people specifically in charge of managing it. If she brought few things, she could still get someone to take care of her. But if she brought a lot of things, it's hard to say whether her older brother could keep them after he left. Siali naturally understood this principle and nodded slightly. "Thank you. When are you leaving?" Lu Dingyuan, "In half a month." Siali, "Okay, I'll give it to you along with the blueprints later." Silence fell over the carriage again, and this silence lasted for a long time. Lu Dingyuan held the steering wheel with one hand, staring straight ahead, and suddenly said in a deep voice, "The power of discourse in various fields is generally in the hands of those in high positions. In some fields, it is even a one-man show for certain people who have absolute power in the field. If the situation were reversed today, and Zhou Qingli were to draw the design drawings, he would only receive praise, not criticism. With your abilities, if you join the army, you definitely wouldn't be any worse off than Zhou Qingli. Have you ever thought about joining the army?" Siali. Siali turned to look at Lu Dingyuan, her gaze carrying a somewhat ambiguous meaning. "You've invested. I hope you can take a closer look at China and personally verify what is on this land that is worthy of people like your father following in your footsteps. If you are dissatisfied, then go and change it, until one day no one can challenge your authority. I think this competition proposed by Zhou Qingli is a great opportunity for you to showcase your abilities. After all, compared to military technology, car engines aren't exactly cutting-edge technology, and there's no need to worry about them being too conspicuous." Siali turned to look at him, her dark pupils deep and focused, her tone extremely calm, and then, "Join the army and serve the army, and then live the same life as Sichuyu, where you don't know when the future will be suppressed by hostile forces, and even if you are very talented, you will be sent to a godforsaken place." First, he joined the army, abandoning my parents. Then, watching them fall from power because of me, they not only had to endure persecution from their own enemies, but also had to bear the added burden of attacks from my enemies, making their lives even worse than they are now. Lu Dingyuan's words made some sense, and Siali listened to them, but not completely. She needs to think about this matter carefully and plan meticulously to break out of their family's current predicament. Just as she was thinking about how to deal with her current predicament, she suddenly heard Lu Dingyuan say in a low voice beside her, "Sichuyu was kidnapped during the escort." Siali. Siali suddenly turned her head, her eyes wide, looking at Lu Dingyuan in disbelief. "Kidnapped? Where were they taken?" At least being sent to a lower-level place means she has somewhere to go. If her next plan can get people out of trouble, then one day she will be able to get Sichuyu out. But now that the person has been kidnapped, how can we retrieve them? Without legal status, it's impossible to move an inch. How will you survive if you've been kidnapped? Will you have to hide every day? And was the person who kidnapped him a good person or a bad person? If it was a bad person, what should be done? Lu Dingyuan looked ahead, his tone relatively calm. "We haven't found any trace of those people yet. However, I think those people should be friends rather than enemies to Sichuyu. During the fierce battle, those people risked injury to protect Sichuyu's safety." Siali frowned immediately upon hearing this. Are there any other clues? Lu Dingyuan, the other side has strong counter-surveillance capabilities and did not leave any clues. I heard that the people in Fucheng searched for many days, but couldn't find any trace of him. Perhaps this is a good thing for Sichuyu. At least she won't have to go through those things that are about to happen again. Montreal province is not peaceful right now. Siali lowered her eyes and thought for a moment, guessing that these people probably wanted to protect Sichuyu, which was why they kidnapped her. Judging from Lu Dingyuan's words, it's very likely that Ming province is under the control of those people in Fucheng, and breaking away from there would actually be beneficial to Sichuyu. Could it be that it was his father's faction that did it? If that's the case, then those people behind her father weren't entirely without influence. The problem is, when will they be able to get her dad out of there? Lu Dingyuan stared ahead, watching Siali's changing expressions in the rearview mirror, sometimes relieved, sometimes wanting to eat someone, sometimes frustrated, sometimes irritable, and silently looked away. Joining the military may not change anything, but those who hold power will certainly have more space to live than ordinary people. As long as your abilities are indispensable, there will always be someone who goes to great lengths to protect you. No one can guarantee what will happen to your family in the future. You can perform meritorious service once or twice to stop those people's persecution, but you can't always be in control. If you want to protect others, you must at least learn to protect yourself first. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't publish notices in the newspapers severing ties with their biological parents or spouses who had shared hardships with them. Siali felt that Lu Dingyuan's words had a hidden meaning and that he was trying to recruit her, but this time she did not refute him immediately. He lowered his eyelids, obscuring his vision, and fell into deep thought. After the events of the past few days, and her conversations with Chen Wawan and Lu Dingyuan, she realized something. Or, the other person said that it was something she had always possessed before, but lost after transmigrating to this world, something she hadn't realized she was missing. Perhaps ordinary people can indeed change the world, but the difficulty they face is nowhere near that of great people. A foot soldier can kill 100 men while working himself to the bone, but a general can kill 10,000 men with a single word. In the apocalypse, no one dared to question her words, but now she faces numerous obstacles in doing many things. The quickest way to break this deadlock now is not to try every possible way to get her out of trouble again and again for the next 10 years, and wait for her father to be reinstated and support her. Instead, she took power herself. During this turbulent decade, she protected her parents through her connections and methods. 10 years later, her father was reinstated, and she resigned and returned home to live off her parents. Her older brother couldn't continue serving in the military because of his family background, but she was different. She is a technical talent, and it seems that Commander Lu is in cahoots with her father and really wants her to be formally employed. There is a lot of room for maneuver in this. But before joining the army, she had to make arrangements for her parents. What if they were gone and she was gone? Things that are too easily obtained or too cheap are not valued. She had to throw in the bait little by little, demonstrating her value, slowly fishing until the other party met her requirements. Enlisting is a big deal. I need to think about it carefully. Since they want to compete, there's no harm in letting them. But let me make this clear from the start. I won't compete for nothing. I don't do things without a prize. Upon hearing Siali's words, Lu Dingyuan's tense nerves finally relaxed. With a gentle turn of the steering wheel to the left, the vehicle turned around and returned to the unit. Then I'll arrange for you to stay at the guest house for the next few days. I'll go and tell the division commander that you agree to the competition. Lu Dingyuan drove back at more than twice the speed he drove towards the 1st Battalion on the South Island, and the two quickly returned to their unit. Fearing that Siali and Zhou Qingli would start fighting instead of discussing the competition, Lu Dingyuan sent them to the guest house first, while he went to find Commander Lu. Upon hearing Lu Dingyuan's report, Commander Lu raised an eyebrow slightly, somewhat surprised. She just agreed like that? Lu Dingyuan said without batting an eye, the vehicles and blueprints she designed will be promoted on a large scale across the country, and the engines will be named after her. If Su Wenkai loses, both Engineer Zhou and Engineer Su will have to publicly apologize to her in front of both armies. Commander Lu, do you think this is possible? Given how vain and pampered the grandfather and grandson are, it wouldn't be easy to get them to apologize, let alone apologize publicly. This suggestion is probably nothing short of wishful thinking. Lu Dingyuan's expression remained serious, but what he said was not the truth. Comrade Siali means to sign a pledge before the competition. He paused slightly as he spoke. Given how much Zhou and Su value their reputation, they will sign the contract with just a little guidance. This isn't a big problem. Commander Lu. He had a feeling that Lu Dingyuan had been specifically guided by him to investigate Siali, but now his behavior seemed to be biased towards Siali. You certainly know how to plan. Lu Dingyuan thought to himself, Siali is even better at scheming than I am. Thinking of what she said, first, sign a pledge. If those two don't apologize to her, she'll post the pledge on the bulletin board so both armies can laugh at this sore loser grandfather and grandson, Lu Dingyuan chuckled. They won't suffer any loss. Commander Lu sighed. I will discuss this matter with Engineer Zhou and the others. If they insist on comparing, we can't stop them from exchanging research ideas. Upon hearing Commander Lu's words, Lu Dingyuan knew that the matter was basically settled. Commander Lu must be holding a grudge against those people who showed such disrespect to the South Island Corps. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Commander Lu waved his hand, feeling that today was another day when he was about to lose all his hair. After everyone left, he picked up his teacup and took a sip of water. Then she chuckled softly. This little girl is a bit cunning, just like old Xia when he was young. If their predictions are correct, Xia Li's engine design is far superior to the one developed by Su Wenkai. Once the engine she manufactures is put into use, Su Wenkai's proud research results will become useless. Forget about his achievements being recorded in history. All those years of hard work have been for nothing. He'll definitely become a laughingstock in the industry, and Zhou Qingli will be too ashamed to hold his head up. The grandfather and grandson would never think they would lose, and they would not try to stop the promotion beforehand. Once the performance and cost were revealed, they would be unable to stop it even if they wanted to. TSK. If this little girl joins the army, she'll definitely be a tyrant again. It's unclear whether it was because Commander Lu was extremely efficient or because Zhou Qingli was simply too angry to bear it, but the decision was made very quickly. That afternoon, Siali received news from Zhou Qingli that he had agreed to the competition. Siali was speechless. Did Zhou Qingli agree as soon as they went to talk to him? Otherwise, how could he have acted so quickly? Lu Dingyuan stood at the door of Siali's guesthouse room and recounted the reply from Zhou Qingli. However, the competition between the two armies has a time limit. They will have to leave the South Island in 8 days. If you want to compete, your engine must be manufactured within 7 days. I have already applied to Commander Lu that the shipyards under the South Island Corps can temporarily make way for you during this period. If you feel the time is too tight, you can only wait until the next time the two armies clash, but by then Su Wenkai's engine will probably already be in use. Siali was well aware of his intention to promote his self-designed engine, humiliate Chen Wenkai, and gain fame. If it can't be finished within 7 days, then this idea can basically be abandoned. Siali remained silent for a moment. The South Island Corps was really going all out to humiliate the Railway Corps. Such a large shipyard, they all cleared the way for her. That must be a huge favor. However, one thing is still a concern. Although the shipyard's efficiency is undoubtedly high, its current productivity is incomparable to that of later generations. The efficiency of producing an engine in 80 seconds, as achieved by the later Lake Province, is simply a fantasy. I've just finished the basic sketch of the engine. Why don't we go now? Lu Dingyuan was surprised by Siali's speed. Without any hesitation, he said directly, okay, let's go. The two arrived at the shipyard quickly, and Lu Dingyuan gave the design drawings to the shipyard workers, saying, the markings on these are very clear. I hope you can manufacture the parts as soon as possible. The people who actually make the engines are not the researchers who worked with Siali to study how to manufacture engines, but the workers at the grassroots level. Those people were quite intimidated by Lu Dingyuan's cold demeanor, but they were also somewhat reluctant to be temporarily seconded by their superiors. After all, in their view, it would be a huge loss to make many skilled workers in the factory stop their original work and do these useless things for a competition. Their production might drop this month and they might lose their advanced status. This is no different from playing with the leader's child, except that the leader isn't even their direct superior. To be honest, this incident didn't make them feel very comfortable. Wang Wenyu reached out and took the design drawing, examining it carefully. Wang Wenyu frowned and sighed. These parts are quite small and delicate, and it won't be easy to make them in a short time. You know our shipyard is usually very busy. Even if we had time to do it for you, it might not be possible. This sounded like an excuse, so Lu Dingyuan interrupted him before he could finish, saying, I remember I already told your factory manager that you guys don't need to do anything else for a while and can just focus on making our parts. If you feel you are not up to the task, I can go to your factory manager and ask her to replace you with someone else. Wang Wenyu didn't expect Lu Dingyuan to be so assertive, immediately wanting to go to the leadership to replace him. Lu Dingyuan and Siali both frowned when they heard his words. Efficiency is a tricky thing. If someone wants to dawdle, they'll find plenty of ways to do it. Just like a child doing homework at home, a math problem that could be finished in 10 minutes might take them 4 or 5 hours to complete while playing. The worker in front of me clearly has this tendency. They were already pressed for time, and if they dawdled any longer, they might really run out of time. Siali, how long will it take at the latest to make it? Wang Wenyu smacked his lips. 5 days, I guess. Siali, these are just the basic parts. After all the parts are in hand, they still need to be assembled. Some parts are not made to standard and need to be remade. After assembly, it still needs to be tested in the car. If it takes 5 days just to manufacture the parts, then their subsequent tasks will be extremely rushed. If any part is manufactured incorrectly, given his 5-day production time frame, there won't be enough time to rework it. Normally, it only takes a few minutes for skilled workers like them to manufacture a single part. It's not like they're building an aircraft carrier. Why does it take so long to manufacture an engine with hundreds of parts? Siali's gaze turned cold as she looked at Wang Wenyu. She grinned and chuckled. I heard before that our South Island shipyard has always been inferior to the Northern Vehicle Research Institute. I thought it was because our technology was not up to par. It seems the problem isn't a lack of technology, but rather a lack of enthusiasm among the workers. Even the most brilliant researchers can't drag down a socialist society filled with unmotivated, lazy workers. Wang Wenyu got angry when he heard her say such harsh words. How can you talk like that, young lady? If no new research results are found, the blame should fall on the researchers, not on the workers. That's ridiculous. Siali's expression became even more sarcastic. Am I wrong? The parts that the Northern Vehicle Research Institute can manufacture in a few minutes take our South Island shipyard at least an hour to manufacture. At this rate of efficiency, it would probably take until the next century to manufacture a warship with billions of parts. Or is it that everyone else isn't a slacker and the only ones lacking technical skills are you guys? Wang Wenyu, who had become a foreman among the workers, wasn't stupid. Hearing her words, he was so angry that he laughed. Little girl, trying to provoke me won't work. This is the speed at which we make parts. If you think it's not good enough, then find someone else. We're not going to serve you anymore. Siali wasn't one to suffer a loss. Siali turned to look at Lu Dingyuan and said, Your commander Lu is not good at managing his subordinates. Your shipyard is hiring this kind of thing. If I remember correctly, this is a military factory. How can someone who disobeys orders remain unharmed at their post? Lu Dingyuan frowned. Although Siali's words had a divisive tone, they were not wrong. Such disobedient and unprofessional individuals are indeed unsuitable for working in their military factory. I'll call Commander Lu and we'll switch to another group. Other matters will be handled by others. Doing so will take a while, and their time is already very precious, so this is really a waste of their time. Wang Wenyu was fearless and emboldened. His uncle is the director of the production workshop. He'll definitely protect him no matter what. Moreover, he was confident that even if a different group of people were brought in, none of them would dare to work properly for them out of respect for him. Goodbye and don't come back. Hey, Comrade Xia, what brings you to the shipyard? Do you need any other tools? Just tell me and I'll install them for you. Master Kwang, who was passing by outside the workshop, caught a glimpse of a familiar figure inside Wang Wenyu's workshop and was immediately delighted. He turned a corner and came over to strike up a conversation, but halfway through his sentence, he noticed that there was an officer standing next to Siali, and he immediately swallowed the rest of his words. Siali turned her head and immediately recognized that this was Master Kwang, who had lent her a welding machine last time and later gave her a set of welding tools. When Wang Wenyu saw Master Kwang approaching, his brows furrowed slightly, but he still put on a polite smile. Master Kwang, what brings you here? Do you know me? Master Kwang wasn't a talkative person, but he nodded at him upon hearing this. This Comrade Xia is my benefactor. The welding tools I gave to our factory before were given to me by her. Wang Wenyu was shocked upon hearing this and turned to look at Siali in disbelief. Master Nyo and Master Kwang were vying for the position of level 8 welder. Master Nyo was initially the preferred candidate, but Master Kwang brought out a set of particularly useful welding tools that improved the production efficiency of the entire welding industry at the South Island shipyard. As a result, the only spot was given to Master Kwang, which has become an inspirational legend in the entire shipyard. If he had known earlier that the benefactor who gave him the tools was Siali, he would never have treated Siali this way. What if she has something else she can offer that could help her rise to the top? He immediately put on a smiling face, and even his gaze towards Siali was filled with amusement. Isn't this a case of the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple, with family members fighting each other? If you had said earlier that you knew Master Kwang, we wouldn't have had this misunderstanding, right? Don't worry, we'll definitely make what you need as soon as possible. We'll try our best to get it done in 3 days, no 2 days. Master Kwang frowned upon hearing this. Wang Wenyu's maternal uncle is the production director, while Wang Wenyu himself is an incompetent good-for-nothing who spends his days loafing around in the factory. He has work ability, but it's not outstanding. His uncle assigned him to be a team leader, and his team is full of capable people. This actually helped him improve his less-than-stellar work ability, making his team the model worker every month. But this man is not someone easy to get along with. If Siali asks him for a favor, there will definitely be some haggling, and she'll just have to deliver the gift. Master Kwang thought for a moment, then frowned and looked at Siali. Comrade Xia, is there any part you need to make? Siali recounted the grudges between her, Zhou Qingli, and Su Wenkai, saying, now that the two sides are going to compete, I must manufacture the engine as soon as possible. She didn't want to work with a scoundrel like Wang Wenyu. Master Kwang clearly wanted to help her and had a certain status in the factory. It would be even better if she could get a different group of people. When Master Kwang heard that Siali was going to use the engine he had developed to compete with the researchers at the Northern Vehicle Research Institute, he was shocked. But come with me, I'll find someone to do it for you. I guarantee it'll be fast and good. We can't let our Southern Island Legion down. Siali was satisfied. Without even glancing at Wang Wenyu, she followed Master Kwang without turning her head. Lu Dingyuan said to him, "You go with Master Kwang first. I'll contact my superiors." The South Island shipyard must rectify the situation if it fails to strictly complete the tasks assigned from above. Moreover, in order to ensure the engine production rate, even if Master Kwang arranges the personnel, the Corps will have to assign her another working group to prevent any other accidents from causing delays. Xia Li waved her hand without any hesitation. "Don't worry, I won't get lost." Wang Wenyu watched as these people walked away so casually, ignoring him completely, and suddenly felt embarrassed. With a cold face, he said, "Master Kwang, if someone wants to manufacture parts, how can you complete the task with a bunch of welders under your command? Are we really going to weld everything by hand? If we can't make anything, that would be a disgrace to the South Island." He didn't know before that Siali was the one who brought out that set of tools, so naturally he didn't want to work for Siali. Even if you have to do the work, you have to be very considerate and give him plenty of cigarettes and alcohol. Who will work for you for free if you don't give him gifts? But things are different now. If Siali has anything good, he might be able to get promoted. He's only a level 2 technician now. It would be great if he could be promoted to level 3. How could he just let such a good opportunity slip by? Master Kwang glanced back at him and said, "I do have welders under me, but I also worked my way up from the first level worker. My old buddies from my old team are still working at the shipyard. We've worked together for so many years, they always give me face. Xiao Wang, you don't need to worry about it." After saying that, he left without looking back. Wang Wenyu stared wide-eyed in disbelief as Master Kwang walked away. Master Kwang is a veteran technician in the shipyard. The people who used to work with him as a first-level technician are now mostly 7th or 8th level technicians, with the lowest being 6th level. These old folks are top talents among the workers. Not to mention that they are now working for others. Even if someone wants to become their apprentice, it depends on whether they are willing to accept them. It's simply a fantasy to expect so many national treasures to do free work for people outside a shipyard. Master Kwang is a top-notch welder, and his friends are naturally all top-notch welders of the same level. He went back to his office and told a few friends about it. The men, some middle-aged and some old, were immediately delighted and all gave him face, readily agreeing to help Siali with his work. These people not only have superb skills themselves, but also have many apprentices and disciples. The work that would have taken Wang Wenyu at least 2 days to complete, and even then, the quality wasn't guaranteed. But when they put it to work, they worked through the night and finished it all by 9 p.m. that same night. And every single one of them was a masterpiece, without a single flaw. Siali clicked her tongue in amazement. You should know that she arrived at the South Island Corps after finishing her meal, then spent a long time discussing with those researchers, and then had a fight with Zhou Qingli and his grandson. She was persuaded to come back by Lu Dingyuan. After all this trouble, it was already past 3 o'clock when she arrived at the shipyard. In other words, these experienced technicians had finished producing everything she needed in just 5 hours, and the quality was excellent. No wonder factories prefer highly skilled technicians. The speed at which they work together is simply phenomenal. If she ever has her own team, she should make sure they all work to the standard. Master Kwang brought the assembled engine to Siali, who found it quite novel. He had seen car engines before, and they were all so big, but this was the first time he had seen one so small. "Xia, shall we try installing this in the car?" Xia Li wanted to say that it was already very late, and she felt bad for making them stay up with her any longer, and that she could try again tomorrow. But seeing their intense gazes fixed on her, Xia Li couldn't bring herself to say the words of refusal. "Then let's give it a try." Late at night, a large group of technicians simply disassembled the car that Lu Dingyuan had driven over and installed a new engine. Lu Dingyuan said nothing, waited for the engine to be installed, then strode over, sat in the driver's seat, and started the vehicle. "Siali, let's try driving it for a couple of laps." Lu Dingyuan nodded slightly and stepped on the gas, driving off immediately. Lu Dingyuan was afraid that starting the car too fast would catch him off guard, so he didn't press the accelerator all the way down, only halfway. Even though he only pressed the accelerator halfway, his military jeep suddenly shot forward, faster than when he used to floor the accelerator. Lu Dingyuan. I was only startled for a moment, but I quickly regained my composure and started to accelerate little by little, gradually increasing the car's speed until I floored the accelerator. He navigated all the turns, climbs, and S-shaped routes, his eyes fixed intently ahead, a slight smile playing on his lips. Everyone except Siali was startled by the speed. They had seen cars before, and had even ridden in cars when they went out with the shipyard, but they had never ridden in such a fast car. And what's wrong with that officer surnamed Liu? Doesn't he brake when turning? He drifted wildly at high speed. It was terrifying. After driving around twice, Lu Dingyuan drove the car back and slowly parked it next to Siali. The smile on his lips had long since disappeared, and he had returned to his usual serious expression. It's very fast. When driving above 70 miles per hour, the speedometer stops displaying speed and stays stuck on the far right. There is an unusual noise when shifting gears, and sometimes there is no noticeable acceleration when pressing the accelerator. If you go too fast, the car will shake. Siali nodded, checked the gearbox, and then walked back to the driver's seat. Get out of the car, I'll take it for a spin. Lu Dingyuan furrowed his brows slightly, his dark eyes looking at Siali, his lips pursed. You can drive. Siali, yes. In the apocalypse, in order to escape and survive to the new world, who wouldn't just pick up a car off the street and drive it? This car, which has almost no problems and still has gasoline, is simply the perfect car to drive on the street. Lu Dingyuan asked again, how's the technology? He didn't want the country to lose a valuable talent like Siali, who could design such a high-efficiency engine in just a few hours. Siali looked at Lu Dingyuan with disdain and sneered. I'm definitely better than you. Lu Dingyuan and the others drove to get around, but she drove to escape. There's a saying, don't use your hobby to challenge someone else's livelihood. Her driving skills aren't just a job, they're her life. Lu Dingyuan. These days there are very few cars and very few people who know how to drive. Siali insisted on driving herself, and Lu Dingyuan had no choice but to get out of the car and give the driver's seat to Siali. He then sat in the passenger seat. In case of any unexpected events, he can respond promptly. Siali, sitting in the driver's seat, saw Lu Dingyuan walk around the front of the car and sit in the passenger seat and let out a humph from her nose. Lu Dingyuan pretended not to hear and fastened his seatbelt. The tone left no room for argument. Fasten your seatbelt. Siali glanced at him casually, grabbed the seatbelt plug with her left hand, and pulled hard, inserting the pin into the seatbelt buckle. Without giving anyone time to react, he released the clutch and floored the accelerator. The car shot off like a rocket launch with a whoosh. On curves, uphill and downhill sections, without slowing down at all, an ordinary military vehicle somehow managed to drive with the terrifying intensity of a roller coaster. Siali drove using his habitual escape techniques, nodding in agreement with a nonchalant tone. Fengqing, it does shake a bit when the speed is high. Lu Dingyuan, who was gripping the top handle of the car window tightly with one hand. Siali raised his hand to shift gears, then nodded in agreement. The gear shifts are a bit jerky. The acceleration is a bit weak. It's also a bit weak going uphill, and the engine is idling. Lu Dingyuan, his face tense, gripped the handle even tighter. The experience of driving fast yourself versus riding in someone else's car at high speed is completely different. Lu Dingyuan felt that he never wanted to ride in Siali's car again, except in unavoidable circumstances. It's practically risking your life to ride in that car. With a tense body and a calm tone, he asked, have you tried it? Let's go back now that we've tried it. Siali glanced at Lu Dingyuan, who was on high alert, his expression tense, ready to reach out and help her turn the steering wheel and step on the brake at any moment. A smile appeared in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth gradually turned up. We've only just started testing, what's the rush? She has never driven a car since she came here. But it must be said that driving fast and enjoying the speed is very stress-relieving, and it has dissipated a lot of the pent-up frustration she had been feeling because of reality. Seeing Siali's expression and hearing her words, Lu Dingyuan's face darkened, and he had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next second, he saw Siali's smile gradually widen, and his mood improved. Not only did it not slow down at all, it rushed straight up a hill without slowing down. The car was going too fast, and instead of going downhill, it shot straight up into the air due to inertia, and then plummeted down from midair in an instant. While suspended in midair, Siali was filled with excitement, her eyes shining brightly, and she shouted excitedly, Yahoo! Lu Dingyuan, his temples throbbing with veins. The car itself is very heavy, so it's impossible for it to stay suspended in midair for half a day like in cartoons. Siali drove the car into the sky, then crashed back down to the ground due to gravity. Duong. The car slammed hard onto the ground, even swaying from side to side. Ha ha ha. Siali's voice came from inside the car, his laughter extremely arrogant. Sitting next to her, Lu Dingyuan slammed his eyes shut, grabbed the steering wheel from Siali's hands, and spat out each word through gritted teeth. Stop the car. Siali. Siali glanced at Lu Dingyuan out of the corner of her eye and felt that this young man was about to have a stroke. In order to make demands for a long-term solution and avoid a one-off deal, she very cleverly applied the brakes. It was still very considerate to apply the brakes gently and release the clutch lightly, instead of slamming on the brakes. The car came to a smooth stop. Lu Dingyuan sat in the passenger seat, took a deep breath, and forcefully suppressed his dizziness and nausea. With a stern face, he turned to Siali and said, "Get out, I'll drive." Siali feigned concern. "Are you really okay? You don't look well. Should I keep driving back?" Her expression was genuine, but both people in the car knew it was all an act. Lu Dingyuan gritted his teeth and hissed. "Siali." Lu Dingyuan made the final decision. "I'll drive." Siali pouted. "Go ahead and drive. It's not like anyone likes to drive." "Lu Dingyuan, if you hadn't been so excited just now, I would have believed you." He kept a straight face and continued talking to her, his voice slightly clenched. "Since Engineer Xia doesn't like driving, then he shouldn't force himself to drive in the future. Don't worry, as long as one of the people you go out with is still alive, we won't trouble Xia to drive them anymore." Siali. She realized that this scoundrel usually called her comrade Xia. Lu Dingyuan. With his tongue pressed against his back teeth, he said coldly, "Get out of the car." Siali, TCH. I got up and got off the bus with great reluctance, but I did so very quickly. Lu Dingyuan. He took a deep breath, got out of the car and walked towards the driver's side, the two passing each other in front of the car. Neither of them glanced at the other, successfully demonstrating what it means to be out of sight, out of mind when you share the same goal. As Lu Dingyuan drove, the atmosphere inside the car changed from the previous lively atmosphere to a level of quietness, even quieter than when the homeroom teacher came to patrol the evening self-study session. The two made a very smooth journey back to the group of workers. Because the two had driven so far, these people didn't see that they had switched drivers midway, nor did they see what happened inside the car. When they saw the two get out of the car, they all anxiously surrounded them. Master Kwong frowned and looked at Siali. "Is there a way to solve this?" Siali had regained his serious expression after getting out of the car. Hearing this, he nodded slightly and said, "It's not a big problem. The transmission capacity of the gearbox is not enough. We can just modify the gearbox a little. However, it's getting late, so everyone should go home and get some sleep. I'd also like to trouble everyone to continue helping me tomorrow to manufacture the parts for the modified gearbox." The group of veteran technicians laughed when they heard Xia Li's words. Chenhai, a level 9 electrician, had a full head of white hair, and the corners of his eyes and cheeks were marked with the marks of time. A big smile appeared on his bronze face as he looked at Siali. "Oh, Xia, don't be so polite with us. Even if we don't say you're old Kwang's benefactor, as his friends, we remember your kindness. You're making this a source of pride for our southern island, so we have to do our best too. Don't worry, we'll put aside our current work for the next few days. If you want any modifications, just tell us and we'll utterly crush those guys at the Northern Vehicle Research Institute." Standing next to him was Li Pengcheng, an 8th-level milling machine operator and a key player in parts manufacturing. Hearing his old friend say this, he immediately nodded in agreement. "That's right. We've been suppressed by the people from the Northern Vehicle Research Institute for so long. Now that we finally have a chance to hold our heads high, how could we old-timers from the South Island shipyard not help? How can we maintain our pride if we don't even steam buns?" Seeing their attitude, and recalling Wang Wenyu's attitude earlier, Siali suddenly understood the truth of the saying, "It's easier to see the king of hell than to deal with his underlings." When a person reaches a certain level, they will not make things difficult for others. If it can be done, then do it. If it can't be done, then forget about it. Moreover, because they stand high enough, they don't fuss over many things and are more kind than those below them. Thank you all for your help. See you tomorrow. The group quickly dispersed, while Xia Li was driven back by Lu Dingyuan and worked through the night to draw up the design drawings for the gearbox. The next morning, as soon as the shipyard opened for business, Lu Dingyuan picked up Xia Li and took her there. The veteran technicians had already arrived at the shipyard, and upon seeing Xia Li, they immediately smiled. Master Kwong nodded and said, "We've already been told that we don't need to participate in production these next few days. We can focus all our energy on loading the trucks. Xia, just tell us what you want to do, and we'll take care of everything for you." Nobody's stupid, and the shipyard manager is no exception. They worked until late last night, driving extremely fast, and even sped along the mountain road as if they were flying. It's already the talk of the town in the shipyard. Originally, Xia Li was to be assigned to another group of workers, but after the factory manager confirmed with Master Kwong and the others that the rumors were true, he simply waved his hand and assigned Master Kwong and the others to Xia Li, telling them to focus on modifying the cars and not to worry about anything else these days. Master Kwong and his colleagues are all workers at levels 6, 7, 8, and 9. They have already left the production level and are only hired for particularly difficult jobs. They don't need to have any performance records or be recognized as model workers. Siali was a straightforward person and treated them well. He wanted to bring glory to their South Island core. When the old technicians heard the factory director say this, they all immediately agreed. Today, I simply put aside all my other work and came over to help Siali with these things. Siali was delighted to hear Master Kwang's words and grinned, saying, "Thank you all, uncles. Once we've finished all this, I'll treat you all to a meal at the state-run restaurant. Don't worry about saving me money. I still have the bonus I got from my last mission. Let's celebrate together." The group of experienced chefs initially wanted to refuse, since it wouldn't look good if word got out that a dozen or so grown men were going to eat a meal paid for by a young girl. But when Siali said it was for a celebration, he couldn't refuse. Immediately someone said, "All right then, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Whenever you have time, come over to my house for dinner. Your aunt's braised lion's head meatballs are delicious." Yes, your Aunt Lou's braised lion's head meatballs are really delicious. When you come to our house, I'll have your Aunt Zhao make you some northeastern dumplings. They're all thin-skinned, with lots of filling and generous portions. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. My husband isn't a good cook, but my daughter married and moved to Inner Mongolia. She sends some beef jerky back every year during holidays. Uncle will pack some for you. Normally, given Siali's personality, she would only invite people for a meal, and if it were a sincere gesture of gratitude, she certainly wouldn't go and eat and take things from them. But now she wants to join the military to work in manufacturing, which means she'll have to deal with factory workers sooner or later, and even compete with others for deadlines. To manufacture small items quickly and flexibly, a good relationship with the workers is essential. After the meal, give the children and wives some candy and cloth generously given by Li Shengli, or some nice clothes, and give the men some cigarettes and alcohol generously sponsored by Li Shengli. If you took his things, you have to find a way to give him something in return, right? If you give and take, you'll build a relationship, right? Siali's mind was racing with calculations, and she immediately agreed cheerfully, "Then I won't stand on ceremony with you uncles." After exchanging pleasantries, the group immediately began manufacturing parts once they received Siali's design drawings. Because this time, it's not just about manufacturing a gearbox, but also a gearbox that's compatible with the engine that Siali is currently manufacturing. There will be a lot of adjustments involved. The time required to manufacture the parts is a few minutes longer than the time required to manufacture the engine. While they were manufacturing parts, Siali started piecing together parts to create the dashboard. The dashboard was made in a very simple way, and the materials were just cobbled together from materials picked up in the factory. Lu Dingyuan watched from the side and felt that Siali's personality was somewhat out of place. Lu Dingyuan felt that Siali's actions and experiences were particularly incongruous. She is very rigorous when discussing professional issues, and she is also very professional when arguing with others. But when she tries to make things herself, they always look like made-up toys cobbled together from a junkyard. Even though the shipyard had plenty of the materials she needed to make the instrument panel, she deliberately didn't take their stock. Instead, she picked up pieces from here and there, and eventually patched them up to create something usable, but with an unattractive appearance. This behavior seems a bit strange, as if she doesn't want to waste any resources and wants to make the most of everything to reduce waste. Xia Jingwo used to be a brigade commander, and I've heard that he has never mistreated his only daughter. Why would Siali have such a subconscious behavior? This doesn't make sense. Siali didn't care what Lu Dingyuan was thinking. After making the dashboard, she pried it off the car with her bare hands and stuffed the newly assembled dashboard back on. Her movements looked particularly fierce. The green military vehicle paired with a red floral dial looks particularly festive. Lu Dingyuan. I'm a little afraid to imagine what kind of miserable state this vehicle will be in when it returns to the military. After all the gearbox adjustments were completed, there were only 4 days left. Siali looked at Lu Dingyuan driving back, her face stern, and asked in a cold, expressionless voice, "How is it?" She wanted to test drive the car, but Lu Dingyuan wouldn't let her. Even though she didn't let him sit in the passenger seat and just wanted to drive herself, he wouldn't lend her the car. What a stingy man. Lu Dingyuan could naturally sense Siali's anger. But given Siali's driving style, how could he dare let her drive? That wasn't some performance test drive at all. It was practically setting off on a special route to the gates of hell. What if there are any safety hazards? Pretending not to see Siali's anger, he said in an extremely calm voice, "The speedometer shows 180 miles per hour, but it gets a bit difficult to go above 160 miles per hour. Siali frowned and thought for a moment. It's probably because the car is too heavy, which is why it can't go fast. Normally, lowering the base height or reducing the overall weight of the vehicle can achieve an acceleration effect. Lu Dingyuan frowned upon hearing this. Lowering the height of the base is definitely not an option. Military vehicles sometimes need to travel over mountains and valleys, and if the base is too low, it is prone to collisions. As for weight reduction, the vehicle's robustness must be maintained. It's impossible to switch to lighter materials. Siali nodded in agreement, rubbing his chin with his index finger, and said, "Then we can only improve the car's bending, compressive, and tensile strength by optimizing the car body structure design, thereby enhancing the overall rigidity and stability of the car body." The most common method used in later generations was to reinforce the beam structure, using better materials for all 4 beams and 8 columns. After all, the sturdiness of the 4 beams and 8 pillars determines the degree of deformation of the car after a collision. Another aspect is the adoption of a rigid frame, also known as a chassis beam frame, to improve safety performance. As for the anti-cut version, forget about it. China can't even refine steel properly right now, so where would we get the chance to manufacture that kind of special material? The two discussed this, and then started working with a group of veteran workers to make parts. This time, it's not just about making small parts, but manufacturing large quantities of parts. The 4 beams and 8 pillars of a vehicle, simply put, refer to the various small structural components on the vehicle, including the front and rear bumpers and window frames. Siali herself doesn't study materials, but since she works in the field of electromechanical engineering, she still has some knowledge about steel and the like. Among these old workers happened to be a steelworker, and Siali shared the few pieces of experience he had from later generations with him. Since the group had nothing else to do besides modifying cars, they plunged into the steelmaking industry. After inspecting the finished steel, the Level 9 steelworker fell silent upon seeing the outstanding data. In the years before the Great Leap Forward, almost every production brigade built its own blast furnace, and the people even set up a furnace and thought they could make steel. The people didn't even have any iron pots left in their homes. They used them all for steelmaking, but they didn't produce steel that was much better than the steel they had before. Almost all of them were ruined during the refining process. As it turned out, Siali, this young girl, modified the car out of spite, and her suggestions about steelmaking actually led him to produce steel that was several levels higher in quality than the steel he had produced before. Where can I seek justice for this? Master Kwang became anxious when he saw that the man had been silent ever since he finished inspecting the steel. She reached out and shoved him. "How's the steel? Say something." Yesterday, after listening to Xia's suggestion, the old man thought it was feasible. Although he ruined some steel in one day, he still made some progress. "I haven't been working with scrap metal since this morning, and the quality has been steadily improving." When this pot first came out, the old man said that the steel this time was different from the others, and the quality looked much better than before. Now that he's finished the test, he's been keeping his mouth shut and not saying a word, which is driving them crazy. Upon hearing this, Ming Guoqing looked up from the report in his hand, turned to look at Master Kwang, and his eyes were a little red. He didn't say a word more, only his voice trembled as he said, "It's done. It's 2.15 times harder than the original steel." The atmosphere in the room suddenly became quiet, and everyone fell silent. They were just trying it out at first. Xia really has the ability. She can modify such a complex car without hesitation. She said they wanted to increase the strength of the steel, so they brought people over, without expecting it to work. So many researchers have studied it for so long, and all they've managed to achieve is the current level of hardness in steel. It's not that easy to increase hardness. But who could have imagined? It actually worked. And it more than doubled the initial investment. Chen Hai was the first to react, and couldn't help but click his tongue. "Xia, do you have any suggestions for the electrical industry? If you do, be sure to tell me. I wish I could have had that kind of good fortune too." Ha ha ha. His words broke the silence in the workshop and made all the veteran workers present laugh. The fitter said irritably, "You're so cunning. I'd want this too. Comrade Xia, you must make good use of your talents and contribute to the development of our country. You can start with us fitters." Everyone laughed and joked, and no one understands the material better than these veteran workers who have worked on the front lines of the shipyard. The quality of materials is crucial to the manufacturing industry. The groundbreaking progress in steelmaking made these veteran workers, who had dedicated their lives to the China Shipbuilding Industry Corporation, extremely happy. Later, when Siali was making the car frame, everyone did their best to create the parts that Siali wanted most. Siali finally realized just how efficient these veteran workers were when they were working themselves to the bone. After everything was finished, which was basically equivalent to modifying the entire car, there was still a day and a half left. When there was really nothing else to do, Siali even installed airbags and headrests on the car. Looking at the car not far away, a car whose original appearance he could no longer recognize, but whose performance had undergone earth-shattering changes, Lu Dingyuan couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for Siali and these veteran frontline workers. It is these people who support China's continuous progress, making this country, riddled with problems, more prosperous and strong. But should we paint it? The exposed steel plates came in all sorts of colors, and combined with the original military green exterior, they looked riddled with holes, not much different from the cars in the junkyard that had already lost their paint and were about to be disposed of. If we were to take this car to a race tomorrow, it would probably make the entire South Island Legion lose face. Siali is a classic pragmatist. Although she sometimes has high standards for her life, she didn't pay any attention to the appearance of the car since she wasn't driving it herself. Now that everything was done, he took 2 steps back, crossed his arms, and looked at the cars in front of him, a mix of white, black, and green, and grinned as if he had a toothache. He exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, "So ugly." Lu Dingyuan, didn't you notice before? The painters who came to watch the spectacle waved to Siali and Lu Dingyuan. "No need to paint. Our shipyard has a spray painting area. I'll spray whatever color you want for you in a bit, it won't take long. However, the car needs time to dry after the paint job, so you'd better go now." None of the car manufacturing team members present had any objections, and they drove the car directly to the paint shop for painting. Looking at the new dashboard with a flashing green dot, Lu Dingyuan drove the car to the destination and asked Siali, "What's this extra instrument in the car?" Siali said decisively, "Location and navigation." Despite having no sense of direction, this was her last obsession with modifying cars. Although this kind of small dashboard that can only locate a few points can hardly be called a navigation system, it can at most be considered a locator. But at least he can locate himself and his target, but the car she manufactures must have it. Lu Dingyuan's expression turned serious upon hearing Siali's answer. Perhaps for someone with a poor sense of direction, this is just a wayfinding system to prevent getting lost, but as a highly qualified soldier, he immediately saw how useful this thing could be in the military. This made him ponder that Siali might be even more capable than he had anticipated. Siali glanced at Lu Dingyuan, whose expression was serious, and immediately knew that he had discovered the potential of this thing. Without saying a word, she hummed a little tune in a very good mood. "If you want to fish, how can you just throw in 1 or 2 baits? Haven't you seen those experienced anglers throwing in several kilograms or even dozens of kilograms of bait when they're preparing their fishing spot? You have to put out enough bait so that the fish are willing to risk their lives to come and try, right?" After the car was painted, all that was left was to let it dry in place. Siali simply waved his hand and invited all the participants to go out for dinner. These days, state-run restaurants are only affordable for high-end people. Even if someone comes to eat, there are usually only 7 or 8 people at most. Siali and his group of nearly 20 people rushed in, startling the staff at the state-run restaurant, who thought they were there to rob the braised pork. The waiters, who are usually not very nice, didn't dare to be rude to everyone in front of so many people. Ordering, paying, and serving food are all incredibly fast. Siali declined Lu Dingyuan's offer to treat everyone to a meal. During the meal, she cultivated a good relationship with the group of senior workers, pouring everyone the wine that Li Shengli had kindly provided, while holding her own glass and drinking one glass after another. Emotion. Drink it all in one gulp. As he spoke, he downed the wine in one gulp, displaying great boldness. Seeing that even a young girl like Siali was drinking like this, the group of old men immediately joined in, though they felt a little embarrassed since the young girl was the one who served them the drinks. Siali filled their glasses and raised them again. "I'd like to toast you all, uncles, and thank you for your help these past few days. I'll drink first, you can drink as you please." Seeing how generous Siali was, everyone relaxed and joined in the drinking. "Siali, I didn't expect all of you uncles to be such kind and generous people. Although I am young, I would like to make friends with you uncles who are so warm-hearted and have a strong sense of justice. I'll shamelessly acknowledge you uncles as my elders. If you ever need anything from me, just let me know and I, Siali, will do my utmost. Wine may be heartless, but people are not. How can we not drink this blessed wine? Come on, cheers." He finished speaking and downed it in one gulp. The group of old men laughed and said, "Good, good, good." Following Siali, the old man downed the entire glass of wine in one gulp, drinking with great relish. Siali stood by the table, holding a cup in her hand, one foot on the stool, her eyes shining. "All of you uncles are very generous people. No more words needed. Everything is in the wine." After saying that, he downed his drink in one gulp. Siali single-handedly got all the old men at the table drunk until their faces were flushed. But these days there aren't many forms of entertainment, and older men all enjoy this kind of thing, so everyone just drinks it together. By the end of the meal, Siali had drunk the 3 old workers under the table, but she still held a wine bottle in her hand, boldly urging them to drink, standing tall and unyielding. Fearing trouble, Lu Dingyuan didn't drink a drop of alcohol. After witnessing Siali's brutal forced drinking, he was speechless. He can drink quite a lot. "I've heard that alcohol is bad for the brain. Will it make people stupid?" Master Kwang's face was flushed. He really couldn't drink anymore, even. He hurriedly waved to Siali. No, I can't drink anymore, or I won't be able to get up tomorrow morning. Seeing that the old men really couldn't drink anymore, and fearing that they might get sick from drinking too much, Siali reluctantly let them go. She had arranged to have dinner at their house next time, but Lu Dingyuan, who was always on guard against her getting drunk, sent her back to the guest house. On the morning of the competition, the sun was people from both armies came out to watch the spectacle, and the parade ground was packed with people. The Northern Vehicle Research Institute has always been a well-known military research institute, producing a constant stream of research results. Otherwise, Zhou Qingli, the main researcher, would not have received such high regard from everyone. South Island Shipyard, due to the special nature of its products, has experienced considerable turmoil in recent years and has achieved little significant success, essentially fading into obscurity among other shipyards. Putting these two together makes them a perfect comparison. In the past, the South Island Legion was afraid of losing face and never competed with others in terms of technology. Now that they've started a technology war, how can they not be curious? Neo Lily watched her husband, who was already standing on the playground, craning his neck to wait for Siali and the others to come out for the competition. His face was long and full of displeasure. He said in an unhappy tone, "I usually ask you to keep me company, but you're always busy with your studies, and you don't have any time at all. So when that guy surnamed Xia wanted to compete, you immediately had time to rush over and come see him." Feng Qishan, what exactly do you mean by this? This man clearly knew that the shipyard had previously decided to appoint her father as an 8th-level welder. Just because Siali took out a set of broken tools, the factory director changed his mind at the last minute and ended up losing her father's level 8 welding skill. And now this man is actually fawning over her. Isn't he just blatantly going against her? Upon hearing her unreasonable words, Feng Qishan turned to look at No Lily and frowned slightly. "Don't be unreasonable. I came here for work." Feng Qishan's explanation only made Nyo Lily angrier. She angrily shouted, "If you're going to make up a lie, at least make one that's believable. What does someone who works on signal transmission have to do with engines? The two things are on completely different levels. Tell me, did you come here on purpose to see that little vixen? You've always said I've made mistakes, always taking Xiaoli's side. Do you have a crush on her?" As Feng Qishan faced the growing number of gazes directed at him, his face flushed red, and his anger surged. "What do I see in her? We've never even met before. Besides, they saved our child's life, and instead of being grateful, you're constantly looking down on them. What good will it do you to cause trouble for the two of us? Don't try to match us up here. It's not what you think. I know what I'm doing, so don't worry about me. If you don't want to watch, go somewhere else. Don't embarrass yourself in public." Today's match really had nothing to do with him. Although the people above said that the person who provided the signal transceiver design drawings was an overseas Chinese who returned to China, he secretly transported the design drawings back to the country for the prosperity of China. But Feng Qishan felt that something was not quite right. The timing was too coincidental, and the appearance of Siali, this skilled mechanic, was also too coincidental. He had a gut feeling that this matter was related to Siali, which is why he wanted to come and see what was going on today. But No Lily is becoming increasingly unreasonable. He initially thought it was due to childbirth and that it would be fine after giving birth. It seems that her volatile temper has not improved. In fact, it is getting worse. Nyo Lily was stunned by a shout. Tears welled up in her eyes as she stared wide-eyed at Feng Qishan in disbelief. Tilting her head, she said in a choked voice, "You yelled at me? You actually yelled at me for another woman." Feng Qishan. He shouldn't have come today. The couple was arguing loudly, and a large crowd had gathered around them. But soon, everyone's attention was drawn to a car that drove up from outside the stadium. That vehicle was a military vehicle with a shape that was quite different from ordinary military vehicles. Just looking at its frame, it gave people a particularly impressive feeling. Especially since that car had a fresh coat of paint and was much faster than the other cars, it looked incredibly cool. Lu Dingyuan drove the car under the red flag, and he and Siali got out from the front left and right doors respectively, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the room. Su Wenkai, who had been waiting there, rolled his eyes and snorted softly. "You arrived right on time." Siali chuckled lightly. "Why would I come so early if I'm not in a hurry to be reincarnated? Everyone present. That girl has such a sharp tongue." Su Wenkai's face turned pale after being rebuked by Siali, and he had no idea how to respond. Standing next to him, Zhou Qingli lifted his eyelids, glanced at Siali indifferently, and said with a sneer, "Talking is useless. We have to see real skills. Let's begin." Siali curled her lips into a mocking smile. "Humph, indeed." These three simple words, though saying nothing, seemed to say everything. The smell of gunpowder was too strong, so Commander Fong quickly came over to smooth things over. Today's competition will mainly focus on the stability, durability, and speed of the vehicle's engine. We don't need any complicated rules. How about we each have someone drive a car around the road below our unit's rear mountain? Whoever gets there first wins, okay? Neither side had any objections. Someone from the Northern Vehicle Research Institute started driving their own car. On the South Island Core side, Lu Dingyuan, who had already driven the modified vehicle several times and was relatively familiar with it, was in charge. Just before the two cars were about to depart, Siali stood outside the car door, one hand resting on the open window, looking at Lu Dingyuan with hostility, and said in a slightly threatening tone, "You better drive properly, or I'll make you pay." Her car's performance absolutely crushes the opponents. If Lu Dingyuan loses to her again, she'll be furious just from the anger. Lu Dingyuan nodded slightly. The two cars sped off at an extremely high speed, disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Zhou Qingli narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the two cars disappear around the street corner. Even if he looked down on Siali, he had to admit that Siali did have some real skills. Just by listening to the sound of the motor, you can tell that it is incredibly powerful and extremely stable. If she had been born 10 or 20 years earlier, she might have truly had a place in China's engine research and development. At the moment of departure, the instantaneous speed of Siali's improved engine car was indeed much faster than that of Wen Kai's improved engine car. However, with such a high motor speed, the current vehicle's load-bearing capacity is probably insufficient. The atmosphere was tense, everyone waiting to see which car would return first. Siali, however, found a square towel, spread it on the lawn, and happily began eating the lunch and fruit that Wang's wife had prepared with her. Seeing her relaxed demeanor, Sister Wang couldn't help but find it amusing. "Aren't you worried at all? What if Battalion Commander Lu loses?" Siali added a small piece of crispy pork, stuffed it into the half-cut steamed bun, and said nonchalantly, "I've done everything I could and should have done. If you have a clear conscience, there's no need to worry too much. Just let things take their natural course." When sister-in-law Wang heard Siali say this, she couldn't help but sigh. Siali is such a strong-willed person, and also very cultured. It's so comforting to hear her say that. Just as I was about to offer some praise, I saw Siali take a bite of her steamed bun with meat in it and say in a low voice, "I've done such a good job. If Lu Dingyuan still loses the game to me, I'll secretly put a sack over his head tonight." Sister-in-law Wang. So it's not that you have a good mindset, but rather that you choose not to think about it because you can't change it. I'm a little confused about whether your relationship with Battalion Commander Lu is good or bad. Siali, unable to control the situation, selectively chose to give up. Meanwhile, Lu Dingyuan stepped on the gas and drove off, leaving the other car far behind. He had driven the entire mountain road before, and it took about an hour and 50 minutes to complete a loop. At his current speed, he can get back to the unit in about 40 minutes. Although Lu Dingyuan was basically certain in his heart that Siali's modified car would definitely outrun Su Wenkai's car, he still drove at an extremely high speed on the highway. As I drove, I could see from a distance that there seemed to be several people blocking the middle of the road. His brows furrowed immediately, and he slammed on the brakes. Because the car was going too fast, it stopped not far from the people standing in the middle of the road. Only when he reached this distance could Lu Dingyuan see clearly that what was blocking the road was a broken ox cart. A heavily pregnant woman was sitting on the ox cart. The woman looked listless, covered in sweat, and appeared to be in excruciating pain, letting out weak, feeble moans. A young man and an elderly woman stood beside him, looking anxious, and the man kept comforting the woman. An old man sat on the ground, his head covered in sweat, repairing a wooden wheel. It was obvious that the ox cart had fallen over because the road was slippery from the rain and the wheels had broken. Lu Dingyuan frowned deeply. As a soldier, he could never do something like standing by and watching someone die. The competition is important, but human lives are more important. He immediately got off the cart and rushed toward the ox cart. He called out, "How is the person? Can they hold on? Quickly, get them in the car." Upon hearing this, the people involved in the accident turned around abruptly and saw Lu Dingyuan in a green military uniform. Their eyes lit up instantly. These days, no profession provides a greater sense of security than being a soldier. They're incredibly lucky. The old man's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Dingyuan running towards him. But then he remembered that Lu Dingyuan had been driving at an incredible speed, and the light in his eyes went out. He looked at Lu Dingyuan with a serious expression and a sincere tone. "Comrade soldier, are you on some mission? If you have any tasks to complete, please go ahead and don't worry about us old men." It was raining and the road was slippery, so the ox cart's wheel fell off. "We fixed it in a little while and then took my wife to the hospital. You go about your business, but don't let it interfere with important national affairs." Lu Dingyuan did indeed have urgent business to attend to. After all, every second counts in a competition. The hospital is in the city, which is the direction he just passed through, and it's exactly the opposite direction from the destination he reached by the winding mountain road. If we turn back, it will definitely take a long time. But the pregnant woman's face was deathly pale, and she looked to be in very bad shape. If he leaves, this woman might not make it to the hospital, and it could very well result in the death of both mother and child. The competition is important, but people's lives are more important. Lu Dingyuan decisively denied it, saying, "Human life is at stake, don't think about it anymore, get in the car quickly." This time, neither the man nor the old man refused. The young man, carrying his wife, quickly ran to the car. Although she was extremely anxious, she didn't dare ask anything and only urged Lu Dingyuan to get in the car and drive away quickly with her eyes. Lu Dingyuan floored the accelerator, pushing the car to its maximum speed and speeding away. The car was traveling at a very high speed and soon arrived near the entrance to the mountain road. Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Dingyuan saw a military vehicle speeding past their car. It was another military vehicle participating in the race. He unconsciously tightened his grip on the steering wheel, hoping to get the person to the hospital as soon as possible so he could turn back and continue the race. Meanwhile, everyone was waiting at the military base, getting rather bored. Watching racing scenes on TV is exciting because everyone's perspective follows the race car. There are no scenes where the director films the cars racing away and leaves the audience standing there waiting. At a speed of 90 miles per hour, it would take more than an hour to come down the winding mountain road. More than 40 minutes, almost 50 minutes, have passed now and the audience has been waiting for more than 50 minutes on the military district's parade ground. Master Kwang. Siali glanced at the direction of the military region's gate, her brows furrowing involuntarily. They should have arrived by now, but there's not even a trace of a car, which is a bit worrying. When we were practicing driving, Lu Dingyuan drove quite steadily, so there shouldn't be any accidents. Everyone was standing close together, and Su Wenkai was also nearby, so he naturally heard Siali and the other person's conversation. He glanced over indifferently, adjusted the nose pad of his glasses, and said with a cold smile, "Could it be that the engine stability is poor and something happened during the long journey? With the current strength of vehicles, it is impossible to maintain high-speed operation for a long time at speeds exceeding 1.5 million. I told you long ago, your ideas are just wishful thinking and can't be applied in practice at all. This is the consequence of not being down to earth." His words showed a lack of respect for others, even the usually quiet Kwang. Even the master couldn't stand it anymore. He said irritably, "Why do you say such unpleasant things right off the bat?" Xia not only modified the engine, but also the entire car. Once this technology is applied in China, it will be a major advancement for the Chinese automotive industry. Su Wenkai glanced at the clothes Kwang was wearing and recognized him as a worker at the South Island shipyard. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. What does a shipbuilder know about the automotive industry? He's just spouting nonsense along with everyone else. That would be wonderful. Comrade Xia previously made us sign a pledge that if we lost, we would publicly apologize to you. If you lose now, you'll have to apologize to us in front of everyone from both sides. That's not an unreasonable condition, is it? Once rules are established, they can't be biased, right? Master Kwang's face turned red with anger at his words. He said angrily, "How many years have you people been researching engines, while Xia has only been researching them for a few days? This is your profession and you're talking so aggressively to someone who's not a professional. How dare you?" Standing not far from them, Zhou Qingli sneered, "Some people only learn their lesson after they've been beaten. Don't think you're some kind of chosen one who can do everything easily. A person should be down to earth." Siali reached out and tugged at Master Kwang, who was about to speak, then curled her lips into a smirk and looked at Zhou Qingli with an aggressive gaze. "Are you that unhappy because your grandson stole the spotlight? He who starts the fight is the one who loses, have you heard that? I just wanted to modify a car for my own use, and I never intended to steal your credit. It was you who came to me time and time again to cause trouble. Having been at the top for so long, is it really that hard to admit that others are better than you?" She dusted herself off, stood up, and glanced around at the people around her. "We only talked about a public apology before. Since XCMG said it would apologize in front of both armies, then whoever loses should apologize on the spot in front of both armies, and that will be the end of it. I hope everyone present will also bear witness. Whoever denies it is a coward. An apology is nothing to her, it's just a word. She's thick-skinned and doesn't feel ashamed at all. But if she knew her car was extremely fast and she was certain to win, yet she still lost the race, she definitely wouldn't be able to swallow her anger. No matter the reason, if Lu Dingyuan really loses this match to her, she will break his legs even if she has to use a sack to cover them. The atmosphere between the two sides was extremely tense, as if the loser would not only have to apologize in front of both armies, but would have to commit seppuku on the spot to atone for their sins. The soldiers around them, who were just observing the two armies sparring, didn't know how to intervene. The atmosphere became extremely tense, and the tension seemed to be escalating. Meanwhile, Lu Dingyuan drove at top speed straight into the hospital. Lu Dingyuan didn't get out of the car, but said to the man and two women in the back seat, "We've arrived at the hospital, let's go in quickly." The old lady was deeply moved by Lu Dingyuan's act of bringing them here. With tears in her eyes, she said to Lu Dingyuan, "Comrade of the People's Liberation Army, thank you so much for bringing us all this way. Our car broke down halfway there, and if it weren't for you, we really wouldn't know what to do. Wait here for me a moment. I'll go to the cafeteria to buy some steamed buns. It'll be almost lunchtime. You can take them back to eat later." The old lady's eyes were filled with genuine gratitude. That's why soldiers are said to be the guardians of ordinary people like us. Her daughter-in-law had an accident on the road, and she was praying to the gods and Buddhas when this People's Liberation Army comrade arrived immediately. What else could he be but a guardian angel? They must have heard her prayer. Lu Dingyuan was in no mood to eat steamed buns right now. He said in a deep, serious voice, "No need to thank me. This is what we soldiers should do. I have something to attend to and must go there immediately. You should take your daughter-in-law to the hospital right away." The old lady wanted to say something more, but the young man beside her reached out and tugged at her arm, saying anxiously, "Mom, the People's Liberation Army comrade has something to do. Don't disturb him yet. Anyway, they're from our South Island Legion. We'll go and thank them in person later. The child's mother isn't doing well. Let's go to the hospital first." Upon hearing this, the old lady disregarded everything else and quickly nodded in agreement. All right, we'll go to the court to thank them in person later." After saying that, the two quickly got out of the car with a heavily pregnant woman. Seeing that the two men had helped the woman into the hospital without any problems, Lu Dingyuan pulled the handbrake, reversed quickly, made a sharp turn, and drove away from the hospital. He then floored the accelerator and sped off at top speed. He drove extremely fast and soon found himself back on the winding mountain road. I glanced at the watch on my wrist. More than an hour had passed. Based on the engine designed by Su Wenkai, with a maximum speed of 90 miles per hour, it would take about an hour and a half to reach the destination if it traveled at the fastest speed. In other words, the other vehicle should arrive at its destination in about half an hour. At his car's speed, it would take him 40 minutes to reach the destination. At this rate, they're definitely going to lose this game. Putting aside the fact that the car he was driving was the result of a week's worth of hard work by Siali and so many veteran technicians at the shipyard, he couldn't bear to lose the race and let their efforts go to waste. Judging from how much Siali values winning or losing this match, if he really loses, his plan to recruit talent into the organization will likely become. Lu Dingyuan tilted his head slightly to the left, his gaze falling on the mountain beside him, which, although not particularly steep, had an extremely rugged path. With a sudden jerk of the steering wheel to the left, the car swerved sharply and drove straight up the mountain. Meanwhile, on the other side, the crowd waiting at the entrance of the military region were all craning their necks to look at the 1,000-meter-long main road directly opposite the military region. It has been 1 hour and 25 minutes. At a speed of 90 miles per hour, the vehicle from the Northern Vehicle Research Institute should arrive soon. There's still no sign of the vehicles from the South Island Legion, and it's unclear which side will arrive first, making the wait quite anxious. At this moment, Siali's face was completely black, and the aura emanating from her body was extremely strong, making her look like she wanted to kill someone. People who were originally standing near her now kept their distance, not daring to provoke her. Siali didn't even need to think to know that it must have been Lu Dingyuan who had an accident while driving. She knows the cars she built herself. There are absolutely no safety concerns. Even if you crash into a tree, you can keep driving as long as you don't pass out. The only reason the car could be late is Lu Dingyuan. This person was more than 40 minutes late. They probably got off the bus and crawled back with their bike. It's here. It's here. A car is coming. Someone shouted in surprise, and everyone's eyes turned to the end of the street. There, they saw a military vehicle with a design no different from the other military vehicles speeding towards them from the end of the road. The railway soldiers were overjoyed, and someone shouted, "It's our train." Our train arrived first. The atmosphere on the South Island wasn't as lively as on their side. Everyone's expressions weren't very good, and the atmosphere was somewhat gloomy. Everyone saw Lu Dingyuan driving through the military base this morning. His speed was absolutely incredible. They thought that the technology of their South Island Legion would finally surpass that of the military factories under other legions, but in the end, it was still the same. Bai was excited for a while. Su Wenkai stood next to Siali, whose face was dark, adjusted his glasses, and chuckled, "Comrade Xia, you should think carefully about how to apologize later, so you won't be at a loss for words when you apologize publicly." Siali gritted her teeth. An apology is fine. Before she could finish her sentence, a military green vehicle suddenly sped out from a side road not far behind the military vehicle belonging to the Northern Vehicle Research Institute on the straight avenue leading to the military district entrance. The vehicle looked completely different from modern military vehicles. After rushing out of the alley, it made a left turn on the spot and sped off at lightning speed to catch up with the military vehicle in front. On the straight road, two military vehicles, one slow and one fast, sped along, one in front of the other. The car in front was moving a little slower and was only about 200 meters away from the finish line at the gate. Although the car behind was much faster than the car in front, it was still some distance away from catching up. The race to determine the winner was a mere 200 meters in a straight line, and the two cars were locked in a fierce chase. Everyone in the military region who was watching the spectacle held their breath, their hearts pounding in their chests, completely absorbed in watching the two cars race. They even forgot to cheer each other on. 150 meters, 120 meters, 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters. The car behind frantically chased after the car in front, but always fell behind. Finally, when the car was only a dozen meters away from the finish line, the car behind successfully caught up with the car in front, and with a whoosh, it passed by and instantly ran over the finish line. We won. The South Island Legion's emotions were in turmoil. When they saw that their Legion's vehicle had won, they couldn't contain their joy and shouted with delight. The soldiers already had loud voices, and their shouts, one after another, were so loud they hurt people's eardrums, but not a single one of them stopped. Our car won. Our engine developed in the South Island won. Comrade Xia is truly amazing. We caught up even though we were so far apart before. I was so worried. I almost had a heart attack. Great. This car is so fast. We won't have to drive those slow cars anymore. Comrade Siali is amazing. Their technology on the South Island has always been inferior, but now they've finally turned the tables and are singing their praises. Everyone gathered around Siali, offering their congratulations. These excited shouts were like slaps to the faces of Zhou Qingli and Su Wenkai. The more arrogant they were before, the more embarrassed they felt when they heard those excited shouts. Zhou Qingli even overheard someone in the crowd saying, "I thought Zhou Qingli from the Northern Vehicle Research Institute was so amazing, but he insisted that the engine made by that young guy was no good. This is not just bad, it completely outclasses their recently developed engine. Perhaps his technical skills are lacking, which is why he can't see how useful the engine others have developed is." Zhou Qingli was furious, feeling utterly humiliated. He didn't want to stay there a minute longer and stormed off. The people from the Northern Vehicle Research Institute who had spoken up for Zhou Qingli earlier were somewhat embarrassed, unsure whether they should follow him. Since Siali saw her modified car approaching from a distance, she had been on tenterhooks and hadn't said a word. Now, seeing him overtake the car in front at the last moment, winning in a breathtaking manner, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. He grinned, his eyebrows curved, but his eyes held a hint of aggressive malice. He answered Su Wenkai's question in a sarcastic and roguish tone. "Apologize now, don't try to deny it." Su Wenkai's already unpleasant expression instantly cracked. Siali ignored him and strode towards the car, looking at the man who had just gotten out of the car with an unfriendly gaze, and said in a sinister voice, "What were you doing halfway?" There wasn't a single scratch on the car, so it was clearly not in an accident. A car that can normally travel at 180 miles per hour took him so long to get here. Which designer wouldn't be angry in that situation? Lu Dingyuan pursed his thin lips into a straight line and apologized sincerely. "I'm sorry. I encountered some unexpected trouble on the way and only rushed back after dealing with it." Siali rolled her eyes, but didn't argue with him. Since they won, everything is negotiable. If they hadn't won, that would be a different story. As Siali rolled her eyes, she noticed out of the corner of her eye that Su Wenkai was squeezing out of the crowd. She suddenly turned her head and stared straight at him. "Su Wenkai, where is your apology, grandfather and grandson? We just agreed that whoever loses will immediately apologize in front of both armies. With so many people here as witnesses, stop doing things that make people look bad." As he said this, he cursed inwardly. That cunning old fox, he actually slipped away before even apologizing. Su Wenkai secretly walked back. Although the people around him looked at him with surprise, no one said anything to him, and even those who were further away did not notice him. Siali was the central figure in this match, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the most dazzling player of the entire event. Her loud shout instantly drew everyone's attention, and all eyes followed her gaze to Su Wenkai, who was trying to slink away. Su Wenkai is a person who cares a lot about his reputation. Now that he has lost the game and is being watched by so many people and is being forced to apologize in public, he is so ashamed that his face turns red and he wishes he could dig a hole in the ground and disappear. Enraged, she turned around and glared at Siali. "Siali, don't push your luck. Why did your car's wheels emerge from the alleyway next to the main road? They clearly didn't follow the plan. They obviously took a shortcut. You've gotten a good deal and you're still acting innocent? You even have the nerve to ask us to apologize to you." A railway soldier familiar with the terrain of the South Island chimed in, "Coming out of that alley, they must have come down from the mountain." This is equivalent to taking a shortcut, but it may not necessarily be faster than the engines manufactured by XCMG. How about we just let it be amicable, consider this match in exchange, and pretend nothing happened? Old Joe is so old, it's hard for even the soldiers to bear to see him publicly apologize to a young girl in front of so many people. Siali knew they were trying to deny it as soon as she heard this. She curled her lips into a smile, her gaze falling coolly on Su Wenkai, and said with a light sneer, in the beginning, it was only said that the first person to reach the finish line would win, but it didn't say how to get there. Moreover, this kind of mountain route better showcases the vehicle's off-road capabilities, which is enough to demonstrate that the engine's performance is excellent. As she spoke, she turned her attention to the railway soldier who had spoken earlier, her tone full of sarcasm. How did Lu Dingyuan win those last few hundred meters? Are you blind? Is it so hard to admit that others are better than you? All I wanted was for you to apologize, and for this matter to be over and done with. Since you're trying to deny even something this small, then today's apology must be exactly as you said. Both of you must apologize to me in front of the two soldiers, or this isn't over. Siali is usually cheerful and easygoing, but when she gets into a fight with someone, she can be incredibly stubborn, the kind of person who can't be swayed by even 8 horses. Everyone present could tell that Siali was absolutely not joking. Su Wenkai felt he had lost all face, so he simply stopped thinking about running away and went straight to confront Siali. Your shortcuts, under objective circumstances, mean that the distance your military vehicles travel is shorter than ours. I said you're breaking the rules. What's wrong with that? Where's the fairness in this competition? Relying on your initial acceleration and final acceleration. Don't you even need to mention speed stability? Who knows if you took a shortcut because you couldn't maintain your speed midway? Lu Dingyuan frowned upon hearing this. He hadn't intended to bring up the incident of taking the pregnant woman to the hospital on the road. After all, protecting the people is a soldier's duty, and any soldier would have done the same. There was nothing to say about it. But now that things have come to this, he has no choice but to offer a few words of explanation. The distance I walked today definitely exceeds the length of the mountain road. I returned late because I encountered a pregnant woman about to give birth on the way. I took her to the hospital before returning, which delayed my trip. Su Wenkai assumed that Lu Dingyuan had only come up with this excuse to help Siali and make them apologize to Siali, so he immediately scoffed, "Who can prove that to you?" As soon as he finished speaking, a commotion arose from the crowd. On the side closest to the gate, the people surrounding them parted like Moses parting the sea, suddenly making way for them. An old man carrying a basket, his eyes red and his steps somewhat unsteady, walked over with great strides. Upon seeing Lu Dingyuan, he immediately broke into a big smile. "Thank you, comrade of the People's Liberation Army, for saving the lives of my daughter-in-law and grandson. The doctor said that if we had arrived 2 minutes later, my grandson and daughter-in-law might not have survived. You've saved the life of our Lu family." As he spoke, he bent his knees, intending to kneel down before Lu Dingyuan. With so many people present, how could they just stand by and watch an old man kneel down? More than a dozen hands immediately reached out from all 4 sides, tightly gripping the old man's arms to prevent him from kneeling. To show his sincerity, the old man used all his strength to kneel down, but with so many people supporting him, he couldn't kneel down. "Old man." Lu Dingyuan helped the man up, saying, "This is a new society. We don't do this anymore. It's good that everyone is all right." Upon hearing this, the old man's mouth immediately stretched to his ears, and he nodded repeatedly. "It's all right. It's all right. Everything is fine. The doctor said that in 3 days, we can bring our eldest grandson and daughter-in-law back home." The doctor said that when their daughter-in-law had a difficult childbirth, it almost scared the whole family to death. 8 generations of only sons. What if something really happens to the child? Fortunately, the doctor said that the baby was brought to the hospital in time, which saved the child. How could he not be grateful for the kindness shown to them, allowing their family to continue their lineage? She raised her bronze, wrinkled hand, wiped away the tears on her face, took the basket off her arm, and pushed it into Lu Dingyuan's arms. "These are our family's red eggs. I specially brought them over to the People's Liberation Army comrades so that you can share in the joy. It's customary to give red eggs as a gift when a baby is born. If you, comrade PLA soldier, don't accept them, then our Lu family will truly have no face to face our fellow villagers. If you don't even give the lucky eggs to your benefactor, wouldn't you be an ungrateful person?" Hearing him say that, Lu Dingyuan couldn't refuse anymore. Every household is poor now, especially these farmers, who sometimes don't even have enough to eat. Looking at the basket of more than 20 eggs, Lu Dingyuan knew that the old man must have saved them up for a long time. He took out 50 cents from his pocket and stuffed it into the old man's hand, saying, "The army has discipline. I can't take your eggs for free. But I accept your joy on behalf of the entire production and construction corps. I'll take the eggs and add some extra dishes for the corps in a bit." The old man felt a little annoyed upon hearing this. It seems the People's Liberation Army has rules against accepting or sending things. If he had known, he would have secretly given the eggs to the PLA comrade instead of thanking him in front of everyone. He sighed, head bowed and eyes drooped. These words immediately elicited a burst of good-natured laughter from those around him, who all tried to reassure the old man. The old man bid farewell to Lu Dingyuan and the rest of the army, then left the unit and rode away in the ox cart that had just been repaired. As soon as he left, everyone's eyes immediately fell on Su Wenkai, their gazes filled with a strange and indescribable look. Su Wenkai looked extremely embarrassed. He never expected that just after he said Lu Dingyuan's words were unreliable, the person in question would come knocking on his door. What else could he possibly say in rebuttal? But it's impossible for him to apologize together with his grandfather. If they bow down to a little girl who hasn't even entered the mechanical engineering field, how will they ever establish themselves in that field? Everyone then realized that the hospital was located on the way up the mountain from the army base. If he rescued the pregnant woman on the mountain, took her to the hospital, and then continued the competition, wouldn't that be the same as going back the way he came and going up the mountain again? Is it possible that this 1.5-mile journey is faster than the one-way journey of a vehicle from the Northern Vehicle Research Institute? What kind of speed is that? Someone asked Lu Dingyuan in bewilderment. I remember the terrain in those mountains is extremely complex, and it's easy to get lost. We don't even do training exercises in those mountains. How did you find the locations so precisely? Lu Dingyuan, Comrade Xia installed a navigation system in the car, which can pinpoint the car's location and other marked locations. Apart from a few shipyard workers, everyone present was involved in the military, and they all perked up immediately upon hearing this. If the location can be determined, how much convenience does it bring to the task? Everyone was eager to see what this navigation system was, especially Feng Qishan, who had come to watch the spectacle. His face was flushed with excitement. It can receive signals and determine location. That's exactly what he's always wanted to install on warships. However, the situation on the scene was that Siali was holding on to Su Wenkai and his grandson, insisting on making them apologize. If she interrupted now to ask to go and check the navigation, she would only be asking for trouble. Everyone was anxious, but no one spoke. Siali scoffed. He glanced at Su Wenkai and asked, now you understand the situation? Apologize. And that guy surnamed Zhou. A person without integrity cannot stand. A business without integrity cannot prosper. A family without integrity cannot be harmonious. And a country without integrity will decline. If you don't want to be treated like a grandson, you'd better keep your word. If she had just obediently admitted defeat at first, she wouldn't have kept chasing after them to apologize. But these guys always wanted to step on her to show off, and they wouldn't admit defeat even when they lost, which really made her unable to swallow her anger. They were the ones who caused the trouble, they were the ones who were aggressive, and in the end they lost, but wanted to let it go easily. Is there such a thing as a free lunch? Seeing Xia Li's insistence on making someone apologize, Commander Fong frowned slightly, feeling that this young man was somewhat tactless. It's not a big deal, why be so petty? If you really want someone to apologize, then just make them apologize in private. There's really no need for someone as old as Zhou Qingli to apologize to her publicly. He sighed deeply, took 2 steps forward, and said earnestly, Comrade Xia, you are still young. Everyone knows you're capable, so your future path will definitely be smooth sailing. Don't embarrass the elderly, it won't benefit anyone. If you go on to pursue a career in scientific research, we'll inevitably run into each other sooner or later. If you act so ruthlessly, how can we ever face each other again? That's true. Currently, there are 2 research institutes that study special vehicles, the Northern Vehicle Research Institute and the Military Transportation Research Institute. The latter was established not long ago and its strength is far inferior to that of the Northern Vehicle Research Institute. With Xia Li's abilities, if she wants to advance further, she'll eventually have to join the Northern Vehicle Research Institute. I just joined a new company and my department head once humiliated me. How am I supposed to get along with this person afterward? They're still too young and don't understand social etiquette at all. Everyone thought Xia Li would feel wronged, and even thought that Xia Li would be like those children who see things in black and white, just entering the adult society where everything is gray, feeling confused, loudly opposing, or even going berserk. But in reality, there was nothing there. Xia Li looked at Commander Fang with a very calm gaze and a composed tone, but her questioning was surprisingly earnest. If I were in their shoes and I lost, would they let me off the hook? Of course we won't let it go. Commander Fang thought to himself. He opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. Xia Li didn't wait for his answer and continued to calmly question him. He's old. Does he not have to go to jail for breaking the law? Age is neither a standard for judging right or wrong, nor a reason for acquittal. If I remember correctly, the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Guomorua, was not even as old as him. If it were him and Xiuqingli and his grandson making a pledge today, would you offer the same advice? Commander Fong's face was tense, his gaze fixed on Siali with great intensity. He listened quietly to her without uttering a single word in rebuttal. Siali didn't need him to respond to her words, and continued calmly, "The reason you say that about me is simply because my status is not as high as his. You look down on me and think I'm not worthy of his apology. But in terms of morality, I am in the right. In terms of ability, I crush him today, and in terms of right and wrong, they were the ones who provoked me first and were aggressive. Why can't I stand up for myself? Why can't I make them apologize? Are you using your position of authority to bully others? Or do you think women don't deserve an apology, or that we're all builders of socialism and young people have no human rights?" The entire room fell silent. If Siali were to hysterically shout these words, it would only make him seem unreasonable, emotionally unstable, and simply venting his emotions. But her tone was too calm, as if she just wanted to explain everything clearly so that people would listen carefully to her words and ponder them. Commander Fong stood still, listening quietly to everything Siali said, his expression remaining rigid and unchanged. Everyone thought he was angry. Commander Liu had even figured out how to stop Commander Fang from hurting Siali if he went berserk. However, to everyone's surprise, Commander Fong, who was standing there, "You're right, you should apologize when you're wrong, regardless of age. I'm so sorry." After saying that, he snapped his fingers and gave Siali a perfectly standard military salute. After putting his hand down, he turned and strode away. Everyone present was stunned. No one expected that Commander Fong, as a division commander, would apologize to a young girl. The people at the Northern Vehicle Research Center tried to persuade them, but they were all stopped by a single look from Commander Fong. People must take responsibility for their actions. Su Wenkai's face turned very ugly upon seeing this. Commander Fong's attitude clearly indicates that he no longer wants to protect them. But even he could forgive himself. His grandfather and maternal grandfather were big names in the machinery industry. How could they apologize to a junior? He said coldly, "In short, I do not accept the result of this match." After saying that, he turned and left without looking back. Siali didn't stop him this time, but just slightly curled the corners of her mouth, her eyes somewhat ambiguous. People around Siali came over to persuade her. Sister-in-law Wang sighed and said, "There are all kinds of people these days. Don't get angry with those kinds of people. It's not worth it. They dare to do it but not take responsibility, and they call themselves highly educated? They're not even as good as us peasants who toil in the fields." Master Kwang's expression was also not good. He said angrily, "I never expected that there would be such a person in the Northern Vehicle Research Institute." Everyone knew he had lost, but he stubbornly refused to apologize. What kind of behavior is that? It's infuriating. Siali wasn't as excited as they were and waved her hand dismissively. She turned to Lu Dingyuan and asked, "Can I stay here another night?" Lu Dingyuan recalled what Siali had said before, remained silent for 2 seconds, and finally nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll go to the guest house and extend your stay for another day." Siali didn't waste any more time on the topic of apologizing and happily accepted everyone's congratulations and praise. "I was thinking about setting a small goal for myself. Once she joins the army, her rank doesn't need to be too high. Major General will suffice, which is just 1 rank higher than Zhou's, and that will infuriate him. However, don't expect to get away with owing her an apology. She doesn't like to owe anyone anything, and nobody should owe her anything." After most of the people had left, the deputy director of the Northern Vehicle Research Institute quietly approached Siali with a smile on his face and coaxed in a low voice, "Young comrade, the vehicle engine you've developed is very promising. You're a good prospect. Would you like to work at our Northern Vehicle Research Institute? We'll report the vehicle you've developed to our superiors, and you'll receive recognition and a reward. A good bird chooses a good tree to perch on. With a good platform, future development will be even better. Conflicts among our people should be resolved internally if possible, and we should try to avoid escalating them." The deputy director didn't want to get involved, but Xiuqingli was the face of their Northern Vehicle Research Institute, and apologizing to a young man would indeed be a disgrace to the entire institute. However, if this capable young man were to join their Northern Vehicle Research Institute, it would become an internal conflict within the institute, and regardless of whether he apologizes or not, the institute's reputation wouldn't be so tarnished. It's a good thing to have someone with potential for growth. Before Siali could speak, Commander Liu, who was not far away, interrupted his attempt to win him over with a smile. "These are talents our Southern Island Legion has their eye on, so don't try to steal them from us." He knew very well that Siali was good at more than just engines. He was also adept at cracking secret machines and innovating. He wouldn't let such a talented person go. Moreover, Siali's identity is special. He can still protect him on their South Island, but once he leaves the South Island, he might be persecuted by others, or even become part of a scheme against Xia Jiangwo. Neither losing talented individuals nor the remains of generals are the outcomes they desire. The deputy director's expression turned somewhat unpleasant upon hearing Commander Lu's words. Does Commander Lu mean that we're going to do this even if it means tearing off all pretense of civility? Commander Lu smiled and said, I only stand on the side of justice. The deputy director was so angry that he left. Seeing that Commander Lu had helped him refuse the offer, Siali didn't say anything more. This person didn't speak up to stop Zhou Qingli when he provoked them, and he didn't speak up to uphold justice when Su Wenkai and the others denied it. Just like an outsider, indifferent to everything, Siali felt that he was no good. Working under someone who prioritizes self-preservation like that would never provide any sense of security. With that decade fast approaching, more and more intellectuals will be implicated. There was a boss who, whenever she had any problems, would be the first to be dismissed. Moreover, he had no way of protecting her parents, so she might as well give up this immense wealth. After everyone dispersed, Siali did not return to the guest house, but went back to the shipyard with Master Kwang, where he and a group of experienced craftsmen started making parts again. Meanwhile, inside the military region's conference room, several influential leaders from the South Island Corps sat around a long table, their expressions extremely solemn. An elderly man with white hair, sitting to the left of Commander Lu, frowned and said in a heavy tone, I still think that, even if Comrade Siali enlists, he can be assigned to the shipyard. There is no need to assign him to that special team. Her identity is too special. Even if she tries to keep a low profile, she will still be watched. Not to mention that she is not a discreet person to begin with. What if she gets targeted by others, causing that special group to be discovered? That's the biggest secret in our entire Corps, and the hope for the future of our Chinese Navy. This is far too risky. Everyone present nodded in agreement. Another middle-aged man in military uniform with a buzz cut and a serious expression said with a furrowed brow, I agree with Deputy Brigade Commander Xiao. Moreover, given the special status of Xia Jiangwo and his wife, Comrade Siali not only developed an engine that doubled the speed, but she also cracked the encrypted signal transceiver used by the United States. Without even disassembling it, he only glanced at it and successfully drew the entire transceiver structure diagram. This ability would make someone stand out even in that special group. If we don't actively recruit talent of this caliber, and they happen to fall into the hands of others and be persecuted, or even fall into the hands of another country, it would be a devastating blow to China. The person next to Commander Bai sighed upon hearing his words, his voice filled with helplessness and heaviness. Nowadays, with so many political parties, our relationship with Russia is getting worse and worse. Those who want to repair relations with Russia will stop at nothing, and if we are too eager for quick results, we are likely to suffer a severe blow. I heard that things are getting more and more serious in Beijing. Not to mention researchers and people in high positions, many ordinary teachers have been sent to the countryside. If we get involved now, we're very likely to be attacked by several parties working together. At that point, not only Siali, but also all the researchers we've carefully protected will be lost. To ensure a brighter future, we must prioritize preserving our strength. In particular, Siali's skills came about in a very strange way. The engines he manufactured had more horsepower than the most advanced engines in the United States today. It was impossible to believe that he could tell this from reading books. It's unclear whether the person behind her is involved in this chaotic battle, or if they are simply watching from the sidelines with ulterior motives, waiting to get their revenge on Siali one day. This will definitely cause a major problem in the future. The group discussed amongst themselves, while Commander Lu sat at the head of the table, frowning as he listened quietly to everyone's opinions. Feeling that it was about time, he raised his hand and looked at Lu Dingyuan, who had been silent since the beginning, but whose expression was extremely serious. Xiao Lu, you and Comrade Xia have a lot of contact, so you know her quite well. What are your thoughts on this? Lu Dingyuan frowned slightly, his expression as tense as ever, but his words were utterly intimidating. I think Xia Li's strength is worth the risk we take. Leaving aside her exceptional knowledge in mechanics, her personal military skills alone surpass those of 80% of soldiers. Based on how she handled her previous encounters with spies, it's clear she has the ability to escape, and even retaliate, from any crisis she faces in the future. Upon hearing his words, everyone unconsciously recalled the reports about Xia Li's past experiences that they had seen before. It's no exaggeration to say that if Xia Li's encounters with spies hadn't coincided with their missions, she could very well have wiped them all out on her own. Once or twice could be a coincidence, but if it happens every time, it proves that it is indeed her own ability. Having this combat capability, to say that it exceeds the military competence of more than 80% of soldiers, is already a conservative estimate. Seeing that everyone had taken it to heart, Lu Dingyuan continued, moreover, Xia Li once said that her parents were her anchor. As long as her parents are safe, she will never betray China. According to my previous investigation, Xia Jiangwo himself did not commit any heinous crimes. He simply lost in a partisan struggle. Giving them some convenience does not contradict our goals. Furthermore, as long as Xia Jiangwo and his wife are treated well, I believe Xia Li will absolutely not reveal any of the secrets he knows. With her abilities, it would be a real waste of talent if she couldn't get into that special organization. Although Xia Li's abilities and identity are still debatable, none of the people present knew better than him, who had been investigating Xia Li all along, about Xia Li's feelings for Xia Jiangwo and his wife. Let alone a spoiled daughter, even the eldest son who is the pillar of the family might not be able to do such a thing. To prevent his parents from suffering in a more difficult place, he went on a mission that could cost him his life at any moment. Such a sentimental person, as long as she treats her parents well, how could she possibly betray them for no reason? Upon hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Seeing that everyone was at an impasse, Commander Lu simply said, "What everyone is worried about now is whether her strength is worth the huge risk we take to bring her into that secret group. Since that's the case, why don't we give it a try? The thing we found before is still sitting there, and no one else can do anything about it. Why don't we just let her give it a try? If it really works out, then it probably won't matter to anyone whether he can bring out the full potential of that group." As he spoke, he paused slightly, and his brows furrowed. As for Xia Jiangwo, he was assigned to the South Island partly because we were instructed from above to protect Xia Jiangwo's life. Removing his hat is definitely out of the question, so let's think of other ways first. When everyone heard what Commander Lu said, they had no objections. After all, they've had that thing for a long time, and no one has been able to fix it. If it can really be repaired, who knows how much valuable data we can obtain. It would be a huge leap forward for Chinese technology. Just as everyone was about to continue their discussion, they heard a series of hurried footsteps outside, followed by a knock on the closed door. A loud and urgent voice came from outside the door, report. Comrade Xia Li printed the military orders of Comrades Zhou and Su on the building in front of the playground. Due to its enormous size, we request instructions from the leadership. Lu Dingyuan. Everyone in the room. Which brat just now tried so hard to convince them that Xia Li was reliable? Upon hearing this news, everyone in the room was speechless and unsure how to react. Commander Lu sighed with a headache and stood up. Never mind, let's go take a look. He said that the little girl's attitude in letting the grandfather and grandson go was too nonchalant, which was not like her temperament at all. So that's where he was waiting. The group quickly ran to the large playground. Unlike later times when electricity resources were abundant, the military had installed power lines, but it was impossible to guarantee that streetlights could be installed in every location and kept on all the time. The playground, which should have been pitch black, was now as bright as day. It wasn't because the entire playground was particularly bright, but rather because the concrete building opposite the playground, which should have been pitch black at night, now had a large white sheet printed on its walls, running the words on the white paper were clearly visible, and someone had deliberately drawn a large red circle around the guarantor's signature to draw attention to it. It can be said that, apart from the large expanse of white on the wall, the most eye-catching thing is the names Zhou Qingli and Su Wenkai circled in red in the lower right corner. A large crowd of onlookers had gathered around. Judging by the number, it was estimated that almost everyone from the entire military region had come. Even during regular drills, there weren't this many people present. Xia Li held a homemade megaphone and loudly recited the words of the military order. His pronunciation was clear and his voice was loud, showing that he was a good candidate for shouting slogans. Commander Lu was in a hurry, but when he got close, he was stunned by the glowing white wall and stopped in his tracks. He sighed in frustration. Why does this little girl have to waste her energy on such childish things when she could be doing something worthwhile? The reason he ran over so quickly was because he heard the soldier say, printed on the building in front of the parade ground, and he thought Xia Li had painted it on the wall with paint or coating. Before even joining the army, he started painting the walls of the military base. How could that be allowed? But upon closer inspection, only then did I realize that it wasn't paint at all. She had somehow managed to shine light onto the wall. Brigade Commander Chow, who was standing next to him, was also speechless. I reckon the Railway Corps and the Northern Vehicle Research Institute will never want to come to our South Island again. He glanced back at the guard beside him, frowned, and asked, who gave her the electricity? Turn off the power right now. Doesn't it use a lot of electricity? The guard didn't know what was going on either. Just as he was about to go over and have someone unplug the power, another soldier next to him whispered, he didn't use our power. Comrade Xia made a hand-cranked engine himself. She said Zhao Chang had been shaking it for her all afternoon, and it could still be used for more than 4 hours. Commander Lu. Brigade Commander Chow. Other officers. Commander Lu was absolutely right. Siali was wasting all his intelligence on doing things that weren't worthwhile. There were so many other good things he could have done with that energy. Not only did they research and develop this thing, but they even manufactured the engine, all for the sake of getting an apology. They really have nothing better to do. Commander Bai and Lu Dingyuan were positioned towards the back. Commander Bai tilted his head slightly, moved closer to Lu Dingyuan, and said in a low voice, "You lent Zhao Chang to her?" This time, Zhao Chang is probably going to suffer the consequences as well. Lu Dingyuan's expression remained unchanged. No. Since he started designing the engine, Zhao Chang has been following her around and naturally acts according to her instructions. She will need bodyguards from now on. Although Zhao Chang might be implicated in this matter, one should always look at the bigger picture. If nothing unexpected happens, it's only a matter of time before Siali joins the army, and there's a high probability that he won't be an ordinary soldier when he does. Zhao Chang came from an ordinary background. Rather than serving as a soldier for a few years and then being demobilized and returning home, it would be better for him to stay by Siali's side and have a promising future. He used to think that since Siali was such a strong person, the people around her should be weaker or even timid at times so that they could keep her in check and prevent her from doing so many reckless and unreliable things. However, what he didn't expect was that Zhao Chang's obedience seemed a bit too high, and he helped her with everything. After this competition, the people on the South Island Legion naturally regarded Siali as one of their own. Such a large military order was printed on the wall, but no one stepped forward to stop it. Everyone just stood by and watched the spectacle. Many of the railway soldiers also came out to watch the excitement, but after seeing what the projection on the wall was, many of them felt ashamed and turned back to their dormitories. When Zhou Qingli and Su Wenkai arrived with livid faces, Siali was still standing on the playground, holding a megaphone and playing their written military orders on a loop. He was so angry that he almost fainted. Zhou Qingli's face was grim, and he strode aggressively towards Siali, demanding, "Siali, what exactly do you want to do?" Siali glanced over indifferently, a wicked smile playing on her lips. She then looked at Zhou Qingli, who had already walked up to her, and shouted loudly through the megaphone, "Make you and your grandson apologize." Didn't I already say that before? The loudspeaker was so loud that Zhou Qingli's head was spinning, and he took several steps back, glaring fiercely at Siali. "Do you really have to go this far?" Siali chuckled. "Is this what you call amazing? If you don't sincerely apologize to me in front of both armies, I'll take this projector and project it to each brigade, handing out the words one by one to the children in each brigade. Free lessons? Guess they'll actually learn?" After that, several copies of the original were printed, and a letter was sent to the Chinese Academy of Sciences and other research institutes. Let them have a good look at what a new era deadbeat looks like. Whatever the reason, he couldn't possibly kill the grandfather and grandson over such a trivial matter. Since we can't make them die physically, can't we at least make them die socially? If they dare not make her pay back this apology, she'll make sure they can't stay in any human-inhabited area. Zhou Qingli had never seen anyone act so unethically and shamelessly, especially since this person was a young girl who should have been very thin-skinned. Her face turned red with anger, but she was completely powerless to do anything about it. Because he knew that this young girl was really capable of doing such a thing. He gritted his teeth and said, "I will bring gifts to apologize to you tomorrow. Let's just let it go for today, shall we?" "Siali, if you had done this earlier, wouldn't I have agreed long ago? That's just how things are sometimes." The person involved didn't take the matter too seriously, and it wasn't to the point of forcing them to do anything. But once someone goes against you, that anger in your heart rises, and you have to get it done. There's no room for compromise. Ultimately, it's just about getting angry. But as the saying goes, spilled water cannot be gathered up again, and a broken mirror cannot be mended. What happened? Things that cannot be changed. Zhou Qingli was just about to breathe a sigh of relief after hearing Siali's words when he heard Siali continue like a blabbermouth. "But we've already held on this long. There's no need to settle personal scores anymore. All right, let's each compromise. I don't need you to apologize to me in front of both armies." As she spoke, she pointed at the onlookers in the distance, saying loudly, "Apologize to me in front of all these people tonight, and this matter will be over. I will not pursue this matter again. If you don't agree, I'm leaving." Su Wenkai couldn't stand it any longer and stepped forward to argue with Siali, but Zhou Qingli stopped him. Zhou Qingli stared. "Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older. I've certainly seen something new today." Siali grinned, her gaze towards him devoid of warmth, yet her voice was even more sarcastic than his. "I won't charge you tuition for broadening your horizons. Aren't you touched? No need to thank me too much. Just apologize quickly." Who are you being sarcastic with? While she was arguing with everyone online, this guy was still struggling with his books in the lab. How could he possibly win an argument with her? Although Zhou Qingli was concerned about his reputation, he also knew that if the current stalemate continued, it would only push them into an even more awkward situation. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Okay, I apologize." He had barely finished uttering those 4 words through his back teeth when Siali swiftly shoved the megaphone in his hand to his mouth. The last 3 words, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry," were spoken with great force, deafeningly loud, and everyone present heard them. The scene fell silent instantly. For a moment, no one could tell whether they were embarrassed, shocked, or speechless. In any case, no one reacted or uttered a sound for a long time. Zhou Qingli was so angry that his face turned red. He didn't want to see Xiaoli's annoying face again, so he turned and left. Su Wenkai wanted to follow, but met Xiaoli's ambiguous smile. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm sorry." With a flushed face, she turned and ran after Zhou Qingli. Siali was quite satisfied with this, and decisively had her things packed so she could return to the 1st Brigade of the South Island as soon as possible, so as to avoid others retaliating against her, causing her trouble, and making her feel annoyed. The people from the Northern Vehicle Research Institute will be gone tomorrow, and will never see each other again. Even if someone wanted to cause her trouble, they wouldn't be able to find her. As soon as she turned her head, she ran into Lu Dingyuan, who was striding towards her. That expression clearly showed that he had something very important to say. "Siali. She probably won't be able to leave tonight, right?" Lu Dingyuan watched Siali standing there from afar. Although Xiaoli's expression didn't change, Lu Dingyuan inexplicably sensed a kind of, "It's you again? I'll hit you if you say another word," feeling of repulsion. Lu Dingyuan. He doesn't seem to have done anything to provoke her lately, does he? Although there were some unexpected events in the previous match, we still won. She wanted to stay and get revenge on Zhou Qingli and his men, so he extended her stay at the guest house for another day, since outsiders weren't allowed to stay overnight in the military base. Knowing that she would simply walk away if the army wanted to test her, Lu Dingyuan changed the subject and asked, "Do you still stand by what you said before about having something for me to fix?" Siali. Xiaoli's expression was somewhat indescribable. "Don't you think the tone of your voice sounds a little familiar? For example, does your previous statement about modifying the engine still count?" Lu Dingyuan. Lu Dingyuan pursed his thin lips, considered for a moment, and asked again, "Should we repair it?" Siali. "Let me tell you, a straight man like you would generally never find a wife unless the government assigned her a job." He rubbed his face speechlessly, took a deep breath, and said with a do-or-die attitude, "Cultivate." Siali was called away to fix something in full view of everyone, and the others looked at them with strange eyes. This guy must be a master of engine design, right? What does Battalion Commander Lu have that warrants such a major oversight? As for home appliances, is it difficult? Cheng wanted to fix the tape recorder into a working radio. Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut is utterly outrageous. Lu Dingyuan didn't say anything else and directly took Siali into the car. Siali looked at the unmodified car and said expressionlessly, "Where's my car?" Lu Dingyuan, "When did it become your car?" "The researchers at the shipyard are very interested in your navigation system and want to add it to the warship. We've taken the car there to study it. Besides, that car was so conspicuous, it wasn't suitable for where they were going today." Siali, "Okay, nowadays, people in China don't even know what intellectual property is. They rely on copying foreign things for everything, so don't expect them to respect patents or anything like that." She originally planned to upgrade the navigation system for fishing purposes, but it seems she won't need it now. However, it would be quite difficult for those researchers to develop an upgraded navigation system without the availability of chips. The two got into the vehicle, which sped off towards a less populated area. On the way, Lu Dingyuan sat in the driver's seat and said to Siali while driving, "Wang Wenyu has been dismissed, and his uncle has been demoted to an ordinary worker. Your research findings are currently being written into a report by professionals and will be submitted for wider dissemination. Do you have any further requests?" Siali thought for a moment. "Let's include the shipyard workers who helped out in the joint design team as well." For her, pursuing this path would offer far more opportunities to achieve great things in the future. This time and the other time, but Master Kwong and his team were different. These qualifications could very well be a major asset for their future promotions. Since they helped her in her time of need, she couldn't be too stingy. Lu Dingyuan nodded slightly. "Okay." As Siali watched the car drift further and further off course, she already had a guess in mind. Resting her elbow on the car window and propping her chin up, she casually asked, "What do you want me to fix?" Lu Dingyuan was not surprised that Siali could guess that the person who asked her to fix something was not him, but them. Although she can be quite infuriating at times, it has to be said that she is very smart. Interacting with smart people is less tiring, you don't have to say everything. It's a component. I can't explain the specifics clearly, you'll understand when you see it for yourself. This thing is very important to China. I hope you can do your best to restore it. She thought she would have to fish a little longer before they would take the bait, and she had even planned out how to bait them. But now it seems those plans are scrapped. What we should be thinking about is how to leave the brigade leader something that can help him lead his team to a better life. The sea breeze howled all the way, carrying the unique salty smell of the ocean. Siali looked at the night view along the way, her brows furrowing more and more tightly. Lu Dingyuan drove around the seaside for a while, then took her back to an inconspicuous side gate of the shipyard. Siali, if I didn't know you were a straight man who secretly admires the country, I would have thought you were trying to woo me, and that's why you deliberately took a detour to the beach. We drove around the beach for 2 hours and finally returned to the shipyard, which was only a 15-minute drive from the military base. It was simply outrageous. Lu Dingyuan seemed to have noticed Siali's complicated expression and lowered his voice to explain, the beach is quite open, so if someone is following us, it will be obvious at a glance. What we do must not be discovered by others. Siali nodded in understanding, her curiosity growing even stronger about what Lu Dingyuan had asked her to fix. It seems the level of secrecy is quite high. Even when we repaired the encrypted signal transceiver from the US last time, they didn't do it this mysteriously. Following Lu Dingyuan into the shipyard, Siali noticed that they were walking downhill the whole time, turning left and right several times. Based on horizontal measurements, this height is now equivalent to a 2-story basement. They didn't encounter anyone else along the way. Siali was led to a room with all 4 walls made of metal plates. She applied a little lightning-based power to the wall and discovered that the metal plate had the function of blocking signals. Could this be a secret base of the Southern Island Legion? Lu Dingyuan didn't notice Siali's subtle movements. He led her to a pile of junk and said solemnly, "These are all." Siali's gaze swept over. A large pile of white, broken, rotten metal objects lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies twisted like slimes. Based on their blurry, seemingly angular outlines, one could barely make out that this thing must have once been a rectangular object resembling a cabinet. The cabinet, whose shape was indistinguishable, had half of a shattered LCD screen embedded in it. The buttons on it were deformed, and red and green wires with exposed ends were sticking out from the slime's belly, making it a gruesome sight. "Siali? Siali." Siali said expressionlessly, "My professional skills are limited to mechanics and electricity. Collecting scrap is not within my scope of business." Lu Dingyuan. Lu Dingyuan had a stern face, his dark eyes staring intently at Siali with an extremely serious expression, proving that he was not joking. "Siali, isn't your membership assessment a bit too difficult? If this piece of junk were in the future, even scrap collectors wouldn't buy it, so what's the point of repairing it?" Although Siali knew that she had to demonstrate enough value to gain sufficient benefits, she never imagined that these people were not asking her to repair machinery, but rather to recreate it. Take a deep breath. Resigned, he strode into the ruins and began to carefully examine the large pile of rubble on the ground. Is this a computer? She had never encountered anything so bulky before. Even in the apocalypse, the mainframe computers inside warships and airplanes weren't this big. Judging from its size, it's probably inside an airplane or ship. When Lu Dingyuan heard Siali recognize what it was, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. They had previously hired people to repair it, but most people shook their heads after taking a look, and some couldn't even recognize what it was. If she can recognize it, it proves she's seen it before, and there's still a possibility it can be repaired. Yes, can it be repaired? Siali squatted on the ground, reaching into the wires to examine the motherboard, using his special ability to navigate the circuitry. He sighed and said, "It's impossible to repair the whole thing. The damage to the fuselage is too great. It's probably been bombarded." There were still burn marks on it, indicating that it had suffered a lot while it was alive. Lu Dingyuan fell into a brief silence upon hearing this. Siali saw Lu Dingyuan squatting opposite her, paused strangely, and said in disbelief, "It really was bombarded. Isn't this outrageous? It's just a computer. Did it break some heavenly law in its past life? It deserves to be bombarded by these people in this life." Since Lu Dingyuan wanted to recruit Siali into the organization, he thought about it and decided to reveal a little bit about it. The nuclear-powered aircraft carrier built by the United States has just entered service and is passing through Chinese territory under the guise of a maritime patrol. They allowed the EP-3 drones it carried to harass them in the inland waters, and after repeated attempts to drive them away failed, they were shot down by our people and fell into the sea. Because of the angle, the plane crashed into international waters and was quickly recovered by them. However, during our cruise, we accidentally found the computer components on this EP-3. Since entering service with the U.S. Navy, the EP-3 has served as an electronic intelligence platform, collecting data for the main ship. We strongly suspect that the United States has already collected some data from China, or even some useful intelligence. So even if it can't be completely repaired, I hope you can extract some data from it. Siali, your useful intelligence, you don't mean the intelligence about neighboring countries that the U.S. inadvertently captured during its patrols, do you? Oh, right, and the data stream of EP-3 itself. Being technologically backward is really frustrating. You have to steal from others everywhere, and you have to do it furtively, afraid of being discovered. Like many other researchers in China, Siali experienced a kind of shared feeling called mental exhaustion. He sighed, currently, foreign countries are imposing a technology blockade on China, and foreign computers are sold to us at extremely high prices. The computing power of the computers that have just been manufactured in China is not very good. Currently, China has very few computers, and they are all prioritized for supplying important departments. Can't we try repairing this computer directly? If you need any parts, I'll try my best to get them for you if they're available on the market. In short, I don't have a computer, and even if I did, I probably wouldn't be able to use it. But if you need it repaired, I can find you some parts. Siali. Siali remembered that the computers that had just been developed in China were giant computers that occupied 40 square meters and had a computing power of only 3, which were simply unable to complete complex data calculations. She reasonably suspected that the South Island Legion members knew nothing and didn't know how they managed to get their hands on a computer from a drone. Their own people couldn't fix it, so they just wanted to try and get her to fix it by sheer luck. Otherwise, anyone with even a basic understanding of computers wouldn't let him transfer data from a broken computer for no reason. Lightning-based superpowers can indeed transmit data, but only if the computer processor is running. Otherwise, how can it be converted? Are they planning to have her use her brain to analyze binary data for them? Siali took a deep breath, feeling that these people were making things difficult for her. If she hadn't used the computer in her spatial dimension to measure the data and found that she couldn't explain it, she would have taken the computer out and used it on the spot. With a look of utter despair, he waved his hand at Lu Dingyuan and said impatiently, "Fine, I'll try. Just move away from me a little. I need to tell you what I want." In the short term, don't let her see any members of the South Island Legion, especially this unreliable guy in front of her, or she might not be able to control her urge to smash his head in. Lu Dingyuan knew that this might be a bit of a stretch, but his core had never dealt with this before, so he could only place his hopes on Siali. He readily took 2 steps back, avoiding provoking Siali, who was in a bad mood. Siali carefully examined the computer's structure, which resembled a small cabinet, and then reached out to disassemble the usable parts piece by piece. Fortunately, the chip inside this computer is still usable. Otherwise, given China's current level of technology, she strongly doubts that the country even has chips. After she had pulled everything out, she discovered that, at some point, a bundle of thin wires and an open toolbox had been placed next to the huge pile of things she had pulled out. There were only 2 people in the room, so it was obvious who put this there. Siali didn't say anything, took the things and started using them. While holding the wires, he said, "Get me some circuit boards and some solder." Lu Dingyuan, okay. Siali quickly got what she needed and then painstakingly soldered the circuit board. Lu Dingyuan didn't disturb Siali, but stayed at a distance, collecting the materials she needed and occasionally handing her any tools she required. Siali saw that he was just waiting around and seemed bored, so she decided to let him do the tiring but simple tasks of soldering circuit boards and assembling. Although Lu Dingyuan is a rather serious person, he is very good at his work. Even though he had never done it before, he picked it up very quickly. Siali saw that he was perfectly capable of handling the task, so she simply dumped all the odd jobs on him. One loved to play the role of a landlord, while the other was willing to be a serf. The atmosphere between the two could be considered harmonious. There are so many tiny components inside this computer, and many of them are damaged, so it won't be easy to reassemble it piece by piece. Siali asked for many other things to make downgraded versions. During that time, Lu Dingyuan delivered all the meals and supplies. Apart from the braised pork that Siali couldn't bear to look at every meal, the treatment was indeed quite good. This task took a whole week to complete. That day, Siali finished most of her work in the morning and was waiting for lunch when she stretched out her arms and legs. She heard her bones cracking and popping like firecrackers. Aching teeth. After grimacing twice, Siali simply and unceremoniously fell backward, landing directly on the ground. No, this sitting still and working day and night is not as good as sending her to the battlefield. At least moving her limbs proves she's still alive. Right now, she only feels that she's still alive, but her bones and muscles are almost dead. Working can cause sudden death. Lu Dingyuan brought in today's lunch and saw Siali lying on the ground, looking utterly dejected. "Come and eat." Siali lay still, her eyes fixed on Lu Dingyuan like those of a dead fish. "So you can keep working after you finish eating? What's the difference between this and raising pigs just to eat meat?" Lu Dingyuan. Lu Dingyuan had gotten used to Siali's unreasonable behavior over the past week. This guy doesn't like doing delicate work, and he gets extremely irritable after finishing it. This irritability manifests itself in his tendency to nitpick. After these few days, he has learned to selectively ignore some of her comments. The end result of a pig eating is death, but yours is not. Siali. Siali strongly suspected that his next sentence was, "So you don't need to worry." She stared blankly at Lu Dingyuan, who was opening her lunchbox, and asked, "Didn't you say you were going to the Northeast for training? Why aren't you leaving yet?" Lu Dingyuan, "I've been temporarily left on the South Island to resolve your current problems. This is classified. The fewer people who know about it, the better. It must not be leaked." Given Siali's personality, he would probably have started a fight with any officer he didn't know well. Ultimately, this matter could only fall on him, the one who was more familiar with Siali and more composed. Even when he came, he only said to the outside world that he was improving the shortcomings of the previous engine and that he would send it to mass production after all the adjustments were completed. They did not reveal a single thing about what they actually did. Siali, who had been lying on the ground acting spoiled, sat up abruptly when she heard that Lu Dingyuan wasn't going to the Northeast. She frowned and asked, "So you're not going to the Northeast either? Didn't I promise her I'd send something to her brother?" She had even planned out what to send him, but this person actually said he would just quit if she insisted on fixing things for him. She should have known better than to take this job. Lu Dingyuan had been tormented by Siali's mouth for a week, and now, seeing her reaction, he knew what she was thinking, so he quickly explained. Lu Dingyuan had seen Siali's changing attitude many times in the past few days, and he was already used to his Zheng Wuyan when there's trouble, Xia Ingchun when there's no trouble reaction. "Come and eat first." Siali. Siali rummaged through the computer and removed parts from other electrical appliances. China's technology is too backward now. Many parts that are available in foreign countries are not available in China, so repairing this computer is extremely time-consuming. It took Siali half a month to figure out how to connect everything and make it usable. Seeing Siali's relaxed and cheerful state and the pile of parts and wires on the ground, Lu Dingyuan knew that he should be able to solve the problem at hand, so he went out to prepare food for her. To his surprise, he was only gone for 20 minutes when he returned to find that something had happened in the house. Something that he found normal, yet utterly incomprehensible. When he left, there was a huge pile of parts and wires on the ground. When he returned, he saw that Siali had found a large cardboard box somewhere and had neatly glued all the wires and parts onto it. He even cut a square opening in one side of the cardboard box, stuffed the small LCD TV screen he had recently prepared for her into the square opening, and sealed the four sides with black tape. The room is tidy, but not completely tidy. The old, tattered cardboard box in the very center of the room looked exactly like a piece of trash about to be thrown away. Lu Dingyuan. Siali glued the messy wires on the floor to the cardboard box, and the room instantly felt clean and tidy. Turning around and seeing Lu Dingyuan enter the room, he said, "That's about it. Let's find a power source and try it out." Lu Dingyuan closed his eyes, trying to ignore the huge cardboard box. He put the food aside, grabbed a power strip, and walked over to her. "Okay." The two plugged the pin into the socket and the small screen that was originally gray suddenly flickered, then immediately lit up, displaying a black and white image. The two were immediately overjoyed. "It's lit up. Very good." The two of them didn't even have time to eat. Siali worked on it for almost a month and finally fixed the thing. No, it's less about fixing it and more about making a new one. He manipulated the keyboard with his hands, his fingers typing rapidly, but in reality, he was using his lightning-based supernatural abilities to analyze the damaged data inside the computer. The English letters on the TV screen flashed by rapidly, and even though Lu Dingyuan's English was quite good, he couldn't catch the rapidly changing content on the screen. I had only one thought in my mind. Siali is indeed very familiar with computers. Under normal circumstances, if a hard drive is damaged to that extent, retrieving its contents will definitely result in garbled text. But Siali is now using a superpower, forcibly obtaining data from the hard drive by climbing electrical wires and managing to export 1/3 of the data that was already unrecoverable. Only about 1/3 can be repaired. I'll export the data for you first, then you can look at it at your leisure. There's just too much data inside. Siali glanced at it briefly and found that it contained data on the aircraft itself, as well as data on China, Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, and other neighboring Southeast Asian countries. Not long after the Korean War, we are now in the midst of the Vietnam War. That patrolling aircraft carrier must have done a lot of bad things along the way. Lu Dingyuan nodded. Okay, just export the data, and we'll analyze it gradually later. This was far beyond their expectations. They had thought that with the computer broken to this extent, they would only be able to extract a small portion of the information. They never expected that they would be able to extract 1/3 of it. This is such a pleasant surprise. Can the design drawings for this computer be produced? Siali immediately understood what he meant. Compared to the computers in China that occupy 40 square meters, this computer, which occupies just over 1 square meter, is obviously much more advanced. If we could delve a little deeper, it might reveal yet another step forward for Chinese technology. But she still had to face reality and decisively shatter his beautiful wish. Don't think about it. The reason why the United States was able to create such a small computer that far surpasses the current technological level of the Chinese Academy of Sciences is because the small chips manufactured by the United States are both small and fast. Its computing power and capacity are still slightly superior to those in China. China doesn't even have lithography machines, so it's impossible to manufacture such tiny chips. Even with the design blueprints, there's no way to replicate them. Looking at the computer screen flickering on the dusty cardboard box, the two of them felt a pang of sadness and sighed as their thoughts finally connected. One was lamenting how difficult it was to repair this broken thing, wondering when this would ever end. Another person lamented that China's current situation is not easy, and that China cannot become strong immediately. When will this end? After the two sighed, Lu Dingyuan did not ask Siali why she knew so many things that she would never have been exposed to before. After this period of contact, he can now basically confirm that Siali is fine. Even if there is a problem, it's because the teacher who taught her these skills behind the scenes is hiding his true identity and is impossible to find out about. I wonder what this person is thinking and whether he will use Siali to harm her in the future. After all, Siali's physique seems to be a bit special. In less than a year since he came to the South Island, he has been involved in several spy incidents. He was planning to thoroughly investigate Siali's teacher to eliminate any potential problems. He said, "Let's eat first." Siali wasn't a sensitive person, and after expressing her feelings, she ate without any psychological pressure. Meat is so delicious. Who would want to go against it? While Siali was eating, Lu Dingyuan covered the simple cardboard computer with a waterproof cloth to prevent others from seeing it, then carried it to the car and went straight back to the unit. Only a handful of people at the very top of the South Island know the secrets of the highest levels of power. After Lu Dingyuan brought the items over, Commander Lu immediately convened a meeting. He asked excitedly, "It's fixed." Lu Dingyuan nodded heavily, "It's fixed. Although some data was corrupted, the current level of restoration is the maximum possible." Upon hearing this, Commander Bai's face lit up with a broad smile, and he reached out and gave Lu Dingyuan a hard pat on the shoulder. "Good lad. You guys are really amazing. You actually fixed this thing. I always thought this thing would end up in the scrapyard." Lu Dingyuan. At first, Siali did seem to have the item go directly into the scrap metal collection station. It's all thanks to Comrade Xia. She didn't do anything else during this time. She devoted all her energy to repairing this computer. The only difference is that while others lose weight from overwork, she gains weight. Commander Lu nodded with a smile. "Excellent. Comrade Xia deserves a huge credit for this." As they talked, the group gathered together with great excitement, all eager to see the repaired computer in all its glory. After all, this is the EP-3, the computer for naval unmanned aerial vehicles. Previously, they had never even seen the important data collection equipment, let alone the internal parts. If they hadn't gone to great lengths to retrieve this submerged object before the US could salvage it, there probably wouldn't have been another opportunity like this for at least another decade. With a heart full of excitement and hands trembling slightly, Commander Lu grabbed a corner of the waterproof cloth and gently lifted it, revealing the repaired computer in its entirety. "Commander Lu? Commander Chow? Everyone except Lu Dingyuan?" My impression of computers as sophisticated and high-end vanished instantly, replaced by the shabby appearance of domestically made cardboard boxes. I felt that this computer in front of me was indeed a domestically modified computer, and its main feature was to adapt to local customs, giving people a particularly familiar feeling of domestic products. "Commander Lu, does our shipyard run out of sheet metal? Such an important item, and they used a cardboard box as a frame. What if it gets damaged during the journey?" For a moment, Lu Dingyuan didn't know how to explain to the people present Siali's extremely simple repair concept of making the most of all scrap materials. All I could say was, it doesn't affect its use. He quickly took 2 steps and connected the cardboard computer to the power source. Everyone present was terrified, fearing that if they plugged in the computer, the cardboard box outside would catch fire. Fortunately, although this thing doesn't look very appealing, it's perfectly usable. The group quickly saw the data on the computer, and their expressions grew increasingly serious. With a dark expression, Division Commander Lu shouted, "Quickly find the data analysts and write down all this data." The war against the US and aid to Vietnam has only just begun, yet the US has already collected so much data from Southeast Asian countries. I suspect the US has other ulterior motives. Upon hearing Commander Lu's order, the room instantly sprang into action. No one doubted Siali's abilities anymore, and everyone admired her skill in mechanics. If this talented individual existed in peacetime, she would likely live a carefree life, standing tall under the rising sun, leading the entire nation to create a glorious future in the field of mechanical and electronic engineering. Unfortunately, she was born at the wrong time, destined to never see the light of day before dawn. Siali had no idea how much chaos a repaired computer had caused in the upper echelons of the South Island Legion. Lu Dingyuan sent her back to the guest house, where she washed up thoroughly and then slept soundly for days. Even when she went to repair the computer, Lu Dingyuan took care of her schedule, letting her sleep until noon every day before they started working in the afternoon. But having something on your mind, like figuring out how to maximize the bait's effectiveness in fishing, is a completely different experience from having nothing on your mind and indulging in a good night's sleep. This was the best sleep she had had in a month. Siali had just finished washing up the next morning when there was another knock on the door of the guest house. She knew who was knocking on the door without even thinking. The knocking had been going on for almost a month without any other person but Lu Dingyuan. Upon opening the door, Lu Dingyuan, dressed in a crisp military green uniform, stood like a tall pine tree at the entrance. His handsome and resolute face was taut, and his expression was as serious as ever. Siali pretended not to understand, leaned against the door, grinned, and asked in a roguish tone, "So early, are you here to take me back to the 1st Brigade of South Island?" "Lu Dingyuan, Commander Lu wants to see you." Siali suppressed the urge to curl her lips into a wider smile, thinking to herself, "It's finally here. I've been waiting for ages." Siali was overjoyed, but she didn't show it at all. Like a casual person, she followed Lu Dingyuan to the small conference room. Inside the small conference room, Commander Lu, whose hair was already gray, stood with his hands behind his back against the wall, looking at the world map posted on the wall, his expression both serious and somewhat vacant. The afternoon sun streamed in, its pale, cool light casting a shadow of loneliness over him. This was the scene that Siali saw when she entered. Whether it was her imagination or not, at that moment, Commander Lu gave her the feeling that he was an old general in his twilight years, still worried about the country and its people, but powerless to do anything about it. However, she only sighed for a moment before quickly abandoning her meager sympathy. Compassion is a luxury reserved for the wealthy. Someone as poor as her, struggling to make ends meet, doesn't deserve such a noble quality. After all, Commander Lu's situation was much better than theirs. "Lu Dingyuan, report. Comrade Xia has brought them over." Commander Lu snapped out of his daze, turned to look at the two of them, nodded slightly, and gestured for Lu Dingyuan to leave first, leaving him and Siali to talk alone. After Lu Dingyuan left, Commander Lu pointed to the seat next to him and said, "Don't stand, sit down." The two sat down, and Commander Lu's gaze fell on Siali. He said earnestly, "Comrade Siali, I once again sincerely invite you to join the army. With your talent, you can definitely bring greater benefits to the country and promote the development of science and technology in China." I won't waste any more words. Everyone is in a tough situation right now, and things might get even more difficult in the future. We want to preserve more of our strength during this period, so that we can contribute to the Chinese nation. You can tell us what you need, and we'll Siali saw that he was straightforward and didn't beat around the bush. Her expression became serious as she said directly, "I have no other requests. I'm willing to join the army, but I hope you can help exonerate my father." "Commander Lu." Commander Lu's gaze was fixed on Siali. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, "You know this is impossible. Not only him, but even his superiors couldn't do it, otherwise Xia Jiangwo would never have been sent down to the countryside. In today's China, with its numerous political parties, their faction is in a weak position and could very well disappear completely if they make a single wrong move. Even if someone were willing to risk everything to protect Xia Jiangwo, they couldn't." Commander Lu spoke with extreme seriousness, as if he knew Xia Liming knew it was impossible to do, yet still made such an unreasonable request. Siali did indeed know this. Perhaps she didn't understand this era before, and even fantasized that one day someone would bail her father out. Once she learned what her father had hidden and the current situation, she realized that this idea was just wishful thinking. If they don't take their things out, those people won't let their family go. If she takes the things out, those people might kill her to silence her, and her father's faction might not let her father go either. It's almost a dead end now. She can only wait for her father's faction to take complete control, or for the next 10 years to pass before her father can be reinstated or promoted. The only thing she can do now is to take control of her life and make her parents' lives better, or to stand high enough so that she can help her father clear his name ahead of time. The latter is almost impossible, since Commander Lu is already a division commander, and the people behind him must be in higher positions. Even they couldn't do that, and the only thing that could clear her father's name was probably that one. However, anyone who has ever haggled knows that you have to ask for an exorbitant price at the beginning to make it easier to negotiate, and ensure that the final price is higher than expected. Siali looked at Commander Lu, who was leaning casually back in his chair, and grinned. "Commander Lu's rank is higher than my father's, so I have to give it a try. What if you agree?" "Commander Lu." "I can't do it. Under the look of "don't be unreasonable, Commander Lu," Siali leaned forward, crossed her hands on the table, and looked like she was about to start a meeting. Looking at Commander Lu with an extremely aggressive expression, he continued to make demands. "If that's not possible, take off my father's hat and let him be an ordinary person. At least he won't have to suffer the humiliation from those people." Commander Lu remained silent, his brows furrowed tightly. He felt that Siali might not fully understand the current situation, which was why she made such a request. He patiently explained to her, "If we can remove the label from your father's head, what reason is there not to reinstate him to his original position? Your father is keeping a very important secret." Nowadays, relations between Russia and China are becoming increasingly tense, and some pro-Mao factions hope that China can continue to depend on Russia. These people have always wanted the big secret that your father controlled. As long as this faction doesn't stop, your father's side won't be at peace either. Given your father's current condition, it's not advisable to make any big moves around him, otherwise it will definitely provoke a backlash from those people, making him even more dangerous. Moreover, the United States, Japan, and those who fled after their defeat in previous years are all eyeing China covetously and do not want China to have an easy time. When the nest is overturned, how can any egg remain intact? The people above went to great lengths to get your father to the South Island, which is currently his safest situation. If you want to end this dispute as soon as possible, the only way is to contribute to the development of China, make it strong as soon as possible, and prevent those countries from easily bullying us. Your father was a qualified soldier, and I hope you can learn from him." Siali thought what he said was a bit absurd. Her father was scammed like this, and this person in front of her still has the nerve to say that the higher-ups put in a lot of effort. After all that effort, where were they when her father was being criticized? Where were they when her father was being taken away? Sichuyu was truly taken away, and her whereabouts are still unknown. Does treating a patriot like this only earn him the excuse that he is a qualified soldier and that all his suffering can be taken away from him? If she weren't looking for a way out, she would have pinned Commander Lu against the wall and given him a good interrogation. Although he restrained himself in action, he couldn't hold back his words. "Commander Lu, you're sitting here properly with your 2 bars and 4 stars on your shoulder insignia, yet you talk about my father's situation so casually, it makes me feel like you're just making sarcastic remarks. Do not advise others to do good if you have never experienced their suffering. You can only speak so calmly, saying things like, 'He's a qualified soldier, this is his safest situation, and the higher-ups have done their best,' if you haven't experienced the suffering of others. Does being a qualified soldier mean enduring hardship? If that hardship were to befall you, would you still be so calm about it?" Commander Lu listened to Siali's words, his gaze fixed on Siali, his cheeks trembling slightly. After a long pause, he said in a hoarse and strained voice, "If enduring this suffering can protect my family, I am willing to endure this suffering." As if recalling something, his voice trembled slightly. "I had 4 sons in my life, and they all sacrificed their lives for the country, dying on the battlefield of the Korean War. It's not that I'm making this sound trivial, nor that I'm cold-hearted and not sad at all. It's because I genuinely understand Xia Jiangwo's actions. Although I am heartbroken by their deaths, I have never regretted sending them to the battlefield to defend China. I feel that my patriotism and my hope for the prosperity of China are exactly the same as your father's. He controlled the entire South Island Legion, and it wasn't that no one wanted to remove him. However, an elderly woman who is all alone and whose 4 sons all died for their country is beyond reproach." Siali, looking at the old man in front of her with gray hair, slightly red eyes, and a trembling voice, Siali couldn't say a word and felt a rare sense of guilt for what she had just said. Children born in peacetime can never understand the tragedy of this era, nor can they truly empathize with the fact that their patriotism and the desire to build a better country are heartfelt aspirations and are put into practice. It's not about getting high scores on exams, projecting a falsely sophisticated image, or making others think you're famous, for some political purpose, all to gain other benefits. Xia Jiangwo is, Commander Lu is, Lu Dingyuan is, and many, many others are. After a long silence, he finally asked only one question: "Why my father?" "Commander Lu, I don't know the specifics. I only received a message from above instructing me to do my best to ensure his safety." Siali remained silent. Fake death. When Commander Lu heard this question, he looked at Siali with a strange expression, as if to say, "Do you really want us to kill him?" Siali was speechless. "Then why didn't you just kill him from the beginning? That would have saved you so much trouble. Once your faction wins the fight, we can reinstate him to his original position, right? It's just faking death, right? Just run off to some remote corner, or if all else fails, build a thatched hut in the mountains and live like a savage." If it weren't for her father's stubbornness and insistence on being the bad guy, he would have had plenty of ways to get people out of these humiliating ordeals. Commander Lu looked at Siali and sighed deeply. Those people are struggling desperately. They're already in a panic. If your father disappears and the trail goes cold, everyone who is ever connected to your father will suffer. They would never resort to such a desperate measure unless their lives were in danger. Furthermore, even if he changes his identity and hides among the crowd later, it's not impossible for others to discover him. The story of the father of China's atomic energy who, to evade the island's military search, carried a jar of pickled vegetables containing the last 50 milligrams of radium in China at the time and walked for a month without being caught is a minority. Most people were persecuted. Siali, so her father is still the one at the very front of this lineage? No wonder he always refused when she asked him to come with her. Seeing the changing expressions on Siali's face, Commander Lu sighed deeply. I hope you can think about it carefully. If China could avoid being crushed by those two major powers in terms of national strength, and even intimidate the surrounding smaller countries in terms of military force, the situation would definitely be much better than it is now. The development of our motherland needs talents like you to shine. The future needs to be created by your own hands. Siali thought to herself, don't try to give me that pep talk, I'm not drinking it. The most troublesome thing now is not whether foreigners come to bully us, but the internal strife. With everyone united and of one mind, what fear is there of foreign aggression? Simply fooling me won't work. Commander Lu. Siali leaned back, looking like he didn't want to bounce any further, and said in a way that left no room for refusal, I hope my parents can come with me to the army. Okay, I'll join the army. Commander Lu thought Siali would say, no, I won't join the army, but Siali directly replied, if that doesn't work, I'll have to find a way to get you to agree. You're right. We have to create our own future. I need to create a good living space for my parents and myself. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. You can take your time to consider it. Siali didn't care what Commander Lu was thinking. After speaking, she stood up, pulled out a chair, turned around and walked out the door, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Commander Lu. I had a bad feeling about it. I felt it wasn't a good omen. Siali isn't the type to suffer a loss. After leaving the house, they asked for directions all the way to Lu Dingyuan's office. Seeing Lu Dingyuan sitting at the table writing something, she reached out and knocked on the wide-open door. Lu Dingyuan looked up and saw Siali standing at the door. Are you done talking? Siali nodded slightly. Now that we've finished talking, I've come to find you to take me home. Since everyone says that allocating a car to her is only necessary when needed, then there's no harm in not taking advantage of this privilege. Otherwise, wouldn't all those improvements to the car have been for nothing? Lu Dingyuan, okay. He got up, put away the report about Siali on the table, and strode towards the door. He escorted Siali home until she was about to leave, at which point Lu Dingyuan spoke again. I have a train ticket to the northeast for the day after tomorrow, and I'll come to see you the morning after tomorrow. If you want to send something to your older brother, prepare it in advance. I'll come to pick it up around 7 a.m. Siali nodded. Thanks, have a safe trip. Lu Dingyuan, okay. After returning home, Siali secretly went to the cowshed and told her parents about what had happened in the past few days, as well as that Lu Dingyuan was going to the northeast and could help her send things to her older brother, so that they could prepare any letters or other things they wanted to bring. As for the threats against Commander Lu's fathers, Siali didn't dare mention them for the sake of family harmony. After saying goodbye to her parents, Siali began preparing things for her brother, while at the same time, she was already plotting how to pull off a big scheme. Since they've already made up their minds to join the army and let them protect their parents, then if we don't give them a real, soul-shaking experience, these conservatives probably won't make up their minds. 2 days later, Lu Dingyuan arrived at Siali's house early in the morning. Siali got up early, which was unusual for her, and stuffed all the things she had prepared into Lu Dingyuan's hands. Looking at the bundle, which was smaller than the quilts they usually carried for cross-country training, Lu Dingyuan asked uncertainly, is that all? Siali nodded slightly. That's all. It contains all the necessities she compiled during the apocalypse. Even in the worst circumstances, having these things allows one to survive. At most, she'd have a few more salted fish and a few more cured meats, which would slightly improve her life without drawing too much attention or causing trouble for her brother. Lu Dingyuan was surprised that Siali would bring so little. He thought she would bring at least a lot of bags and packages. May I check what's inside? Even if I don't check now, the farm manager will Lu Dingyuan simply placed the bundle on the hood of the carriage, opened it, and looked inside. Some simple daily necessities, 2 pieces of meat, 2 fish, a letter, and a notebook. Lu Dingyuan didn't touch the letter, but flipped through 2 pages of the notebook. Homemade penicillin, homemade fever reducers, water purifier manufacturing, saline solution preparation, clay pots and pans, simple expo for bird hunting. Lu Dingyuan. Learned and practical, but somewhat complicated. How would a perfectly good researcher know so many methods for creating these survival items? After confirming that everything was in order, he silently wrapped the bundle again and nodded slightly to Siali. If there are no problems, I'll be going now. Is there anything you need me to tell you? Siali thought for a moment. There's nothing I need you to tell me. I've written it all in the letter. After a slight pause, he looked up at Lu Dingyuan and said, if you see my eldest brother, tell him that my second brother will contact him in the future, and tell him not to pay attention to him. If you don't break off relations with my second brother, you'll have to break off relations with me. Lu Dingyuan. Are you a child? If you're good to me, you can't be good to him. Even his nephew, who's in kindergarten, doesn't do that kind of thing anymore. He said speechlessly, okay? After seeing Lu Dingyuan off, Siali's smiling expression vanished immediately. She hasn't been in the village recently. She's been in the army, basically isolated from the world, and knows nothing about anything outside. After returning, I communicated with the captain and learned that the situation had become increasingly serious. It wasn't just big cities that were in turmoil. Even Nandao County had started to experience unrest. A few days ago, a Chinese language teacher, who was supposedly well-regarded, was reported the day after he scolded a student for not doing his homework. Not only was he demoted, but the student who reported him also beat him up with a smile and spat on his face. The teacher was so distraught that he banged his head against the wall on the spot. It's uncertain whether the person can be saved or not, but they're still in the hospital. Once they wake up, they will be sent to a lower-level position. Upon hearing this news, Siali felt even more anxious. Such policies, established from above, usually first take effect in the capital, then spread to other major cities, gradually reaching poorer and more backward areas, and finally reaching these remote and impoverished places. Even the South Island has adopted this trend now. If Xia Zhengwo and his men stay in the 1st Brigade of the South Island, what good days will they have in the future? If their own teammates won't do anything to them, what about the others? It seems we should add fuel to the fire and get Commander Liu and his men to figure things out as soon as possible. Thinking this, Siali silently took out the culprit that had pushed their Xia family into misery from her spatial storage. Don't blame her for being a swindler. This is all due to the times we live in. While Siali was frantically trying to make a big splash in the 1st Brigade of the South Island, Lu Dingyuan had already taken a greenskin train and, after more than 10 days, finally arrived in the northeast. Political Commissar Wang was somewhat surprised to see Lu Dingyuan arrive. You're done so quickly? Lu Dingyuan nodded. Now that I'm done with my work, I'll be doing cold weather training with everyone. Political Commissar Wang nodded. He knew perfectly well that although Lu Dingyuan had been publicly announcing the safety concerns of the improved engine these past few days, he should actually be. They're going to carry out some secret mission. But since Lu Dingyuan wouldn't talk about such confidential matters, he wouldn't ask either. Seeing the bag Lu Dingyuan was carrying, he asked with some confusion, "What are you carrying? Aren't we not allowed to bring things?" Lu Dingyuan only had this one bundle on him. Apart from 2 pieces of his own clothing, everything else was a gift from Siali to her older brother. But the fewer people who know about this, the better, to avoid any unforeseen complications. He simply said, "These are the things for my aunt. I'll deliver them to her after I check in." Political Commissar Wang knew that Lu Dingyuan's uncle was in the military region where they were training, so he didn't think much of it and nodded, saying, "Then try to be careful and don't let the military police catch you and deduct points." Lu Dingyuan nodded. Okay. After parting ways with Political Commissar Wang, Lu Dingyuan went to report for duty and then drove to the farm where Lu Hongjuan's family had been sent down to. It was mid-January, the coldest time of year in northeast China. It was freezing cold, and everywhere was covered in snow, some as thick as knees. The cold wind felt like a knife slicing your face, making your skin ache. If you happen to encounter a windy and snowy day, even if you are wearing a thick cotton-padded coat, the cold wind will penetrate through you in no time. The snow falling at an angle is like tiny needles, and it hurts like being pricked by needles. There was no heating in the car at this time. When Lu Dingyuan drove all the way to a relatively remote farm, his eyelashes, eyebrows, and even hair were already covered with a thick layer of white frost. Lu Dingyuan had already asked his uncle and the management staff here to inform them that he wanted to deliver something. The management staff greeted him warmly and came out to welcome him directly. "Comrade Lu, you must be tired from coming all this way. It's quite remote here and very cold. Come inside and warm yourself by the fire." Lu Dingyuan nodded. "Thank you for your help." He followed the manager into the house. "It's really cold here. No matter how strong you are or how resistant you are to the cold, you'll still get a fever from the cold wind." After Lu Dingyuan went in, he didn't say anything else and pushed a large denomination of money towards the manager. He went straight to the point, saying, "It's freezing cold in the northeast. Since this is our first meeting, please use this money to buy some warm clothes for your children back home so they won't get sick and suffer. Xia Hongjun is the son of an old friend of our family. I would like to trouble you to take good care of him here. I hope it is convenient for you." Lu Dingyuan took the money himself. If he wanted to ask someone for a favor, he would naturally offer them a substantial reward. Unlike Xia Zhengwo, who was sent down to work directly in the production brigade, Xia Hongjun was sent down to a farm. Each farm had its own managers, making it easy for them to make things difficult for someone. Siali was unaware of the situation here, but he was very clear about it. When the manager saw this group of people united, a fleeting look of conflict crossed his face, but he quickly put on a smile again. Without any disdain, Lu Dingyuan nodded and said, "Without further ado, I would like to see Xia Hongjun." The manager's smile became slightly unnatural upon hearing this, but he still said warmly, "Xia Hongjun and his family live over at Shipyard Mountain. They work separately, so it's not easy to find them right away. If Comrade Lu has something to attend to, please go ahead and do it. Why don't you leave the things here, and I'll pass them on to you later." Lu Dingyuan frowned slightly when he heard about Stone Mountain. Stone Mountain, as the name suggests, is a mountain where people go to dig for stones. The northeast is all permafrost, which is very difficult to dig when it's freezing cold. Even building a house or laying a foundation in the season is not done during this time. Going to dig for stones in a rocky mountain at this time would undoubtedly be considered a targeted attack. Moreover, the manager's expression just now seemed somewhat unnatural, so there must be something else going on. Lu Dingyuan was entrusted with a task, so naturally he had to be loyal to his superiors. He immediately said, "It's all right, I know where Stone Mountain is, I'll go find it now." After saying that, he turned and left. "Hey, Comrade Lu, don't go yet." The person in charge panicked when he saw that Lu Dingyuan was going to go find someone and hurriedly reached out to grab him. Lu Dingyuan has received military training for many years, so how could an ordinary person just catch him? He turned slightly to the side and dodged the hand that the person in charge reached out to grab him. He turned and looked at the person in charge with a deep gaze, his voice carrying a hint of pressure. "Is there anything else?" Lu Dingyuan was on missions all year round and had seen blood on his hands, so his aura was somewhat intimidating. The person in charge was just an ordinary person. Startled by his words, he trembled, his eyes started around, and he stammered. "Why don't you just not see him? I can give you the things. It's so cold outside, there's no need to go looking for it yourself, is there?" He was so guilty. How could Lu Dingyuan not see that there was something fishy going on? He immediately turned cold. "I hope you can tell me the truth about what happened." Lu Dingyuan was not usually in the northeast. The person in charge knew that soldiers could not beat people without reason. Although he was somewhat afraid of Lu Dingyuan, he was far away from the emperor and not afraid to the point of being terribly intimidated. But the person who spoke on Lu Dingyuan's behalf was a local military officer who could remove him, a minor official, with just a word. He worked his way up to this position after half a lifetime of hard work. How could he be willing to let someone take it away like that? I increasingly felt that I shouldn't have accepted those few dollars earlier. At least if I had refused him entry, I could have said it was just business. Now that the money has been taken, no one will believe it even if it's done officially. The person in charge hesitated for a moment, and when he realized he couldn't hide it any longer, he could only let out a long sigh. "You'd better not go. Xia Hongjuan's son is sick. It's an infectious disease. What if you go there and infect others in the military, and then infect them when you return? Even if you don't think about yourself, you should at least think about your comrades, right?" Upon hearing this, Lu Dingyuan frowned even more deeply. "What illness does he have?" The person in charge said, "Rabies has a mortality rate of almost 100%. When Lu Dingyuan heard that it was rabies, his expression turned rather unpleasant. "Take me there to see. Rabies does have a high mortality rate, but as long as you don't get bitten, you'll be fine. Rabies has a near 100% mortality rate, and the chances of saving a person are extremely slim." But since he had already promised Siali to meet the person, he couldn't just turn back without even seeing the person. Who can guarantee that the person in charge isn't lying? Seeing his attitude, the person in charge had no choice but to reluctantly lead the group into the farm. The two walked for quite a while before stopping in front of a remote, dilapidated thatched house. A series of coughs and a woman's soft sobs came from inside the thatched hut. The house looked like it was about to collapse. You could smell the stench of decay and vomit coming from inside from a great distance. The person in charge unconsciously covered his nose and kindly turned to Lu Dingyuan again to advise. They didn't live here before, but in the large dormitory over there. But since the Xia family's son contracted this infectious disease, no one dared to live with them, so they moved here. It's been several days already. The person is probably nearing their end. The smell isn't very pleasant, so maybe you shouldn't go in. Lu Dingyuan's expression turned somewhat unpleasant upon hearing the sounds coming from inside the house. He took a step forward and was about to knock on the door when the manager saw that he was really going to go in. He immediately became anxious and quickly stopped him. His expression was conflicted, but he still gritted his teeth and kindly reminded her, "Do you know how the Xia family's child got rabies?" Lu Dingyuan looked at him without saying anything, gesturing for him to continue. The person in charge looked around and, finding no one nearby, lowered his voice to a volume only the two of them could hear, saying, "It was bitten by Wang Ersha from the next brigade." Wang Ersha wasn't very bright and spent his days aimlessly wandering around the brigade. "I don't know what I was thinking a while ago. I saw someone's dog was fat, and I wanted to kill that dog and eat it. As a result, this man who tried to catch a dog got bitten by it, and within a few days the dog went berserk, biting anyone it saw. This originally had nothing to do with our farm, since Wang Ersha never leaves the village. But for some reason, Wang Ersha suddenly appeared at the mine that day and bit the Xia family's child. Everyone knows there's something fishy about this. Wang Ersha isn't very bright. Even if he were wandering around aimlessly, he couldn't possibly have gone that far. It's obvious that someone else was behind this. If you just go in like this, you might also have to take responsibility. Why would you be so upset over a stranger?" Lu Dingyuan neither agreed nor disagreed with his words, and turned to look at the person in charge. "I hope I can take someone out for medical treatment. No matter what the situation is now, as long as the person is still alive, there is still a chance of treatment at the hospital. Waiting here is just waiting to die. The person, if those people find out, will he still have a good life in the future? This is absolutely unacceptable." Lu Dingyuan was not surprised that the people in charge would disagree. Those people were targeting Xia Jiangwo, so naturally they would not let his children off the hook, especially his eldest son Xia Hongjun, who had already joined the army and was a pillar of the family. Although the farm manager was not in a high position, he was still more powerful than a local official and was sure to notice something was wrong, and might even be threatened. Lu Dingyuan stared at the person in charge with a cold and deep gaze, his voice carrying a sense of oppression. "Are you sure that Xia Hongjun and his family of 3 have all met with misfortune? Won't you incur people's resentment? With the current situation so chaotic, no one can predict what the future holds. Xia Hongjun's father was once a brigade commander. Some things don't need to be said much, just a slight mention is enough for everyone to understand." The person in charge turned pale upon hearing this. They also realized that if Xia Hongjun's father were to be reinstated one day, and it was because he refused medical treatment that his grandson died here, the Xia family would definitely not let him off the hook. He couldn't offend those who came to inform him, and he also couldn't offend those who hadn't confirmed that he had no chance of turning things around. But he's just a minor official who just wants to live his life. Why force him to take sides? Seeing that his expression softened, Lu Dingyuan added fuel to the fire. "Now, Xia's daughter has created a technologically groundbreaking car engine for the country in the South Island. She will soon be recognized nationwide and is very likely to be specially recruited. You never know what will happen to a family like that in the future, so why get yourself involved?" Upon hearing this, the person in charge stopped pretending to know nothing, reached out and vigorously wiped his face, making the wrinkles on his face look much more desolate. With a weathered look on his face, he said, "But I'm not like you. I come from a good family and am a high-ranking official. Those people can't do anything to you. I was just a minor manager here, not even a cadre, and they just took me down whenever they wanted. I have a family to support, what can I do?" Lu Dingyuan said expressionlessly, "If you don't help them and stick to your duties, the most they can do is take your job. Murder is a crime. If this child from the Xia family dies, even if you weren't the mastermind, you were still an accomplice." Upon hearing this, the person in charge turned even paler, his face turning deathly pale. With trembling lips, she finally agreed, "If you want to send someone to the hospital, then go ahead, but people with this disease usually can't be saved. That's all I can do. If I still can't survive, don't blame me." Lu Dingyuan nodded to him. "Thank you." After saying that, he strode to the door of the thatched hut and knocked. Someone quickly came out of the house to open the door. He was a emaciated man with dark circles under his eyes, a very poor complexion, and wearing a very thin gray jacket. He paused for a moment when he saw Lu Dingyuan and asked with some confusion, "Who are you looking for?" Lu Dingyuan was dressed very neatly, and it was obvious that he was not from their farm. Now that their eldest child has contracted rabies, everyone is avoiding them. Why would anyone come looking for their family? Lu Dingyuan had never met Xia Hongjun before, but the moment he saw Xia Hongjun's eyes, which were exactly the same as Xia Li's, he could basically confirm the man's identity. Without uttering a single unnecessary word, he went straight to the point. "Hello, I am Xia Li's friend. I was asked by her to deliver some things to you. How is the person inside? I'll drive the car back and take him to the hospital first." Xia Hongjun was taken aback upon hearing this, and looked the man in front of him up and down. The man had a high nose and deep-set eyes, and the aura he exuded made him look like a military officer. Before he could say anything, sister-in-law Xia behind him pushed him away, her eyes fixed on Lu Dingyuan as if he were her last lifeline, tears streaming down her face. "Comrade, thank you. We'll wrap the child up right now. We absolutely won't let him throw up in your car." What do you mean, is there something wrong with the other person? What do you mean, is the other person lying? None of it matters anymore. Dabao is her life. If Dabao can't live, she'd rather die than live. Even if the bad guys are ruthless, so what? No one can threaten their father-in-law with a dead person. As a daughter-in-law of the Xia family, she had a clear conscience, but as the mother of Dabao, she absolutely could not give up any hope of saving her son. Seeing his wife like this, Xia Hongjun opened his mouth but said nothing. However, the expression on his face was exactly the same as his wife's, indicating that he had made up his mind. Lu Dingyuan didn't say much and went straight out to drive. With the manager's permission, he drove his car directly to the entrance of the small thatched house. The three of them hurriedly put Xia Dabao into the car, and Lu Dingyuan drove all the way to the hospital. During the journey, Lu Dingyuan brought Siali. They should hand over their baggage to Xia Hongjun. Xia Hongjun breathed a long sigh of relief after seeing the letters written by his father and younger sister. The coded messages in his father's letter all matched, so it seems that this comrade Lu really is my sister's friend. The group took Xia Dabao to the hospital, Lu Dingyuan paid the bill, and the doctor immediately began treatment. Xia Hongjun and Lu Qingyi stared intently at the doctor examining their son, observing his expression. They didn't look away for even a second, so nervous that they didn't even notice their fingernails digging into their hands until they bled. After the doctor finished the examination, Lu Qingyi anxiously asked, "Doctor, how is he? Is there any hope?" Even though she knew in her heart that the chances of surviving rabies were extremely slim. But as a mother, she still hoped that God would grant her son that tiny sliver of a miracle, allowing the poor child to live. He was only 13 years old, sent down to such a harsh place during the best years of his life, where he was often hungry and cold. If he were to die young from illness, leaving behind only suffering as his memories, she would rather have never given birth to him. Start with 2 weeks of anti-infection treatment. If that doesn't work, we'll extend it for another week. Go pay the fees now. Upon hearing his words, Lu Qingyi felt as if all her strength had left her body. Her legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground. If Xia Hongjun hadn't caught her, she would have fallen flat on her face. She grabbed her husband's arm and burst into tears. "It's viral meningitis, not rabies. It's not rabies." Wah. The doctor initially thought that the poorly dressed parents were stingy, and that's why they didn't bring their son for a checkup, letting the child's illness get so serious. That's why he spoke up and condemned them. Seeing the mother's current condition, I couldn't bring myself to say anything to condemn her. He let out a long sigh. "Let's get the hospital admission procedures done first. These days, hospital fees can cost several yuan a day, plus the cost of medicine, which can easily add up to several tens of yuan for the whole process." Xia Hongjun and Lu Qingyi naturally didn't have the money. Lu Dingyuan said to the two of them, "I'll go pay the bill. You two take the child to the inpatient department first." Xia Hongjun and his wife both knew that everyone thought their eldest child had rabies, including themselves. If it weren't for Lu Dingyuan, their eldest child would be dead. Xia Hongjun quickly said gratefully, "Thank you, Comrade Lu. I'll try to pay you back as soon as possible." They've reached a point where they can no longer communicate with the outside world. But Comrade Lu is my sister's friend, so he can ask Comrade Lu to pass on a message to my sister and help them cover the costs first. If they are unable to repay the money in the future, then all the things they left in their hometown will be left to their younger sister. Lu Dingyuan didn't say anything else, only saying, "There's no rush when it comes to money. Nothing is more important than life. Only by living well can you see a future." After saying that, he turned around and went downstairs to pay the money. Seeing the current situation of Xia Hongjun's family, Lu Dingyuan said it was impossible not to feel heavy-hearted. Nowadays, it's hard to say how many families are living such difficult lives as they are. By the time he finally sees the dawn, countless families may have been broken apart, never to return to what they once were. They must work harder and accelerate the process to help those people regain their sight as soon as possible. When Lu Dingyuan returned, Xia Hongjun and his family of 3 were already waiting in the ward. Lu Qingyi carefully wiped her son's body, while Xia Hongjun sat on a chair next to her, carefully looking at the letter in his hand, a smile in his eyes. Upon seeing Lu Dingyuan enter, the couple immediately stood up to greet him and express their gratitude. "Comrade Lu, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, our Dabao would probably be gone. I don't know how to thank you enough." As Lu Qingyi spoke, her voice began to choke up. Even though she knew her son could be saved, the trauma from the past couldn't simply disappear. She was genuinely grateful to Lu Dingyuan. Xia Hongjun's eyes also reddened. He took out a bunch of 10 yuan bills that he had just found in the envelope from his pocket, took a deep breath, suppressed the bitterness in his heart, and asked Lu Dingyuan, "Comrade Lu, how much is the total hospital fee? My younger sister sent me some with the letter. If it's not enough, I'll have her make up the difference." Siali was worried that they would get into trouble because they had too much money, so she only mailed them 200. But in those days, 200 was already an astronomical figure in remote and impoverished areas. Xia Hongjun had just done a quick calculation and thought it should be enough to cover his son's hospital fees. We can't expect our son's savior to not only save his life but also pay him money, can we? Lu Dingyuan declined, saying no need. This is money Xia Li left for you in case of emergency. Keep it safe and don't let anyone find out. Seeing that Xia Hongjun wanted to say something, he continued, I'll ask Xia Li for the hospital fees when I get back. The government has given her plenty of money, including her previous awards for meritorious service and this research achievement. She's not short of funds. Xia Hongjun. Lu Qingyi. This sounds a bit strange. Lu Dingyuan didn't find anything strange about this. The fact that Siali went to such lengths to prepare so many practical things for his older brother proves that these three people are very important to Siali. Instead of arguing with them here and making them hand over their meager life-saving money, only to find themselves unsure how to survive another dangerous situation, it's better to simply state the facts and refuse them. He handed the extra bundle he was carrying to Xia Hongjun, saying, there are 3 fur vests in here. Wear these underneath, and no one will be able to tell, but they will keep you very warm. Xia Hongjun and his wife were deeply moved upon seeing this. The fact that they thought of this shows they put their heart into it. It seems their younger sister has made a reliable friend. I should give her a proper talk when I reply. While feeling grateful, Xia Hongjun still asked, Comrade Lu, how are my family members doing now? Would it be convenient for you to tell us? You just said my younger sister did a great service by building an engine. What's that all about? Lu Qingyi also looked at Lu Dingyuan with concern, wanting to know what had happened and how her family was doing. Back when they were at home, their little sister was only responsible for playing wildly and foolishly. She spent every day playing with a few kids in the compound who couldn't sleep, and there wasn't a single day that didn't worry her parents. How come you've suddenly become so successful? Lu Dingyuan explained the whole story to the two of them, and Xia Hongjun and his wife were amazed. They never expected that their little sister would have such abilities. As the eldest brother, Xia Hongjun, with his bizarre thought process, ended up on the same side as his own father. It seems that their wealthy and comfortable life in the past hindered their younger sister's development. If I had known my little sister was so capable, I should have let her suffer a bit earlier. Maybe she would have broken off ties with them like her second brother and wouldn't have had to suffer in the countryside. Why should they worry so much? Lu Qingyi also felt a sense of gonkai, a feeling of mixed emotions, including regret and sympathy. Before their lives. Upon hearing this, Lu Dingyuan paused strangely for 2 seconds, somewhat embarrassed. But he still repeated what Siali said. Siali told me to tell you when I see you that you should not contact her second brother in the future. If you don't break off relations with her second brother, you have to break off relations with her. Xia Hongjun. Lu Qingyi. Pfft. The couple were speechless for a moment, but they also felt that this was something their younger sister, who was so clear about her likes and dislikes, would do. Xia Hongjun put away his smile and said to Lu Dingyuan in a very serious tone, Comrade Lu, please tell my little sister that her brother will always stand by her side. What is the current situation? My younger sister's current situation, no matter how well it's described in the letter, is certainly hopeless. More difficult than that. He was still thinking of his older brother under these circumstances and unexpectedly saved to bow. Between the second child and the youngest sister, is there even a need to choose? Lu Dingyuan nodded. I will tell her. With everything settled, Lu Dingyuan went straight back to his unit. They still have training over there, so they can't afford to waste time. However, since the Xia family was being sent to the countryside, it was impossible for the entire family of 3 to stay away from home for more than 10 days. After discussing it, the couple decided that Xia Hongjun would stay here to take care of their son, while Lu Qingyi would return to the farm first. Life in northeast China continued as usual, but Brother Xiao's family found a glimmer of hope amidst their hardships. My younger sister is doing well, and my parents aren't doing any worse. Everything is much better than they expected. 1st Brigade of the South Island. Siali sat in the room, looking at the half-finished design drawings of a close-in weapon system for several days. Although she was very knowledgeable about machinery and could manufacture many weapons herself, she had never really learned about the weapons on an aircraft carrier. Before the apocalypse, this major was not relevant to her. After the apocalypse, as the levels of mutated beasts and zombies continued to rise, aircraft carriers were like cardboard to mutated beasts of level 5 and above, easily destroyed with a single slap and no longer worth studying. Without any physical object for her to reference using her supernatural abilities, meticulously studying this weapon diagram was truly a waste of her time. Fortunately, she has figured it out now. He ran happily to the table, took out paper, pen, and ruler, and began to draw the design. He was thinking about how he could go to the military base again in the near future. Lu Dingyuan is currently training in the northeast and hasn't returned yet, so this tool isn't very useful right now. She didn't want to implicate Sister Wang in such a despicable act, so she couldn't use that lead either. She needs to think of another way. The workload was enormous. It took Siali more than a week to finally finish drawing this design. Just as Siali was trying to find a way to persuade Zhao Cheng to join the army without leaving a trace, there was a sudden knock on the door. After Siali resigned from the elementary school and recommended Chen Wawan to the brigade leader, the brigade leader actually arranged for Chen Wawan to become a teacher at the brigade school. Currently, Siali is the only one at home during the day. Siali frowned slightly, not thinking that given her popularity and prestige, someone from the brigade would come looking for her in broad daylight. He gathered all the design drawings on the table into the space and strode to the door to open it. Standing at the door was someone she had never expected. Siali inwardly groaned, marveling at how the pillow the country had sent her had arrived so quickly. While his mind raced with calculations, his brows furrowed instantly. "You're Niu Lily's husband?" Feng Qishan. When the couple went out, everyone addressed them as Engineer Feng and his wife. This was the first time someone had greeted him as Niu Lily's husband. Knowing the grudge between his wife and the person in front of him, he smiled awkwardly and handed over the 2 large bags he was carrying. "Comrade Xia, these are local specialties from our hometown. I brought some over for you to try. I have some questions I'd like to ask you. Would it be convenient for us to go inside and talk?" Siali crossed her arms, leaned to the side against the door frame, looked at Feng Qishan with a playful gaze, and grinned, saying, "You think I'm lacking your family's specialties?" Feng Qishan. Feng Qishan touched his nose somewhat awkwardly and said, "I know Lily shouldn't have been so rude to you. She only said those hurtful things because she was too concerned about the child. I hope you can forgive her." Siali has never been one to give face to others, and she scoffed coldly. "When I went to the shipyard last time, she not only said some unpleasant things, but also had someone kick me out, saying she would report me. This doesn't seem like something that could be done on a whim out of concern for the child." Feng Qishan was unaware that such a thing existed, and for a moment he was speechless, standing awkwardly in place, unsure of what to say. Like most researchers, he rarely interacts with others, and is even less likely to strike up a conversation. After being criticized a couple of times, he just stood there dumbfounded. Siali didn't even look at him, but took a step back and was about to close the door. Feng Qishan immediately became anxious and quickly reached out to stop the door from closing. He said to Siali with a worried expression, "Comrade Xia, I really want to discuss the navigation issue with you. This matter is extremely important to our shipyard, and I hope you can put aside past grievances and consider it. I apologize to you on behalf of my wife. If you can accept this apology, I will do everything I can to help. Please forgive her." Siali rolled her eyes. "There are substitutes for apologies? What's the point of apologizing then? If I'm willing to hear apologies, how about I find a kid, give him 2 pieces of candy, and make him apologize to me every day?" Without any further ado, he slammed the door shut. When that incident happened at the dock, Feng Qishan brought gifts to apologize and thank her for saving their child. But Siali didn't accept it then and sent the person back directly. She doesn't lack that little thing, and there's no need for her to accept that insincere apology and compromise herself for such a small amount. After that, however, she knew very well how attractive navigation devices were to people who worked with signal systems, and that this person would definitely have to come back for the next few days. Just as she had predicted, Feng Qishan visited her repeatedly over the next few days, bringing food, household items, or tonics. In the end, somehow he found out that Xia Jiangwo and his wife were her biological parents, and he started sending them gifts. Xia Jiangwo and his wife didn't know what this man wanted to do, and were afraid of implicating their daughter, so they naturally refused to accept his things and chased him out of the cowshed. Siali was fully aware of Feng Qishan's antics, and her impression of him worsened even further. In other words, she has now figured out the situation with the 1st Brigade of the South Island. Not only did the team members all side with her, but there were also militia patrols every day, so no strange outsiders would appear in the brigade to leak information about the brigade. If this happened anywhere else, and someone were openly sending things to the cowshed, both the person sending the things and the people in the cowshed would be implicated. This person is only thinking about their own goals. They may not have thought that much about it, or they may not have thought about it at all. However, under objective conditions, the outcome could potentially bring great trouble to their family. When Feng Qishan tried to sneak into the cowshed again, Siali stopped him and gave him a severe scolding. Feng Qishan was completely dumbfounded, never expecting Siali to react this way. He said somewhat awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I didn't know it would be like this." Siali thought to herself, "You know nothing." With a cold expression, he said, "Navigation isn't something that can be explained in a few words. I can go to the military base with you, but you have to promise not to bother my family or me again." Feng Qishan thought the deal was definitely off, but unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better. Siali not only agreed to talk to him about navigation, but also agreed to go to the military base with him. Could this be the legendary cold exterior but warm heart? He immediately broke into a big smile and quickly agreed, okay, whatever you say, as long as you come to the army with me, I'll agree to anything. Siali forced a very businesslike fake smile. Okay, let's go to the army. The military went with you, but whether they can still discuss navigation with you after you join the military is another matter entirely. Feng Qishan was overjoyed and happily took Siali to the military base. Sitting in Feng Qishan's private car, Siali's gaze swept over the two uniformed bodyguards sitting in the front row. She thought to herself, he really is a researcher. Look at his treatment, he even has bodyguards. The group quickly arrived at the military base. Apart from Siali, everyone in the military vehicle was a member of the military. Siali completed the registration process and then went directly into the military base. Throughout the journey, Feng Qishan enthusiastically introduced Siali to their current work progress. His eyes sparkle when he talks about his areas of expertise and passion. Siali listened half-heartedly, feeling quite bored. Her gaze fell on the entrance of the research building, paused, her eyebrows suddenly raised, a smile appeared in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth slowly curled up. This is going to be interesting. Feng Qishan. Niu Lily was furious when she saw Feng Qishan talking incessantly to Siali with such enthusiasm that he hadn't even noticed her standing there for so long. He strode over aggressively, picked up his bag, and started smashing it against Feng Qishan and Siali. He roared furiously, Feng Qishan. You tricked me, I'll beat you to death today. Tell me, did you go out and fool around with this woman? You actually said you didn't have time for me, but you had time for this woman. I'm going to beat you to death today. Xia Jiangwo, a soldier, couldn't even hit Siali, let alone a girl with no fighting ability. Siali dodged slightly, easily avoiding Niu Lily's bag, causing all of Niu Lily's blows to land precisely on Feng Qishan. Feng Qishan kept covering his head and dodging as he was being hit, and angrily roared, No Lily, don't talk nonsense here. I have important business to attend to. Lily didn't believe him at all, and continued to hit him with undiminished force, her bag almost leaving after images as she swung it. Who are you trying to fool? You were just chatting and laughing with him, pretend I didn't see anything. This is outrageous. I'm going to report your misconduct to the management. Although the two PLA comrades were ordered to protect Feng Qishan and Niu Lily were, after all, a married couple, and it was their family matter so they couldn't interfere. What's more, Niu Lily is a lesbian. Last time they tried to stop someone, they immediately got Niu Lily to report them for harassing her. Feng Qishan, who should have testified for them, only wanted to downplay the matter and let it go. When the leaders asked, he only gave vague and ambiguous answers, making it impossible for them to clarify the situation. The people above generally knew what was going on, but they still had to give Niu Lily an explanation. After all, in this era, it was indeed a case of them not thinking things through when they had physical contact with a woman while trying to stop her. In the end, they wrote a self-criticism of several hundred words, and only then did the matter pass. Now, when they encounter similar situations, they only dare to speak out to stop it, but they don't dare to physically intervene. Comrade Niu, this is not what you think. Let Comrade Feng explain it to you clearly. Siali stood far away watching the commotion, and was actually quite pleased to see Feng Qishan get beaten up. He watched the two fight with a smile on his face, his mouth agape, his voice roguish and unabashed, adding fuel to the couple's fire without any restraint. It was you who came to our door in person, apologizing to Niu Lily time and time again, saying that he had realized he was wrong. That's why I agreed to come with you. What, am I supposed to be bullied by her just because I came here? This absolutely cannot be let go so easily. If you keep doing that, I'm leaving. When Niu Lily heard Siali say that her husband had apologized to the person who had blocked her father's promotion time and time again, and even apologized on her behalf, she was so angry that her mind went blank. He tossed the bag aside. He immediately started punching and kicking Feng Qishan, roaring with bloodshot eyes, Feng Qishan, I'll fight you to the death. Who needs to apologize to her? What did I do wrong that I need to apologize to her? You're my husband. How dare you help another woman bully me? I'm not finished with you. Siali took a few steps back, distancing herself from the battle that was gradually moving towards her, and said with a surprised look, she didn't even think about apologizing? That's not what you told me before. You told me to get along with him, but it turns out you were lying to me. You've gone too far. His voice carried a hint of ambiguous resentment, but his expression was completely insincere. Anyone could tell he was doing it on purpose. One of the PLA soldiers protecting Feng Qishan couldn't bear to watch any longer and quickly stepped forward to block Siali's view, pleadingly saying, Comrade, please stop talking. If this continues, this fight will never end. Siali glanced up and saw the young soldier. Okay, I'll vouch for you as long as you don't lie. Since Siali promised not to cause trouble, she really meant it. He watched the spectacle with a gleeful expression, and in no time, a crowd had gathered around, all there to see Nyo Lily's domestic violence against her husband. Siali was watching the commotion when she caught a glimpse of another familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. The figure, who had been about to turn at the intersection, walked straight toward her the moment he saw her. Siali, ugh. This is really lively today. I wish I had brought Chinwawan along. Ching Shui has been very irritable lately. Ever since Siali said those things to Lu Dingyuan when they went out together last time, Lu Dingyuan hasn't come to see her for psychological therapy for a long time. I wonder if he still has nightmares. She went to Lu Dingyuan's door several times, but he turned her away each time. She tried to ambush Lu Dingyuan in his office, but he always left the door wide open. He even used the excuse of avoiding suspicion to have his soldiers who happened to be passing by listen to her talk, and he never spent time alone with her. She had told Lu Dingyuan before that he shouldn't avoid seeking medical help, and that there should be no gender distinction between doctors and patients. She went to see Lu Dingyuan repeatedly because she was responsible. No matter what she said, Lu Dingyuan refused to come to her home for treatment, and even the persuasion from his superiors was ineffective. Cheng Shui felt a pang of regret. She shouldn't have been so impulsive as to go and provoke Siali. She never imagined that Siali would have such a sharp tongue, saying such outrageous things to Lu Dingyuan. She must have done it on purpose. Chinjinjin is such a waste. She clearly liked Lu Dingyuan so much before, sticking to him like a glutinous rice cake, but now that she knows Lu Dingyuan has another woman by his side, why hasn't she come over yet? Doesn't her dad spoil her a lot? How come she can't even take this much action? Why do all these people, who are so obviously annoying, exist in this world? Why are they all go against her? This absolutely cannot continue. Cheng Shui's mind was racing with all sorts of thoughts, but her face remained gentle and sweet as she smiled and greeted everyone along the way. Just as I was casually trying to walk through the research area to get to their hospital, I spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. This figure had been haunting her dreams for the past few months. In her dreams, she had no idea how many times she had drugged her, how many times she had stabbed her, or how many times she had made her die before her eyes. Why is Siali in the military? Or in the research building? Isn't this a policy that only insiders are allowed to come here? Why is she here? Cheng Shui, who was supposed to turn the corner, saw a dark glint in Siali's eyes and turned directly towards the direction where Siali and the others were talking. As she got closer, she saw exactly what had happened. Nyo Lily got into another fight with her husband. This time it was a one-sided beating, and she was hurling insults at him. In summary, it seems to suggest that there's something going on between Siali and Feng Qishan. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shui unconsciously frowned. Feng Qishan rarely goes out and spends most of his time holed up in the research institute. He is also rather boring and irresponsible. With Lu Dingyuan by her side, why would Siali be interested in someone like him? In my heart, despite her doubts, she still had another good idea in mind. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. Having such rumors is enough. The Lu family is such a respectable family. How could they possibly let a woman who, according to rumors, has broken into another family enter their home? Cheng Shui was a little excited. She strode forward and walked towards Siali with a concerned expression. Siali saw Cheng Shui walking towards her from a distance, and the corners of her mouth immediately turned up. Seeing that the woman was about to speak, he immediately rushed over, grabbed Cheng Shui's arm, and anxiously dragged her into the standing circle. Dr. Cheng, thank goodness you came. You should take Nyo Lily to see if she's sick. All she does is fantasize about is someone stealing her husband, or that her husband is having an affair. She thinks everyone should treat her like a treasure. What's that called in psychology again? Is it infantile psychology, obsessive-compulsive disorder, or personality disorder? I remember you explained it to me very clearly last time. Is this what you meant by having a mental problem, a mental illness? Siali was very strong. Cheng Shui was just an ordinary woman. How could she possibly break free from Siali's iron clamps? He tried to struggle all the way, but couldn't break free. He could only be dragged along by others, his face dark and ugly. What does Siali mean by this? Is she setting her up against that crazy woman, Nyo Lily? Is she sick? As expected, Nyo Lily stopped hitting Siali immediately upon hearing her speak. She looked up abruptly, her face contorted with rage, and glared fiercely at the two who were so affectionate they could hardly stay together. Her expression grew even angrier. Siali, what nonsense are you spouting? Who's mentally ill? Siali didn't reply to him at all, but turned to look at Cheng Shui, whom she had kidnapped, with a smile. Dr. Cheng, is obsessive-compulsive disorder a disease? Cheng Shui gritted his teeth. Even if obsessive-compulsive disorder really was a disease, could he say it now? If he did, Wouldn't he become the target of Neo Lily's attacks? Siali actually used it to cover up a disaster. That's incredibly insidious. She was usually known for her gentleness, generosity, and enthusiasm, but now that these people were fighting like this, she just clapped her hands and left, which was clearly not in line with her usual style. Even if they were furious, they could only stay and try to persuade him. She held her breath, but smiled slightly, a gentle smile like a spring breeze. Comrade Nyo may not have obsessive-compulsive disorder. We do not own this content. Full credit is due to the original creator. Before she could finish speaking, Siali looked at Cheng Shui with concern and asked directly, what illness does she have? Has Dr. Cheng already made a diagnosis? Cheng Shui felt even more suffocated, unable to vent her anger, all of it stuck in her chest. This person definitely did it on purpose. Taking a deep breath, she smiled and looked at Siali. Comrade Xia, Comrade Nyo is not sick. Don't always try to explain her behavior as if she's ill. Siali suddenly realized, so you mean I can't use his illness as an excuse for her? She's a piece of trash with a terrible personality, no manners, and low moral character. After saying that, he immediately revealed a knowing smile, his eyebrows curving and his eyes full of laughter, saying like a goofball, oh my. Dr. Ching, as expected of someone who studies psychology, it seems you have a clear understanding of people and things. TSK, with your assessment, I have nothing. No Lily. Cheng Shui. Others present. Siali single-handedly put on a grand show, and a very lively one at that. Having said everything, he ignored the expressions on the faces of others, his gaze falling coldly on Feng Qishan's face, his voice somewhat icy. You begged me 1,000 times, even harassing my family every day, to force me to come here and help you research your experimental results. And yet here you are, letting your wife insult me without offering any explanation. Even if you don't consider that I'm a meritorious researcher, I'm at least an ordinary person with human rights, right? Do you really think you, as a researcher, are superior and everyone should be able to bully you? I consider myself a researcher, but I've never looked down on ordinary people. What makes you two so special? Is it that being a citizen is beneath you? The crowd initially didn't know what had happened. When they saw No Lily frantically swinging her bag at her husband while cursing, they assumed that No Lily's husband had indeed had something going on with this comrade Xia, and that's why No Lily was acting so arrogantly after catching him. But now, after hearing Siali recount what had happened, everyone immediately understood what had occurred. It turns out that Feng Qishan had been harassing them for a long time, forcing them to come and help him with his research. Now, who in the entire military region doesn't know that Comrade Xia is an exceptionally talented researcher? Many places want to poach him. You've already done a huge favor by inviting him over. How could he let him suffer humiliation at the hands of his wife after arriving at the military base, without even offering an explanation? That's just inhuman. Neither of them is a good person. Someone couldn't stand it any longer and frowned at Feng Qishan, saying disapprovingly, Little Foam, I'm not saying this to criticize you. You said the way you invited them over was already pretty unfair. How could you let your wife scold them like that without even explaining? Why should you two tarnish this perfectly good young woman's reputation? Someone nearby chimed in, that's right. It's really unfair to do that. I think you two should apologize to Comrade Xia properly. As everyone chimed in with their opinions, No Lily and her husband looked extremely grim. Feng Qishan, in particular, was completely overwhelmed by No Lily and couldn't utter a word. Whenever he had a chance to speak, Siali would interrupt, or No Lily would inexplicably hit him hard, giving him no time to explain. How can you blame him for something that can't be explained? He didn't even have a chance to explain. When No Lily heard Siali say that, she immediately became angry and pointed at Siali with a fierce look. He calls you, so you come over? Don't you know about the proper separation of men and women? You don't care about your reputation, but my man does. Siali casually said, do you think I wanted to come here? Every day he would bring things and insist on giving them to my parents. My parents would throw the things away, but he would keep giving them. He's shameless, and you can't get rid of him no matter what you say. Otherwise, I would never have come. He's not even this filial to your parents, is he? Siali frantically stomped on No Lily's nearly broken nerves, causing No Lily to frantically pounce on Siali. Enraged, he roared, you little bitch. I'll beat you to death today. Siali looked at the others and said, uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters, you have all seen her mental state. I will write a letter of complaint to their factory later. This kind of mentality is not suitable for being a worker, especially a leader. It should be given to other capable people. Please everyone be my witnesses. No Lily wanted to speak, but she had already been dragged away. All the way, her eyes were bloodshot as she cursed and swore ferociously, looking like a complete madwoman. The others also looked like they couldn't stand it anymore, and someone immediately said, don't worry, if the factory comes to verify, we will tell the truth. This No Lily is absolutely outrageous. Yes, It's one thing for her to act like this at home, but to act like this when she goes out is simply a disgrace to our military region. Don't worry, Comrade Xia, we'll all be your witnesses. Siali was satisfied and thanked the others, saying that she would write a letter in a little while. Feng Qishan opened his mouth to plead with Siali, but before he could speak, Siali smiled and said, I heard that Engineer Feng is an advanced individual. He shouldn't be using his status to protect his wife from doing wrong, right? Can researchers silence public whistleblowing about criminal elements? Feng Qishan. What could he say now that things had come to this? What if he offended Siali again? What if they get angry and leave? However, it's better to let No Lily stay at home, so she won't cause him trouble when she goes out. He forced a smile and said, I'm sorry for causing Comrade Xia trouble today. Siali chuckled. It's alright. It's not the first time anyway. Last time I saved your child's life, she scolded me mercilessly, didn't she? Once or twice is one thing, but this time I'm going to get the organization to protect my legal rights. Feng Qishan's smile was forced and awkward. Comrade Xia, I apologize to you on behalf of my wife. To be honest, it would be difficult for him to publicly apologize to a young girl in front of so many people, especially those who are less fortunate than him. But he had to say it. The navigation system desperately needs Siali's help. He absolutely must have her. Forcing a smile, he turned to Siali and said, Comrade Xia, may we leave now? Siali, you've been beaten up like this, and your first reaction wasn't to plead for your wife, to act out of anger for her sake, or to try to save face for yourself, or even to bandage your own mangled wounds. Instead, you wanted me to go with you to do research. Surprisingly, Feng Qishan's reaction left Siali somewhat bewildered. Siali took a deep breath, frowning as she looked at his injuries. I got scolded today, so I'm not in a good state and it's not suitable for me to do research. You should take care of your wound first. It's unbelievable that a grown man would be beaten like this by his wife. Feng Qishan's face flushed red with embarrassment at his words, and he felt incredibly awkward. But he couldn't care less about that and immediately said anxiously, don't go. Let's talk this out. I apologize on his behalf, and I'll do the same phrase, extremely important to China. Please prioritize the overall situation. Commander Liu and Lu Dingyuan were speaking out of genuine concern for the well-being of China, putting their words into practice. The person in front of him simply wanted her to help him with his research. Xia Li's own motives were not pure either. Now, seeing his attitude, he felt even less pressure when he tried to trick Feng Qishan. You are a researcher yourself. Don't you know that when you are upset or in a bad state, you can't develop anything at all? I will naturally make my due contribution to China, but I am not in that state today. Get me a guest house for one day, and we'll talk again tomorrow when I feel better. One of the senior researchers couldn't stand it any longer and frowned as he looked at Feng Qishan. Young Feng, they've already made it very clear. I'm not going to the lab today because I'm not feeling well. It's not like I don't want to contribute to China. Don't you know why Xia isn't feeling well? Isn't this all your husband's fault? Stop talking and quickly set up a guest house for them so they can stay. If you're unwilling, I'll pay for it. Don't let your personal issues as a couple hinder our country's development. Feng Qishan opened his mouth, a feeling of grievance flashing through his mind. He was just afraid that Siali would leave, not that he didn't want Siali to rest. Why did things end up with him being condemned by everyone? He awkwardly tugged at the corners of his mouth and said to the old woman with a humble expression, I understand. I'll have someone open a guest house for her right away. After he finished speaking, he said a few words to the young soldier behind him, and the young soldier immediately walked up to Siali and said, Comrade Xia, please come this way with me. Siali nodded slightly, then turned to look at Cheng Shui in surprise. Dr. Cheng, you're still here. They were fighting just now and you didn't say anything. I thought you had already left. I'm going to the guest house now. Let's chat another day when we have time. After saying that, he left without looking back, showing no intention of talking to Cheng Shui. Cheng Shui. Cheng Shui's indifferent gaze fell on Xia Li's receding figure, her expression not so pleasant. From beginning to end, everyone was led by the nose by Siali, turning the whole thing into a script where only Siali himself was the good guy, and everyone else involved became the bad guy. She underestimated Siali. She was no ordinary ruthless character. It seems I absolutely must avoid running into him head-on in the future, or I'll definitely find myself in an embarrassing situation. When Siali went to the guest house, although her face was expressionless, she was in a very good mood. She felt a sense of satisfaction after successfully and indiscriminately killing all those who had ill intentions towards her. Indeed, people can't hold back. It's so much more fun to vent your anger on others than to keep it inside yourself. If she encounters other people who oppose her again, she can gather them together and let them fight, giving her a good show. Just as I approached the vicinity of the guest house, I saw Zhao Cheng walking towards me from the direction of the main gate. Before she could even greet him, Zhao Cheng flashed a big smile, raised his arm and waved to her, Comrade Xia. I was just about to look for you. I didn't expect you to come to the army. Siali was a little puzzled as to why Zhao Chang wanted to see her. It seemed that the two of them had no interaction except in the army. She took a few quick steps and strode over to him. What do you want? Zhao Chang took a letter out of his pocket and handed it to Siali. Comrade Xia, this is a letter that our battalion commander asked me to give to you. He wrote to the army before, and he sent your letter back with it for me to forward. Siali guessed that Lu Dingyuan probably felt that the Northeast was a sensitive place, so he didn't mail it directly to the 1st Brigade of the South Island, but instead sent it to her along with the army's mail. He reached out and took the letter, nodded to Zhao Chang, and smiled, saying, "Thank you." After spending a lot of time with Siali, Zhao Chang also learned a lesson. Generally speaking, as long as you don't provoke Comrade Siali, he is a pretty easy person to get along with and will basically not lay a hand on you. He's not as afraid of Siali as he used to be when he sees her now. A big smile spread across his face, revealing a row of bright white teeth. Even though his skin was a bit dark, he still looked very sunny and radiant. All right, I'll pass the letter on to you. Comrade Xia, you can go ahead and get back to work. Siali nodded. Okay. The two parted ways. After entering the guest house room, Siali couldn't wait to open the letter, wanting to see what the situation was like on her brother's side. People's feelings are developed through interaction. Xia Lao tricked her several times, but although she never succeeded, she didn't have a good impression of Xia Lao and didn't treat him as her second brother. But brother Xia was different. Not only did he entrust his children to his good friends in the South Island before being sent down to the countryside, but every month, Xia Hongjuan's former good friends would write to her, asking if there was anything she could help with. If it weren't for Xia Hongjuan's request, his friends certainly wouldn't have thought of her, their younger sister. However, Xia Hongjun was afraid of implicating her, so since being sent to the countryside, he only wrote her one letter, telling her not to write to them anymore to avoid implicating her. He also said that, even if he wrote to her in the future, he would not reply or even open the letter, so she should stop writing. Siali could distinguish between good and bad, so she naturally felt closer to this older brother. But as she looked at the letter in her hand, her expression grew increasingly gloomy, until she crumpled the letter into a crease. Those bastards. How could they lay a hand on a child? Those bastards. They can fight amongst themselves all they want, why drag innocent people into it? No matter which faction they belong to, Siali is not a Xia if she doesn't fight them to the death. Siali was filled with anger. She had originally planned to spend a couple of days getting used to the military so that people wouldn't be too anxious about her actions. Now she had no mood to waste time with them anymore. Siali went to the front desk and bought a sheet of paper, 2 envelopes, and some stamps, then began writing a letter. One letter was naturally addressed to the shipyard, reporting Nyo Lily's actions. His words were sharp, he weighed the pros and cons, provided examples to prove his points, and mentioned who were the witnesses at the time. This is the kind of writing style that would make anyone who reads this letter think Nyo Lily has a problem. The other letter revealed Siali's purpose in coming to the military base. She took out the close-in weapon system design blueprint from her spatial storage, cut it in half, stuffed the back half back into her storage space, and put the front half into an envelope. The envelope was signed China Research Institute. After doing all this, I went back to the front desk and handed the 2 letters to the receptionist. Hello, could you please help me mail these 2 letters? Siali has been visiting the military base frequently lately, and she's a very generous person. Every now and then, when she passes by the front desk, she'll give them a meat bun or something. The receptionist not only knew her well, but also welcomed her warmly. He immediately agreed, saying, "Comrade Xia, don't worry, I'll mail you out in a bit." That evening, Siali lay in bed resting with her eyes closed when she suddenly felt 2 breathing sounds coming from the doorway. They stood near the door for a long time, not moving away. Only then could she sleep peacefully. The next day at noon, Siali went out to wash up as usual. He secretly thought to himself that Feng Qishan was incompetent at handling things. If it were Lu Dingyuan who had asked her to come to the army base, he would have already brought her food. How could he possibly leave her here and do nothing? The presence of those 2 people could always be felt at the door, but that guy had never even come here. What a jinx. Siali pushed open the door, but was immediately stopped by a hand. At this moment, 2 young soldiers in green military uniforms stood on either side of Siali gate, like gatekeepers. Upon seeing Siali emerge, one of them immediately raised his hand to stop her, saying in a very serious tone, "Comrade Xia, you cannot leave the room for the time being. Is there anything you need us to do?" Siali was not surprised at all that the 2 people appeared at the door, and said without any politeness, "I want to wash my face and brush my teeth. Bring me some water. Then buy me some food. I want meat. How much is it? I'll pay you in a bit. I can tolerate everything else, but if I don't wash my face and brush my teeth before eating, I always feel like there's no sense of ritual." 2 young soldiers. One of them immediately went to do what Siali had instructed, while the others stood guard at the door. It's less about continuing to guard and more about watching over Siali. Siali was also aware of this matter. The boy didn't make things difficult for them and went straight back inside. I took out the grapes that I had secretly put into my space on the plane last time, intending to eat them after dinner. There's so little fruit available these days. She's been eating too much meat lately, which is making her feel a bit hot and bothered, so she needs to supplement her vitamin intake. Every letter the military mails out is inspected. The close-in weapon system design she mailed wasn't really intended for the Chinese Academy of Sciences, it was just a bait. The design blueprints for this anti-tank gun have already been completed, so her identity is no longer just that of a researcher, but a weapon that could explode at any time. The founding fathers of China's nuclear weapons program were beaten to death during those years. Such a thing would never happen to her. She was absolutely confident that if they fought, it would be the other person who would die. I specifically chose that anti-tank gun from the box to make improvements, partly to test Commander Liu and see if I could extract more information from him. Once those people figure things out, they will naturally come looking for her. Unable to leave the house, Siali simply began a living in a cramped space retirement mode while in the military. Whatever you want to do, just let the people at the door do it. Suddenly, I felt that being watched here was much better than having to work every day at home, tidy up the house, and fetch water to wash my face. On the third day, a young soldier knocked on Siali's door. "Comrade Xia, Commander Liu wants to see you." Actually, the young soldiers standing at the door had been wondering about something all along. They were ordered by their superiors to guard Siali and prevent her from leaving. If a normal person were suddenly treated like this, they would definitely be angry and would resist, and at the very least, they would ask why. But Siali didn't ask any questions from beginning to end. They said she couldn't leave the room for the time being, so she cooperated and didn't leave the room, without even the slightest doubt. This is really strange. It's as if he knew from the beginning that he would be imprisoned. After they reported this to Commander Liu's expression was very unpleasant. Later, he got so angry that he simply laughed. It seemed like he was laughing out of anger. They are curious now, but they dare not ask anything. Seeing how obediently they followed Siali as soon as he called them, without asking any questions, they immediately realized that both Siali and Commander Liu were probably fully aware of this matter and knew it without saying a word. They are the only ones who know nothing. Siali was once again led to Commander Liu's office, where this time, however, Commander Liu was not shrouded in loneliness, staring at the world map on the wall. Instead, he sat there leisurely, his brows furrowed and his expression very serious when he saw her. When Commander Liu saw Siali enter, he gestured for him to sit down. Commander Liu, with a solemn expression, pushed the sheet of paper in his hand onto the table and handed it to Siali. He asked in a serious tone, "Where did this come from?" He felt a mix of emotions. As a naval officer, I naturally have a deep understanding of warships and some weapons. They were thrilled that such a powerful anti-tank gun design had been developed, which would surely elevate the strength of the Chinese Navy to a new level. Sadness, when it arises during such an awkward time, is likely to be something that can't be made public, even if one wanted to. Fear stemmed from the fact that this might be what they had always worried about. Siali's master wanted to use Siali's words to achieve his desired goal. If that person has any bad intentions, it's very likely that they won't be able to clear Siali's name, and will even drag Siali into the mess. If you really want to donate it to the country free of charge, why only half of the design drawings instead of the whole set? The researchers had already reviewed the design. The system was very complete and the thought process was extremely smooth, but it came to an abrupt halt in the middle. The latter half must have already existed, but was hidden by someone, rather than not being drawn at all. Since entering the room, Siali had been staring at the expression on Commander Liu's face. Seeing his somber expression, without any anger or fear, her brows furrowed even more. He asked in confusion, "You don't know what this is?" He was trying to get information out of Commander Liu, but it seemed like Commander Liu really didn't know anything. Commander Liu's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Remembering what Siali had said before, "We need to find a way to get them to agree," he thought he should know about this thing. Could it be that she used some means to get it from a place she shouldn't have? But he asked the researchers on the South Island, and none of them had ever seen this anti-tank gun design drawing. Siali has never left the South Island, so where did this thing come from? His mind was racing with all sorts of thoughts, and he was even starting to plan how to bail Siali out if she really made a mistake she shouldn't have made. He remained completely calm, showing no sign of his true feelings, and said, "I've never seen this design before. Can you tell me its origin?" Siali was surprised by this answer. After carefully observing the expression on Commander Liu's face, she confirmed that he was not lying, and felt a little disappointed. He genuinely only knew that her father had hidden something, but he didn't know exactly what it was. If Commander Lu knew what was actually sealed inside the box, in order to avoid being exposed, his superiors would definitely have told him what the matching items that were out in the open were. It seems we can't get anything out of him. Siali, abandoning her previous caution, leaned back lazily in her chair and casually replied, I came across an unfinished blueprint by chance, thought it was interesting, and then had the opportunity to complete it. Commander Lu. What's fun? What do you mean by complete? Say it again if you dare. Upon hearing Siali's words, Commander Lu's expression nearly cracked open. I was so shocked and excited that I couldn't express it. Putting aside Siali's claim of accidentally obtaining the unfinished blueprints, did Siali actually complete the paper herself? Siali has the capability to manufacture clothes and weapon systems. He immediately stood up excitedly, looking intently at Siali, his voice trembling slightly. Where's the second half of the document? Could you show it to me? Wait a minute. Siali just said something like, accidentally obtained unfinished blueprints? Under what circumstances would someone entrust their life's work to another and then disappear from the public eye? Could it be that Siali's master passed on all his skills to her and gave her the unfinished blueprints before passing away? Could it be that they were wrong all along? Siali had no idea that Commander Lu had so many messy thoughts in his head. He only heard this question and then smiled meaningfully. She knew that there were some things that Commander Lu might not be able to decide on his own, and that rescuing his father was a huge responsibility that needed to be shouldered by more people. If other problems arise in the future, it might be even more troublesome without Commander Lu's backing. Siali grinned, looking incredibly smug, and said in a cocky, roguish tone, you can put this. I took the document to my dad's superior and asked them to take a good look at it before giving me a reply. I want to know what the force targeting my father is, who the main figures are, and how you plan to dismantle them. I also want to know why my dad is here. Upon hearing her words, Commander Lu's expression immediately darkened, and he slammed his fist on the table, roaring, this is a blatant threat. Siali chuckled, shouldn't I threaten you? She leaned forward slightly, placing both forearms on the table, and looked at Commander Lu, whose face was grim, her tone becoming more serious. My dad knows the truth, and he took it voluntarily. Take my nephew in Northeast China, for example. He's only 13 years old this year. He was framed and almost died because of these petty infighting incidents. What did he do to deserve this? Your decision nearly drove a child to their death. Am I just supposed to let you decide things your way, unable to control my own destiny, and not even know who killed me when I die? Before Siali came to the unit, he wanted to take all the design drawings, mail it out, let them inspect it, and then slowly fish. Everything was under her control. The only thing that slipped out of her control was the letter Lu Dingyuan sent her. She originally thought that the Northeast was far away from here and far away from his father, and that because it was outside the war zone and not involved, its situation would be much better than that of the besieged South Island. But to everyone's surprise, those people were so heartless that they didn't even spare such a young child. Why bother with taking things slowly? Why bother with a gentlemanly approach? Since we've already reached the point of risking our lives, let's all fight to the death and see who can outlast whom. Commander Lu had previously revealed some related matters. According to Siali's own analysis, Fu Cheng was a pro-Mao faction, not a traitor or spy. They wanted what her father had. Logically speaking, Russia's technological and economic development levels are now superior to China's. What is there that someone like Fu Cheng, a pro-Maoist, would insist on taking from China to curry favor with Russia? She was surrounded by fog, unable to see the path that was right in front of her even if she wanted to get out of the maze. She was in a very passive position. This passivity could not continue. Her fate was still not in her own hands, and she feared that one day she would really resort to indiscriminate attacks to achieve her ultimate goal. Commander Lu was clearly unaware of Xia Debao's situation, and upon hearing Siali's words, he fell completely silent. Siali gave him no chance to try to delay her, saying bluntly, I am not my parents, and I do not have such high patriotism. Let's be frank and open about this today. If you don't believe me, I don't feel any sense of belonging to you. The only reason I'm still sitting here rambling on is because my dad is loyal to this country, but that's only if he's still alive. You all know best what the outside world is like now. From now on, the situation for both my parents and my older brother's family will become increasingly difficult. My request is that my parents come with me to serve in the military, and that my older brother be transferred here as well. If you refuse to understand all my demands, I will take this to Fu Cheng, and I'm sure he will be more than willing to tell me the truth. Or, he's not only willing to tell me the truth, but also willing to help protect my parents and my older brother's family, and even send us to a country he'd rather rely on. Don't think you can keep me from leaving South Island just because you don't give me a letter of introduction. I don't think he didn't release people on South Island. And even if I were to leave by boat, I could still leave here. You absolutely cannot keep an eye on me. My nephew's life is in danger. This matter cannot be delayed. I'll give you 3 days to consider. If it works out, we can talk about anything. If that doesn't work, then nothing is certain. After saying that, he stood up and was about to leave. Commander Lu's face turned ashen. He suddenly stood up, raised his hand, and slammed it hard on the table, making a loud bang. He stared intently at Siali and roared, "You're committing treason." Siali turned around, a light smile playing on her lips, and said in the tone of a typical street thug leader who was always up to no good, as if joking, "I haven't betrayed you yet, have I? Moreover, whether I betray you or not depends entirely on the people behind you. Now guess what? If they treat my family like straw dogs and don't care about their lives at all, would I betray them? Want to take a gamble and give it a try?" His smug expression and tone, coupled with the most serious and terrifying words he spoke, made the veins on Commander Lu's forehead bulge. Dare to bet? A mechanical genius who can change the world's military structure, who knows what kind of things he might do if he really goes crazy. They, as conservatives, all tacitly accept forbearance, and all tacitly accept that they are willing to sacrifice everything for the future, even their own families. Because everyone knows the saying, better to be a dog in times of peace than a human in times of chaos. If the country is no longer a country, where will the people turn? I never imagined that such a big change would suddenly occur, one that I don't know whether to be happy or sad. Commander Lu slammed his eyes shut, and when he opened them again, the anger in his eyes had subsided, replaced by a sharp glint in them. Okay, I will relay the design drawings and your words, but I'm not sure what the outcome will be. But you need to give me time. This is a really big deal. I need to go to Beijing, and the round trip by train will take at least 2 days. More than 10 days. Siali had waited so long, so what difference would another 10 or 20 days make? She decisively replied, "Okay. Can I go home now? Commander Lu, if possible, I hope you can stay in the army until things are over. That document of yours is extremely important." Siali knew that Commander Lu probably thought that she had brought the other half of the documents with her in order to negotiate a higher price with them. Although the troops had people to fetch water and food for them, life was relatively comfortable. But that small single room was too small. It couldn't compare to the comfort of a big house. Why don't we have Commander Lu send 2 people to go home with him and just say, "Children make choices, adults want it all." He immediately said, "The remaining half of the design drawings is near my house. I'm afraid if I don't go back, someone will steal them." Commander Lu. And so, Siali not only went home by herself, but also brought back 2 distant cousins with her. 2 weeks later, in a detached villa, 7 or 8 men, including Commander Lu, sat in the study, looking with furrowed brows at the middle-aged man with a parted hairstyle sitting on the sofa. The man held a piece of paper in his hand and flipped through it quickly. His expression became more and more excited, and his body was trembling. Amidst the tense gazes of everyone, he suddenly looked up at Commander Lu and asked urgently, "Was this really altered by Xia Jiangwo's youngest daughter?" As soon as the man finished speaking, Commander Lu felt that everyone in the room turned their attention to him. This was also the first time he had come here with the army commander, and the first time he had seen so many people from their faction at the same time. Feeling a little uneasy under the intense gazes of these people, he nodded slightly and said, "That's exactly what she said. Based on my understanding of Comrade Xia, she wouldn't lie about something like this." Another person sitting on the sofa couldn't stand it any longer and looked anxiously at the person holding the design drawing tightly in his hand. "Old Huang, what do you think of this drawing? Give us a straight answer." Sitting in the head seat, the white-haired old man's gaze fell on him, and he asked in a steady voice, "Old Huang, is this our picture?" Old Huang took off his glasses from the bridge of his nose, wiped his eyes with his sleeve, and looked both excited and overjoyed. "It's our picture, but it's not our picture. This drawing is a significant improvement over our original one. I looked at it carefully, and many of the uncertainties we had before have been resolved with better solutions. The traps we had deliberately set have all been corrected by the designer. Moreover, the designer's drawing skills are superb, and the scale is quite accurate. If the latter part of the design follows the standard and production begins, it will almost certainly be a 100% success. Even if this drawing was intended as a smokescreen, it's impossible for them to have all the research rights drawn on the design drawings and deliberately correct many errors. The design they received not only corrected all the errors and omissions, but also improved other aspects. It can be said that many of their ideas are at a level that they cannot reach at present, and even those powerful European and American countries may not have thought of those points." After a brief pause, Old Huang said decisively without hesitation, "The person who drew this design is a genius. I want to meet her." Old Huang is just a researcher. Upon receiving this design, I was simply overjoyed and excited. But everyone in this room except him was involved in politics and knew the significant advantages and disadvantages involved. Even though he was somewhat happy to know that China had such a talent, he couldn't be completely happy. The talent is indeed exceptional, but the price they're willing to pay is far too high, and it could even disrupt the Navy's strategic deployment. Commander Liu didn't know where this thing came from, but everyone present knew very well. That box must have been leaked, otherwise how would Xia Jiangwo's daughter know what was inside? Zhang Quan frowned, raised his hand and slammed his hand on the sofa armrest, angrily saying, "We shouldn't have entrusted that thing to someone who has nothing to do with the Navy. I told him to leave it with me, since I have a small family and it would save his large family from being implicated." What did he say back then? The youngest daughter's future has been arranged, and the two upright young men should shoulder the responsibility that the country has invested in raising them. Now look what happened. The eldest son is responsible, but the second son betrayed his daughter and took away her chance to stay in the city. My little girl has grown up to be rebellious, and now she's come here to blackmail us. He can't control it, but I can. Make him hand over the things to me. Commander Liu has just explained the whole story in front of everyone. He thought of his old friend's grandson's experience and suddenly thought of his own grandson, who was already over 20 years old but still confused. His heart ached. If it were their family, even if something went wrong, it might be a relief for Guangwen. That was originally a matter for their navy, and it was really inappropriate to involve Xia Jiangwo. The person sitting next to him sighed, reached out and patted his shoulder, and said with a sigh, "Isn't that because your family only has one grandson left? Old Xia doesn't want your family line to end." Old Xia was right next to Zhao Feng when he was run over. Those people could definitely guess what happened to Dong. The West was transferred to Lao Xia's hands. After that, those people were watching so closely, and there was a risk of exposure during the transfer. Old Xia was indeed the most suitable candidate at the time. What they didn't expect was that Old Xia's youngest daughter's way of doing things was completely different from Old Xia's family. In my opinion, the problem still lies with that comrade Xia. Can't we have a proper discussion with him again? When he said this, his gaze was directed at Commander Liu. Commander Liu was speechless for a moment, thinking to himself, with Siali's temper, who could possibly reason with him? He did discuss it with her last time, but in the blink of an eye, she came over with the design drawings of the anti-tank gun to show off. If they break up again, who knows what this girl might do? He sighed and said, "The possibility is very small." Comrade Siali is a very principled comrade. Once he makes up his mind, he usually won't change it. They'll do anything to achieve their goals, and that kind of stubbornness can be really a headache, especially when it comes to their own people. Upon hearing his words, the expressions on everyone's faces became more serious. The old man sitting at the head of the table crossed his hands to his lips, pondered for a moment, and said, "The one who tied the knot must untie it. We have let the Xia family down in this matter, and it is understandable that the young girl feels wronged and aggrieved. However, our current situation is quite tense, and we cannot agree to all of her demands. How about this, Lao Wang? You secretly go to the South Island with Lao Lu and let Xia Jiangwo mediate between them. We will try to recruit Comrade Xia into our organization, but we also have our bottom line. Some things cannot be abandoned for the sake of one or two people. As long as it doesn't affect our overall situation, we should try to agree to her requests." Upon hearing this, Division Commander Wang and Division Commander Lu immediately stood up and saluted the person. Meanwhile, Xia Li in the South Island had already received Lu Dingyuan's second letter from the Northeast. The letter said that her eldest nephew had been discharged from the hospital, and that the farm manager was treating her brother's family well, so she could rest assured for the time being. Xia Li breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the letter. Viral meningitis is not considered a serious illness in later generations. As long as it is treated properly, there are generally no problems, and surgery is not even necessary. But in those days, it wasn't just a lack of medical care and food, medicines and medical supplies were also scarce, resulting in extremely low levels of medical care. Her nephew could easily develop problems such as persistent headaches, visual and auditory impairment, balance disorders, or even become mentally disabled. When he received the previous letter, he didn't dare tell his parents about it, for fear that they would get upset too. Xia Li was finally relieved to hear that he had been discharged from the hospital safely. After thinking about it, I decided that I should tell her parents about this. After all, he is their grandson, and there is no need to keep it from them. He got up and went straight to find someone. The Xia Jiangwo couple no longer live in the cowshed, but in a small shed built by the sugar factory. To prevent others from finding fault, the brigade leader even said that they hadn't let these intellectuals live in the cowshed, thus giving them special treatment. They specially built a feeding trough in this small shed, saying that when there are more cattle in the village in the future, they will be placed here. Everyone knew this was special treatment, but the entire village was already in cahoots with Siali, and no one dared to utter a word. After what happened before, the people in the educated youth compound are now very afraid of Siali and dare not provoke her at all, let alone report her. Xia Jiangwo and his wife settled down in this clean and spacious, fake livestock shed. Inside the cowshed, Xia Jiangwo sat on a small stool, his face stern, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, fiddling with the tape recorder that Siali had given him before. Li Xioli sat on the hard bed, sewing socks with a needle and thread in her hand. She found the scene somewhat amusing. Didn't I scold my daughter before, saying that it was bad for this thing to appear in the cowshed and that she shouldn't send things here anymore? Why are you treating this radio so preciously now, like you've never seen one before? Xia Jiangwo thought to himself, how can they be the same? He had seen many radios before, and even had one at home, but this radio was different. His daughter had assembled it herself for him, her father. How could it be the same as a store-bought one? He deliberately put on a stern face and said, the things have already been delivered. We can't just leave them there, can we? That girl is so petty. If she knew I wasted her efforts, she'd probably throw a tantrum at me. How could Li Xioli not know that he was just being sarcastic, but actually very happy inside? He shook his head helplessly and was about to speak when he heard a faint voice coming from outside the window. You can give it back to me if you don't want it. They could sell for tens of dollars. Li Xioli. Xia Jiangwo. Xia Jiangwo glanced speechlessly at his daughter, who always appeared and disappeared without a trace, and quickly put the radio away. What are you selling? Who allows you to buy and sell these days? I absolutely cannot allow my daughter to make such a mistake. Pfft. Li Xioli couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xia Li rolled her eyes, braced herself against the window frame with one hand, and nimbly climbed in, saying irritably, oh right, whatever you say is right. Facing her father's loving slap, she instantly hid behind Li Xioli, angrily starting to complain, Mom, look at him. I agree with him, and he still wants to hit me. Li Xioli couldn't stop smiling after seeing her daughter, and she patted her lightly with amusement. If you don't make your dad angry, he won't hit you. When Siali saw Li Xioli, who surprisingly didn't take sides this time, she looked at her in disbelief and said, Mom, you've changed. You used to always take sides, but now you don't take sides as much as before. Having grasped his unspoken meaning, it was old Xia's turn to roll his eyes and say disdainfully, what are you doing here so late at night? Didn't you come here once before? Upon hearing this, Xia Li recounted the story of his nephew's illness to the two of them. The Xia couple were stunned upon hearing this. Li Xioli cried her heart out, leaning against Xia Jiangwo, unable to straighten her back. Her voice was filled with sorrow, despair, and trembling. My poor Debao, he's still so young. How could these people be so heartless? Don't they have children of their own? Why target a child and not others? Xia Jiangwo's eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth so hard that the veins on his cheeks bulged, just to keep himself from collapsing in anger. There always needs to be someone in the family who can act as the pillar of the family. What should we do when everyone's emotions collapse? Turning to look at Siali, his whole body tense, his voice low and hoarse, yet filled with anger, he asked, have you found out what happened? Seeing them crying like this, Siali sighed inwardly, unsure of how to judge the situation. He simply said, Lu Dingyuan had someone investigate the mastermind behind it all. The idiot who had rabies is dead, so there's no way to get information from him. But the day before the incident, someone saw the mentally challenged man being lured out of the village by a stranger with candied hawthorns. The person who did it must be that person. Siali paused here, frowned, and continued, but whether we find out who that person is or not doesn't really matter, since no one saw him instigating an idiot to do bad things. Even if we don't know his identity, this person is probably connected to Fu Cheng and his group. Xia Jiangwo's face was extremely pale, and he looked quite dejected. It's my fault that he got into trouble. He had a son, and he felt he hadn't let his son down, but he had let his grandson and daughter-in-law down. But Dabao's condition left them with no other choice at the time. Siali asked with some puzzlement, Dabao is so young, why didn't you send him to another relative's house before he was sent down to the countryside? I see many families doing that. The fact that Xia Jiangwo and his wife were willing to sever ties with her and ensure her safety proves that they were willing to do so for the safety of their children and grandchildren. If she can keep a child this big safe, how can she not keep a child like Dabao who doesn't know anything? Li Xioli sighed upon hearing this, your sister-in-law's family. At this point, she paused. She didn't want to say anything bad about her daughter-in-law's family, but after carefully considering it, she still couldn't bring herself to say anything praising them. All I could say was, your sister-in-law can't rely on her family. It's not a good idea to leave the child with her. Hearing this, Xia Jiangwo, who was sitting on a small stool, snorted coldly, is that unreliable? That's called throwing lambs to the slaughter. Going to the countryside with them might just give me a longer life. He had barely finished speaking when he saw Li Xioli start crying again, and he immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. She quickly apologized. Don't cry, I was just saying that. Dabao is fine now, don't be sad. Siali sat next to him and pouted, Dad, now I finally know where my unethical mouth comes from. Xia Jiangwo glared at her, annoyed. If you don't speak properly, I'll hit you. Siali grimaced and rubbed her arm. He shrugged and said irritably, it's not like you didn't hit me. Xia Jiangwo glared, I'll hit you again next time. Let's see when you learn your lesson. Siali casually leaned on Sichuyu, who was being amused by the two of them, and said, then you'd better take good care of your health and live a long and healthy life, outliving me. I guess I'll never change in this lifetime. If I don't want to live to be 200, I should just give up now. Despite being slapped hard by Xia Jiangwo, Siali nimbly leaped out of the window like a monkey in the mountains and ran away. He left behind only the words, you've driven your daughter away, who will take care of you in your old age now. Xia Jiangwo. Siali. What was supposed to be a sad story has been ruined by Siali's meddling, and all the sadness has vanished. The couple exchanged a glance and shook their heads helplessly. With such a worrying daughter, how could they bear to die? They have to hand her over to a reliable person first. With that temper of theirs, they really have to worry themselves sick. Xia Jiangwo said helplessly, next time that brat comes, tell her to thank Comrade Lu properly. Not only did they travel all that way to deliver something to us, but they also saved our precious child's life. Sichuyu composed herself, somewhat puzzled. Why didn't you tell your daughter yourself? Xia Jiangwo's brows furrowed with gloom, and he said irritably, we're incompatible according to the Chinese zodiac. See how she always beats me up before I even talk to her? I think she just needs to be taught a lesson. Sichuyu looked at him with a helpless sarcasm. I think you seem to enjoy it, even though you know she's doing it on purpose every time. Play with your daughter. Xia Jiangwo suppressed the disdain he had deliberately displayed on his face and sighed. Sigh, it's my fault as her father. Otherwise, she would have been married and had children long ago, and would have found a good home. She wouldn't have to suffer with us in the countryside. I'm already so old, I don't know how much longer I have to live. I just want to spend as much time with her as I can. His eldest grandson was suffering outside, and he was too far away to help him. How could this not break the heart of an elder? Upon hearing this, Sichuli's face immediately paled. She stared intently at Xia Jiangwo, her voice urgent, are you feeling unwell again? He then proceeded to take Xia Jiangwo's pulse. Xia Jiangwo quickly raised his hand to stop him, explaining in a very fast voice, no, the people love their youngest son. I was just saying. Since I can't take care of the old... Sichuyu nodded quickly and began to tidy up the things that shouldn't be in the cowsheet. Good. Xia Jiangwo opened the door with a tense nerve. The people in the village knew about their relationship with their daughter, so they usually wouldn't come looking for them. When their daughter came to visit, she would always jump out of the window and never use the door. As you get older, the old saying, jumping out the window will stop you from growing taller, no longer applies. Nowadays, it would be quite strange if someone knocked on the door in a proper manner. Xia Jiangwo opened the door with a serious mind, but when he opened it, he was stunned to see the two people standing there. Xia Jiangwo looked surprised. Commander Wang, old Lu, what brings you here? Commander Wang was his former superior, and he was in charge of him before he was transferred to the countryside. As for Lao Lu and his men, they had gone through thick and thin together on the battlefield before, so they weren't strangers when they met again. Commander Lu was speechless upon hearing this, and had a lot of pent-up frustrations he wanted to confide in Xia Jiangwo. In the end, it all boiled down to one sentence. We're here today for your precious daughter. The person who had the most contact with Xia Li was Commander Lu, and when he said this, it was full of heartache and tears. That little girl was like a tyrant to him, always finding a way to trick him. Xia Jiangwo always felt that Lao Lu's tone was a bit strange when he said this, as if he was somewhat resentful. Seeing that the two were wearing civilian clothes and not military uniforms, he knew that they had come secretly. After checking that no one was around, he quickly stepped aside to let them in. Come in first and we'll talk. The three quickly entered the house, and after they were all seated, Xia Jiangwo looked at the two who had suddenly arrived with some puzzlement. What did Lily do this time? Commander Wang? Commander Lu. Commander Lu wiped his face hard. Judging from the way old Xia was asking the questions, he knew that his daughter was a repeat offender. They didn't do anything special, they just took a close-in weapon system design and wanted me to threaten me, asking me to get you and her brother's family out of here. Xia Jiangwo. Sichuyu. Commander Wang added, that close-in weapon system design drawing is the same one that old Zhao gave you in that box before. Did you open that box and show it to your daughter? Commander Lu chimed in from the side. Don't wrong old Xia, he's not that kind of person. His daughter went to the US and managed to pry open a research institute's safe with a pen cap. That little, beat-up box could be opened in a minute. Why would old Xia need to check it? Commander Wang looked surprised upon hearing this. Xia Jiangwo used to be his direct subordinate, and he had met the Xia family's young lady quite a few times before. Those few troublemakers in the compound, who usually play like crazy, actually have this kind of ability. That's amazing! When Commander Lu saw his colleague's surprise, he suddenly felt the urge to confide in him. He had no one to talk to about these messy and upsetting things before, but now, in front of the girl's parents, he could finally have a good chat with the girl's biological father. He said with a mournful expression, "It's more than that. Not only did she dismantle the safe, but she and that brat Lu Dingyuan also swapped the real safe for a fake one and stole a lot of biology data." At the airport, he blatantly lied and shouted at people, almost getting the airport staff labeled as racist. "By the way, you know Li Yeqing, right?" Division Commander Wang looked surprised. "Is that the guy who's so good at developing fighter jets in our country?" Commander Lu nodded. "Yes, that's him." Siali and Lu Dingyuan each gave him a chop to the neck. His neck was swollen like a swimming ring, and it reportedly took more than a month for the swelling to subside. Upon hearing this, Division Commander Wang, with an air of schadenfreude and a penchant for stirring up trouble, exclaimed, "Oh, that's quite a feat. She's a hot-tempered girl, like a child from a military family." Upon hearing this, Commander Lu continued, exasperated, "Isn't he short-tempered? A while ago, people from the Northern Machinery Factory came to learn from each other. They weren't very polite to her, so she signed a pledge with them to compete in a car modification contest, with the loser having to apologize. Those brilliant researchers, you know what kind of temper they have, they're all obsessed with saving face and suffer for it." Even though Zhou Qingli lost, he refused to apologize. Instead, the girl created a machine that could project things from paper onto the wall, which she called a projector. They threw Zhou Qingli and his grandson's pledge of military service directly onto the building in front of our Corps' parade ground, forcing them to apologize. By the way, they made the generator themselves too. They had one of our young soldiers work on it for her all after. He had no idea that his daughter had done so many good deeds without his knowledge. In her daughter's account, she only said that her experience in the United States was, they were so mean. They locked up all of their researchers' data, PS state-of-the-art safes with alarm systems, to prevent them from taking it away. So I dismantled their locks, PS the entire alarm system. I'm really good at it. I can pick locks, PS the most advanced safes. The airport staff were rude, PS they deliberately blocked our documents and wouldn't let us through, even worse than the 8 major officials in China. They didn't seem like they were in the service industry at all, PS terrible political diplomacy. I couldn't hold back and started arguing with them, PS they beat me to a pulp. Only then did they process our entry and exit formalities, PS. I had no choice but to do it. There was a senior mechanic who went to the United States with me, PS Li Qingya, who was extremely capable, PS had an extremely bad temper. He tempered my mind, PS his constant nagging annoyed me, and made my mind reach a higher level, PS. I was so patient that I wanted to explode at any time, but I couldn't explode in order to come back sooner. In the end, we fixed the plane together. I fixed most of them. PS that guy's eyes were so swollen from his neck that his eyelids were almost transparent. Some of the precise fixes were completely invisible. I'm pretty good at it. To thank him, I even massaged his shoulders, PS. I got a slap on the shoulder. On the way, I promised Lu Dingyuan that I would modify his engine, PS. I said it casually, and later I regretted it a bit. The army's engine is really too slow, PS. I grumbled to Lu Dingyuan about it for more than 4 hours. I happened to run into people from the Northern Vehicle Research Institute, PS those people were just looking for trouble, and I had a good sparring session with them, PS. I beat them to a pulp. Those particularly outstanding researchers from the Northern Institute even praised me loudly in front of everyone on the main playground, PS saying, "Good, good, you're really something. The younger generation will surpass the older, just you wait and see." And express their friendliness, PS apologized to me. Dad, aren't I amazing? This rambling, boastful talk would make any parent think their child is bragging, and they'd happily oblige, trying to make their child happy. Even a strict father like Xia Zhangwo couldn't help but smile and praise Siali when he saw her smug little face. But to his utter surprise, his daughter did the opposite. Instead of exaggerating and boasting about herself, she took things out of context and downplayed the earth-shattering things she had done. That brat was smugly saying those seemingly casual words to mislead his emotions. It was definitely intentional. The thought of him praising her with a smile made Xia Zhangwo feel like he was having a heart attack. His blood pressure spiked, and he felt an urge to drag his daughter over and give her a good beating. That brat, she's fooling her old father again. All she does all day is cause trouble outside and report that she's safe and sound. Xia Zhangwo's forehead veins throbbed as he gritted his teeth and interrupted Commander Lu's incessant rant about his daughter. So you came here this time to refuse her excessive demands? Don't worry. Although Lily is young, she knows what's important and would never do anything to harm China. Even if the higher-ups disagree, this design will absolutely not be leaked. He didn't want to hear any more of his unfortunate child's crazy stories, otherwise he was afraid he would really get so angry that his blood vessels would burst. Her own daughter. The woman knew that he was a person who understood the importance of things. She might not fully understand their actions, but she would never have the heart to hold them back. However, now that she has created such a deadly thing, even his side probably won't let their daughter wander around outside, right? Joining the army would be a good option, as it would provide her with some protection and could be considered a way out. In just a moment, Xia Zhengwo thought of many things. He didn't want his eldest grandson's incident to repeat itself, nor did he want to continue to burden his daughter like this. He understands his daughter's filial piety, but how can parents bear to do this? Upon hearing Xia Zhengwo's words, Division Commander Wang quickly waved his hand. No, old Xia, you've misunderstood. Our organization does indeed want to recruit someone as talented as your youngest daughter, and we also genuinely feel that your family has suffered a great injustice. Therefore, we unanimously agree to do everything we can to help. But as you know, some things have far-reaching consequences, and for the sake of long-term planning, we can't agree to everything. We came here hoping you could mediate and talk to your youngest daughter to come up with the best possible solution. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhengwo frowned slightly. If his two sons had this ability, even if it was his own second son, he would force him to join the army and serve the country. But when it came to his youngest daughter, he always felt a little reluctant. To be honest, even though he felt he shouldn't have, he still regretted insisting that his daughter join the army. He never expected his daughter to act in such a sharp and outspoken manner. Such people are most likely to be targeted and made targets. But now that she has shown so much, who can protect her if she doesn't join the army? Why? Old Liu, have someone bring him over now, let's talk now. Xia Zhengwo didn't want to affect his daughter or give her any leverage, so naturally he wouldn't personally go to her house to talk to her. Commander Liu and Commander Wang came secretly, not wanting to be discovered by others. Ultimately, the group had to find another way. In a peaceful little mountain village, a little boy dressed in patched clothes, holding a piece of candy in his hand, humming an unknown tune, skipped and hopped towards a large house not far away. Tada! There was a knock on the door. Qinhua Wen, who had already finished work, went to open the door and called out to the house. Siali, someone is looking for you. Siali strode out and saw a child standing at the door, who looked like a child he had taught before. He asked, somewhat puzzled, do you need something? The child turned his head and looked around, his eyes darting around. After confirming that no one was around, he looked at Siali, leaned forward slightly, and whispered, your dad wants you to go over there. Siali, it's just passing on a message. Why make it sound like a little messenger running away from the Japanese and delivering a message to underground workers? His sneaky appearance reminded him of Sam from Sam the Vagabond, both of whom had shaved heads. Siali reached into her pocket and took out a few pieces of candy from her. To avoid implicating her, no matter how big the matter was in the past, her father never sent anyone to look for her. Could it be that her parents set the sugar factory on fire and couldn't cover it up anymore? Thinking about this, Siali found it funny. She kept secretly bad-mouthing Lao Xia in her mind and quickly arrived at the sugar factory. As Siali approached the fake cowshed of the sugar factory, she sensed two more breathing sounds inside, and her brows immediately furrowed. Could they have been kidnapped? Approaching silently, hidden outside the window, coldly observing the situation inside the room. As a result, she discovered that she actually recognized the owner of one of the two extra breaths. Seeing how enthusiastically Commander Liu and her father were chatting, Siali had a vague sense of unease. This old man. Could he possibly go to her house and complain about her? That's outrageous. How old are they? Instead of handling their own problems, they complained to their parents. Without any hesitation, he jumped in through the window with a whoosh, his gaze turning sinister as he looked at Commander Liu, his voice also somewhat menacing. You want something from me? Commander Liu met Siali's sinister gaze and could clearly sense that this little girl probably wanted to beat him up. Commander Liu, what would be an outrageous thing for someone else is not surprising at all for this little girl. Seeing his daughter's murderous look as soon as she came up, Xia Zhengwo scolded her impatiently. How dare you talk to your Uncle Liu like that? He reached out and beckoned Siali over, saying, quickly greet your Uncle Liu and Grandpa Wang. Siali, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Commander Liu has been taken advantage of all along, hasn't he? Siali's current state is just like that of a child who, during Chinese New Year, is taken to a relative's house by her parents and forced to greet relatives she doesn't like. Asking is just a way of saying, I don't want to talk. Asking again just means you want to get out of there as quickly as possible. With lips so sunken they could hang an oil bottle, he reluctantly greeted, hello, Grandpa Wang. Hello, Uncle Liu. Anyone could see her reluctance. Commander Wang. Is this the legendary mechanic who is even more skilled than those veteran military researchers and who single-handedly completed the design drawings of the close-in weapon system? Before coming here, he thought that although Siali was young, she was likely to be the kind of little devil who would defy her father, be unruly and fearless. Isn't this just an immature child? The current situation seems much better than he had imagined. Commander Wang didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. We've come here to discuss the conditions you've proposed. There's nothing to discuss. I only have these requirements. If you agree, great. If not, forget it. Before he could finish speaking, Siali coldly and firmly interrupted him, refusing him without room for argument. Commander Wang was momentarily speechless at Siali's words, while Commander Lu beside him was already used to it. If Siali were so easy to manipulate, he wouldn't have been tricked by this little girl so many times. Siali ignored their reactions and continued, "You know what's going on, and you should also know what I'm drawing. Give me a straight answer, agree to my conditions or not. I don't have time to waste. If it doesn't work out, I need to find someone else as soon as possible." Commander Wang, Commander Lu, and Mr. and Mrs. Xia Zhengwo. Xia Zhengwo was immediately infuriated by her attitude, feeling utterly overwhelmed. He roared impatiently, "Get into the army properly, and don't mention any unnecessary conditions." In front of so many people, he couldn't tell his daughter that she had drawn up the complete close-in weapon system design, and that if this were leaked, it would put her in danger. The weapons on an aircraft carrier. Currently, only the United States has aircraft carriers in the world. Even Russia hasn't built one yet. If she doesn't join the army, who can protect her? Siali was immediately displeased upon hearing his words, and her face fell. Looking at Xia Zhengwo's expression, which clearly showed his displeasure, he stubbornly said, "No. If you don't agree, I'll switch jobs." She knew in her heart that although many people in this era had a hard time, and many people had their own ideals, ambitions, and beliefs, what these people did most was weigh the pros and cons. If one day, future generations record her actions in history books, she will be a clear villain in this difficult era. But so what? People should live in the present. No matter how well history books portray her, that's just other people's opinion. She still has to live her own life. No matter how powerful Qin Shi Huang is portrayed, he was supposed to live to be 49, but he still only lived to be 49. With a kick of the legs, let others write whatever they want. Siali's stubborn and contradictory behavior, in her father's eyes, really resembled a spoiled brat throwing a tantrum, and Xia Zhengwo was so angry that the veins on his forehead throbbed. He jumped up with a whoosh, ripped off his shoe, and charged at Siali, yelling as he chased after her, "I told you not to switch jobs. Let's see how you do it." Even though he had never heard the Siali wasn't stupid. When she saw her father stand up in a flash, her body reacted faster than her brain. She jumped out of the window and ran away as fast as she could. As he ran, he turned back to his elderly father and yelled, "Why can't I change jobs? If their pay isn't good, I'll find one with better pay. Why can't I change jobs? You, as my father, are unhappy that your own daughter got a well-paying job? Are you even my real father? Shouldn't you be on my side? Can what should it be described as good or bad pay?" Xia Zhengwo listened to his daughter's words, which sounded reasonable at first glance, but upon closer examination, he found them to be full of fallacies, which made his blood pressure soar. He flung open the door with his shoe in hand and chased after Siali, who had run into the yard. "I said you're not allowed to jump, and that's final. Today I'll show you whether I'm really your father or not." This small courtyard was used for raising cattle. It was a small cowshed, and the courtyard itself wasn't very big. 2 adults could run around here without being able to run away. Siali looked at the dilapidated yard and wished that if old Xia stretched out his arm a little longer, his shoe could hit her. When she saw the cattle trough in front of her, she jumped up and hopped from one side of the cattle trough to the other. He deliberately talked in a cocky, roguish tone, "I'll jump. I'll jump." Xia Zhengwo. How could Xia Zhengwo not see that her job hopping implied something else? His anger was truly stirred up by his daughter's actions. But he was too old to jump ship with his daughter, so he simply chased after her around the cow trough, holding his shoe in his hand. Every time I'm about to catch up with my daughter, she jumps from the cow trough to the other side, shouting "jumping trough," and her feet nimbly doing the same, jumping so smoothly. Commander Wang and Commander Lu, who witnessed the whole thing. I always felt that there was something off about the father-daughter relationship in Lao Xia's family. Unexpectedly lively? The father and daughter rushed out so fast that no one had a chance to stop them. Now, they're messing with the cattle trough, jumping and circling around it, just like those people who jumped rope before the Cultural Revolution. Commander Wang and Commander Lu immediately stepped forward to stop them. Commander Wang stretched out his arm to block Xia Zhengwo's chest to prevent his old subordinate, who was so angry he was about to lose his mind, from continuing to beat their daughter. He repeatedly urged, "Old Xia, calm down, calm down. The child is still young, we can teach him slowly, don't hit him all the time." I've never seen Lao Xia so irritable before. Everyone in the military compound knows he spoils his daughter. How did he become like this after coming to the South Island? Yes, Lao Xia, calm down, let's talk this out. We can always reach an agreement that satisfies both parties. Hitting children solves nothing. Commander Lu also joined in the persuasion, but he felt even more panicked than Commander Wang. Why does this seemingly capable young girl act like this in front of Lao Xia? I hope I won't end up like this when I'm working under him. That's really worrying. Xia Zhengguo was so angry with his daughter that he could hardly think straight. He had never seen such a naughty child before. He said he was going to switch jobs, and he actually found one. If he ever wants to eat wife cakes, is he really going to grab a married woman and stuff her into a cake? He squeezed his eyes shut to calm himself down, took a deep breath, and looked at his daughter with a serious expression. His voice carried the unique authority of a father instructing his daughter. Do you know what you're doing? Your demands could affect millions of Chinese people. Without sacrifice, what future does China have? Even families have pillars of support, let alone a nation. If everyone thought like you, when the anti-island war broke out, everyone in China would have fled abroad for refuge or simply surrendered to the island nation. Where would the new China we have today be? Siali and Xia Zhengguo were still separated by a cow trough. Siali was on high alert, worried that the two old men might not be able to stop her vigorous father and would rush over to beat him again. She said in a very unreasonable tone, I don't care how others want to give, I'm not willing. My family is in trouble, what's the point of making any sacrifices? My nephew almost died in northeast China. I'm already being quite rational by not making high-powered explosives to take revenge on society. You are indeed a hero, shouldering heavy responsibilities for the future of China, feeling that your own family is less important than the greater good. But have you ever thought about what your family members think? If Siali were an observer, seeing someone like Xia Zhengguo, she would also exclaim, wow, people in that era really had it so tough. Xia Zhengguo was a man of great righteousness, yet he suffered so much unfair treatment, even his family was implicated. It is truly a tragic and moving story. Such a great man deserves our respect. But when it comes to these selfless individuals who sacrifice their own families for the greater good, all that's left is a feeling of utter dismay. Siali just wants to say one thing, this kind of person is too great. My family is small, please don't let this happen to my family. Everyone likes to be favored, who likes to be abandoned? Xia Zhengguo, carrying the shoes in his hand, stopped chasing after his daughter. Hearing her words, my heart ached as if it had been stabbed. I felt a mixture of disappointment and heartache as I said, I told you to stay in the city, but you wouldn't. Your second brother tried to find a way to stay in the city, but you were so stupid as to insist on coming here. Your older brother is my biological brother. He shares the same hopes for the future as your mother and agrees to what I'm doing. If you don't want to, you should stay far away from him as soon as possible. Your mother and I are none of your business here. He knew his wife would be implicated before he went to the countryside. Although he didn't tell her the specifics, he did propose a divorce to avoid dragging her into it. His wife was a veteran military doctor and his revolutionary comrade in arms. They shared the same political dreams, and she resolutely opposed divorcing him and insisted on being sent down to the countryside with him. Her eldest son is also in the military system, and as his child, she can't escape. If we can take this opportunity to sever ties, that would be the best thing ever. Siali didn't care what her father was thinking. She looked at her father with unusual seriousness and said, my older brother is your biological son, but is Dabao your biological son? He's only 13. Look what he's done to him. Did you ask him if he was willing to go to the countryside? If Dabao dies, do you think my sister-in-law can still live? They've bullied us like this, and has anyone above done anything about it? They haven't even retaliated. Even if we consider the overall situation, we can't just sacrifice others so easily. Dabao isn't a soldier. If he dies, he won't even be able to enter the martyrs' cemetery. If they had taken good care of my nephew, I wouldn't be this angry. No matter how noble one's sentiments are, they are all gone when one dies. You can be great all you want, we're just ordinary people. We farm and want to harvest, we put in the effort and want a return. After all that sacrifice, can't you even guarantee the safety of your family members? Am I making unreasonable demands? I just want to guarantee my family's most basic right to survival. Xia Zhengguo's eyes reddened as he recalled what had happened to his eldest grandson, and he covered his mouth tightly with his hands. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Anyway, I'm not leaving. If you want to make demands, then don't take me with you, and don't ask about my affairs. Just cut ties with me like your second brother did, and then you'll all be fine. Those people won't keep such a close watch on Dabao. If you feel sorry for Dabao, after you break off relations with me, make sure Dabao also breaks off relations with us, and then take him with you. That's his eldest grandson, how could he not be heartbroken? However, if he were to step down, hundreds or even thousands of people who had connections with him would have to step in to take his place, and the harm caused would only grow. Moreover, he knew perfectly well that the conditions his daughter had proposed would not be fully agreed to by the higher-ups, even if it meant a complete breakdown in relations. While researchers as capable as their daughter are indeed important, the millions of ordinary Chinese people are even more important. Her strength alone was no match for so many people. But if the daughter distances herself from his being sent down to the countryside, doesn't ask what's in the box, and doesn't confront the people behind it, but only mentions wanting to take Dabao away, the higher-ups will definitely agree. Before their lineage achieves complete victory, they will try their best to protect, and even focus on cultivating, his daughter, this talented researcher. No matter what happens to them in the future, at least the two of them are safe at home. How easy is it for a firefly's light to break through the darkness? Xia Zhangguo felt a pain in his chest, and his overall demeanor became much more subdued. Life isn't always just about good or bad. It's more about making choices between good and better, difficult and more difficult. Everyone present understood this principle. The impenetrable darkness made the veteran revolutionaries feel exhausted and powerless, yet they had no choice but to persevere with their frail shoulders. If these older people don't step up, what will happen to their descendants? Will they continue to live in this dark and hopeless environment? In the midst of this solemn atmosphere, a voice suddenly rang out, almost making everyone gasp for breath. Siali, if you don't leave, divorce my mother and don't drag her into this. I'll take her with me and find her a better old man than you. Xia Zhangguo. Commander Wang, Commander Liu, and Li Xioli. Xia Zhangguo raised the shoe in his hand and rushed towards his daughter with a contorted face. You brat, you're asking for it. I'll beat you to death today. Li Xioli sighed, having long since given up on getting involved in the affairs of this father and son. This time, even Commander Wang and Commander Liu didn't step forward to stop him. They deeply realized that it wasn't that old Xia was too irritable, but rather that every beating their comrade Xia had endured was well-deserved. Look at what he said. Which father wouldn't be angry if he heard that? Old Xia was getting on in years and couldn't outrun young Xia, eventually giving up in exhaustion, panting and gasping for breath. He rested his hands on his knees and panted for a while before he could catch his breath. Looking up, he saw his daughter, brimming with energy, hiding in the corner, her big eyes darting around as she stared at him, fully alert, ready to run away as soon as he chased her. He became even angrier. I took a deep breath, not wanting to keep playing around with my daughter here and make a fool of myself. If you can persuade your mother, then you can let her go with you. You have your ideas, and I have my convictions. I know that in the eyes of you young people, I might be seen as an old-fashioned stubborn person, but without the Red Army's unyielding spirit during the Long March, there would be no modern China today. I may indeed be safe if I leave here, but many people will suffer, and China may lose its competitive edge in the future world order. Some things have to be borne by someone. I can't be so selfish. I'm so proud to have such a filial child like you, who also knows how to think about the family. No matter what the future holds, as long as you and Dabao are still here, and the spirit of the Xia family remains, that's enough. Siali has experienced so much in this era, especially the lesson Sichuyu taught her before she left. Now she can understand Lao Xiao's actions to some extent. But understanding does not mean agreeing. She wasn't as noble as Lao Xia, she only hoped that her loved ones could live well. But even such a humble wish, which is only at the level of basic human rights, is so difficult in this era, so how could she be content? He forced a stiff smile. Don't even think about it. The kind of integrity you're looking for doesn't exist in me, and don't count on me. My second brother and I are pretty much the same. At most, you can only hope that Dabao won't be led astray by me. If you're not coming with me because you have those things, I have a new. Is there really any way? So many of them haven't come up with anything. Siali, I hereby announce to the world that the box you want to hide. In the end, they hid the child for me so that no one would look for you anymore. This way, the problem on the older brother's side is solved immediately, and no one will bother them anymore. If they want to do anything, they can come at me directly. It won't involve anyone else. With her abilities, as long as nothing too unexpected happens, she shouldn't be in any danger. Moreover, he can directly integrate into the military, unlike her father who has resources, but doesn't know how to use them. Siali spoke very seriously, not at all like he was joking. Commander Wang, Commander Liu, and even Dai Lixio were shocked and looked at Xia Zhangguo in disbelief. Old Xia actually let his own daughter hide something so important. No wonder their daughter knew what was in the box. It turns out that their little girl had accidentally seen the locked box and, out of curiosity, opened it to peek inside. Seeing the attitudes of Commander Wang and Commander Liu, Xia Zhangguo and his wife felt a sudden pang of unease. When Xia Zhangguo heard his daughter say that she had hidden the box, he glanced at the expressions on the faces of the two men and knew that they believed him. He was immediately filled with shock and anger. How could he tell outsiders about something like this? He didn't even tell his wife that his daughter had hidden that thing. What if someone betrayed her and harmed her one day? If Xia Zhangguo had never truly intended to hit the child when he chased after him before, this time he was genuinely enraged. He grabbed his shoes and charged straight at Siali, roaring, "You brat! Do you think people will believe you just because you said that for my sake? How could I let someone as unreliable as you hide something so important? Do you really think everyone's stupid? You want to drag yourself into this for my sake? You think I'll appreciate it? Let me tell you. I haven't even held you accountable for secretly opening the box and looking inside before. You think you can get all high and mighty just because you've achieved a little success? I'll beat you to death today. Xia Zhengwo's every word was aimed at clearing his daughter's name and dispelling the doubts of others present. Unfortunately, Siali was no pushover. Seeing that her father was really angry, she ran away even faster. I put it there. You dug it up from the backyard the day you were about to be sent down to your posts, and I hid it myself. There was a knife mark on the box, and the combination was 912. I saw it clearly. Xia Zhengwo. Enraged by Siali, Xia Zhengwo clutched his chest tightly, feeling dizzy and his chest ached terribly. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the side. Old Xia. Dad. Xia Zhengwo's sudden collapse startled everyone. Xia Liming was standing the furthest away from him, but he rushed over the fastest and caught Xia Zhengwo, who was about to fall to the ground, in the first instant. She was a little flustered when she caught it. She had never been a doctor before. And there were no ambulances in this day and age, so what could she do if someone got sick? Her first reaction was to pick the person up and take them to the hospital. Fortunately, Li Xiuli was a doctor herself, and she was startled when she saw her daughter easily lift her father, who weighed over 100 pounds. He quickly shouted, "No, no, no. Don't move him yet. Lay him flat on the ground and quickly unbutton the top button of his clothes." As Li Xiuli spoke, she rushed to Xia Zhengwo and Xia Li's side. She grabbed Xia Zhengwo's arm, deftly pushed his sleeve up, and began patting his armpit. He kept shouting, Old Xia, wake up. Don't fall asleep. Once we've calmed down, you can sleep whenever you want." Xia Li knew from her mother's reaction that this was definitely not the first time. With a stern face and without saying a word, he quickly unbuttoned the top button of Xia Zhengwo's shirt to keep him from breathing. Commander Wang and Li Xiuli called out to Xia Zhengwo, telling him to hold on and not faint. Commander Lu stood up and ran outside, saying, "You all stay here for now. I'll drive the car over first, and we'll go to the hospital immediately." The yard was in complete chaos. Siali saw her mother patting her father's arm while crying and begging him not to sleep. He clenched his back molars tightly. She reached out and grabbed her dad's other arm, pulled his shirt up, and started patting his armpit as well. She was much stronger than Li Xiuli. Even though Xia Zhengwo was a little out of his mind, he was still beaten so badly by this unlucky girl that he was grimacing and visibly reacting. Siali yelled at her father, "Hold on. If anything happens to you, I'll get revenge on all those people who came to complain about you. They could either take the black box and defect to the enemy, or leak the information and then retreat into the South Island Legion. I know how to build close-in weapon systems. They'll definitely want me. I'll turn all the forces upside down then, and all that talk about forbearance for the country and the people will be nothing but bullshit. Just try me if you don't believe me. Don't faint. Don't faint." Siali spoke these words through gritted teeth, yet with a seriousness rarely seen in her. Xia Zhengwo probably, as he said this, he used a bit too much force. Crack. A crisp sound of bone breaking. Hiss, Xia Zhengwo almost fainted from the pain. An extremely eerie silence fell over the scene. No one spoke, and they all looked at Siali with unspoken thoughts. This was the first time in Xia Li's 2 lives that she had used so much force that she broke her father's arm, and she was actually quite flustered. Fortunately, she had spent so many years in the apocalypse and had extensive surgical experience. He subtly touched old Xia's bones, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. In this eerie atmosphere, the hand holding Lao Xia's arm pushed upwards, and with a crack sound, the dislocated arm was reattached. Whoa! Xia Zhengwo was completely unprepared when his unlucky daughter suddenly set his bones, causing him to scream in agony. Siali shrank back, her face calm, just like an old doctor with no medical ethics, and said in a serious tone, It's okay. It's just a dislocation. The bone is not broken. It's not a big problem." Xia Zhengwo, Commander 1, Li Xiuli. Xia Zhengwo's chest pain has subsided, and his reattached arm no longer hurts. Chun Chun, on the other hand, is so angry with her daughter that her liver hurts. He raised his newly reattached arm and, with an angry expression, slapped Xia Li on the back. Xia Li screamed, but because she felt guilty, she didn't dodge. Fortunately, Xia Zhengwo was just scaring his daughter and didn't actually hurt her, so Xia Li didn't feel much pain. Seeing her father's pale face and flushed cheeks from anger, she didn't dare to add insult to injury. She just muttered under her breath, "The mere mention of wanting to hurt your China is more effective than an adrenaline shot. I wonder if China is your real daughter, or if I am your real daughter." Seeing this, Li Xiuli quickly pulled Siali away and coaxed her gently, "Your dad is just getting better, so don't upset him." Siali thought to herself, is this what you call upping her dad? She's been so considerate of his current state that she hasn't said anything unpleasant. If he gets really angry, just give him 2 more vials of special adrenaline and he'll be back to his senses immediately. Although Siali appeared unconvinced, she was also a little afraid that her father would lash out again, so she didn't continue nagging. After taking Xia Jiangwo's pulse, Li Xiuli secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He's all right now. At this moment, Commander Lu also drove the car to the entrance of the sugar factory. As soon as he entered, he heard this sentence, "The car is ready. Why don't we go to the hospital for another checkup first?" Xia Jiangwo, half lying on the bed, waved his hand and said, "Xiuli is the best doctor. My illness is a heart problem. It's impossible to detect when it's not acting up, and even going to the hospital can't cure it." Siali frowned. "Let's go to the hospital to get checked out. Don't worry about whether anyone will find out. There must have been people watching when he went out to drive. Now we can't hide it anymore. All those trivial things you're worrying about are nothing compared to life. I wasn't joking when I said what I just told you." Xia Jiangwo was about to get angry again when he heard his unlucky daughter say those words, but he remembered that he was not in the right body to get angry, so he swallowed his anger. He gave a cold humph and turned his head away, no longer wanting to look at this annoying thing. Seeing that the father and son were at an impasse again, Li Xiuli quickly came over to persuade her daughter. "What your dad said is true. He has coronary heart disease, which cannot be cured and can only be managed. Try not to get too emotional, especially don't get angry. Take it easy." Li Xiuli has always been a gentle and kind person, especially towards her own daughter. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she dotes on her. For him to say such a thing, it could be considered a rather stern piece of advice to his own daughter. Siali's expression wasn't very pleasant. She plopped down next to her father and said, "You can rest first. I'm leaving now. If she doesn't compromise, her dad will definitely be angry. Now is not the right time to talk about this." Commander Lu quickly added, "Then old Xia, you should rest for now. We will discuss anything further with Comrade Xia." Although the order from above was for Xia Jiangwo to mediate, Xia Jiangwo's current condition is clearly not suitable for discussing these matters. What if something bad happens to him? There was absolutely no need to do that much work. Xia Jiangwo, who had recovered from lying in bed, raised his hand and sat up slightly when he heard what the 2 people were saying. He looked at them. "Since we're here, let's make things clear today so we can avoid any unpleasantness later." As he spoke, he looked at Commander Wang and Commander Lu. "That box was hidden by me, the head of the family, in our home. Lily is just a child, so don't take this matter too seriously. I hope you won't spread this matter around." Commander Wang and Commander Lu knew that even if Xia Jiangwo had recovered somewhat, he was definitely not completely unharmed. The reason he's still able to do this now is entirely for his daughter's sake. He doesn't want her to be exposed to the public and become a target of criticism. The 2 sighed inwardly. The hearts of parents are always full of love and concern. Commander Lu spoke first, saying, "Don't worry, it goes in my ears, but I won't say it. We will absolutely not tell anyone about this." Commander Wang nodded in agreement. "We've all been parents. How could we not understand Xia Jiangwo's feelings?" He immediately reassured him, "Don't worry, Lao Xia, I won't tell anyone about this. This kind of thing will do no good for anyone if it gets out." Xia Li's gaze slowly fell on old Xia's face, and she felt relieved. But upon closer inspection, she saw that he was still somewhat anxious. She said somewhat unhappily, "Don't think so much." Xia Jiangwo raised his hand and slapped his own daughter. As Xia Li watched his hand come down and was about to touch her, she started to twist her whole body to the side. Xia Jiangwo's slap came down, drawing a fan shape in midair. Xia Li, like a particularly soft wave of water, evaded her father's big hand, forming an S-shaped depression, and quickly returned to her original shape, making Xia Jiangwo's slap miss its mark. "Xia Jiangwo. Everyone present." Xia Jiangwo glared at Xia Li with annoyance, but didn't say anything more. "Just like my daughter said, he sacrificed his life for this country. That was his own choice. If my daughter didn't choose this path, she doesn't need to bear so much responsibility." Moreover, only Commander Wang and Commander Lu were in the room, so it was unlikely that they would leak this information. It was just a verbal threat. They wouldn't reveal the matter, and his daughter wouldn't do anything. "Tell me, what are your thoughts on this?" "Xia Li, I'm worried about you all staying here, especially with you in this state. I have coronary heart disease. I can't get agitated. How many more bouts do you think I can endure?" Her father was a man who cared a lot about his reputation, and Xia Li suspected that his coronary heart disease stemmed from his anger towards those people, which left him with unresolved resentment. It will definitely get worse and worse. She must be crazy not to take the person away. Siali didn't give Xia Jiangwo a chance to refute, and said decisively, "Don't even think about refuting this point. I will not agree. Not letting them exonerate you is already my biggest concession. If you don't agree to this condition, I'll tell everyone about the box. You can stay here, and those people won't bother you anymore. Don't yell at me. If I join the army, you won't be able to control me anymore, and you won't be able to watch over me every day. If you're not looking at me, I can say whatever I want and do whatever I want. Xia Jiangwo. Xia Jiangwo felt angry, anxious, and heartbroken. How did his perfectly normal daughter, who only knew how to play all day, suddenly become so sensible? And why is she doing things in such an extreme way? Seeing that the father and son were about to fight again, Commander Wang quickly spoke up to stop the atmosphere from escalating. It's not that our organization doesn't want to agree to anything, we just want to discuss it, have everyone compromise, and come up with an answer that satisfies everyone. As he spoke, he looked at Siali and let out a long sigh. Comrade Xia, you may not know, but things are really tough for our organization right now. Overtly, it is being oppressed by various foreign powers. It's not just about military force, but also includes, but is not limited to, various forms of soft power such as technology, talent, and economy. You probably remember those researchers who returned to China not long ago. It must have been incredibly difficult for them to get back. You probably don't know what happened next. We sent 5 teams to pick up people from various parts of the United States, but only 2 teams, including your group, returned safely. One group was assassinated on their way to the airport, one plane disintegrated in midair, and another group suffered from food poisoning upon their return, with most of them not surviving. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Those people are capable of anything to block our technology. Knowing that Siali was most concerned about the Xia family, he then turned to talk about things back home. The country is now riddled with problems, not to mention the foreign spies who have infiltrated. In the early years of war, many invaders left their children here. Before the founding of the People's Republic of China, the household registration system was chaotic, and the origins of those people could not be traced. Many people are lured in by small gains, or by promises of a trip abroad if they succeed in a mission, and are thus made to work for those people. As he said this, he gave a wry smile. I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me, but even in our army, it's not absolutely safe. Especially our military region, otherwise your dad wouldn't have had to come down here. Sometimes I can't even tell whether the people around me are good or bad. This is only a small part of the internal factors. The larger part of the internal factors are yet to come. Our China is weak, and many people lack confidence in China's future. Just as the people of an island nation lack confidence in themselves, they turn to the United States in order to develop their own country. There are also some people in China who feel that China is too weak now and has no future and needs the support of other powerful countries. These people are not spies, because they are also trying to save China in their own way. However, these people's ideas are wrong. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. Those great powers are also pursuing their own interests. How could they possibly wholeheartedly support you? Trying to negotiate with a tiger will eventually lead to your own demise. As he spoke, Commander Wang also felt a bit tired. He frowned and looked at Siali with a worried expression and sighed. This is only the general faction. There are also various factions in the local areas. Everyone is waving a banner and everyone says that they are acting under orders, but they are all in disarray. Nowadays, many have been sidelined and squeezed to the margins. Its complexity far exceeds that of any other historical period. It's not that I don't want to grant all your requests, it's just that I simply can't. The organization has faced great difficulties on this unprecedented path and has even struggled to take care of itself. Do you understand what I'm saying? Siali used to think that it was spies who were making a mess, but after hearing what Commander Wang said, I realized just how terrible the current environment really is. This is clearly a case of waving a banner of obeying, while everyone goes about their own business, all for their own benefit. Not only are those below having a hard time, but those above may not be having a good time either. Based on what Commander Lu just said, it's very likely that their current leader is one of those people. To put it bluntly, things are not much better now than during the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties. The only difference is that back then it was a real fight, and people died from being hacked to death. Now it's a clash of ideas, and people die without even knowing how they died. She nodded slightly, agreeing wholeheartedly, and said, I can understand it, but I don't comprehend it. When Commander Wang heard Siali say, I understand, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. He thought that, given the girl's personality, she would say, I won't listen. The willingness to learn is a good sign. Ask in a gentle tone, what don't you understand? Siali, I remember a few years ago, a brave man in the United States was dissatisfied with him and shot Kenneth dead. After the next president took office, the mindset in the United States began to change. She didn't say much, but everyone understood. Everyone present. Siali's words were practically a blatant declaration. What are you doing just watching? Why aren't you doing anything? Everyone present felt a pang of anxiety. Commander Lu said speechlessly, do you really think those people are united? If there's no leader, there are others who can fill the role. A struggle will not end as long as no single force can completely crush the others. It cannot be resolved by just one or two people. During the Three Kingdoms period, Dong Zhuo was so powerful, but even after he was killed, Cao Cao, who wasn't much better than him, still rose to power. If dealing with a few individuals could solve the whole problem, we wouldn't just sit idly by and wait to be destroyed. Siali thought to herself, you've all been marginalized, how can you still speak so righteously? Although I come from the future and know that you won in the end, you are living a truly miserable life now. This was the first time in her life she had ever heard of living in the moment, a motivational phrase that could be so heartbreaking. Looking at the way these people were trying to persuade her, Siali knew that they must have discussed it before they came. He simply leaned back, his face expressionless, arms crossed, and said coldly, tell me, what exactly do you think? When Commander Wang saw Siali's appearance, he frowned slightly, feeling that this matter might not be easy to discuss. We promise to tell you part of the truth and will do our best to ensure the safety of your family. However, your parents and your brother and sister-in-law are too prominent now, their positions cannot be moved. Siali wasn't buying into empty promises at all. Then there's no need to talk about it. Your nonsense about ensuring my family's safety is completely useless. My father did his best for you. Didn't you do your best to ensure their safety before? We all know perfectly well what happened now. To put it bluntly, if my dad were still a brigade commander, I'd be lying at home sponging off him every day, completely oblivious to all your messy partisan struggles. If you want to talk, let's show some sincerity. If you don't want to talk, then forget it. Let's not waste each other's time. Just kidding. If it weren't for wanting to sponge off her parents, would she have done all this? Now they're getting deeper and deeper into this mess. It's absolutely unbelievable. When Siali gets into trouble, she can be quite powerful. Seeing that her father was about to interrupt and speak up for the outsiders, she turned around and looked at him with dissatisfaction. Have you thought this through? If I join the army and work under these people, and you make me feel bad, I'll make trouble for them. You're so loyal to your country? Well, I'll make you Qin Hui's father then. Xia Zhangwo, my fists are hardening. I really want to hit my daughter. Commander Wang, Commander Liu, isn't this backwards? Logically, shouldn't it be in their hands to prevent them from causing trouble? How can this be the opposite? Commander Wang and Commander Liu's attitude towards Siali. I was speechless, but Siali refused to back down. It wasn't something that could be reasoned with. When this girl got into a rage, she was like a devil incarnate, and she wouldn't listen to anyone. Ultimately, both sides had to compromise. Commander Liu, exhausted, said, although we can't remove the label from your parents, we can let them temporarily live in the army under assumed names. The official statement released to the public is that the people are still undergoing rehabilitation on the South Island. But if anyone comes from outside, they have to be investigated at any time. Is there any problem with your parents? Siali frowned slightly, exuding a powerful aura, looking like Guan Yu sitting in command. With a cold expression, he said, I hope that every time someone comes, they can notify me in advance, including who they are and the exact time they will be arriving in the South Island. Commander Wang and Commander Liu were not fools. They knew that the young girl's sudden mention of notifying personnel and time in Commander Liu nodded, okay. Your older brother's family can't come over immediately. They'd be too conspicuous. It just so happens that your eldest nephew was sick recently. We can have him fake his death and send him over. He's a distant relative, and we'll take care of his immigration status. You don't need to worry about that. Siali nodded, okay. But you must guarantee the safety of my elder brother and sister-in-law, and transfer them to a slightly better farm. Commander Liu nodded and sighed, all right. Siali received two answers that were neither too satisfactory nor too bad. The case was serious, but he wasn't in a good mood. The thought that she would have to wait another 10 years before she could finally retire made Siali feel terrible. Who are those people targeting my dad? What's in that box? Why are they targeting my dad? This time, Commander Wang didn't hide anything. The people mainly targeting your father are pro-Mao factions. Russia is currently conducting an important study, which is nearing its end. They don't want us to make any breakthroughs in this area, or even to be able to match them. Those who were pro-Mao did not want to be enemies with them, so they wanted to take the thing or destroy it because of their tacit instructions. As for what's inside, I'm sorry I can't tell you. It's far too important to discuss. Commander Wang wasn't actually afraid that Siali would hand the box over to someone else. Because if anyone other than the person with the special key opens the box will automatically destroy itself, and the data inside will also be destroyed. The reason they faced such difficulties on this front was because they didn't want the information to disappear. They wanted to preserve it so that China could thrive in the future. As for why Siali wasn't told, one reason is that the matter is of great importance, and the other is that this girl has a very impulsive personality. If she were told, who knows what she might do. It's best for everyone to play it safe and seek victory through stability. Despite Siali's less than pleasant expression, Commander Wang continued. The main members of the pro-Mao faction are Ning Huayan, Zhao Laoqiang, Ma Guowei, and Lu Baozhu. These are people you might have contact with for now, or people you already know. Be careful when you encounter them in the future. Siali frowned slightly upon hearing this, as she had never heard of these names before. Wait a minute. Why does that last name sound so familiar? After racking my brains for a while, I finally remembered who Lu Baozhu was. She turned to look at her mother in surprise. Is it that Lu Baozhu? Li Xiuli's expression was not very good, but she still nodded. It's your Aunt Baozhu. Siali. Wow, her mom actually has such a high-quality childhood friend. Two people who grew up wearing the same pair of open-crotch pants ended up believing in two different sects. That wasn't the most shocking part. The most shocking part was that until they were sent down to the countryside, their family and Lu Baozhu had maintained a fairly close relationship. Lu Baozhu saw her mother off on the day she was sent to the countryside and gave her 500 yuan. If Commander Wang hadn't pointed this out, he still wouldn't have known that the two families held conflicting, even diametrically opposed, political views. Seeing that the matter had been discussed to a sufficient extent, Commander Lu said to Siali, "Your identity is too sensitive. We have discussed it and decided that in order to protect your safety and that of your family, as well as the identities of other hidden personnel, we will not expose them. You cannot enlist as a researcher. You will join the military as a regular soldier." Siali frowned. You mean you want me to sign up for the army, but actually do scientific research? Commander Lu shook his head slightly. In order to conceal your identity, you still need to continue doing your public duties, but focus mainly on scientific research. Remembering Siali's comment about working for free, he added, as for military merits, you don't need to worry. At the beginning, we will create two files for you. Once the dark period is over, the two files will be merged, and everything that is rightfully yours will be yours. We will do our utmost to protect your safety, and your research benefits will be quietly delivered to you. Siali wasn't too concerned about her identity after going in. What she cared about was something else entirely. New recruits aren't allowed to accompany their units, right? I remember you need to reach a certain rank to be eligible. So where will we live then? It's fine if she's alone, but she can't bring her whole family to stay in the dormitory. Is a room with 4 beds just right for their family? That's terrible. When Commander Lu saw that Siali was already worried about where she would stay, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that everything has been agreed upon, which is why she's thinking about the next step. The engine you developed was sent up from our South Island Corps, which is an honor for our South Island Corps. After you enlist, I will arrange a position for you based on your special merits and allocate you a house in the family compound. Don't worry about logistics. We'll take care of everything. Putting aside the fact that Siali is a talented person, just considering Xia Jiangwo's noble act of being sent down to the countryside for the sake of China's future, it's impossible for him to mistreat his daughter to a certain extent. After thinking for a while, Commander, where did you learn your physics knowledge from? You can't build a close-in weapon system just by reading books in the library. This is the only suspicious point about Siali so far. But this is also a point that Siali cannot explain clearly. Siali, I told you before that I learned how to do it after watching it from a certain day onwards. It's not fake. I had never worked with close-in weapon systems before, but I felt I could draw out its complete design. This is probably what they call a sudden epiphany. This isn't entirely untrue. Ever since the day he transmigrated here, Siali in this world has been able to learn how to use any kind of machine. How else could she explain it? Did she become a completely different person after just one night's sleep? Wouldn't these people find her reason even more absurd? Commander Lu didn't seem to believe it or not. He nodded slightly. He nodded and then bid farewell to the family of 3 together with Commander Wang. Now that the matter has been settled, let's go back and arrange for Siali to enlist as soon as possible. However, it's best not to leak the news before this matter is completely settled, otherwise it could cause unnecessary trouble. The Xia family naturally had no objections and all agreed. This fishing operation, which had dragged on for several months, finally ended with Commander Lu and his men agreeing to most of Siali's conditions, and Siali sitting at home waiting for his enlistment notice. Upon hearing the result, Xia Jiangwo simply sighed and didn't say anything more. Using the excuse that he needed to rest, he kicked Siali out. Siali knew that Xia Jiangwo must be feeling extremely complicated right now. He felt he had caused trouble for the organization, was worried about the uncertainty of the future, and was even more concerned about the safety of his daughter. His willingness to go with her was a concession on his part as a father, but it didn't mean he was unapologetic to the organization. This move could very well bring a lot of trouble to the organization's future. Siali didn't stubbornly stay there to bother him. Just before leaving, she turned back and said to him very seriously, "We will win. The future of China will be prosperous and strong, and it may even become the 3rd largest power after the United States and Russia." The people lived in peace and contentment, with enough to eat and wear. The children grew up carefree, unaffected by war or internal strife, in their purest and most innocent state, clear-headed and naive. No effort will be wasted. Siali didn't say anything more, turned around and strode away. This is the future she experienced, and it is also the future of China. As Xia Zhengwo watched that straight figure gradually disappear into the distance, his eyes reddened slightly, and he gave a hopeful yet gratified smile. She murmured softly, "I'm waiting for that day to come." Children grow up so fast that they don't even realize they've grown up before adults have noticed. In that instant, Xia Zhengwo felt as if his daughter had grown up somewhere he hadn't seen. He deserved a beating, but he also possessed a degree of reliability. Siali knew he was about to join the army, but he also remembered that he had promised the people of the 1st Brigade of the South Island that he would lead them to prosperity and ensure they had enough to eat and wear. Although some members' criticism of her father did upset her, it was only because they didn't know he was her father. Moreover, it must be said that during her time on the South Island, her third uncle and the captain treated her very well. One should not only remember grudges, but also be grateful. After spending several days at home writing and drawing, the door was knocked on again. Siali saw Lu Dingyuan standing at the door, looking thinner and more upright with a sharper aura. She thought to herself, looks like he's been training hard over the past month. She deliberately looked him up and down. Does the army in northeast China not provide meals? Lu Dingyuan. Lu Dingyuan's face was taut, and just when Siali thought he was about to make a sarcastic remark, she suddenly heard him utter a nasal sound. Siali? Siali stared at him wide-eyed in disbelief. You really don't provide meals? What's wrong with your unit? This is the first time I've heard of military training not providing meals. Seeing his expression that seemed to say, oh dear, you guys are really pitiful. TSK, 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 TSK. Lu Dingyuan felt that she should experience the harshness of the world in advance. He explained, the second half of the cold weather training is all outdoor training, going directly into the snow-capped mountains, where we have to find our own food and water in the wild. Not just in winter. In addition to cold weather training, we will also conduct amphibious landing, counter-landing, seizing reefs and islands, crossings, bridges, and emergency operations. In addition to mastering hundreds of weapons for the sea, land, air, and police, they must also master skills such as parachuting, demolition, diving, climbing, skiing, vehicle and boat driving, hand-to-hand combat, orientation, and map reading. In addition, it is necessary to master methods of intelligence gathering, such as reconnaissance, capture, interrogation, photography, and video recording, as well as skills in transmitting intelligence through multiple channels, including coded communication. Lu Dingyuan wasn't a talkative person, and Siali felt that under normal circumstances, he wouldn't explain his usual training methods to her so clearly. There's only one most likely possibility. She looked at Lu Dingyuan with a sense of sympathy and a hint of wariness in her expression. If I were to join your army, would I although I know that soldiers should be trained to the point of death so that they have more ability to save their lives on the battlefield. But she had already been forced to train so miserably in the terrible environment of the apocalypse that she had no desire to come to this peaceful world and continue living such a hard life. It's already difficult enough for her to rely on her parents. She didn't want to add any more strange or complicated difficulties for herself. Lu Dingyuan lowered his eyes to look at Xia Li's wary expression. He kept a straight face and the corner of his mouth slightly raised, but he immediately suppressed it. He explained to Siali in a very serious tone, other units naturally don't use this. It's a training program unique to the Marine Corps. Before Siali could even breathe a sigh of relief, she heard Lu Dingyuan continue, after you enlist, you will be assigned to my unit, and you will have to go there every year. Siali was certain that she saw a glimmer of something in the eyes set within Lu Dingyuan's incredibly serious face. Instead, they gloated. Taking a deep breath, I said, I want to apply for a regular military unit. Lu Dingyuan said calmly, both Commander Bai and I know about your situation, and we can offer you the greatest assistance. Furthermore, the Marine Corps often conducts secret training, so the occasional absence of a few personnel will not arouse suspicion. Going to another group would cause a lot of trouble, and could expose your identity at any time, putting you and your family in danger. Are you sure you want to be transferred? Siali. When Lu Dingyuan said this, his tone was completely flat, as if he were stating a fact in a businesslike manner. But Siali knew that this was the best option at the moment, even if it was the most difficult path for him. In a desperate struggle, he asked, can I skip training? My true identity is not that of a soldier, but rather an ordinary researcher. Lu Dingyuan looked at her quietly with a think about it yourself look in his eyes. He didn't say anything, but it was as if he had said everything. With his gaze fixed on the lifeless Siali, he sternly instructed her, the best way to hide your identity is to immerse yourself in it. You will learn these things in your future courses on reconnaissance and infiltration. Cough. As Lu Dingyuan finished speaking, he couldn't help but let out a laugh, but the laugh was quickly replaced by a light cough that vanished without a trace. Siali. Was that guy laughing just now? Siali now realized that this bastard knew she didn't want to participate in this kind of training, yet he still listed all the training sessions on purpose. Siali reminded herself that she wasn't familiar with this bastard, and he might still be her boss in the future. She shouldn't get angry. She shouldn't get angry. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. If you can't stand it, then why bother? Enjoy it today, but if your boss gives me a hard time tomorrow, that's a problem for tomorrow. Clenching his fist, he threw a punch at Lu Dingyuan's face. The punch was both heavy and fast. Even before being hit, Lu Dingyuan could feel the force of the punch. Years of military training had long since ingrained his body's memory. He quickly took a half step back with his right foot, bent his body to the side, raised his hand to block Siali's outstretched wrist, and as soon as Siali's wrist was caught, he began to deliver a whip kick, looking as if he would not rest until he had beaten him up today. He quickly said, "I brought you a letter from your older brother." Upon hearing this, Siali's leg, which was halfway through its mid-air whip strike, stopped abruptly. She glared at Lu Dingyuan, who hadn't smiled at all and seemed to be the one being caught, then quickly pulled her leg back and forcefully yanked her arm back with such force that it was designed to knock him down. Lu Dingyuan. With that kind of strength, even an ordinary soldier would be tripped up by her pulling him, right? And she still thinks she's just an ordinary researcher? Lu Dingyuan didn't dwell on the matter. He took a letter out of his pocket and handed it to Siali. I was afraid that someone might intercept the mail during the mailing process, so this letter was not mailed back with the previous letters. Given how sensitive the Xia family is now, it's hard to guarantee that no one will have bad intentions and intercept their letters to check their contents. Siali took the letter and opened it on the spot. Most of the letter contained messages of reassurance that they were doing well and happy, and that things were going well for them as well. It also included lavish praise for the younger sister, saying she was successful, capable, and amazing, and that she should keep it up. She also recounted all the things Lu Dingyuan had done. If Lu Dingyuan's previous letters to her only briefly mentioned what he had done, then in his elder brother's letter, Lu Dingyuan's actions were practically those of a savior plus a nanny-level service, making almost the maximum preparations within his capabilities. Not only did he help his eldest nephew find a doctor, but he also took him to follow-up appointments. Moreover, since his conversation with the person in charge, the person in charge has not been as harsh on them as before. In short, all the praise boils down to one word: great. After reading the letter, Siali felt that although Lu Dingyuan was cold and aloof, he was quite meticulous in his work. She decided to forgive him for threatening her earlier, as well as for his gloating over her misfortune. He glanced at his watch, then looked up and asked Lu Dingyuan, "Have you had lunch yet? I'm asking you this as a thank you for saving my baby." Lu Dingyuan recalled the strange look Qin Wanwan had given him and decisively refused, saying, "No need, it's just a small favor. The troops will have supplies at noon." Siali slammed the door shut behind her. "What good food does the army provide? Every dish is terribly salty." As she spoke, she sighed, thinking about how she might have to eat those extremely salty dishes every day in the future. "Let's go. I was just about to ask you about my brother's situation. I'll treat you to a state-run restaurant." Good. Siali? Before he uttered the words state-run restaurant, did his face clearly show that he wanted to refuse? Lu Dingyuan drove Siali to the state-run restaurant. Both of them were big eaters, and Siali ordered a huge amount of food as soon as she came in. Lu Dingyuan didn't refuse. He knew that Siali was not short of money and wouldn't be so stingy as to make everyone feel awkward over a meal. After ordering, before the food was served, the two sat on opposite sides of the large table, chatting idly. Siali was the main person in charge of the conversation, while Lu Dingyuan was responsible for listening or answering a few questions when asked. Mentioning Xia Debao, Siali asked, "How is Debao now? Has he fully recovered?" Upon hearing this, a hint of hesitation flashed in Lu Dingyuan's eyes. He quickly recalled the scene of Xia Hongjun giving him countless instructions before he left. At that time, Xia Hongjun was wearing a thin gray padded jacket with snow falling all around him. His face was red from the cold, but he pleaded with her, "I know you are Lily's friend, and there are some things you don't want to hide from her, especially things about her family. But we can't see each other now, and even if she finds out, there's nothing we can do. It will only increase her worry. Who knows what might happen in a few years? I hope you won't mention this to her. Just let her be happy for as long as possible." Lu Dingyuan's answer at the time was, "Okay. I will try my best to find relevant information and doctors specializing in this area, and I will let you know as soon as I have any news." At the time, they all felt that Xia Debao was too far away from Siali, and the future was uncertain. Even if Siali knew, she couldn't change it, and Siali might never know about it. But now, Xia Debeo is about to be sent to the South Island, and it seems this matter can no longer be kept secret. Coming to his senses, Lu Dingyuan said to Siali, he has already been discharged from the hospital. I had already spoken to the people there and told them that he had contracted an infectious disease and wouldn't be working for the time being. Although viral meningitis is called meningitis, it is actually caused by enteroviruses and can be transmitted through the fecal-oral route and mosquito bites. Although Xia Debeo is no longer very contagious, they say it is, and the farm is short of clothing and food and has no way to access medical care, so no one else dares to gamble. Only then could Xia Debeo stay at home peacefully after returning. However, the child's current condition is indeed not suitable for working. Siali thought it was a good idea when she heard him say that. Anyway, they would be bringing Xia Debeo to their side soon, so they might as well not do any work for the time being. Don't say that people nowadays are hardworking and good at their jobs. No one in this world is born loving to work. Thinking back to Xia Debeo, Siali sighed. Debeo used to have good grades. When he came here, we just put him in school. Does our unit have schools? Surely such a large unit must have a school? She doesn't want to stay home taking care of the kids every day. Although Xia Debeo has a gentle and dignified personality, similar to her sister-in-law, it is completely different from the hot-tempered members of the Xia family, from the eldest Xia to the youngest. But it is true that the child is quite noisy at home. However, judging from what Lu Dingyuan said before, it seems she can't stay at home during the day either. Damn, she miscalculated. If she'd known there would be daily training, she wouldn't have considered joining the army. But if she were allowed. She's interested in politics, but she doesn't seem to be cut out for it. This is terrible. Is it really this difficult to rely on your parents for financial support these days? Lu Dingyuan watched with great interest as Xia Debeo came over and put the child into the school. His expression kept changing, and he looked like he was deep in thought, his mood becoming even heavier. For a moment, I didn't know how to tell her that Xia Debeo's current condition might not be suitable for going to school. All I could do was agree, saying, there are schools in the military. You can think about it again once the child arrives. Siali thought about it and realized that it made sense. There was no point in thinking about it now. She herself hadn't even joined the army yet, let alone Xia Debeo. He raised his glass on the table. Come on. Thank you so much for your help this time. I'll drink to that first. Lu Dingyuan didn't quite understand why Siali could always bring up the atmosphere of a fight when offering a toast. Remembering how she had drunk all those old technicians under the table by herself, she quickly refused. I have training this afternoon, so I won't drink at noon. Lu Dingyuan was only let go after Siali repeatedly refused his offer of thanks, which was an attempt to drink him under the table. Siali was somewhat disappointed. If she wasn't drinking, how come it's all in the wine? TSK, looks like I'll have to think of another word to thank you. The two parted ways after finishing their meal. With nothing else to do, Siali went back to write future plans for the 1st Brigade of the South Island. That evening, a light drizzle was falling from the sky. When Chen Wawan returned from school, she casually hung the scarf around her neck on the coat rack by the door, her gaze falling coldly on Siali, who was engrossed in writing. 3 more people from the next village were arrested today. They said they were spies, but they don't look like spies to me. But those people appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and no one could confirm whether they were spies or not. The South Island is getting increasingly chaotic. With your luck, you'd better stay home these days. Siali. I possess a strong sense of justice. A divine halo grants me the power to fight evil and uphold justice. It's definitely not just bad luck that she ran into spies as soon as she went out. It's as if heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon her. Chen Wenwan's indifferent gaze fell on Siali's face, and the corners of her mouth slightly curled up. Yes, that's right. It's not that you're unlucky and always run into spies. Siali. That conversation just couldn't go on. After thinking for a moment, I still reminded you, you don't need to worry too much. Our brigade is quite safe here. However, those outside the village might act desperately, so you shouldn't go out anytime soon. The chaos in the South Island began after she reached an agreement with Commander Wang and Commander Liu. After discussing it with their superiors, the 2 men made a decision, and Commander Liu began to reorganize the entire southern island. Among those arrested, some were actual spies, while others included pawns planted in the South Island by Fuching's faction, as well as people from other factions. To put it bluntly, they are now using the pretext of catching spies to purge the entire southern island. By then, the entire South Island will be under Commander Liu's control. Even if there are still people who want to harm them, they won't dare to take any immediate action given the current tense atmosphere. Even if his parents leave the 1st Brigade of the South Island and stop sleeping in the cowsheet, no one will spread the news in a short time and cause unnecessary trouble. Siali was quite satisfied with this. Those people above were finally starting to take action, which made it seem like a genuine collaboration. Chen Wenwan didn't want to cause trouble, so she naturally agreed. Okay, Then I'll come back after school from now on. Siali thought life would continue peacefully until her superiors gave the order to recruit her into the army, but she never expected that this peace would be broken that morning. Tada! There was a knock on the courtyard door, but Siali was still asleep and tried to pretend she hadn't heard anything. Once the person got tired of knocking, they left. But clearly, the person outside didn't have the sense to leave if they couldn't get an answer. Siali didn't open the door, so the person outside kept knocking until the veins on Siali's forehead were throbbing from sleeping so soundly that she didn't want to care about anything in the world and just wanted to be sealed by the blanket. She's awake right now, but doesn't want to get up or leave the bed. If the people outside stop knocking, she can sleep a little longer, just like that sticky feeling of just 5 more minutes of sleep before going to school. Outside the door, it was like a wound-up wooden fish, going on and on. Ding 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 ding. Is Comrade Xia home? Siali had never heard that voice before, but that didn't stop it from disturbing his sleep and making him unable to rest. He roared at the door, not here. The sounds outside had clearly stopped for a long time. It was unclear whether they had left or were unsure how to respond. A moment later, the person outside the door shouted, Comrade Xia, I am from the South Island Corps. Battalion Commander Lu asked me to take you to the unit to receive your commendation. Siali. Siali lifted her eyelids and glanced at the alarm clock beside the bed. It's 8:30 in the morning. Her first thought was that it was absolutely impossible for Lu Dingyuan to have sent someone to summon her. The two of them spent every day together repairing that broken computer, and Lu Dingyuan knew that he would never get up before midnight. Even if someone were to be sent, it would be absolutely impossible to send someone who keeps knocking and shouting without any sense of propriety. Not to mention, given his current status, Lu Dingyuan and the others would definitely not allow someone she doesn't even know to pick her up. This person is very likely to have a problem. Damn it, disturbing his sleep, destroy him. Siali was seething with anger. She sat up abruptly, quickly changed her clothes and put on her shoes, even faster than a special forces soldier. With everything ready, I rushed to the door and slammed it open with a bang. As it turned out, standing at the door was indeed a young soldier in military uniform, followed by a familiar car with the exact same license plate number. Siali. The young soldier was clearly delighted to see Siali emerge, his smile revealing a row of bright white teeth. He looked particularly honest and gave Siali a military salute. Comrade Xia, hello. My name is Yuan Guangming, and I am a soldier in the South Island Corps. Our battalion commander sent me to pick you up and take you to the unit. The commendation for your engine making has been issued, and the unit has decided to present the award to you today. Siali had never seen this person before, and did not know if he was one of Lu Dingyuan's soldiers. There are about 500 people in a battalion, she couldn't possibly know them all. But as I said before, Siali felt there was something wrong with this person. Lu Dingyuan wouldn't send someone he didn't know to pick her up. Even if someone is sent to pick her up, it should be someone she knows, like Political Commissar Wang or Zhao Cheng. Where's Lu Dingyuan? Yuan Guangming answered all questions. Our battalion commander Lu went on a mission and hasn't returned yet. He asked me to come and pick you up first. He'll probably be back a little later. Siali nodded calmly. The recent large-scale purge in the South Island has resulted in heavy losses for both factions. Siali strongly suspected that the person in front of her might be one of those people who was struggling to survive and wanted to lure her out to kill her, or that he might have some other purpose. I wonder if they're like those spies at the sugar factory, trying to take her away temporarily. Does this mean they're going to take her back to their hideout? If that's the case, she won't be sleepy anymore. As a successor of socialism, raised under the red flag, born in the spring breeze, and a good comrade who received strong ideological education from Comrade Lao Xia, how could I not do my— He nodded calmly, then wait a moment, I'll wash up. Yuan Guangming smiled sheepishly. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Siali nodded, turned around and went back to the courtyard, closing the door behind her. Unsure when she would be able to return, she left a note on the table saying that someone from the military was looking for her, in case her family worried about her absence for an extended period. After a thorough wash, I came out grinning, radiating a sense of joy. Yuan Guangming was waiting at the door, thinking that Siali would take a long time to come out, but he did not expect Siali to wash up so quickly, in less than 3 minutes. Moreover, after washing up, her entire aura changed. His originally volatile aura now seemed particularly happy. Yuan Guangming felt that Siali's state was a bit strange, but he quickly thought that it was normal for Siali to be happy knowing that she was going to receive an award, so he didn't think about it anymore. The two quickly got into the car. Siali sat in the back with her eyes closed, seemingly unwilling to talk, but in reality, she was on high alert. He secretly wondered if these people would make a move on the street. Was it an ambush? A sneak attack on the car? A tranquilizer dart? Hallucinogenic drugs? A one-on-one fight? Or taking her to a secluded place and ganging up on her? Siali thought about it all the way, and was also paranoid the whole way, ready to fight back at any time and teach Yuan Guangming a lesson. Nothing happened along the way, and Yuan Guangming drove her to the military base. Siali stared at the magnificent and sturdy military wall 800 meters away and fell silent. So, this person really just wanted to bring her to the military base? Siali was half believing and half doubting. Yuan Guangming's appearance and demeanor do not inspire any ill will. He has the kind of face that makes people lower their guard. However, everyone in the South Island Corps, from Division Commander Lu to Regiment Commander Bai, and then to Lu Dingyuan, knew his temper. They couldn't possibly find someone with such poor emotional intelligence to pick her up. But the fact that they actually brought him to the army base, instead of taking him to some strange place, puzzled him. Thinking of how to deal with each move as it comes, Siali didn't show anything, and the two of them drove into the military base. Siali wasn't a member of the military, so she had to register at the entrance. As he filled in his name in the visitor register, he casually asked the gatekeeper, "When will your battalion commander Lu be back from his mission?" The soldiers at the gate knew that Siali was acquainted with Battalion Commander Lu, and that Battalion Commander Lu was not on any secret mission this time, so they replied directly, "He should be back around noon." Comrade Sia's modified vehicle received unanimous praise and brought great honor to our South Island Corps. I'm really looking forward to Comrade Sia's speech at the commendation ceremony tonight. We should all learn from you and strive to bring glory to the South Island Corps. Siali was analyzing the events of today, her face as calm as a rock. Hearing his words, she secretly wondered if today's commendation ceremony was real. So what exactly does this Yuan Guangming want to do? Wrong. Siali's hands suddenly stopped, and she looked up abruptly, staring at the guard in astonishment. What speech? Nobody talked to him about giving a speech. The soldiers at the gate looked at Siali with some surprise. It's the speech for the awards ceremony tonight. Comrade Sia, don't you know? If you haven't written one yet, why don't you think about it beforehand? It doesn't need to be too complicated, just something to encourage everyone's enthusiasm. For a moment, Siali felt that Yuan Guangming had probably asked her to come over just to embarrass her at the commendation ceremony. But it's obvious that no one from any faction would be so bored as to do something that's both unethical and not particularly harmful. Turning to Yuan Guangming, I asked, "Do I need a speech?" With a carefree and cheerful smile, Yuan Guangming nodded and said, "That's right. But it's still early before the commendation ceremony, and the battalion commander has already prepared a place for you to write your speech. Comrade Xia, you only need to write a short piece about it in a moment. It should mainly focus on your initial motivation for manufacturing and improving automobiles, as well as your thought process, to inspire everyone to strive for excellence." Siali. What inspiration can her initial motivation and journey in improving automobiles offer to others? If you want to build a fast car, you modify one yourself. If you get angry with someone and want them to apologize, you rip them off relentlessly. Square. In short, it's better to make others suffer than to make yourself suffer, right? Is this something that can be said to outsiders? Siali didn't say much. He was increasingly confused about what this Yuan Guangming wanted to do by bringing her to the army. After quickly filling out the form and acting as if nothing had happened, Yuan Guangming took him to the military region's office building. As I walked along, the corridors and stairwells were filled with South Island soldiers in military uniforms. Perhaps it was because the improved car really brought honor to the South Island Corps, or perhaps it was because Battalion Commander Lu had been cultivating her image in the army recently, because when these people saw Siali, they all smiled and nodded. Their attitudes extremely good. Siali's face was a little stiff from smiling all the way, and finally Yuan Guangming led her to the door of an office. Yuan Guangming took out the key from his pocket, turned the doorknob, and gestured for people to come down. "Comrade Xia, this is Battalion Commander. There's no one in the house. Should I go in by myself?" Yuan Guangming nodded. "Battalion Commander Lu asked you to wait for him here." Siali said firmly, "I'm not going." Joke. Everyone knows that you can't just enter a house when the owner isn't there. If anything is broken or missing in that house, even if you didn't do it, you're the one who did it. Siali had good reason to suspect that this Yuan Guangming was trying to frame him. Maybe something was missing from Lu Dingyuan's office, and they were just waiting to pin the blame on him. Yuan Guangming was taken aback by Siali's straightforward refusal and asked, somewhat puzzled, "Is there another problem?" "Siali, I'm afraid that if no one is home, I'll be blamed for anything that goes missing." After thinking for a moment, I thought, I can go and use someone else's office. Commander Lu, Regiment Commander Bai, Political Commissar Wang, and Zhao Cheng will also be fine. Yuan Guangming. This was a way of refusing that he had never even considered. Commander Lu went to a meeting in Guangdong Province. Regiment Commander Bai, Political Commissar Wang, Zhao Cheng, and Battalion Commander Lu also went to carry out a mission and have not returned yet. Siali. If this guy named Yuan Guangming in front of her is alright, she'll cut off his head and let him kick it. Good heavens. None of the people she knew were there. Siali, then I'll go find Feng Qishan. Last time he wanted to study navigation with me, but your division commander interrupted him. Now I'll go and take a look. After saying that, he turned to Yuan Guangming and said, by the way, come with me, I don't know the way. There's definitely something wrong with this guy. Although she doesn't know why he wants her to go into Lu Dingyuan's office, since he's suspicious, she absolutely can't let him get away. It's not that he won't let her leave, it's that she won't let him leave. Yuan Guangming refused with a serious expression. I'm sorry, Comrade Xia. The military region has many confidential areas, especially the research building where the researchers are located. You cannot enter or leave without permission. Yuan Guangming, dressed in military uniform, represented the military region. His words were very serious and carried an air of undeniable authority. If Siali couldn't be sure of the person in front of her, she would think, since you want to recruit me, why should I work for you when you're so wary of me? Siali was now seriously suspicious of the person in front of her, so she didn't refute her words at all, and simply said, okay, let's not wait in the army camp, let's go to the pavilion at the gate, all right there. There's no way she'd be a scapegoat, not even a second thought. If she didn't have no one she knew in the military, she might have been arrested for assaulting Yuan Guangming, which led to his escape. She didn't even know if he had anyone backing him. She would have acted now. Yuan Guangming. Siali stood at the door of Lu Dingyuan's office, displaying an attitude that said she wouldn't go in even if you dragged her away, which made Yuan Guangming extremely upset, and he could barely maintain his harmless smile. He glanced subtly towards the corner, then smiled and said, all right, let's go right by the door. It's not that we're wary of Comrade Xia, but this is, after all, a key military area. People who haven't been vetted and trusted by the organization can't just move around here. Siali, I won't listen, you're just spouting nonsense. Siali listened to Yuan Guangming's divisive words with a blank face and said indifferently, oh, you're right. Yuan Guangming, although the purpose of sowing discord has been achieved, why does listening to Siali's words make him feel so uncomfortable? Yuan Guangming was somewhat satisfied to see that Siali had successfully resisted the troops, so he said nothing more and led his men toward the door. Siali saw that this person really wanted to lead him out of the office building, and he became increasingly confused about what this person was trying to do. Surely they don't really think they can sow discord with just a few words, do they? Could it be that the faction represented by Yuan Guangming doesn't want her to join the army? But this tactic is too low. Would someone really leave without even asking any questions just because someone suddenly says that XX doesn't trust you and asks you to leave XX when XX is offering you huge benefits? Could it be that Yuan Guangming thinks she has a particularly strong moral character? How did she know that? Just as Siali was walking forward with Yuan Guangming, a person suddenly jogged over from not far away. Upon seeing Yuan Guangming, the person immediately asked with a look of surprise, Brother Yuan, do you have the key to our battalion commander's office? The documents he handed over to him were returned, telling him to continue. Could you please open the door for me? As he spoke, his gaze swept over Siali next to Yuan Guangming, and he immediately hid the documents in his hand behind his back, revealing a very awkward smile. Comrade Xia, you've arrived so early? Siali. Yes, your brother Yuan picked me up when I was still asleep. Yuan Guangming. Young soldier. Siali turned her head away, refusing to look at the things the young soldier had deliberately hidden. This acting is a bit over the top. Couldn't you have practiced it beforehand? Siali's attitude was so unexpected that the two of them didn't know how to react for a moment. Yuan Guangming, then I'll trouble Comrade Xia to come back with me again. I'll deliver the things to the office and then come out. Siali, okay. As the group returned, Yuan Guangming reached out to take the item from the young soldier's hand, just as he was thinking about how to expose it to Siali, when someone suddenly pushed his shoulder. Yuan Guangming. Little soldier. Siali didn't care about their reactions at all. Noticing that there was no one in the corridor on this floor, and seeing Yuan Guangming open the door wide, she reached out and put her hands on their backs, pushing them into the office. She casually closed the door behind her, and with pedestrians constantly passing by, no one noticed her action. Yuan Guangming. Little soldier. After thinking for a moment, Siali said, why don't you stop beating around the bush and just give me what you want to see? It's better to avoid your clumsy acting and the resulting annoyance, don't you think? Although she eventually entered Lu Dingyuan's office, the problem lay with personnel within their own unit. She was merely a victim. If anything goes missing from the house, it's none of her business. Believe it or not, he's caught them anyway. The two young soldiers, who had been gently pushed to the ground by Siali, looked at Siali in horror, completely unexpected that things would turn out this way. Yuan Guangming, in particular, originally planned to take Siali to Lu Dingyuan's office and then leave, waiting for someone else to deliver documents to Siali. Once that person delivers the documents, the two of them can leave the island immediately. This can be considered a final counterattack before leaving the island, and it can also bring out the latest news from the island. There was no one in the office. He didn't believe that anyone would not look through any documents that even slightly showed any trace of her. Once Siali learns the contents of the document, he will no longer be able to join the South Island Legion, and the South Island Legion will absolutely not be involved with the Xia family. But from the very beginning, things started to spiral out of control. Siali wouldn't let him leave, nor would she allow him to enter Lu Dingyuan's office. The scariest thing is that this person has now detained both of them in the office. Yuan Guangming realized that if things continued like this, he might not be able to leave the South Island. Clenching his fists tightly, he gritted his teeth and sat up, resolutely picking up the scattered file folders and handing them to Siali. See? The South Island Legion has never trusted you. This place isn't worth your life. If you'd like, I can take you to Montreal. Siali's expression remained unchanged upon hearing the words Mongolian province, but her ears twitched slightly, and she already had some guesses about these people. So, he's from Fuqing. No wonder they didn't want him to join the South Island Legion. They were afraid his father would have a relationship with someone from the South Island Legion, making it difficult to interrogate him later. Little did he know that his father had long been in league with Commander Liu of the South Island Corps, and that his father's lineage was even more ruthless than he had imagined. Ignoring their words, Siali took the file bag, deftly opened it, and began to review the documents one by one. On the other side, at the South Island ferry terminal, a dozen or so men in military uniforms boarded vehicles that had just been modified, their bodies covered in dust and their expressions somewhat tired. One of the vehicles had the same license plate number that Lu Dingyuan usually used. Even in winter, the South Island is not very cold. With the car window open, a gentle breeze blew into the car, helping to clear one's mind. Political Commissar Wang sat in the back seat of the car looking completely exhausted. He sighed lazily, "Comrade Xia really saved my life. Otherwise, it takes more than 40 minutes to drive back to the unit from the ferry, and every time I come back from a high-intensity mission, it feels especially grueling." He sighed as he spoke. "I'm getting old after all. In another 2 years, I should consider retiring from the military or switching to an administrative job. I can't fight anymore." Zhao Cheng chuckled and said, "Political Commissar Wang, if you hold on for another 2 years, maybe Comrade Xia can come up with something new that will make us even more efficient than we are now. What will you do if you can't see after you're discharged from the military?" Political Commissar Wang agreed, saying with a chuckle, "That's true. I'll have to wait it out a bit longer. I need to get my rascal into the army." The group laughed and joked all the way, praising how great Xia Li's improved car was and how amazing Comrade Xia was. Political Commissar Wang looked at the man sitting in the passenger seat with his eyes closed and asked, "Are you going to pick up Comrade Xia for tonight's award ceremony?" Upon hearing this, Lu Dingyuan opened his eyes and nodded slightly. "When we get to the fork in the road, you guys go back first. I'll go pick them up myself. Everyone's been on the ship for several days and is tired. Let's go back and rest early." The others didn't have any objections. Apart from Zhao Cheng and Political Commissar Wang, they weren't that familiar with Siali. Siali also had a notorious reputation in the military, especially in their Marine Corps. In a team, naturally no one would be eager to do this job. The group quickly reached the fork in the road. Several people got out of the car, squeezed together with the soldiers and the other cars, and then left. Lu Dingyuan drove all the way to the 1st Brigade of the South Island. Not long after, Chinwawan, who had just finished get off work, walked over from the bottom of the hillside. As soon as she looked up, she saw Lu Dingyuan sitting on the big rock, and a gossipy glint flashed in her eyes. He strode over and asked calmly, "Comrade Lu, are you here to see Siali?" Lu Dingyuan also saw the person, stood up and nodded slightly to him. "Yes, I need to talk to him about something." "Do you know where he went?" Chinwawan was a little puzzled. She hadn't heard where his sister was going today. Usually, even if she was going hunting, she would let him know in advance. "Is she still sleeping? Why don't you come in with me and wait? I'll wake her up for you." Lu Dingyuan decisively refused. "No need. Please call a servant for me. I'll wait for her outside." Seeing that Lu Dingyuan didn't want to go in, Chinwawan didn't try to persuade him anymore. She agreed and turned to go back inside. Just 2 minutes later, Chinwawan walked quickly out of the courtyard with a piece of paper in her hand, her brows furrowed. Chinwawan quickly walked up to Lu Dingyuan, handed him the paper, and asked with a somewhat serious expression, "Didn't your people take the person away?" Lu Dingyuan's expression turned somewhat unpleasant upon hearing this. The Yuan Guangming written on Siali's paper was indeed a member of their South Island Corps, but they had never sent this person to pick up Siali. Without a second thought, Lu Dingyuan hurriedly said goodbye to Chinwawan, got into the car and drove towards the military region at top speed with a serious expression. "Yuan Guangming definitely has a problem. Siali looked calmly at the documents that someone had gone to great lengths to force into her hand. The file folder was filled with investigative information about her, each page containing clear, strong handwriting, a handwriting she recognized. She knew beforehand that Lu Dingyuan was investigating her, but seeing these investigation records now didn't elicit much of a reaction. She found it somewhat amusing that Lu Dingyuan would even write down how many steamed buns she ate after entering the city, like a perverted stalker. But as she looked, Siali's expression changed. It started off relaxed, then gradually became serious, and finally turned into a subtle anger, with a tendency to escalate. The two people on the ground were already tied up by Siali. Seeing the expression on Siali's face, they both felt a surge of pleasure. Even if they don't have a chance to escape, at least the tasks assigned to them by their superiors are completed, and someone will definitely help them take care of their families. Given Siali's current state, I doubt she'll rejoin the military. Yuan Guangming thought for a moment, then looked up at Siali and began to persuade her in a tone that seemed to tempt someone to commit a crime. Comrade Xia, we really feel that it's not worth it for you. Your contribution to modifying the vehicles this time is significant, giving the South Island Legion a lot of attention. Even at this point, they still don't believe you and are still investigating you. This clearly shows their distrust of you. If you want a better career path, you're welcome to join us. We can offer you high-ranking positions and generous salaries, and we can even help your father regain his original post. Gold always shines. You were able to modify such an excellent vehicle in a remote and impoverished place like the South Island. If we give you enough startup capital, you will soon become one of the top mechanics in China. Stop serving these unworthy people and come with us. Lu Dingyuan and the others haven't returned yet, and everyone around them has already been sent away by others, so no one knows what exactly happened here. As long as Siali doesn't reveal their identities, they are safe. As long as Siali goes with them, they will not only avoid being shot for being exposed, but will also be credited with merit. He was confident that once Siali saw that kind of evidence, he would never want to serve Nandao again. Thinking this, Yuan Guangming tried his best to persuade Siali. Another soldier beside him also realized this and quickly joined him in persuading her. However, Siali is indeed very angry now, but not because Lu Dingyuan investigated her. With a somber expression, Siali gritted her teeth, feeling immense guilt and heartache as she stared at the contents of the paper. That damned bastard Lu Dingyuan. Clatter. The sound of the door lock turning was heard as Lu Dingyuan pushed the door open with a cold and stern face. What came into view were two people bound hand and foot on the ground, and Siali standing in the middle of the office with an extremely gloomy expression. Lu Dingyuan. Their eyes met, and Siali's anger erupted, as if it wanted to burn the person in front of her to ashes. Lu Dingyuan's gaze swept over the item in Siali's hand, then he glanced at the two people bound hand and foot on the ground. He had a vague idea of what had happened, but he pursed his thin lips and did not explain. Both of them had already guessed that Siali seeing this information was a tactic employed by those people to prevent Siali from joining the South Island Legion. While they knew the truth, one of them was dedicated to his duty and wholeheartedly defended the country, never showing favoritism, while the other could not forgive the investigation because of what he found out. Siali's face was expressionless, but her sharp gaze was intimidating. She looked directly at Lu Dingyuan and asked in a deep voice, I accept that you're investigating me. After all, I'm about to undergo a background check in the military, and I'll have to do one sooner or later. But why are you investigating other people? 3 generations of you really think highly of me. Although there was no anger in her voice, Lu Dingyuan could clearly feel that she was truly angry now. The document was submitted and sealed by him the day before yesterday. Unless there are special reasons, the military will not continue to investigate Siali. But those people deliberately dug out this document in order to prevent Siali from enlisting. Lu Dingyuan had investigated Siali for so long that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he knew her very well. He immediately asked, are you referring to the Li family? Siali, yes. 2 days ago, she received a letter from Li Qingnan. In the letter, Li Qingnan complained to her that his grandfather might have gone mad, which was why he had to send this spoiled brat into the army. The atmosphere at home hasn't been good lately. Everyone looks like they could explode at any moment. He tried to reason, then she happily added that he might be going to the northeast when he joins the army, and that he could help take care of her older brother's family. Good brothers need no further explanation. She found it quite amusing. Li Qingnan was like a child who never grew up, clearly spoiled since childhood, which was why he was so unruly. His grandfather never criticized him harshly, even though he kept clamoring to send him to the army. He never had the heart to do so. The reason they're so eager to send him to the army now is definitely because something bad has happened at home, and they want this simple-minded guy, Li Qingnan, to go out and seek refuge. What was her reply back then? He happily asked Li Qingnan to take care of her older brother's family, promising to send him lots of seafood so he could have meat at every meal. But what she was really thinking was that it would be better to go out and hide, so as not to be implicated by her family. But now the facts tell him that Li Qing'an was indeed implicated by her family, but the entire family was implicated because of her. If Lu Dingyuan doesn't investigate her, he will never find the Li family involved. Li Qing'an was the first person she met who was her own after she came into this world. Even when he went to the countryside, Li Qing'an never avoided her and foolishly took care of her. Now that she is the one who has brought him suffering, how is he supposed to face Li Qing'an? How is this any different from her harming Li Qing'an? Lu Dingyuan stared directly into Siali's eyes with his dark pupils, unyielding and defiant. Under her angry gaze, he gently clenched his fist beside his trouser seam, then quickly relaxed it. His tone showed no sign of backing down. Investigating your identity was my duty. I'm sorry for causing you any unpleasantness, but I've never regretted investigating the Li family. Li Qishan is a spy, and he should be punished by law to ensure the safety of the country. Security. Defending the country is the most basic duty of a soldier, a belief that transcends all else, regardless of the time or place. Li Qishan is Li Qingnan's third uncle. Siali had read the entire investigation report and understood the whole story clearly. She knew that there was nothing morally wrong with what she was doing. She was a spy, and if she was discovered, she would definitely be punished. She could accept that Li Qingshan's identity as a spy was discovered and he was arrested, and she could also accept that the Li family might be implicated by her and that the whole family might even be demoted. But what she couldn't accept was that the investigation into her had implicated Li Qingnan's entire family. We are still in the early stages of this special period, and many people in high positions are being watched. Those wolves and tigers want to pull them down and take their place. Even a single misstep could lead to trouble and being entangled in something. With such a person emerging from the Li family, how could those who want to bring down the Li family, or even take a share of its wealth, possibly give up so easily? The entire Li family is now on the verge of danger. Otherwise, the patriarch of the Li family, who dotes on his grandsons so much, would not have sent Li Qing'an into the army. Siali stared directly at Lu Dingyuan, her eyes filled with rage, without uttering a word. Lu Dingyuan knew that Siali might not be able to accept that she had indirectly implicated her friend's family, so he didn't offer any further explanation. When he reported Li Qingshan, he knew that Siali would be angry if she found out one day, but he couldn't let Li Qingshan continue to harm China if he knew he was a spy. This matter is inherently unsolvable. Lu Dingyuan's face was tense, and he only said, "If you really can't accept being with me, you can apply to be transferred to another battalion. Although there may be some troubles in the follow-up actions, the higher-ups will definitely try their best to help you solve them. I submitted this investigation report a few days ago, and the military will seal your file afterward. We will not conduct any further investigations on you without sufficient reason. Investigating every suspicious person is the responsibility of soldiers. Protecting national defense is my duty. I made the decision to report this, so please don't blame the military." Siali was so angry at him that she laughed. He was still insisting that he would rather throw himself into the army than not let her join. His tone was cold and sarcastic. How could that be? The investigation deadline was 1 week ago, which was before you went on your mission and after I agreed to join the army. You've investigated every single person I've ever met, including their entire family and their descendants. You're truly capable. Go ahead and look it up if you want. I won't apply for a transfer to another camp. You're great, ruthless, and cold-blooded. I hope that one day when your relatives and friends are involved, you can remain just as calm." Without uttering a word, he strode towards the door, brushing past Lu Dingyuan. Siali could understand his actions, but the cause, process, and result of this matter infuriated her. She didn't even know how to face Li Qing'an. If something really happens to the Li family because of this, how will she explain it to Li Qing'an? Before I even considered joining the army, these people started investigating me. Did they accidentally find out about you? That's a joke. Since we can't live a good life, then none of us should be able to live a good life. An awards ceremony was to be held that evening, but Commander Lu had already returned to the South Island. Siali knew that this awards ceremony was to prepare for her future entry into the army, including housing and a military rank. Commander Lu and the others had mentioned this before, and she had no choice but to attend for those benefits. After leaving Lu Dingyuan's office, I went straight to Commander Lu's office, where I spent the whole afternoon before the awards ceremony finally began. Although Commander Lu felt that Siali seemed a little off, he didn't ask any further questions. The young girl's thoughts are different from those bratty boys. If an old man like him were to ask the young girl something she's not comfortable talking about, wouldn't that be awkward for everyone? The two of them spent the afternoon in an awkward silence in the office. Siali was in a bad mood and was thinking about another matter in the investigation report, so she couldn't concentrate on writing her speech. She didn't utter a single word until the commendation ceremony began. The commendation ceremony ended quickly, and Siali not only received another first-class collective award medal, but also a bonus of 1,200 yuan. Although the amount of money in her hands may not seem like much, it was equivalent to more than 3 or even 4 years' wages for an ordinary worker, which was an astronomical figure. After the commendation ceremony ended, Lu Dingyuan searched the venue, but couldn't find Siali, and his brows furrowed slightly involuntarily. Seeing him searching everywhere, Commander Bai chuckled, "Are you looking for Comrade Xia?" Lu Dingyuan turned to look at him and nodded slightly. "It's getting dark. It's not safe for a woman to go home alone so late at night." Pfft. Commander Bai couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xiao Lu, who usually pays no attention to women, suddenly brings up the question of whether it's safe for a woman to go home at night. It just sounds so awkward. Lu Dingyuan couldn't quite figure out why Commander Bai was laughing and looked at him in confusion. Commander Bai looked at Lu Dingyuan with a mocking gaze and asked meaningfully, "Comrade Zhao from Logistics also lives in a subordinate brigade. Why didn't you go to see her off? She's just a decent, delicate young girl. She's not as tough as Siali, who could single-handedly blow up half the sugar factory." Lu Dingyuan. "Why should I drive her when she already has a boyfriend?" Commander Bai was somewhat desperate at Lu Dingyuan's slowness and shook his head helplessly. "Did you two have a fight?" Lu Dingyuan. "No, she thinks it's because I investigated her that the Li family was implicated. It's only natural to feel angry when being investigated. I'll go find someone first, and I'll talk to you when I get back." Commander Bai. "You didn't say that before. Who was that righteous person who said that if there's a problem, it should be investigated and that every citizen has an obligation to cooperate with the investigation?" He grabbed Lu Dingyuan, who had already turned around, and said irritably, "No need to look anymore. Regiment Commander Bai, she just borrowed a car from Division Commander Lu and had Xiao Chang drive her back." As he spoke, he shook his head with amusement. "You really don't lose out. I'm angry as I am, but I still have to take the car, it's just a different driver." He reached out and patted Lu Dingyuan on the shoulder, saying meaningfully, "You'd better work hard. People don't even ride in your car anymore. You're the battalion commander." After saying that, he put his hands behind his back, turned around, and walked away humming a little tune. Lu Dingyuan. Siali felt a tightness in her chest and didn't want to see that bastard Lu Dingyuan. After her speech, she asked Commander Lu to send her a car and a man to take her back to the 1st Brigade of the South Island. The document was very long, starting almost from when the original owner was a child, up to all the records about her from a few days ago. Moreover, the focus is on the period from when she started going to the countryside, such as harming her second brother, harming Li Xingli, harming the Zhao family, etc., all the way to the present. In other words, the information focused on what happened after she transmigrated. Thanks to the extremely detailed information, Siali also discovered another thing that really bothered her. "I don't know if it's too late." Thinking this, Siali said directly to Zhao Chang, who was driving, "No need to take me home. Take me to the brigade leader's house, thank you. Also, I'll be leaving the South Island for a while. Please inform Commander Lu when you get back and ask him to look after my parents for a bit." Zhao Chang was always obedient and compliant in front of Siali, so he didn't ask too many questions and quickly agreed, yes. As night fell, the car slowly drove along the small road of the 1st Brigade of the South Island all the way to the brigade leader's house. The 1st Brigade of the South Island naturally didn't connect to the power line. In those days, in order to save candles, every household ate their meals very early and then went to bed early to conserve candles. When Siali returned, all the lights in the brigade leader's house were off, and the house was pitch black except for one room where there was a faint candlelight. It was very dark. Siali immediately recognized it as the faint light emitted when the palm oil lamps she had taught the children to make were lit. He called out softly at the door, "Captain, are you asleep?" Her voice wasn't loud, but anyone in the room who wasn't asleep could definitely hear it. There was a rustling sound inside the room, and soon the brigade leader came out, wearing a coat and holding an oil lamp. When the captain saw that it was Siali, he was surprised for a moment. "This guy never comes to the temple unless he has a reason, so why is he looking for me so late at night? Could it be that something happened at the cowshed again? Why are you here so late?" Siali directly stated her request. "Uncle, I would like to get a leave slip for visiting relatives." Upon hearing this, the captain frowned slightly. The letter of introduction for visiting relatives needs to be received by someone on the other side, and the reason must be written down. It won't work if you go back to visit relatives, because your second brother is seriously ill. They will definitely come to investigate. The captain now understands that Siali looks down on her second brother, but her actions and the fact that she always asks for leave when her second brother is about to die make her pointless. He could give her that reason within the brigade, but he definitely wouldn't accept it outside. Siali, actually, he didn't want to mention her unlucky second brother, but he couldn't help it because her second brother was really useful. Siali felt awkward for a moment upon hearing this, but fortunately, Captain, drive to my hometown and tell them my second brother is getting married. If an investigation is necessary, send them to the Southern Island Regiment. That's the information I got from there. When the battalion commander heard that Siali had received the information from the military, he didn't ask any further questions. He pulled his slightly slipped clothes up and turned around, saying, then wait here for a while. The maximum leave for educated youth to visit their families is 14 days. I'll give you 14 days first. You can come back early, but don't come back late. Siali naturally had no objections. Okay, thank you for your trouble, Captain. After thinking about it, I decided to come over later to deliver 2 more salted fish. Siali received her leave slip and returned home quickly. He greeted Chinwawan and Xia Jiangwo overnight, barely slept all night, and headed straight to the train station with a hand-drawn map early the next morning. It's been over a week since it happened, and I don't know if it's too late for her to go back now. These days, not many people travel, so it's hard to buy a sleeper berth, but with a letter of introduction, it's relatively easier to buy a hard seat. Since it wasn't a holiday, there weren't many people on the train. Siali slept on the long hard seat as if it were a sleeper and didn't suffer much discomfort along the way. After getting off the train, Siali originally planned to ask someone how to get to the military compound where her family used to live. To her surprise, as soon as she stepped out of the train station, she saw several people waving at her from afar. Siali was speechless. She almost burst out laughing on the spot. Xia Hongqi was urged by his wife early in the morning to wait for Siali at the train station entrance with the children. Upon seeing Siali emerge from the train station, his eyes lit up instantly, his mouth stretched from ear to ear, and he raised his arm, waving enthusiastically and shouting, "Little sister. Over here. Little sister. Little sister." Siali watched from afar as her second brother waved vigorously at her, a big question mark slowly rising in her mind. Is her second brother out of his mind? I've never been this nice to her when we were at home. Why am I being so nice to her now that she's scolded me? It's hard for her to accept. Could he be a potential masochist who enjoys being scolded by her? Pretending not to see anything, she silently turned her head away, turned her foot, and walked directly in another direction. Although she didn't know the way to the military compound, she knew that if her second brother was waiting for her, the way must be the wrong one. Xia Hongqi was initially quite happy to see Siali emerge from the station, eagerly anticipating taking her home to mend their relationship. Unexpectedly, his little sister didn't want to pay any attention to him at all. Even though she saw him, she turned around and walked in another direction. His expression froze instantly. Hua Linlang was filled with anticipation when she learned that her husband's younger sister was coming over, and she wanted to get along well with her sister-in-law. I got up early this morning and cleaned myself and the children in the family thoroughly. I even had Xia Hongqi wash and groom the little brat. But she didn't expect that her sister-in-law was not an easy person to get along with. She left as soon as she saw them, which immediately annoyed her. He turned angrily to Xia Hongqi. What's wrong with your little sister? Seeing. Didn't my brother and sister-in-law even say goodbye? They just left like that. You give her 50 yuan every month, and you barely earn a penny a month? Is this how she treats you? She's already quite round, with a lot of fat on her face. When she puts on a stern face, she glares at the red flag. The phrase oily, fleshy face perfectly describes her current appearance. It looks particularly menacing. Xia Hongqi was also somewhat resentful towards Siali for making him lose face, but now that she was still relying on her father-in-law to use his connections to get her a promotion, he had no choice but to appease her. He said helplessly, "My little sister has been willful since she was a child. Didn't we have some arguments before? It's understandable that she's angry with me. As her sister-in-law, you should be a little more accommodating to her. I apologize in advance. We were hoping to attend the wedding with her, weren't we?" Hua Linlang glared at him angrily after hearing his words. "Your little sister is too spoiled. It's all because you're too soft-hearted." Although she looked reluctant, she still said, let's go, let's go. How can I, as her sister-in-law, stoop to her level? As they talked, the two quickly chased after Siali in the direction she had driven. Normally, given Siali's walking speed, these two wouldn't be able to catch up with her. However, Siali had a get-lost debuff. In order to avoid running into Xia Hongqi, she walked straight in one direction after leaving the train station, and then she ended up in a dead end. After wandering around the station for a while, we ran into Xia Hongqi and his family. Siali. Once she joins the military, she'll definitely try to get those people involved in satellite and missile development. Navigation system development. A world without navigation is incompatible with her. Xia Hongqi knew that Siali had always gotten lost since she was a child. He thought he would never catch up with her, but then he saw his little sister, who was always getting lost, walking back towards him. He almost burst out laughing. Carrying Xia Xiaobao, she quickly walked towards Siali, not giving Siali a chance to speak, and directly lowered her head to Xia Xiaobao and said, Xiaobao, didn't you say you missed your aunt? Quickly call her aunt. Xia Xiaobao lowered his head slightly, his eyes looking up at Siali timidly, his gaze clearly showing some unfamiliarity and fear, but he still obediently called out, Auntie. If Siali hadn't been mindful of the child's feelings, she would have rolled her eyes. When she left, Xia Xiaobao was only 3 years old. A 3-year-old's memory center is not fully developed, and long-term memory lasts only a few days to a few weeks. She's been gone for over a year. How could I possibly still remember her? Besides, that child's bright, unfamiliar eyes didn't seem to remember her at all. It must have been her second brother who taught her that. Siali looked at Xia Xiaobao, who used to be chubby, Xia Hongqi and his wife. Siali didn't care how ugly Hualinlong's expression was, and instead cast an unfriendly glance at the extremely embarrassed Xia Hongqi. Please, have some decency. It's one thing to abandon your parents, but at least give your son a chance to live. Look how thin he's become. I remember the child's mother has been coming to demand the child back. If you really can't handle it, just give the child to her. Why let the child suffer here with you? Xia Hongqi was extremely embarrassed by Siali's retort. She also wanted to be good to her son, but this wasn't their home, so did his opinion not count? I was afraid she would use the child to blackmail me. You know what kind of temper your ex-sister-in-law had. I had no choice. Hearing this conversation, Hualinlang immediately became displeased and frowned at Siali, saying, Little sister, what you said is wrong. Are you saying I've mistreated this child? Xia Hongqi, who knew Siali somewhat, immediately tried to stop Hualinlang when he heard her words. He can do anything with his little sister except argue. If Hualinlang really starts arguing, he can't even beat him, so how could he possibly beat his little sister? Her voice carried a hint of anxiety. Linlang, calm down, let's talk this out. Hualinlang became even angrier when she saw Xia Hongqi acting so cowardly. She shoved Xia Hongqi aside, her face darkening as she looked at him. Was there anything wrong with what I said? What did she mean by that? What kind of younger sister meddles in her older brother and sister-in-law's bedroom affairs? It's precisely because Xia Hongqi has such a good temper that he lets his younger sister ride roughshod over him. Even Xia Hongqi, who was still in his position, was clinging to their family. How could his younger sister, who had already been sent to the countryside, possibly manage what was going on in her brother's room? Siali didn't even glance at her, her gaze fixed on Xia Hongqi. Don't even mention keeping a person in your room. Even if you keep a pig in your room, it has nothing to do with me. She has no blood relation to Xia Xiaobao, so whether she treated him unfairly or not is a matter of her own conscience. You are Xia Xiaobao's biological father. No one in the family has any responsibility or obligation to her except you. He is your biological son. Don't tell me you're a father and you don't know anything. It's one thing to pretend you're blind and not see how your child is doing, but can't you tell if he's lost weight or not? You earn a salary of just over 100 yuan a month at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. How could you be short of food for Xiaobao? Look at how thin your son has become. Are you even a father? Have some decency. After saying that, he turned and left. Xia Hongqi quickly covered Hualinlong's mouth, which was about to swear, and shouted at Siali's back, You didn't even. Go home and stay somewhere else. Siali glanced back at Xia Hongqi, her expression a mixture of mockery, sarcasm, indifference, and cynicism. Heh, we've severed ties. Your home isn't my home. After saying that, he turned and left. Xia Hongqi. Siali had only taken 2 steps when she suddenly felt something rushing towards her. She turned to the side, and a small pink figure passed right through her, landing hard on the ground. Wow! Siali looked at the little girl who was lying on the ground, quite badly injured, and immediately realized what the child had been about to do. A normal person couldn't dodge it. Being pushed by her with that force would definitely result in a terrible fall. This child is more cunning than the other children. Even if the other children want to hit someone, they will first shout something like, Don't talk about my mother, or I'll beat you to death. But the child didn't shout anything before making the first move, his main strategy being to be insidious and unexpected. Tisk. He clicked his tongue. He's got quite the strength to pounce on people. After saying that, he walked away slowly, completely ignoring how awful Hualinlong's cries and curses were behind him. This woman and her second brother's life together will definitely not last long, at most 10 years. Most of those who cause trouble will be retaliated against. Given her second brother's opportunistic and self-serving nature, it would be a miracle if he could continue living with this woman. In the end, she would become the second sister-in-law Xia. No, that's not right. She is indeed sister-in-law Xia II, or rather, she should be called sister-in-law Xia II. He secretly pondered to himself, with a second brother who is so opportunistic and treats marriage like a game, how come he even has a second sister-in-law? Can this second sister-in-law be considered Xia's second sister-in-law 2.0? I don't know how many numbers will be drawn in the end. Siali asked around and drew maps as she walked towards the military compound. Not far from the train station, Hualinlang held her daughter, who was crying uncontrollably, and spent a long time comforting her before she finally calmed her down. She turned around and glared at Xia Hongqi angrily, saying, "What use are you? You can't even climb up the existing good connections, you're useless." Although Xia Hongqi was good at seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages, he was still a man after all, and his face darkened when his wife pointed her finger at him and scolded him like that. Xia Hongqi was speechless. If she hadn't argued with her younger sister, would her sister have been so angry that she wouldn't even give him a chance to speak? But she knew now was not the time to complain, so she could only say, "Never mind, if my little sister doesn't want to stay at our house, we'll find another time to go see her tomorrow." It wasn't easy for her to come back from so far away. We are still siblings, and she couldn't possibly disown me. Moreover, Fang Jingwei has been my younger sister's childhood friend since she was little, and our Xia family has some connection with the Fang family. Even if they didn't invite us, they wouldn't say anything if we went to their house to give them gifts. Let's go back first. Hualin, how can everything be blamed on her when something goes wrong? She looked down at her very thin and timid son in her arms, sighed deeply, and hugged him even tighter. Even if my sister says something harsh, she's right about one thing. This is his real son. Let's go, it's just the two of us now. Dad will take you to get something nice to eat. We won't bring anyone else. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaobao hugged Xia Hongqi's neck, nuzzled his head against her neck, his eyes slightly reddened, and gave a shy smile, saying in a childish voice, Siali was given directions and took a bus to the military compound. Upon reaching the entrance, she said, "I'm looking for Fang Jingwei." She's a good friend of hers, named Siali. The young soldier on guard duty hadn't thought anything of it at first, but when he heard Siali introduce herself, he looked at her with surprise. "You are Siali, who grew up in this military compound." "Siali, you? Why does this form of address feel a little strange?" She nodded slightly. "Yes, I grew up here. Is there a problem?" The soldier on guard immediately shook his head. "There's no problem, absolutely no problem, except that this person." He left their compound, but made a name for himself there. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhao's wife still curses her every day, recounting her crimes. She's gone, but her name has never disappeared from their military compound. "Please wait a moment. I'll go and call someone for you right away." Xia Li nodded slightly. "Thank you." The young soldier told another person to watch the door while he ran off to find someone. He went very quickly and returned just as quickly. The young soldier stood at attention when he saw Siali and said, "Fang Jingyi isn't home right now. Why don't you come over later?" Siali nodded. "Then I'll leave her a note. Could you please tell me when she'll be back and give her this note?" The young soldier who opened the door naturally had no objections and nodded in agreement, saying, "Okay." Siali stood at the gate and wrote a note, but didn't write much, only saying that she would come to find her the next evening. "Siali?" A soft, weak, and somewhat uncertain female voice suddenly came from behind Siali, who turned around to look. The girl under the big tree was wearing a thick white woolen coat with 2 long braids. She had a delicate and gentle demeanor, and her expression was full of surprise as she looked at him. It was Bai Feifei. Siali smiled as soon as she saw him. "Yes, I'm back to visit my family. It's been a long time." When Bai Feifei saw that it really was Siali, she immediately smiled happily and drove over in her sports car, her eyes full of smiles. "I didn't expect you to be back. Are you here for Fang Jingwei's wedding?" Siali frowned slightly upon hearing this. Fang Jingwei doesn't want to marry him, does she? She's back to kill someone. If that man really insists on marrying Fang Jingwei, and Fang Jingwei agrees to make him disappear from the world, she'll make sure he can't marry anyone. Many people died in the wars of the past few years, so he can go to the underworld and find a wife with great enthusiasm. Bai Feifei was stunned for a moment when she saw Xia Li's aggressive demeanor, but she immediately understood what was going on. Then, his lips twitched, and he said speechlessly, "You haven't received the letter I wrote to you later, have you? You're not back to ruin Fang Jingwei's wedding, are you? When are you going to change this capricious temper of yours?" Sometimes Bai Feifei really envied Xia Li's carefree nature. She could cause trouble however she wanted since she was a child. Although her father would sternly tell her, he would always clean up her messes. Only a child who is loved can grow up to be as reckless as her, charging forward without a care in the world, only caring about right and wrong. When Siali heard her words, she realized that something seemed a little wrong. Could things have changed in the past week or so? What letter? Bai Feifei pulled her to the shade under the tree. "If you wanted to interfere with Sun Dong and Jing Hui's wedding, then you don't need to now. Sun Dong is in the hospital. He's not the one marrying Jingwei now." Siali. "Who did this?" Siali asked, somewhat puzzled. "I hadn't received the letter when I arrived." "What happened?" Bai Feifei's expression was somewhat complicated. She let out a long sigh and pulled her towards another street. Let's go. Didn't you want to find Jinghui? She's on the other street. I'll take you there and we can talk as we walk. Siali nodded, not asking why Fang Jinghui would be on another street in the middle of the day. Following by Feifei's lead, the two walked onto the other street. By Feifei, you lived quite far away before, so there were some things I didn't tell you all, because I was afraid you'd be worried over there and wouldn't be able to help. On the contrary, it causes internal heat. As she spoke, Bai Feifei's face showed a hint of melancholy. Sun Dong, relying on his family background, insisted that Jinghui marry him. Sun Dong himself was a good-for-nothing and a womanizer. The reason he took a fancy to Jinghui was because she was hard to approach and he found it novel, so he insisted on marrying her. The Feng family had been weakened in recent years, and the Sun family had not taken them seriously. Despite the Fang family's repeated rejections, the Sun family not only did not back down, but also became even more aggressive. Jinghui's father was the biggest obstacle to this marriage. When he returned from a mission, his leg was broken by thugs, and the jobs of the other family members were also affected to some extent. Jinghui grew up without a mother, and her father never remarried. The only male member of the Fang family lived in the second wife's household. Her second aunt, with her temper, had long considered the Fang family as her own. She complained that she shouldn't have protected Jinghui, otherwise the Fang family wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Grandpa Fang was furious and asked her if she would still say she wouldn't care if something happened to her daughter. Her second aunt said at the time that she didn't care. The next day, Bai Feifei paused abruptly at this point, and Siali looked at her in confusion. What happened the next day? Bai Feifei looked around to make sure no one was nearby before tiptoeing. He covered his mouth with his hand and whispered in Siali's ear. The next day, Jinghui's second aunt's daughter, Jingxue, went out to play with her friends. There were some hooligans among them, and Jingxue was bullied. Jinghui's second aunt cried and wailed, and everyone thought she would fight those thugs to the death, but unexpectedly, she hanged herself that very night. The old man felt that it was because of his words that his granddaughter and daughter-in-law suffered misfortune and had a stroke on the spot. With the pillar of the family collapsing, the entire Fang family is on the verge of disintegration. Jinghui was furious. Taking advantage of her family's inattention, she ran to Sun Dong's house and stabbed him 13 times. She also wanted to kill the other members of the Sun family. If it weren't for her current fiancé saving her, she would probably be dragged out and shot by now. Siali felt a sinking feeling in her heart upon hearing this. Is no one going to do anything about what Sun Dong did? Bai Feifei looked at Siali speechlessly after hearing this. The committee has so much power now, who dares to interfere? Besides, there's no evidence, so how can we do anything about it? Even if we wanted to sue someone, there's nowhere to file a complaint. Siali found it outrageous. Her father was being persecuted because the things he possessed were valuable enough to warrant such persecution. Fang Jinghui's grandfather was a respected figure in the military region, and everyone addressed him as commander. How could these people be so arrogant? They're not even the top leaders. Is there really no one who can control them? Bai Feifei looked at her even more strangely after hearing this. Someone can manage it. Jinghui's current fiancé is Sun Dong's father's superior. Siali. Wait, Sun Dong's father's superior? If Sun Dong's father has already gone so far as to persecute Fang Jinghui's grandfather, then his superiors must be even higher-ranking officials. High-ranking officials are generally not very young. How old would someone of Sun Dong's father's generation be? How old is he? Bai Feifei was silent for a moment after hearing this, then said, she's 35 years older than Jinghui. Being older means she'll be more caring. Siali. Recognizing a godfather? Only a father would treat his daughter well unconditionally. Bai Feifei. You don't need to put it so harshly. If it weren't for her, Jinghui's family would have fallen apart. Being a little older doesn't matter. What's most important is that he treats Jinghui well and can protect the Fang family. Jinghui knew the answer in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been willing to marry him. Siali. Siali wasn't saying that old men were bad. After all, old men received welfare, and in this era where seniority mattered, the older you were, the higher your salary. The problem is that the age gap between the two is too big. How is this any different from dating her father? It's obvious that it's not voluntary. She originally thought that if she just killed Sun Dong with a knife, the trouble would be solved. But now it seems that she can't solve the problem without using 2 knives. I'll talk to her in a bit. If she agrees, she will take action and ensure it is done quietly. However, there are other plans behind Fang Jinghui's stabbing incident. We need to find a way to get the person out of trouble. Bai Feifei sighed when she saw Siali like this. Although she thought Siali was too naive, she didn't say anything else to persuade her. She's already been sent to the countryside herself, and she's no longer the brigade commander's daughter, so how can she possibly care about Fang Jinghui's affairs? Anyway, Jinghui is rational enough not to agree, so let her be. The two walked around the corner and soon arrived at another long street. It was early spring, and the snow on the ground was sticky and gooey. On the street, there were two people with gray hair, dressed very thinly, sweeping the mud-like snow with large brooms, their faces full of sorrow. At the entrance of the alley not far from them stood a very cool young woman. The woman stared coldly at the elderly man and woman, her indifferent gaze somewhat lost in thought, as if she were pondering something. Bai Feifei, with her arm linked with Siali's, gestured with her chin towards the elderly couple sweeping the floor. Look, those Jingwei didn't want the Sun family to prosper, so her fiancé helped her deal with them. These two women used to work for the committee, but now they're sweeping the streets and even have to clean the toilets themselves. Is Jingwei's fiancé treating her well? Siali. It's difficult to evaluate. Moreover, judging from his behavior, Fong Jingwei's current fiancé is probably not a decent person. Bai Feifei had no idea what Siali was thinking. She saw Fong Jingwei standing there quietly. He quickly raised his arm and waved, laughing and shouting, "Jingwei, look who's back." Fong Jing would hear someone calling her and would turn her head slightly. He frowned slightly when he saw Bai Feifei, but when he saw who was standing next to Bai Feifei, his eyes widened slightly, and he turned and strode over. With a smirk, he asked in a cheerful voice, "Why are you back?" Before Siali could answer, Bai Feifei covered her mouth and said with amusement, "I'm back to settle things for you." Upon hearing this, Fong Jingwei burst into a hearty laugh, a very loud laugh that eventually brought tears to her eyes. She reached out and grabbed Siali's arm, dragging her towards the International Hotel. "Come on, it's noon. I'll treat you to lunch. You can stay at my place tonight." Bai Feifei smiled and followed along. "Oh, that's perfect. I can get a free meal too." Fong Jingwei said irritably, "I haven't treated you badly before." The two chatted and laughed, each pulling Siali along, looking like they were in a very good mood. Siali. If it's voluntary, she'll write the character Xia backwards. Knowing that Fong Jingwei must have suffered a lot of grievances during this time, Siali didn't say anything out of line and joined in the discussion about what to eat for lunch with a smile. Since we'll be staying together tonight, there'll be plenty of time to ask. The three of them had lunch together, chatting and laughing. Siali talked to them about her experiences over the past few days while cracking jokes. It felt like we spent an hour and a half rambling on lunch with the two of them, without actually saying anything useful. The meal just mysteriously ended. After leaving the hotel, Bai Feifei had to leave first, while Siali and Fong Jing would return to the military base together. As soon as I stepped outside, I saw a car parked in front of the door. When the people in the car saw Fong Jingwei, they stuck their heads out of the car window and gave her a very bright smile. "Sister-in-law, Brother Hua said you were eating here, so he specially asked me to come and pick you up and take you home. Get in the car." Siali, from beginning to end, it was just the three of them going to eat, the three of them eating, and the three of them coming out of the restaurant. Where did they hear that? Isn't this a bit too controlling? Fong Jingwei didn't say anything, just nodded slightly to her and pulled Siali into the car. The two continued chatting in the car, and Siali, seeing that she had no reservations, also relaxed a bit. The young man escorted the two women to the entrance of the military area, waving enthusiastically at them. "Well then, sister-in-law, Sister Xia, I'll head back now. You two can chat sometime." Fong Jingwei remained calm and nodded slightly. "Okay." Siali, who was being called Sister Xia for the first time. That man must be almost 30, right? Who is he calling sister? Fong Jing saw Siali's strange expression and found it amusing. "You've been in the countryside for so long, but the time hasn't changed at all." Siali was speechless. "Even if I change, I still can't accept a man who is several years older than me calling me sister. Who are you trying to insult?" Fong Jing couldn't help but chuckle. "Just consider it a term of respect." Siali, "Then you can call me grandma instead of sister." Ha 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 ha. Fong Jingwei was so amused by her words that she almost couldn't straighten her back. Which of those educated youths who went to the countryside didn't experience hardship? Only Li Zi from their family seems to be more open-minded than before. As the two walked into the courtyard, Siali suddenly asked, "What happened between you and Bai Feifei?" During the meal, she sensed something was off between the two. Throughout the entire meal, Fong Jingwei never mentioned her own affairs, and she rarely spoke unless Bai Feifei asked her about it. Fong Jingwei was cold before, but not to this extent. Now, she barely moves until Bai Feifei hits her with a stick, which clearly indicates that something is wrong. Fong Jingwei remained calm when asked this question, looking straight ahead and speaking in a very composed tone. "Nothing much, she's just more focused on her own interests. Everyone looks out for themselves, so there's nothing wrong with what she did. Me too, otherwise my family wouldn't have suffered so much." Siali knew she meant that if she had compromised earlier, the Fong family might not be in their current predicament. Siali sighed. Siali looked into Fang Jingwei's eyes and said very seriously, this can only be blamed on Sun Dong being inhuman and the world being corrupt. If you hadn't encountered such scum, your family would never have ended up in this state, and you wouldn't be in this situation either. You are the victim. Why should you blame yourself? If good and evil go unpunished, then heaven and earth must be biased. They are the ones who are wrong, and they are the ones who should be punished, not you. You're the one who's been wrong the most. Upon hearing Siali's words, Fang Jingwei stared intently at Siali with her clear, cold eyes. With a gentle blink, tears instantly streamed down her face, falling to the ground with a plop, dampening a small patch of the ground. Before Siali could even try to comfort her, Fang Jingwei burst into unrestrained sobs. She went from crying while standing to crying while bending over, and finally squatted down and wailed loudly, but she held onto the hand that had been holding Siali's hand tightly, never letting go even for a moment. The voice was filled with despair, and a barely perceptible sense of grievance. Since this incident came to light, everyone has said it was her fault. If it weren't for her, her family wouldn't have ended up in this situation. So what if the Sun family gets their comeuppance now? Dad's legs will never come back, Jingshua's innocence will never be restored, Second Aunt's life will never be restored, and Grandpa's peaceful old age will never return. All of this is because of her selfishness. She should have married into the Sun family sooner, then the Fang family would still be the same Fang family. It's all her fault. But now Siali tells her, this isn't her fault, she's the one who's been wronged the most. How could she not feel wronged? She did feel guilty about her family's misfortune, but all she wanted was to avoid marrying someone like that. How could she not feel wronged? Fang Jinghui was crying so hard she was completely devastated. Siali was not good at comforting people at all, and seeing her crying so sadly made her scalp tingle. He quickly squatted down, wiped the tears from her face with his sleeve, and then put his arm around her like a good brother, patting her gently. After confirming that no one was around, he slyly comforted Jingwei, saying, don't cry. If you don't want to get married, I'll kill them all and I guarantee no one will find out. When the person dies, they can't very well ask you to arrange a ghost marriage, can they? Okay, stop crying. Looking up at Siali, Fang Jinghui was somewhat dumbfounded. Belch. Don't tell me you came back for such an absurd reason. In order to gain Fang Jinghui's trust, Siali did not even present his simple and brutal murder plan. In a short time, she carefully considered the matter and came up with a flawless murder plan. Thanks to the internet of later generations, and thanks to an anime known as Death Elementary School Student, before the apocalypse. If another 10 or 20 years pass, she might forget the plot completely. As Fang Jinghui listened to Siali's cunning murder plan, the expression on her face went from cracking to cracking even more, until it finally fell apart beyond repair. The way he looked at his childhood friend was strange. She used to think that her childhood friend hadn't changed at all during the long time she was sent to the countryside, so he must not have suffered much hardship. Looking at this now, it's not that this child hasn't suffered, it's that he's suffered so much that it's driven him crazy. The murder plan was so flawless. What kind of ordinary person could it be? This person must have had experience committing crimes. Fang Jinghui, no longer caring about crying, reached out and blocked Siali's mouth, which was still babbling away. With her other hand, she hooked Siali's neck and, like a boy holding a basketball with one arm, pulled him up like a scallion and ran wildly home. Siali, sister, don't you think the way I'm running right now looks like a bull seeing a red cloth? When other people go back to their parents' home, they carry a chicken in their left hand and a duck in their right, but you use both hands to grab your childhood friend. What kind of nonsense is it to grab someone by the neck and make them charge headfirst? Fortunately, there weren't many people in the military compound during the day, so the two of them didn't lose face at all. Fang Jinghui dragged the person from downstairs to upstairs, closed the door behind her, and then looked at Siali with a serious expression. Siali kept turning her neck and rubbing it after entering the room. Did something bad happen to you over there? Siali? Seeing her bewildered expression, Fang Jinghui asked, you've killed someone? Siali finally realized why his childhood friend had asked that question. So they think he's a habitual murderer. I've killed a few spies before, so I have experience killing people. Otherwise, how could you have driven such a good child to the state? Siali didn't hide anything. She slowly told Fang Jinghui about her previous experiences on the South Island, excluding those that couldn't be told and those that were kept from her. Fang Jinghui was so shocked by what she heard that she began to doubt her own existence. She frowned slightly and looked at Siali. So you know about me because of the investigation data from above? Siali nodded, yes. Fang Jinghui looked thoughtful. No wonder. Siali asked in confusion, what do you mean, no wonder? Fang Jinghui, Xuankuan told me that before I took the knife to stab Sundong, someone reported that Sundong's father was oppressing the people, and the higher-ups were investigating. If I don't go to the Sun family, they will probably be gone in about a month. But given my family's situation at the time, we couldn't wait any longer. The Fong family might really fall apart in a month. At the time, I thought that if their family died, even if I lost my life, the Fong family would be safe, which is why I had no choice but to take this desperate gamble. Siali remained silent for a moment. This was most likely done by Lu Dingyuan. Both reports were made, but they were completely in opposite directions. If this were in a school, wouldn't it be considered a tattletale who reports to the teacher every day? How is the matter of you stabbing someone resolved? Is the Sun family no longer pursuing it? Fong Jingwei nodded slightly, her expression neither indifferent nor genuinely unconcerned. Hua Xuankuan promised the Sun family that as long as they did not pursue the matter, he would spare their lives. Siali, are you really going to marry me? If you don't want to get married, I can help you get rid of all these people, and I guarantee no one will find out. I'm not joking. None of these people are good, they're fine as long as they're dead. But if they stay in this world, they'll only bring trouble. Fong Jingwei shook her head, looked up, met Xiaoli's gaze earnestly, and said firmly, no, I want to marry him. I want to protect my family, and I also want to do something meaningful. As she spoke, she seemed to drift into memories, recounting what had happened that day. The day I went to Sun Dong's house, I intended to send all those people from the Sun family to meet the King of Hell, but Hua Xuankuan stopped me. He said these people weren't worth it. When I was detained in the detention center, Hua Xuankuan said that as long as I married him, he would settle the matter. At that time, I was already prepared to die and remained unmoved. He told me that as long as I followed him, he would make the Sun family suffer ruin and death, and not only the Sun family, but also those who had bullied the Fong family. He said, my grandfather has fallen, my father is injured, there is no one to support the family, and the Fong family has declined. How could it be such a coincidence that it's me? So many things have happened, but they're only focusing on me. Is it really just a coincidence? He showed me some information, which included not only our Fong family's political enemies, but also some committee members who were connected with them. Sun Dong was just a puppet standing at the forefront. It was all a scheme orchestrated by those people blinded by greed, which ultimately destroyed my entire Fong family. I hate it. As she spoke, she raised her hand and wiped away her tears haphazardly, her voice choked with emotion as she said, I have the courage to kill, but I don't have your courage to resolutely go to the countryside with my parents. I am timid and lazy. All I want is for my family to live a peaceful and comfortable life in high positions. I am willing to give anything for this. I want all those people to die. I want to uphold Grandpa's wish and preserve the integrity of the Fong family. Siali looked at Fong Jingwei, who was gradually turning to the dark side, and fell silent. If two people don't truly love each other, won't they suffer if they get together? Siali, clinging to her last shred of kindness, refrained from bringing up the age of the man surnamed Hua. He suggested from a different angle, how about I help you kill him, and you go find someone young, beautiful, and capable? Second generation is also acceptable. Fong Jingwei. What is her childhood friend thinking about all day long? Xiaoli's words weren't entirely unfounded. Fong Jingwei was the kind of cool, aggressive woman, and this. In modern times, she would definitely be the kind of cool, edgy older sister who wears heavy smoky makeup, plays rock music every day, and is super charismatic. Siali knew from her time in the military compound that there weren't many older men pursuing Fong Jingwei, but when it came to younger, more affectionate suitors, Fong Jingwei could easily gather an entire company with just a wave of her hand, including some wealthy and powerful second, third, and fourth generation heirs. Young puppies are naive, easily fooled, and easy to manipulate, unlike seasoned veterans like Hua Xuankuan who have seen the ups and downs of life and experienced the vicissitudes of time. How can a young girl in her early 20s, looking at an old man every day, bring herself to make a move? Fong Jingwei had no idea that Xiaoli's thought process was starting to race in a rather strange direction. Remembering the person who had come to see her before and the things he had promised her, her eyes became even more determined. He gave Siali a hearty laugh and said, it's just a physical appearance. What does it matter? And he's really good to me. You're my good friend, so he'll definitely treat you well when you come. I bet he'll invite you to dinner tomorrow. Siali. The feeling of having your partner know everything about what you do is However, Siali could also see that Fong Jingwei had now completely figured things out, and the ending was beyond change. Moreover, she saw in Fong Jingwei a kind of unwavering determination and a relentless drive to move forward. She's experienced this feeling far too often lately, making it hard for her to ignore. She sighed and didn't say anything more, only saying, if you need any help, you can tell me. I'm about to join the army, and I might be a minor officer. Even if I'm too low-ranking to handle it, it doesn't matter. My parents' old connections might still come in handy, the Zhao family, my mom's childhood friend Lu Baozhu, and so on. If you have parents to rely on, why not take advantage of them? Fong Jingwei, If Uncle Xiao were here, he would probably be glaring at you again. You've ruined the Zhao family so badly. If you go to them, they'll be lucky if they don't kick me while I'm down. I remember your Aunt Baozu had a pretty good relationship with your family. What did your mom's childhood friend do to offend you? Siali, with a stern face, said righteously, don't talk nonsense. The fact that I think of them in times of crisis shows my trust in them. Now Fu Cheng and the others don't come looking for her anymore, making it impossible for her to scam anyone she wants to scam. If she had known Zhao Baoju's true identity a year earlier, she could have made her a double agent in Fu Cheng. Fang Jingwei scoffed, not believing Xia Li's nonsense at all. Xia Li didn't mind what Fang Jingwei thought about her current fiancé. A picture flashed through her mind. Suddenly, he asked, Xuankuan is on the committee, so isn't he Wu Linlong's father's superior? Fang Jingwei and Xia Li were close, and Fang Jingwei cared a lot about their family's affairs, so she naturally knew who Wu Linling was. He immediately nodded, yes, Xuankuan is one of your second brother's father-in-law's superiors. Upon hearing this, Xia Li's expression instantly cracked. She slapped her thigh and said angrily, I knew it. That's why my second brother is being so enthusiastic towards me again. He was just waiting for this. Xia Li recounted how her second brother's family came to pick her up at the train station, and then commented, I knew this guy wouldn't come unless he needed something. Why is he being so nice to me all of a sudden? I initially thought he was addicted to being yelled at by me and wanted to vent his frustration, but it turns out he was just waiting for me here. Fang Jingwei. Fang Jingwei also admired her second brother, Xia Li, who was very quick-witted. Normal people can't bring themselves to do it and don't care about dignity at all. For a moment, I didn't know how to comment, and after a long while, I managed to squeeze out, your second brother is quite smart. Xia Li rolled her eyes at her. If you were smart, would you marry such a thing? Fang Jingwei. Your previous sister-in-law wasn't much better than this one. Maybe your second brother just likes this one? Xia Li, when it comes to being sarcastic, you're the best. Regardless of whether he is blind or not, if he comes to you for help, you must not help him. Anyway, I won't appreciate your help. Fang Jingwei didn't need to choose at all. She simply stood on the side of the sisters who liked to use knives. Fine, even if he comes to my wedding, I'll have him thrown out. Xia Li to her. She praised his thoughtfulness and said she could make a blacklist so that she wouldn't go to those people when she got married. The two of them lay in bed chatting away for most of the night. After turning off the lights, Xia Li listened to the soft, rhythmic breathing beside her, staring straight at the ceiling, but she couldn't fall asleep no matter what. Although the end times are tragic, they are quite straightforward. People only need to think about living and living well. There is a vast chasm between high-level and low-level superhumans, and between superhumans and ordinary people. Apart from the various restrictive laws within the base, no one deliberately makes rules, but the rules are clearly laid out there, and everyone will tacitly abide by these simple rules. The world is different now. It is a peaceful world, but regardless of status, everyone has their own difficulties. No one knows what will happen tomorrow, or whether what happens is an individual, a group, or someone else's ulterior motive. At that moment, Xia Li inexplicably began to understand why her parents, Commander Liu and Lu Dingyuan, were so eager to change the status quo and promote development. If the world is not restored to its former order, who knows how many more innocent families like Fang Jingwei's will be implicated. They clearly did nothing wrong, but that's just how things are. For their own benefit, no one cares what they did or didn't do. If everyone just passively accepts their fate, the world will never change. Xia Li turned over, bent her arm and put it under her head, and silently closed her eyes. You only know the pain when you get hit by a stick yourself. However, she preferred to be the one wielding the stick rather than the one getting beaten. After all, it really hurts when you get hit. The next day, Fang Jingwei, who habitually got up at 5 o'clock every morning, was successfully influenced by Xia Li and slept until 1:30 in the afternoon. Fang Jingwei, who hasn't slept this late since she was an infant. So her childhood friend must be widowed. The same young man who came to pick them up was the same one from yesterday. Xia Li felt her scalp tingle from him calling her sister repeatedly, while Fang Jingwei, sitting next to her, almost laughed herself to death. Xia Li. It's numb, really numb. The group quickly arrived at the hotel by car. Xia Li saw from afar a middle-aged man standing at the restaurant entrance, dressed in a black Zhongshan suit with his hair neatly combed. The man looked to be in his late 30s. When he saw the car approaching, he nodded slightly in the direction of the car. As soon as their car stopped, the man strode quickly and straight to the car and opened the door. He reached out with one hand to help Fang Jingwei, who hadn't yet gotten out of the car, his eyes gentle, you're here. Fang Jingwei maintained her cool and aloof demeanor, nodding slightly to the man and reaching out to help him off the car. He turned around and tugged at Siali, who hadn't gotten out of the car yet, and introduced her. This is my good friend Siali. Then, she looked at Siali and introduced him. This is my fiancé, Huishuankun. Siali? Is this person really over 50? He looks like he's in his 30s. Before he arrived, he was prepared to see an old man with an oily face, balding hair with only a few strands left, and thick-rimmed glasses. And that's it? It has to be said that Siali does have some of the traits of someone who is attracted to good looks. Her expectations had been too low, so seeing Huishuankun's appearance now made it seem less unacceptable. At least he was better than she had imagined. Although this man wasn't particularly handsome, he had a unique charm. In Siali's own words, he has a particularly mature fatherly demeanor. Her mind was racing with a jumble of thoughts, but she calmly nodded at him and said, "Hello." Huishuankun was clearly a seasoned veteran in the world of fame and fortune. Upon seeing Siali, he immediately put on a very friendly smile and extended his hand to Siali, saying, "Hello, I am Huishuankun, and I am Jinghui's fiancé." I had long heard Jinghui say that Comrade Xia was a very cheerful and outgoing girl, and now that I've seen it for myself, she truly is an extremely capable and spirited woman, no less so than any man. Siali. To be honest, this is the first time since I transmigrated here that I've heard someone praise me in the same sentence, using so many adjectives. They used to get a headache whenever they saw me. One doesn't hit a smiling face, so Siali calmly reached out and shook his hand. Siali, it's a pleasure to meet you. After exchanging pleasantries, the group entered a private room on the 3rd floor of the International Hotel, chatting and laughing. Bai Feifei and Wang Shelui were already waiting in the private room. When they saw the three of them come in, they immediately stood up. Bai Feifei rushed over immediately, grabbed Xiaoli's arm, and led her towards the table. Lizzie has finally come back, so she'll definitely sit next to Jinghui. Let's have a good chat, the three of us girls. It's been quite a while since we last saw each other. As he spoke, he naturally sat down on the other side of Siali. Siali looked at him with some confusion, wanting to ask if he had lost his memory. Yesterday afternoon, they chatted all afternoon, although it was all nonsense, but it was still nonsense. Fang Jingwei clearly didn't want to talk to Bai Feifei, and today's conversation would definitely be pointless. Did she have to act like she would never see Bai Feifei again? He thought this to himself, but said nothing and simply sat down. Fang Jingwei, sitting on the other side of Siali, turned her head and rolled her eyes slightly, but said nothing. Huishuankun found this childish tantrum somewhat amusing. Without saying anything, he simply waved to the door and called out, "Waiter, let's order." Ever since Siali entered the private room, Wang Xiaoyi's gaze has never left her. He glanced at Siali up and down several times, and when he found that she was still the same person and didn't seem to have suffered any injustice, he felt relieved. Some joked, "Haven't seen you in a long time. You seem to be doing quite well." Siali nodded, and was about to speak when Bai Feifei, who was sitting next to him, immediately hugged Siali's arm tightly and rested her head on his shoulder. She smiled sweetly at Wang Shelui and said, "Look at what you're saying. Lizzie is so capable, how could he not have a good life anywhere? She's about to join the army. The military's approval documents have already been processed." Upon hearing this, Wang Shelui looked at Siali with some surprise. "Join the army? Which army?" Bai Feifei, "Of course it's the troops from the South Island." Siali. Siali frowned involuntarily as she listened to Bai Feifei's endless chatter. Why is this child interrupting so aggressively? When were the approval documents received? How come I didn't know? She only told Fang Jingwei about wanting to join the army and never mentioned it to Bai Feifei. How did Bai Feifei find out? Bai Feifei looked at Siali with surprise. "You didn't know? He came down this morning. You're a platoon leader in the Marine Corps. When my dad came back at noon, he used you as an example, but there aren't many people like you who used to just drift through life and ended up having capable children. Let's all learn from you. You are now a role model for the entire compound. How could she not be an exemplar? Other people's children might not even be able to join the army and become officers when their fathers or brothers are in positions of power, but she got a military rank right away even though her father stepped down." Siali. Even though she had left that compound, the people there still paid quite a bit of attention to her. Huishuankun immediately raised his glass and said to Siali with a look of surprise, "I didn't expect there to be a newly promoted military region commander here. Isn't this a coincidence? It's practically double happiness. I never imagined that our meal today would turn from a welcome dinner into a wedding banquet. Come, let me raise a glass to you, Commander Xia, to celebrate your promotion." It was a good thing that Siali was able to join the army and become a platoon leader, and the others raised their glasses to congratulate him. Wang Shelui raised his glass, his eyes filled with pride as he looked at Siali. "Lizzie, well done. You've really brought honor to our group. I wish you a speedy rise to a leadership position. I'll drink this first as a sign of my respect." As he spoke, he downed the liquor in his hand in one gulp. Although Feng Jingwei knew last night that Siali was going to join the army, she was still genuinely happy for Siali when she heard it again. He raised his glass and clinked it with Siali's, saying softly, "Do a good job, you can definitely do it." After saying that, he also drank the baijiu in his glass in one gulp. Although Siali felt that it was a bit difficult for her to talk about joining the army in this kind of occasion and situation, she did not spoil everyone's mood and raised her glass to clink glasses with everyone. "Thank you all for your kind words, let's do it." When it comes to drinking, Siali has never been afraid of anyone. Everyone toasted and drank, and the atmosphere quickly became lively. Hua Xuanquan leaned against the window, sipping his freshly brewed tea. As he savored this year's new tea, he watched the three men in the room, who seemed to hate drinking noisily and as if they wanted to tear the roof off. He shook his head helplessly. These young people nowadays are so hot-blooded. His gaze swept over by Fei, who was sitting next to Siali, looking rather unpleasant but trying to force a conversation as if nothing was wrong, before he silently looked away. TSK, his fiancée's social circle is quite complicated. After several rounds of drinks, the three, who had become completely uncouth, finally stopped to eat a few bites of food. "There's no way I can shout anymore. My throat's hoarse from shouting." Bai Fei is allergic to alcohol, so she couldn't join in when Siali and the others were drinking. Seeing that the three had finally stopped eating, he smiled slightly and looked at Siali, asking, "How was your trip to the countryside, Lizzie? Did you find a partner?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaowei, who was eating with his head down, paused in his hand as he was about to put food in his mouth, but then casually put the food in his mouth again. However, his ears remained perked up, as if he wanted to listen but dared not. Siali swallowed the food in her mouth, reached for the braised pork with her chopsticks, and said casually without even lifting her eyelids, "No." Hearing his words, Wang Xiaowei's tense nerves relaxed a little. She picked up another piece of food with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth, but did not participate in the topic. Upon hearing this, Bai Fei asked in surprise, "Didn't you look for one?" "I've heard many people who have been sent to the countryside say that life is much better if you find someone in the countryside. I thought you would find a partner to support each other first. Is there anyone you've taken a fancy to?" Feng Jingwei couldn't stand hearing this anymore and said irritably, "Don't keep encouraging Lizzie to do all sorts of nonsense. If I really register my household in the countryside, how will I ever be able to return to the city? If she likes Wang Xiaowei, she should go after him herself. If she can't win him over, why does she keep dragging Lizzie into trouble?" Sitting opposite Siali, Wang Xiaowei's expression grew increasingly cold, as if he was about to lose his temper. Bai Fei's face turned pale after Feng Jingwei's retort, and she gave a somewhat embarrassed and aggrieved smile. "I just think that since Pear is about to join the army, and there are so many capable officers in the army, she should think about important life matters, right? That way, my aunt and uncle won't worry so much." Siali felt that Bai Fei was acting strangely today. First, she kept interrupting, and now she kept asking about Siali's marriage. Normally, would anyone care so much about the marriage of a good friend in her early 20s? She looked at Bai Fei with some confusion. "Are you trying to introduce me to someone?" Feng Jingwei, Bai Fei, Wang Xiaowei. Hua Xuanquan. Hua Xuanquan knew that as an outsider, he couldn't join his fiancée's small group, so he listened to their conversation quietly like an outsider. As soon as he took a sip of tea, he heard Siali's words and immediately spat out the tea, coughing several times before he recovered. Siali glanced at Hua Xuanquan with a puzzled look, then turned and frowned at the group of people who were trying to suppress their laughter. "Isn't that right? Otherwise, why would she keep asking me about my boyfriend? All the aunts and uncles come to ask, 'Does your daughter have a boyfriend yet?' They definitely want to give you an introduction. Otherwise, why would they ask?" This was the first time in his life he had been pressured to get married. Bai Fei smiled awkwardly. "No, I just feel that there are quite a few capable officers in the military. Most soldiers are very responsible and would make good marriage partners." Siali nodded thoughtfully, instantly understanding. She took a bite of her food and casually replied, "Okay, once I'm inside, I'll introduce you to someone suitable." Bai Fei. The other three people were laughing so hard they could barely stand up straight, but they had to force themselves to hold it in, which was very uncomfortable. Siali glanced at them with some puzzlement. "Weren't you here to eat? What are you all laughing about? Did she say something funny?" Seeing Siali's puzzled expression, Feng Jingwei affectionately reached out and patted the silly boy's back, quickly trying to smooth things over. He added a piece of small yellow croaker to Siali's plate, saying, "Come on, have some small yellow croaker. It was just fried today, it's fragrant and crispy." Siali. Even in old-fashioned restaurants, it's unlikely that they would use last night's fried small fish, right? The fried small fish from the previous day were soggy. Can they really still be sold? After carefully reflecting on what I had just said, I realized that nothing seemed amiss. Bai Fei's questions about marriage were completely out of the blue. How can someone in their early 20s be pressured to get married? Heeding the advice, he ate a bite of the small yellow croaker, and the atmosphere immediately became lively again. After that, Bai Fei didn't say much, but she didn't make the atmosphere awkward. Wang Xiaoli offered toasts from time to time, but didn't interact with Bai Fei much throughout the entire event. Fang Jingwei and Hua Xuankuan chatted casually, with Hua Xuankuan appearing to be very caring, occasionally feeding Fang Jingwei. Siali, among all the people at this table, I'm afraid she's the only one here to be serious. Eating. Tada. There was a knock on the door. Hua Xuankuan's faint smile vanished, and he looked outside. Come in. The young man who had driven Siali and the others walked in quietly and whispered a few words in Hua Xuankuan's ear. Hua Xuankuan frowned slightly, stood up and said apologetically to the group, I have something to take care of. I'll be right back. None of the 4 people cared whether Hua Xuankuan was there or not. To put it bluntly, the others would be even more boisterous without him, so naturally no one would object to his departure. After he left, the room instantly became even noisier. The sounds of drinking contests rose and fell, as if no one would leave until they were all drunk. Although Siali was a transmigrator, all of the original owner's childhood friends were people she could get along with. Apart from Bai Fei, almost everyone else was a free spirit, so there was no need to be as cautious when talking to them as you would with someone who overthinks things, and there was no pressure in interacting with them. They were making a lot of noise and had a lot of fun. Drinking too much has one drawback. Siali wanted to go to the toilet. She greeted the group, saying, I'm going to the restroom. Besides Bai Fei, the other 2 were also flushed, looking dazed and somewhat disoriented, and waved to Siali indifferently. Wang Xiaoli vaguely remembered that Siali was directionally challenged, so he subconsciously gave him directions. Turn left after you go out, go down the stairs, and there's a toilet in the yard. Siali nodded, stepped out of the private room, turned left, and ended up in a dead end. Siali. Fortunately, there were windows on both sides of the corridor. Below the right window was a lake, with small lotus leaves just beginning to emerge on the water, but there were no dragonflies around. Siali looked at the left window with a slightly numb mind and blinked. He muttered to himself, it's a small courtyard, and there's a toilet in the small courtyard. Go downstairs to use the restroom. Then he climbed down through the window. Meanwhile, in the empty courtyard, a man and a woman stood diagonally opposite the restaurant. The woman looked very capable, dressed in an earth-colored linen suit. She looked at the man with a very serious expression, her eyes filled with tears, and there was a hint of anger in her eyes. She kept talking and talking. The man standing next to her was Hua Xuankuan, who had just been called away. Siali's mind isn't quite right now. Normally, she would be fine if she fell from the 3rd floor, but this time she's had a bit too much to drink. The moment she fell from the 3rd floor, she felt a little dizzy and instinctively grabbed the window frame on the 3rd floor with both hands. She was like a onesie hanging on a telephone pole after a typhoon, swaying and floating in midair. Her habit of constantly hiding from zombies in the apocalypse made her behave in a way that was so subtle and quiet that even when she was completely drunk, she would still move around quietly without making a sound. So much so that the 2 people talking diagonally across the yard didn't even notice that someone had suddenly fallen out of the window and was still clinging to it, refusing to get down. Siali clung to the window frame with both hands, hanging in midair. In her dazed state, she seemed to hear things like, come with me, and don't get married. My head was throbbing, my brows furrowed slightly, and a question mark slowly. Did she stumble upon a couple eloping together? He blinked twice, tilted his head slightly back, trying to see the person over there more clearly. He tilted his head even more, almost at a 127-degree angle to the front of his body, making him look like he was about to be lifted off the wall. Siali? There are 4 people talking in the corner, and 2 of the men look familiar. No, that looks like a man. That man looks kind of familiar. Upon closer inspection. Siali. Once Siali recognized the person, she immediately perked up, her mind instantly clearing and all signs of drunkenness vanishing. His eyes narrowed slightly and his whole being exuded a terrifying aggression. I initially thought they were wild mandarin ducks, but I never expected that one of them was a domesticated one, which I'm about to buy and take home. Siali's murderous aura was so strong that the 2 people talking in the corner of the courtyard suddenly turned their heads to look in Siali's direction. They saw a woman whose appearance resembled that of a demon, hanging halfway in midair, staring at them with a sinister gaze, as if she wanted to devour them. Before the 2 could react, Siali released his grip, and as soon as his toes touched the ground, he turned around and sprang forward, heading straight for the 2 people in the corner. Woman. Hua Xuankuan. Before Hua Xuankuan could even finish his shock, Siali had already grabbed him by the neck and pinned him against the wall. Siali's gaze towards Hua Xuankuan was sharp and menacing, as if it concealed a knife, piercing straight at him. He grinned, his smile both roguish and sinister. Who is this? I just heard you guys say you're not getting married. What's up? Where are you planning to go? Elope? What wonderful news. Tell me about it, so we can all share in the joy. Woman. Huashwankuan. Siali was already strong, and this time she was also angry, so she didn't hold back when she pressed Huashwankuan against the wall. If I hadn't wanted to give him a chance to explain, and, because it's not good to kill someone in public, I probably would have already snapped Huashwankuan's neck. Huashwankuan never expected that Siali, a little girl, would have such superhuman strength. He hadn't even had time to react before he was pinned against the wall. At that moment, I felt the force of my back hitting the wall was too great, and my chest hurt terribly from the impact. I almost coughed up blood. I wanted to cough, but my neck was pinned to the wall and I couldn't cough at all. I felt terrible and my brows furrowed involuntarily. The woman beside her gritted her teeth, quickly drew a gun from behind her back, aimed it at Siali with perfect form, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Huashwankuan's pupils constricted upon seeing this, and he shouted at the woman, "Stop." The scenario that Siali was expected to be shot in the head never happened. Siali gripped the gun the woman was pointing at with one hand at a tricky angle, used a clever trick, and with a sudden twist, pulled the cylinder off the revolver in less than a second. At the same time, a side whip kick landed directly on the woman's stomach. The woman didn't even have a chance to react before she was slammed against the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. She tried to stand up, but failed several times and could only sit limply on the ground. The two of them gasped simultaneously, staring at Siali in disbelief. What kind of monster is this? Huashwankuan suddenly realized why the army had specially recruited Siali. With that kind of talent, wouldn't he be specially recruited anywhere? Siali completely ignored their shock. She looked down at the silver revolver in her hand, then glanced at the silver revolver on the ground, which was so badly damaged that it was missing its loading mechanism, and chuckled. M60? The revolvers produced in the United States last year are probably still unavailable to our country's head of state. You certainly have the ability. Siali might not be familiar with other things, but when it comes to these weapons, every person in the post-apocalyptic world knows them like the back of their hand. It's no exaggeration to say that she knows how to use every type of gun that still exists from the apocalypse, and how to use it to maximize its effectiveness. Siali recognized the revolver immediately upon seeing it. The woman's expression changed drastically. She looked at Siali with gritted teeth and her hand moved subtly towards her lower back. Siali knew he had ill intentions as soon as she saw her movements. She grabbed Huashwankuan by the neck with one hand, dragged him to the woman's side, and kicked her so hard that she dislocated both of her shoulders. The woman could no longer hold back and finally let out a scream. They were quite close to the private room. Wang Xiaohui, who had come out to use the restroom, heard the noise and quickly ran over. Who is Huashwankuan? He is a key figure in the local committee. He's been beaten like this. Is Li Zi going to die? He immediately shouted, Li Zi, don't do anything rash. If someone dies, we won't be able to handle it. Siali. Hearing the voice, Siali turned around speechlessly and looked at Wang Xiaohui, who was looking anxious on the third floor. She said irritably, what nonsense are you thinking about? Call Commander Wang, there are spies here. The word spy was far too sensitive in that era. Even though Wang Xiaohui was a playboy, he immediately tensed up when he heard those two words. I'll go right now. I'll have Jingwei and the others come over. Don't be stubborn. After saying that, he turned and ran. Although they were all spoiled brats, they were, after all, spoiled brats who grew up in the military compound. Those who like to go out and have fun are more or less good at fighting. The general sentiment among the children in the entire military region is, are the kids fighting? It's okay, whoever wins is right. Success made their small group particularly special. They can fight. In no time at all, Wang Xiaohui came running back. He glanced at Huashwankuan, who was still being held in Siali's hand and threatening him menacingly, and swallowed hard. It's better not to let Jingwei know about this. I told them there were spies here and asked them to make a phone call. I'm here to keep an eye on things with you. He was actually a little guilty when he said that. After all, the current situation looked more like his childhood friend had abused the other person than his childhood friend being unable to beat those two, or the two being able to escape. Huashwankuan was a little better off. Although his childhood friend had choked him and pinned him against the wall, he was still intact. The woman who slumped to the ground by the wall wasn't so lucky. He wondered if she had said something his childhood friend didn't like to hear. The woman slumped to the ground, her mouth stuffed with the revolver cylinder, unable to utter a single word. Her arms were twisted outwards in a contorted position, and she was barely breathing. To be honest, if these two weren't spies, Wang Xiaohui would feel sorry for the two people who had been beaten so badly. Siali had no objection, nodded slightly, and casually threw Huashwankuan to the ground. I don't care if you're a spy or not, but you'd better not have done anything to wrong Fong Jingwei. Otherwise, even if you are detained and arrested, this matter will definitely not be over. Hua Xuanquan was in pain all over. He closed his eyes and leaned against the wall, feeling weak and powerless. He explained again helplessly, I really never betrayed Jingwei, and I didn't know she was a spy. You'll know once the military finishes their investigation. He really didn't want to explain anymore. He had explained so many times, but Comrade Xia simply wouldn't listen. And shouldn't a normal person be more concerned about whether someone is a spy or not when they encounter a spy? Why is she so absurdly fixated on whether he betrayed her? If the military knew what kind of person she was, they'd probably be furious. The military personnel arrived very quickly and arrested both of them. Siali and her group leisurely followed them into the car to give their statements. But these people were all drunk and confused, and Bai Feifei, the only sober one, hadn't left yet. How could she possibly come up with any constructive clues? Siali racked her brains, but could only recall that when she was dangling in midair, she turned her head and saw those, four people, having a tea party and discussing their elopement. After giving her written statement, Siali was called to Commander Wang's office. Commander Wang looked at Siali speechlessly. Commander Liu was right, you really do. Run into trouble wherever you go. Those spies are elusive and incredibly good at hiding. We might not even be able to catch them if we wanted to. How come you run into them just by going out for a walk? What kind of luck is that? Xia Li replied expressionlessly. The 8 characters, loyalty to the country and eradication of Japanese pirates. Commander Wang was amused by her. All right. Once you've finished your business, go back as soon as possible. Everyone here knows about your enlistment. Hurry back and take up your post, lest things change if you delay. Without a second thought, Xia Li shook her head decisively. I want to see what's going on with Hua Xuanquan. Grandpa Wang, could you ask him if he betrayed Jingwei? We're all from the same compound, so we should always do what's convenient for each other. You're the top leader of this entire military region. You can't just stand by and watch a young girl like Fong Jingwei get taken advantage of, can you? Commander Wang. He's always busy with official duties, and now he's even getting involved in the weddings of young people in the compound. Just how much free time does this girl think he has? Although she was a little speechless, she still agreed. I understand. I'll ask for you. Once you're free, hurry back to the South Island. Let me know in advance when you're coming back, and I'll buy you a sleeper ticket. Don't wander around outside. If it were an ordinary, obedient child, he wouldn't be worried. But with Siali, he couldn't put his mind at ease. He always felt that, even before taking office, her overly lively personality might cause a lot of trouble. Since there were sleeper tickets available, Siali naturally didn't want to sit in a hard seat and immediately agreed. Then I'll let you know when I'm going back, and you can help me buy the ticket. I'll wait for the results here before we talk about it. Whether Hua Xuanquan is a spy or not, there needs to be an explanation. After all, she was the one who got him into the military. If she really wronged him, she can't just walk away and leave Fong Jingwei to take the blame. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, Commander Wang sighed, waved his hand, and sent her away. After leaving the military base, none of the 4 members of the small group were in the mood to wander around outside, and they went straight back to the compound. Li Zi, what you did today was a bit impulsive. If Hua Xuanquan really has no problems, how are Jingwei and her husband supposed to meet in the future? You should think more about Jingwei before you do anything. Bai Feifei. Wang Xiaoli couldn't hold back and roared angrily. How can we ignore this? One of them is a spy. Bai Feifei looked up at Wang Xiaoli, tears welling in her eyes, but she still stubbornly said, you know perfectly well what kind of person Hua Xuanquan is. If this investigation reveals he's truly innocent, then Li Zi will be fine once he leaves, but what about the others? Fong Jingwei's face was as cold as ice. She raised her hand to slap Bai Feifei to wake her up, but her wrist was held down by Siali. Siali stared directly at Bai Feifei, her gaze sharp and unwavering. The reason I arrested her today is not because that woman is a spy, but because the 2 of them were talking intimately. Should I, seeing that he has ulterior motives, help him cover up the truth? Ask yourself honestly, if you were in Jingwei's shoes, would you want to live with a fickle man? With such a large age gap, how dare he cause her all sorts of trouble outside? It's a miracle he wasn't beaten to death on the spot. Bai Feifei felt inexplicably intimidated when she met Xiaoli's gaze, but she still lowered her head to avoid Xiaoli's eyes. She said softly, hesitantly, but Jingwei is already with Hua Xuanquan. If she doesn't go with him, who else can she go with? How will she live her life from now on? Fong Jingwei's face turned red with anger at her words. She shook off Xiaoli's hand, rushed over, and slapped Bai Feifei across the face. Bai Feifei didn't dodge. With a loud slap, the slap made her face turn to the other side. Fong Jingwei gritted her teeth and said, I don't know where you heard this rumor from, but I didn't. She didn't care what others said, but Bai Feifei was her childhood friend. How could she believe in such ghosts? Talk? Bai Feifei opened her mouth, wanting to say, I saw it all. The two of you came out of the house in the middle of the night, and you were pulling and tugging at each other. You don't look innocent at all. Although she didn't say anything, her expression was very stubborn, and anyone could tell that she was not convinced. Fang Jingwei felt even more heartbroken and raised her hand to slap her again. Siali stood beside him, reached out and grabbed his wrist, and sighed. He doesn't want to believe it. No matter how much you say, he won't believe it. Bai Feifei is actually a bit stubborn. Although she looks weak, she is the stubborn type who is willing to get stuck on things. Once this kind of person has made up their mind about something, there's basically no reasoning with them. No matter how much you talk to them, it's useless. Siali let out a long sigh and turned to look at Bai Feifei. So what? Bai Feifei looked up at Siali in confusion, completely unaware of what Siali was referring to. Siali looked at him and continued, Don't say that, Jingwei, and he have nothing between them. Even if they did, so what? Many people died during the wars of previous years, leaving behind countless women who became widows. Are these people really going to ruin their entire lives for a worthless reputation? Don't say that Jingwei and Huashuankuan slept together, as you might think. Even if they have a child together, if he wrongs Jingwei, I should punish him accordingly. Bai Feifei fell silent upon hearing this. Putting himself in Siali's shoes, he was genuinely happy to have a friend like Siali who would stand up for him. But the reality is that these people are very likely to face retaliation. What will they do then? Can they rely on sheer courage alone? Siali is acting far too recklessly. So loyal. Wang Xiaowei, standing next to Siali, lit a cigarette and smoked it irritably. He flicked some cigarette ash onto the ground, then turned to Siali and assured her, Don't worry, with me here watching over things, if Jingwei gets bullied in any way, I'll definitely help her. If you can't handle it, I'll get you to come and beat him up. Siali immediately smiled and turned to look at him. Okay. Fang Jingwei's eyes reddened, but she didn't say anything more. The group said their goodbyes, and it ended in a small, unpleasant way. Bai Feifei felt a pang of sadness as she watched Siali and Fang Jingwei walk away arm in arm. Perhaps, among them, she was the only one whose life was so tiring. I envy Siali so much. She's been pampered since she was little, and many boys like her. She can always live the life she wants. Unlike her, who didn't want to lose anything she had, yet ultimately seemed unable to hold on to anything. The investigation into the spy's identity was quite thorough. The military searched for several days without any results. Siali realized that her 14-day family visit leave, which included the round trip, was about to expire, and she knew she couldn't stay here any longer. After thinking it over, he decided to sneak off and go find Commander Wang under the cover of darkness. Commander Wang wasn't too surprised to learn her purpose and simply said, So far, we don't have any concrete evidence to prove that Huashuankuan is a spy, so for the time being, he should be innocent. But that woman was... Commander Wang shook his head. During the interrogation, Wang Xiaoying kept trying to mislead us about Huashuankuan. But her attitude was too eager, which seemed rather opportunistic and made it appear as if she wanted us to believe her. Siali sighed. If he's a spy, does that mean the marriage doesn't have to happen? What a pity. Looking up at Commander Wang, he said, I would like to see Huashuankuan. Upon hearing Siali's words, Commander Wang frowned involuntarily and asked with some confusion, Why do you want to see him? He hasn't been completely cleared of suspicion yet, so you'd better not get involved with him. Siali answered quite frankly, Go apologize. I'm leaving no later than the day after tomorrow, so I probably won't be able to wait for him to come out. I did hit someone before, so I should at least make things clear. If he and Fang Jingwei really stay together, it won't become a barrier between them. If you later find out he has a problem. Commander Wang was waiting for Siali to utter some grand pronouncements, but instead, the girl said rather shamelessly, Then just pretend I didn't say anything. Commander Wang. Old Lu's days are probably not going to be easy from now on. Commander Wang ultimately gave Siali face, allowing him to meet Huashuankuan before leaving. After Siali left, Wang Shishir's eldest son, who had been sitting silently to the side, looked at his father and asked, If Comrade Xia finds out about Huashuankuan later, he won't come to our house to cause trouble, will he? Siali's despicable deeds were known throughout the entire Zhao family compound. I heard that he was summoned for questioning for several days recently because of giving money to a young girl before being released. Their family was doing just fine, but they can't withstand this kind of turmoil. Commander Wang picked up his large tea mug, took a sip of tea, and said nonchalantly, We don't know anything, so why is she coming to find us? Wang Shichong's eldest son. As expected, Ginger. The old ways are still the best. Huashuankuan was somewhat surprised when he saw Siali. He sat in the chair in the interrogation room, his gaze, unperturbed by praise or criticism, fixed on Siali and said with a hint of surprise, I didn't expect you to come. After thinking for a moment, he added, Are you here to warn me? It's no wonder he overthinks things. Before they were arrested, the young girl in front of him warned him that either he shouldn't marry Feng Jingwei, or if he did, he should be devoted to her until the end. Otherwise, he would suffer the same fate as that female spy. At the time, he didn't know what was going on, but he later learned that the woman was fine at first, but after being locked up for almost a week, she suddenly started vomiting blood every day. Even the hospital's instruments couldn't figure out what was wrong. They only knew that her spleen was getting new damage every day, but they couldn't find the cause at all. Hua Xuanquan had no doubt that this was Siali's doing. But even if he told the military, it wouldn't make a difference, because no one would believe that someone could carry out a delayed and continuous attack. At least he had never heard of this method before. Upon hearing this news, Hua Xuanquan's mind briefly aligned with Siali's. The reason she targeted that woman was because that woman wanted to cheat on Jingwei. If he really dared to cheat on Jingwei, he would suffer the same fate. It's hard for him not to think that Siali came here to intimidate his superiors. Siali had already learned from the people being interrogated that the woman was Hua Xuanquan's subordinate and had been pursuing him for a long time. But Hua Xuanquan never agreed and kept his distance from that woman on multiple occasions. The woman came to see him this time on business. Although Siali felt that their relationship wasn't as distant as the investigators had found, she was drunk at the time and couldn't remember the specifics. She felt somewhat guilty about beating someone half to death. Sitting unceremoniously in the chair opposite Hua Xuanquan, with one hand on the table and his index finger tapping lightly a few times, he pondered for a moment and said, "It was indeed wrong of me to take action against you before finding out the truth. This matter was due to my anger, and has nothing to do with Jingwei. However, you'd better keep your distance from other women, since you're about to become a married man. If I find out you've wronged Jingwei, I'll send you to keep that woman company." As she spoke, she exuded an aura unique to powerful beings in the apocalypse, causing Hua Xuanquan to unconsciously furrow his brows. He couldn't understand how a girl who had never been on the battlefield could exude such a bloodthirsty aura. But he didn't say much. He just looked at Siali seriously and said solemnly, "I am sincere to her. She is more important than my life. I will never betray her." Siali wasn't sure how things would change in the future, but at this moment, she believed that what Hua Xuanquan said was true. Siali didn't say much, just gave a few simple instructions and left, leaving Hua Xuanquan deep in thought. After meeting Hua Xuanquan, Xiao Lilai hurriedly packed his things, preparing to depart for the South Island the next day. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated farmhouse not far from the suburbs, several people were sitting around inside. The old woman, sitting cross-legged on the king, a heated brick bed, had a large black mole on the back of her hand. She gritted her teeth and said, "Shouying is in trouble. I heard it was that Xia guy who did it again." The young man sitting to his left frowned and said indignantly, "Wasn't she always on the South Island? What's she doing here? Aren't there enough spies on the South Island for her to catch?" They had already lost. A young woman with short hair and a red birthmark on her head leaned against a cabinet on the king, a heated brick bed, with her arms crossed. She tapped her arm casually with her index finger and said in a very calm tone, "This woman has a strange quality about her. I heard from someone that the man's surname Xia didn't come specifically to arrest them. It was just a coincidence. Not only this time, but I heard that the same thing happened last time in the South Island. Before our people could find the person surnamed Xia, he just walked right into our path. This kind of person is far too dangerous and must be eliminated beforehand." The old lady sitting on the king nodded in deep agreement. "Indeed, this person cannot be kept any longer. I heard she's leaving for the South Island the day after tomorrow. We can make our move on the way." The man frowned upon hearing this. "You two shouldn't underestimate her. I heard those people from the South Island died horribly at that woman's hands. We don't need to put ourselves in her shoes." The woman with a red mole on her forehead smiled contemptuously, completely unconcerned, and said, "I've seen plenty of people who think they're righteous. They're always the ones who sympathize with the weak. They'll fall for it with the slightest trick. You don't need to worry too much." After plotting for quite some time, the group finally finalized their plan to assassinate Siali. Siali was completely unaware of this. The next morning, she stood at the entrance of the train station with a displeased expression, listening to Commander Wang's incessant instructions. Commander Wang looked at Siali with concern, frowning, and said with great worry, "You've ruined the island nation's plans again. Those people are very likely to retaliate against you. Once you're in the car, stay put and don't run around. No matter what happens, don't get off with anyone else. Call Xiaoming if you need to go anywhere, understand?" Siali lowered her head, looked straight at the ground, and nodded. "I understand." Commander Wang continued, "Don't eat anything given to you by others, and don't pay attention to them if they talk to you. If anything seems amiss, immediately find the train police or run towards the dining car, understand?" Siali, Is she 3 years old? She'll go with anyone who gives her food." Siali stood there with her head down, listening to Commander Wang's nearly 1-hour lecture, which was similar to what children should do. Don't eat other people's food, don't talk to other people, and don't go with other people. Normally, she would have gotten impatient long ago, but since Commander Wang was only here to give her some instructions because of his relationship with her father, it didn't seem right for her to just leave him there. So she could only listen listlessly, letting it go in one ear and out the other. Finally, when the train police officer shouted through a megaphone, "Let the comrades who are seeing us off get off the train, and passengers get on the train as soon as possible," he waved goodbye to Commander Wang like a rabbit with incredibly nimble legs, and then, whoosh, jumped onto the train. Commander Wang. Others. Commander Wang waved his hand helplessly at Xiaomeng. "You should go up with her quickly, lest something else happens later." He saluted Commander Wang and replied, "Yes, sir." He turned around and got into the car as well. Siali held her train ticket and slowly searched for her sleeper berth in the carriage. At this time, the sleeper berths were not much different from those in later generations. They were all small compartments, with 3 beds, upper, middle, and lower, in each compartment, for a total of 6 beds. Siali muttered to herself, 11 middle bunk 11, middle bunk 11 dash. Her gaze fell upon the door panel marked 11, but standing near that door, she had no desire to move forward. Xiaomeng followed behind her, puzzled, and asked, "Comrade Xia, what's wrong?" "Siali, they're arguing." Inside the small private rooms 11 and 12, enclosed by wooden planks, came bursts of arguing. From Siali's spot, you can see an old woman sitting on the lower bunk, half holding an 8 or 9-year-old boy in her arms. She patted the child in her arms casually with her hand, which had a large black mole on it, glared at the young woman standing in front of her, and said angrily, "How can you, a young woman, be so heartless? Can't you see that I have a child with me? What's wrong with giving me your seat? You're so young, don't you know how to respect your elders? Don't you have any shame?" The girl had her back to Siali, so Siali could only see her trembling back as she became angry. She was probably not good at arguing. When she heard such a pointed remark, she simply retorted in a soft voice, "That's my spot. You brought your child, and I brought my child too. I have 2 children." Even without seeing the girl's face, you could tell from her sobbing that she must have been crying terribly. Moreover, the 2 children next to the little girl were probably frightened and cried very miserably, their wailing echoing throughout the entire carriage. They looked like they were about to pass out, and it was a very pitiful sight. Siali, on the verge of a breakdown from the child's ear-piercing voice. Xiaomeng, who was following behind Siali, couldn't stand it any longer and turned to Siali, saying, "Comrade Xia, please wait here for a while. I'll go and take care of the problem over there before you come back." Siali waved her hand, stopping her, "No need. Go ask that old lady where she wants to sit, and we'll switch with her." "Xiaomeng?" He glanced at Siali with some surprise. Comrade Xia's reputation was legendary in the compound. He had always thought he was a very unruly kid. He never expected him to be so kind-hearted. He actually gave up his seat to an unreasonable old lady on the train. He quickly spoke up to persuade Xia, "Comrade Xia, don't be impulsive. There are fewer people and it's much safer on the sleeper side than on the regular seats, which is why leaders would assign you a seat on the sleeper side. If we move to the back, it might cause unnecessary trouble. There are only 6 people in a small sleeper compartment, while 100 people can sit in the hard seat area of a carriage. Even if not that many people take the train, there are still at least several dozen people. The airtightness is not good, so if something unexpected happens, it is impossible to prevent it." Siali glanced at the 2 children crying while pulling the young woman, then at the other woman in the small bag who was holding a 5 or 6-year-old girl, looking at the old lady with disgust and occasionally making sarcastic remarks. Her heart was in her throat. "I can already personally experience the terrifying feeling of being bombarded with the shrill screams of salamanders 24/7. As good socialist youth, we must uphold the traditional virtues of the Chinese nation and respect and care for the elderly. We should respect the elderly as we would our own parents, and care for the young as we would our own children. How can we only think of ourselves? This seat must be changed." Because she was so eager to change her travel location, she spoke with a very strong and forceful tone. The onlookers who had been watching the spectacle and condemning the old lady or the young woman all stopped and looked at Siali in surprise. Some of them even blushed with shame because of Siali's high-class words. Immediately, an old man with gray hair looked at Siali with admiration in his eyes and shouted in a booming voice, "Well said. This is the kind of virtue that young people in our new China should possess." As he spoke, he immediately began to clap his hands. The others around were also moved, and applause rose and fell, all for Siali, the model of respecting the elderly and caring for the young. At this moment, the young girl who had been arguing with the old lady turned around, her red mole on her head particularly noticeable. The way she and the old lady who wanted to reserve a bed looked at Siali revealed a strange look in their eyes, as if they had just expected it. They had always thought that Siali must be a very righteous person who would help the weak, otherwise the people from the South Island wouldn't have specially recruited her. Their original plan was to make the young girl suffer even more at the hands of the old lady, so that Siali would feel sympathy and help her out. This way, the two could naturally get closer, which would also make their subsequent actions easier. But to their utter surprise, this little girl was so saintly that she not only came to help but also gave up her own seat. Judging from the scene just now, it was obvious that the old lady was just looking for trouble. Even a saint wouldn't rush over to let her pass. Location, perhaps? Being a highly adaptable spy, the old lady was quite shrewd and didn't appreciate Siali's offer at all. I won't switch with you, I want to switch with him. What's wrong with him giving me one of his 2 seats? Can't one person sleep with 2 children? Siali didn't argue with the old lady. She just glanced at the young woman and said, then you can sleep in my place. After saying that, he turned and left. The wind's picking up, time to retreat? Lots of kids and weirdos ahead, get out of there. Anyone who targets a single bed in the National Railway Administration's ward and refuses all other beds is mentally ill. It's not their property, they're just staying temporarily. Do they even have odd and even numbers? When the old lady saw that Siali was really going to leave, she was stunned. She quickly ran over to grab Siali, but missed. She angrily pointed at Siali and yelled, are you going to complain to the flight attendant? I knew you weren't that kind. Don't think I, an old lady, would fall for your tricks. Debal, let's go. Let's find somewhere else to sit. As if feeling guilty, she grabbed the child's arm and swung it back and forth, quickly walking towards the hard seat. Everyone on the train looked at each other, feeling as if they had just watched a farce. Wasn't this old lady being a little too guilty? People have already said they gave him space, so how can you think he went there to complain? Why would someone with such a small nerve try to snag a hospital bed? Hearing a chorus of pointing and whispering from behind, Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. He asked Siali, the person's gone, let's go back. Siali remained silent. Everyone just praised her so much. How is she going to explain to them now that she wants to change places because there are too many children and bad-tempered women in the neighborhood, and she doesn't want to have a restless journey? Just as she was about to speak, the young woman put the child on the bed, walked towards Siali with a grateful expression, and reached out to shake Siali's hands. Siali twitched his nose, frowned slightly, and took a step back to dodge, his face clearly showing a don't touch me expression. The young woman looked a little embarrassed and glanced at Siali, comrade, thank you. If it weren't for you, I, a woman with 2 children, might have been bullied to death. I really don't know how to thank you. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. She took out a small handkerchief and covered her face, crying pitifully. The people around them all tried to comfort them, saying, don't cry, it's all over now and the person is gone, isn't she? Take good care of your child. The woman smiled and nodded, wiping her face with a delicate yet strong expression, and said to Siali with a smile, comrade, come here quickly. I happen to bring some local specialties from my hometown. Come and try them. It's our way of thanking you for your help. As she spoke, she quickly made way for Siali as she walked towards the bed, smiling as she waited for her to pass. Siali. Why did she think this woman in front of her was such a hypocrite? But she clearly hadn't done anything to hurt her. Siali glanced at the 3 children in the 6 beds, as well as a naive and innocent-looking woman and a woman who looked like she was not to be trifled with, and felt a chill run down her spine. He said decisively and righteously, I think there must be people who need this bed more than we do. Let's go ask over the hard seat section. After saying that, he ignored the young woman's attempts to stop him, picked up his luggage and turned to leave. The people in the carriage immediately praised Siali for her actions. Several young people, their faces flushed, began packing their things, wanting to learn from Siali's spirit and help more people in need. Xiaoming. Although Xiaoming felt that the sleeper berth was safer, seeing that Siali was determined to leave, she didn't say anything and obediently followed behind her, carrying her luggage as they left. A glint of cunning flashed in the young woman's eyes as she watched Siali leave without warning. Could it be that she discovered something? That shouldn't be the case. They haven't shown any signs of anything amiss. But isn't it a bit illogical to just buy sleeper tickets and leave like that? Could it be that their actions have been exposed? After Siali and Xiaoming left the sleeper car, Xiaoming stepped forward with a frown and asked Siali, Comrade Xia, where are we going? If you don't want to stay there, I'll go ask the train conductor to change your compartment. Although he didn't know why, based on Siali's reaction just now, he could tell that Siali didn't want to stay there. Before leaving, Commander Wang repeatedly told her to ensure Comrade Xia's safety and to contact the train conductor immediately if anything happened to Comrade Xia on the way, as he had already made prior arrangements. If you don't want to stay there anymore, changing beds now shouldn't be a problem. Siali was still thinking about what had just happened, her brows furrowed. Hearing Xiaoming's words, she turned around and nodded to him. Find a carriage without children. I don't like sitting next to children. Xiaoming. He had considered many reasons, but he never thought it was because of the child. Don't women all like children? Why does Comrade Xia seem to dislike children? Feeling a bit conflicted, Xiaoming still agreed. Okay, I'll go talk to the train conductor and see if they can change our tickets. Remembering that Commander Wang had told her to try not to be separated from Siali, she still asked, why don't you come with me? Then we can go straight to the new carriage. Siali. They're really keeping a close eye on her. How could she possibly get lost, a grown woman like her? Although Siali thought this way, she still went with Xiaoming to find the train conductor. On the other side, at the entrance of the military compound, Feng Jingwei waited in the car for a while and finally saw Hua Xuankuan, who looked thinner, come out. She quickly got out of the car and walked over, looked him up and down, and sighed, "You've lost weight." Hua Xuankuan smiled dismissively and gently helped the person towards the car, saying, "Let's get in the car first." After the two got into the car, Feng Jingwei hesitated for a long time before finally saying, "Li Zi did it all for me, so don't blame her." Hua Xuankuan was not surprised that Feng Jingwei's first words to him were to defend her good friend. Based on their previous interactions, he wouldn't be surprised if Feng Jingwei didn't come to pick him up. If she did, she must have other motives. He didn't think anything of it, and said with some amusement, "You two actually thought of the same thing. Comrade Xia came to see me before she left and told me not to hold a grudge against you, as she was the one who did everything." Feng Jingwei was surprised that Siali had done such a thing. Her brows furrowed involuntarily. Just as she was about to say something to explain, she saw Hua Xuankuan looking at her with amusement. "Hua Xuankuan, you can make friends with someone like Siali, don't cut ties with him. A person with courage and loyalty will get along well anywhere, and she is definitely the best among your group of friends. I don't object to you being friends with her. Moreover, my poor handling of the situation also contributed to the misunderstanding. Someone like Siali, who has the means and the ruthlessness to do things, will eventually reach the top as long as he is ruthless enough. Most importantly, she didn't have any intention to harm anyone and was very loyal to her friends, which is quite rare. His relationship with his fiancée has only brought him benefits and no harm." Feng Jingwei was genuinely surprised that Hua Xuankuan would say that. Seeing that he was not angry with Siali, she breathed a slight sigh of relief. She raised the corners of her mouth and said, "I understand." Xiaoming led Siali all the way to the train conductor, hoping the conductor would move them to a carriage without children. Although the train conductor found the request very strange, they had been given orders to follow Comrade Xiao's instructions and to comply with anything that wasn't too unreasonable. The train conductor flipped through the seating chart notebook, his brow furrowing slightly. "There are no sleeper berths available right now. They're empty now. Why don't you sit in the hard seats for a while, and I'll move you to a different sleeper berth when they become available." Xiaoming looked at Siali, asking for her opinion with her eyes. Siali naturally had no objections, as long as she didn't have to constantly hear the baby crying in the background. Everything was fine. "Then I'll have to trouble the train conductor." The two exchanged their tickets and quickly made their way to the last carriage. There weren't many people in the carriage at that time, only about 10. Perhaps because there were so few people, several people in this carriage took off their shoes and lay down on the upper row, fast asleep. The air quality in the carriage wasn't great, but it was still within Siali's acceptable range. Siali found a corner seat by the window and began to close her eyes to rest. But something else came to mind. Her nose is better than others, and she is more sensitive. Perhaps it was because she had been away from the apocalypse for too long, but for a moment she couldn't recall what that smelled like. Seeing that Siali was resting, Xiaoming didn't disturb her. He sat up straight next to her, clearly a soldier. The car was quiet for a moment. Around noon, Xiaoming stood up and gently nudged Siali. "Comrade Xia, it's lunchtime. I'm going to get lunch. Is there anything you'd like to eat?" Siali blurted out, "Meat, please." After she finished speaking, she paused for a moment, her brows furrowing unconsciously. "When you go to get your food later, ask a few train attendants to check if the woman with the 2 children is still there." She remembered what the woman smelled like. It's ether. Ether is commonly used to make smokeless gunpowder and anesthetics, which sounds reasonable, as ether is generally present in factories and chemical plants. The problem is that this stuff evaporates extremely quickly. They don't have any chemical plants or military factories on the surface, and the factories are all quite far from the train station. The woman was already sitting in the car, and the smell of ether still lingered on her, proving that she had been exposed to ether while in the car. Why would someone carry something that can be used as an anesthetic? Siali instantly remembered that the young woman had 2 children with her, but considering that the 2 children were crying incessantly but had not fainted, she felt that she might not be a human trafficker. But whatever she is, it's strange enough that she's carrying ether out in public. There was no time to explain further. Siali could only tell Xiaoming to quickly find someone to check on it. Although Xiaoming didn't know why Siali said that, she could hear the seriousness in her tone. He immediately said, "I'll go right away. I'll have to trouble Comrade Xia to stay here and not wander off, lest we get separated." "Siali, are you saying you're still watching my heart?" Without saying a word, he agreed, "Okay." Xiaoming grabbed his lunchbox and rushed to the train conductor's office. Before long, the train conductor, along with several attendants and Xiaoming, arrived at the compartment where Siali and the others originally had their sleeper tickets. However, at this point, only the woman who was not very easy to get along with and her child remained in the cubicle. The young woman with 2 children had already left the house. The train conductor frowned upon seeing this scene. They bought tickets to get off 6 stops later. Now neither the person nor the luggage are there. Needless to say, everyone present knew that the person had definitely run away. Those around them were puzzled as to why the train conductor and the soldier both had such serious expressions, and one after another wanted to ask them, but they dared not utter a sound, all speculating about what had happened. The train conductor turned to look at Xiaoming and said, "Comrade Meng, you should go back first. It's not safe for that woman to be alone in the carriage. I will have someone thoroughly check the train to see if they are still on board." Xiaoming nodded. "Then I'll trouble you, comrade. We haven't found the person, but we still need to eat." Xiaoming was also worried that Siali might get into trouble alone in the carriage, so she quickly went to the dining car, got her food in a large tea mug and aluminum lunchbox, and headed back. The large tea mug was brimming with meat, showing a very generous amount of food. Nowadays, the aisles of green trains are quite narrow, and 2 people have to turn sideways to pass each other. Xiaoming held a teacup in his left hand and a lunchbox in his right. Seeing an old man walking unsteadily towards them, they slightly turned their bodies to let the old man pass first. Unexpectedly, when the old man walked to her side, he twisted his ankle and fell towards her. With things in his hands, Xiaoming couldn't reach out to help the old man. He quickly used the hand holding the aluminum lunchbox to push the old man upward with his wrist, which barely prevented the old man from falling. The old man breathed a long sigh of relief when he saw that the People's Liberation Army had helped him up and saved him from disaster. He quickly thanked Xiaoming, saying, "Thank you so much, comrade." "Thank you. Thank you. Xiaoming, you're welcome." The floor was just mopped, so it's a bit slippery. "Grandpa, please be careful when you walk." The old man watched as the old woman behind Xiaoming poured the oily substance from the small glass bottle into the large tea mug before turning his gaze away. With a distressed expression, he waved his hand at Xiaoming. "I'm getting old. My legs aren't what they used to be. It doesn't matter whether I mop the floor or not." "Thank you, comrade." After saying that, he struggled to his feet and staggered toward the restroom between the 2 carriages. Xiaoming watched the old man walk away before letting out a long sigh of relief and heading back with the 2 meals in hand. After the old man went into the bathroom, After doing all that, he took out another bag from the cabinet under the sink and dressed himself up as a woman in her 40s, wearing a worn-out gray short-sleeved shirt and a red scarf that was neither new nor old. He looked as ordinary as could be. As soon as I stepped out of the restroom, a train attendant happened to be passing by. He paused for a moment when he saw me, then asked directly, "Comrade, could you please show me your ticket and letter of introduction?" The middle-aged woman clumsily took out her letter of introduction and ticket from her backpack, looking at the train conductor with some panic in her eyes. "Comrade, is there a problem with the vehicle? Is there any danger? I've heard that there are a lot of kidnappers and pickpockets on trains. Are there any on our train too?" The train conductor glanced at the dark-skinned, unremarkable woman in her 40s and thought to himself, even if there were kidnappers, they wouldn't target someone your age. "There's absolutely nothing to worry about." He replied in a businesslike manner, "No, it's just a routine inspection. If you see a woman with a red mole on her forehead, please tell the train conductor nearby so as not to alert her." The middle-aged woman nodded hurriedly, her face timid yet sincere, and said, "Comrade, don't worry. If I see the person, I will definitely let you know." The train conductor nodded to her, said nothing more, and continued checking one person after another. The middle-aged woman watched the train conductor's retreating figure with a cold expression, a sneer creeping into her heart. He carried the large bundle and walked towards the carriage where Siali was. Now that they've already started, they should make sure the person is dead before they leave. She absolutely could not allow her actions to go awry. When Xiaoming brought the food back, he saw Comrade Xia writing something at his desk. He didn't say anything to disturb her, but simply placed the large teacup filled with meat on the table in front of Siali and began to eat quickly. What Siali wrote was none other than a handbook for the brigade leader and his men to get rich. She had been writing at home for a few days, but then an unexpected event forced her to return to her hometown, which meant she didn't finish the second half. She has written a lot these past few days, and now only an ending remains. Siali estimated that it could be summarized in a few hundred words, so she didn't rush to eat and wanted to finish writing first. Wah! The faint, intermittent sound of a child crying drifted over. Siali looked up in confusion and saw a woman in her 40s carrying a small child as she walked towards them. The woman gently patted the child's back while softly coaxing, "Don't cry, don't cry. We'll be home soon." Siali and Xiaoming watched as the woman sat on the bench across the aisle from them, their expressions very complicated. Xiaoming glanced up at Siali, who had no expression, then lowered her head and silently continued eating. The train conductor had previously said that they would try not to assign children to the last carriage, but these days there are plenty of people who move around freely. This mother and child clearly came here on their own. Since the child was already sitting there, Siali and her companion couldn't very well tell him to leave, so they could only endure the child's soft crying. Siali sighed inwardly and continued writing her manuscript. The woman holding the child pointed out the window where Siali was, gently coaxing the child to look at the scenery outside the train to distract him. The child stared longingly out the window and, sure enough, stopped crying after a short while. He stopped crying, but his gaze fell on the teacup on Siali's table. These days, kids don't get much meat or oil. When Mo Ran saw such a big vat of meat, he subconsciously swallowed. He tugged at the woman's sleeve, pointed to the large teacup of food, and whispered, "Auntie, I want to eat meat." Woman. Siali. Xiaoming. The woman felt a little embarrassed upon seeing this and quickly scolded the child in a low voice, "That's someone else's food. Don't think you can eat everything just because it's theirs. Didn't I give you lunch?" The little boy immediately became unhappy upon hearing this, wiping his eyes and complaining insincerely, "You didn't give me any meat at noon, and you promised my mom you'd give me meat every meal. You're a liar, a big liar." As he spoke, he reached out and slapped the woman, looking as if he absolutely had to eat meat. The woman's face darkened at the sight, and she was at her wit's end. She scolded the child in a low voice, "Stop making a fuss. Where am I going to get money for meat? Your dad will buy it for you when we get there." As she spoke, she reached out and slapped the child hard, signaling him to stop. Xiaoming glanced at the boy who had already started acting like a brat with the woman and whispered a reminder to Siali, "Comrade Xia, the food is getting cold. Why don't you finish eating first and then continue writing? If you can't see the child, they won't cry, which saves a lot of trouble." Siali. This is the first time in her life that her child has to compete with her for food, so she has to eat quickly. That's absolutely outrageous. Siali closed the laptop and put it aside. She pulled the teacup in front of her, glanced at the bright red braised pork inside, and sighed inwardly at the pity. When she gets back to the South Island, she'll definitely eat her fill. Although children are fragile, they are also the most perceptive. When they heard Xiaoming tell Siali to eat the meat quickly, they immediately objected. Siali had just scooped up a large piece of braised pork with a spoon, and before she could even put it in her mouth, a heart-wrenching cry suddenly came, "I want to eat meat." "Ah!" Siali, holding a spoon and preparing to eat. The child was crying his heart out, and the woman's face had turned completely black. She jumped up and tried to grab the child and leave. Siali handed over the large tea mug in her hand, looked up at the furious woman, and said, "Give it to the child." The woman carrying the child paused, because Siali, holding a large tea mug, was blocking her way. She smiled shyly at Siali. "Sorry, comrade, I disturbed you. This child is too disruptive. I'll take him away." Siali thought for a moment and said, "It's okay, I can't eat such a big bowl of rice. How about I serve some to the child? I wasn't hungry just now, and I was planning to eat later anyway, but it's perfect to eat with this child now." As he spoke, he began to work, scooping several pieces of meat into the lid of the teacup and handing it to the woman. The woman was clearly taken aback by what she heard. After hesitating for a moment, she sat back down. He reached out and took the teacup lid from Siali, then smiled shyly at Siali. "Comrade, I'm so sorry, the child is too greedy. I will definitely teach him properly when I get back. You should eat too." Siali nodded, picked up a spoon and mixed the food together. She turned to look at the child whose eyes were practically popping out of his head and said with a grin, "You eat a bite, I'll eat a bite, don't cry, okay?" The voice was exceptionally gentle, like soothing a child. Xiaoming, in conjunction with the messages in the compound, he felt that Comrade Xia's current tenderness was somewhat unsettling. The little boy immediately gave Siali, this gentle older sister, a big smile, stopped crying and nodded firmly. "Good." He opened his mouth as soon as he finished speaking, waiting for the woman next to him to feed him. The woman's face didn't look too good, but she didn't hesitate much. She picked up the chopsticks that Siali had kindly sponsored for her, grabbed a piece of braised pork, and stuffed it into the wide-open mouth of the child. Siali watched the scene with a cold eye until she saw the woman actually stuffing the piece of meat into the child's mouth. Then she casually said, "You're really going to give it to him?" The woman paused in feeding her child, her expression stiff as she looked at Siali. "Comrade, how much do you want?" "I'll pay you." She looked so awkward, as if she had just said she was going to give this to our child, and now she was insisting on paying me, as if she was forcing me to buy something. It made everyone want to condemn Siali. Siali scoffed. "Don't you think the smell on you is exactly the same as the smell in this bowl of rice? Using ether as a perfume and flavoring agent is something I've never seen before." The woman was startled, her face changed drastically, and she quickly dropped the child and ran away. Xiaoming immediately realized something was wrong, thinking of the food. My heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I immediately got up and chased after the woman. The woman looked to be in her 40s, but she was surprisingly agile. Seeing that Xiaoming, a grown man, was rushing towards her, she knew she couldn't escape. So, she pushed off with her feet, strode onto a chair, and ran towards the carriage in front of her, using the table and chair back as footholds. Xiaoming was assigned to protect Siali, so he was obviously no ordinary person. He was extremely skilled. When he saw the woman trying to run away, he rushed over, grabbed her arm, and pulled her off the table. The woman was pulled so hard by him that she lost her balance and fell downwards. She quickly adjusted her angle, jumped to the ground, and delivered a high sweeping kick, aiming a deadly blow at Xiaoming's head. There weren't many people in that carriage, but that doesn't mean all of those dozen or so were dead. Upon seeing a People's Liberation Army soldier fighting with a middle-aged woman, and the woman was fighting quite fiercely, they were terrified and quickly ran to other carriages. The little boy, who was clamoring for meat, seemed not to understand why his aunt and the man had suddenly started fighting. He was so frightened that he burst into tears, constantly raising his arm to wipe them away. The wailing sound was so loud it seemed it could lift the train's roof. Siali sat there quietly watching Xiaoming fight with that woman, showing no intention of interfering with the child at all. It must be said that the person sent by Commander Wang to protect him was indeed capable of taking on 10 men at once, and was quite skilled. If he wasn't mistaken, that woman was probably an accomplice of the Japanese spy that Commander Wang had mentioned, sent to take revenge on her. Even the most meticulously trained spies, including women, are not pushovers. But now Xiaoming is able to overpower her, which shows how skilled she is. It's only a matter of time before he catches that woman. The little boy who had been standing there crying saw Siali watching the fight with a smug look in his eyes. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, his face flushed with anger, and he raised his hand to hit Siali. He roared angrily, "I'll teach you a lesson for bullying my aunt. I'll beat you to death." The little boy, like a spoiled brat who couldn't stand being bullied, charged at the person who had bullied him with all his might, exuding a fierce aura. Normally, no one would argue with a child. After all, the child looks to be only 5 or 6 years old, and adults wouldn't stoop to the level of a child. But Siali came from the apocalypse, and she knew one thing deeply. The teacup on the table jumped from the shock, and the little boy let out a scream of pain. The people in that carriage had long since run away. Those who were brave enough to watch the spectacle were craning their necks to look in this direction from another carriage. Some people who saw Siali's actions turned their heads away, unable to bear it. The child was so young. How could that woman, an adult, be so cruel to a child? Even if that woman might have problems, that child is still just a child. Siali grabbed the little boy's 2 wrists with one hand and pressed him down onto the table. With his other hand, he took an iron spoon from the teacup and used it to pry a needle out of the little boy's fingernail, a needle as thin as a cow's hair and only 3 or 4 millimeters long. Siali clicked her tongue twice. "Your skills aren't up to par. You got caught before you could even pounce." The little boy was immediately enraged, but when he opened his mouth again, the voice that came out was not that of a child, but that of an adult man. "You'd better let us go, or you absolutely cannot bear our revenge." Siali gave a perfunctory "oh," glanced around, pulled down a curtain, and tied it to the little boy. She grinned, her smile sly and mischievous, and said, "It's like you stopped bothering me just because I didn't provoke you before. If I don't let you go, you'll come after me. If I let you go, you'll still come after me. So why should I let you go? I didn't bring any local specialties back from my trip home this time. Since you're all things I brought from my hometown to the South Island, consider them a local gift for the troops." After saying this with a grin, Siali was even surprised by herself. I was touched. She was indeed very worldly wise. She even knew to give gifts before paying respects to the master, which was completely different from old Xiao's assessment that she only knew how to cause trouble every day. The little boy was furious. Knowing that Siali would not let him off the hook, he opened his mouth to curse. Siali grinned, picked up the spoon on the table, scooped up some rice from the large tea mug, and for the first time in her life, She fed a child very gently. The child, who was treated gently by her, became very well behaved and soon fell asleep without crying or fussing. Before long, Xiaoming had also completely won over the woman and tied her up with the curtains as well. Siali placed the child on the table, rested his chin on his hand, and looked at the woman with complete nonchalance. Who wants to harm me? The woman turned her head away with a face full of resentment, refusing to answer Siali's question at all. Xiaoming frowned and shoved her. Behave yourself. Confess and you will be treated leniently. Resist and you will be treated severely. If you don't explain yourself properly, no one can save you. The woman was very arrogant and never imagined that she would be arrested one day. After being shoved so hard by Xiaoming, he turned around and spat in Xiaoming's face in anger. Pooh. His voice was filled with ruthlessness. Don't waste your time, I absolutely will not tell you. Siali said nonchalantly, Xiaoming, you can interrogate them first. It's okay if you can't get anything out of them. There are plenty of people who can interrogate them when we get back to the unit. If I'm not mistaken, this woman also had ether on her. If they make a fuss, just pour some into their mouths. We'll be there soon. Xiaoming. Woman. Siali's words were full of villainous charm, making Xiaoming momentarily unsure whether she was on the good side or the bad side. Without saying much, he searched the woman and found a brown, wide-mouthed bottle containing an oily liquid. Judging from the smell, it does indeed contain ether. With a cold face, he led the person aside for questioning. Upon receiving the news, the flight attendant rushed over, squeezed through the crowd, and said to Siali, who was watching the commotion, Comrade, you can hand these two over to us, and we will take them to the nearest police station at the next stop. Siali glanced up at them and decisively refused. No need. This is someone our South Island Legion wants to arrest. We will take him back for interrogation ourselves. Although Siali was not a member of the military, Xiaoming was a real officer. The flight attendants hesitated for a moment, then didn't pursue the matter further, but simply moved the other passengers to other carriages. And so, Siali, on her own, managed to get a private room on her way back in an era when privileges were forbidden. The female agent and the little boy were professionally trained. They interrogated him for several days in a row, and Xiaoming only finished interrogating him when Siali and the others were about to get off the bus. Siali fell silent as she looked at the still unconscious little boy. So, the old lady had already run away when they were arrested, and this little boy isn't actually a little boy, but a 26-year-old adult man? Still not giving up, she reached out and used her fingernails to scratch the little boy's cheek, trying to see if she could tear something off his face. Just like the other day when they peeled a layer of skin off that woman in her 40s, and she became a woman in her 20s. With such a youthful, collagen-rich face, it was hard for Siali to believe that he was over 20 and approaching 30. What brand of skincare products do you use? I need to get some to try. Xiaoming, unaware that Siali's thought process had veered off to the Mariana Trench, nodded in complete agreement and said, Yes, these people are all spies from the island nation. The reason they attacked you is because their accomplice was captured, and they wanted revenge. Siali sighed. She didn't catch their companion on purpose. She was just trying to catch them in the act of adultery. Who would have thought that a high-ranking agent would have to seduce an old man? He waved his hand dismissively. We'll just send them to the military and let them investigate slowly. She's become numb to spies now. It doesn't matter whether they're targeting her or not, since she won't be the one targeted in the end anyway. Xiaoming bowed respectfully to Siali. Yes. Because there were spies from 2 island nations, and these were the same spies who had attacked Siali, the people on the South Island didn't know if they had obtained some other information and were deliberately targeting Siali. After learning that Siali had been captured and brought back to the South Island, they immediately sent people and vehicles to make contact. After spending an afternoon giving a statement at the South Island Corps, Siali was summoned to Commander Lu's office. Commander Lu sat in his chair, his gaze sweeping over Siali from head to toe, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. Your title of Spy Radar is truly well-deserved. You even managed to run into 2 spies while just visiting your hometown. Although it was retaliation caused by a group of spies, they did manage to capture 2 groups of people, and this group was later identified as a key target in Liaoqing, disrupting their plans there. Siali also felt completely innocent. They came to me on their own. It has nothing to do with me. Commander Lu shook his head helplessly, reached into the drawer under his desk, took out a brown paper bag, and pushed it in front of Siali. Your appointment letter has been issued. Go directly to Lu Dingyuan to report for duty. Go back and pack your things, then come over as soon as possible to be appointed, lest something unexpected happens. He could see that the spies were not a problem now, but he couldn't feel at ease about it. Who knows if those spies who abducted and killed Siali already knew about her talent in mechanics and wanted to nip the seed in the bud, deliberately using this incident as a pretext. It would be safer to protect people indirectly first. Although Siali now finds it annoying to even look at Lu Dingyuan and wishes she could find a reason to kill him, she has no hesitation when it comes to joining the army. After all, these people gave so much. Good. The person who escorted Siali back was still Lu Dingyuan. Inside the car, one person was driving quietly with their eyes fixed ahead, while the other rested their head on one hand by the car window, looking out. Their hair was gently blown by the wind, but it did nothing to diminish their cold violence. The two had not been in contact since their last argument, and now, sitting in the same car, neither of them spoke, creating an extremely awkward situation. Lu Dingyuan's face was expressionless, his jawline remained taut, but his index finger tapped the steering wheel lightly with some irritation. You can call me in advance when you want to move, and I'll drive you to move your things into the military base. These days, there are hardly any moving companies, so moving is extremely difficult. The semi-automatic electric tricycles in the brigade, which were a mix of oxen and oxen, were small and made it difficult to move things. Siali is not one to suffer injustice, and she did want someone to help her move her things, but that person was not Lu Dingyuan. She would have happily agreed to anyone else. Siali was unhappy and didn't say anything, and the car fell into an awkward silence again. Lu Dingyuan knew where the problem lay, but things had already come to this point and could not be changed. If he were given another chance, he would still not leave any spies unpunished. It's an unsolvable question. You're about to join the army, and we'll be comrades who entrust our lives to each other. You can continue to be angry with me, but I hope you won't let your personal emotions affect your work. If the problem can be solved, I hope you can propose the conditions for doing so. He had never been in contact with girls before, and now that he's faced with this situation, he really doesn't know how to handle it. But deep down, I know that leaving a problem unresolved is not a solution. Siali turned her head upon hearing his words, her icy gaze falling on Lu Dingyuan's sharp profile. Superior. So how do you think this matter should be resolved? Can you prevent the Li family from falling into turmoil, or can you change the fact that you're investigating me and I'm implicating the Li family? Lu Dingyuan remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. If this happened in my family, I would rather expose his identity as a spy before my family members cause a great disaster. The later it is discovered, the greater the impact on the family, and it can also cause irreparable damage to the country. The higher the position, the more responsibilities one bears. It's hard to guarantee there won't be a spy within the family. Over time, the entire family will be corrupted. Siali sat up straight, turned to face Lu Dingyuan, her face expressionless. Didn't she know that spies must be arrested for the sake of the country? The sooner they're arrested, the sooner things will be peaceful. What she couldn't accept was that the spy's identity was traced back to her, which implicated her friend's family. The special period has only just begun, and it is precisely the time for those people to catch others in the act, fight and struggle for their own interests. The turbulent nature of this era meant that if a spy was caught, and there were many hostile forces, the whole family could become spies, with far-reaching consequences. She realized that the two of them were not thinking on the same wavelength at all. So you think I'm angry because you arrested a spy from the Li family? Lu Dingyuan didn't speak, but he clearly acquiesced. Siali closed her eyes. Siali didn't care what he was thinking. She looked up and glared at Lu Dingyuan as if she had a knife hidden in her eyes. You investigated me before I intended to join the army, right? What evidence do you have to investigate me? Is it based on the fact that I'm suspicious? Or is it because I saved the wrong person? I meant well before. The initial date of that report is shortly after I arrived in the South Island, and if I'm not mistaken, it started when I rescued that child and was fixing my car on the way, right? Lu Dingyuan did not deny it. The child's identity is quite special. We previously suspected that someone wanted to kidnap the child in order to threaten researchers into leaking secrets, so we investigated all relevant personnel one by one. The reason you were singled out is because the timing of your appearance was too coincidental, and your abilities did not match what you showed in Liaoqing, especially your talent in physics. At first, we only suspected that you wanted to get close to the researchers and infiltrate the military by contacting the child and the child's father. But this suspicion ended once your identity was verified. Siali. She had no idea that she had a prior record of suspected entrapment. If it seemed to have ended, why did you continue investigating me afterwards? Lu Dingyuan did not hide anything in order to solve the problem, and answered Siali's questions without hesitation. Because you've gotten involved with the spies again and repaired their radio transmitter. Your exceptional knowledge of physics is so formidable that many of your ideas are even more advanced than the current achievements of the United States and Russia. These are things that absolutely cannot be learned from high school physics or books in the library. The lineage of the teachers is unknown, and the stance of the people behind them is also unknown. This includes your insistence on going to the sugar factory on the day the army was besieging the spies hiding there, and how you created an unconventional weapon of mass destruction using simple components. These are the reasons we are investigating you. Siali. There's really no need to ask what happened after that. She encountered far too many spies and too many coincidences. All sorts of messy things were mixed together, and her identity as a transmigrator was really inexplicable. If Siali hadn't known that she wasn't a spy, she might have even doubted herself. There's no need to talk about privacy with people of this era. In an age where people can barely make a living, talking about it would just be a joke. Siali suddenly realized that, whether it was investigating her or reporting that the Li family had spies, everything that Lu Dingyuan did to her was rationally understandable, but emotionally unacceptable. Arguing with him, she stood on his side, or on the side of a superior who was protecting the country, and she herself felt that it was somewhat unreasonable. But if she were to accept it completely, Siali would feel incredibly stifled. This is really upsetting. So after thinking it over, she found another outlet for her emotions. If others make me suffer, then they shouldn't have a good time either. Siali slammed herself against the backrest, closed her eyes, and didn't want to say a word. After a long pause, he said in a very calm and leisurely tone, "Public matters are public matters, and private matters are private matters. I won't cause you any trouble at work." Just as Lu Dingyuan breathed a sigh of relief, he heard Siali continue, "It's not necessarily the case in private." Lu Dingyuan. I have a feeling that Siali saying this is not a good sign. Upon arriving at Siali's house, Siali got out of the car and stood at the door, saying to Lu Dingyuan, "I need to. I'm tidying up at home." 3 days later, I hoped the military could send someone to pick me up in the vehicle they had promised me to use after my modifications. Siali practically had, "I don't want you to pick me up," written all over her face, and Lu Dingyuan fell silent again. Good. Someone from your father's side will handle things then, and they'll join the army with you afterwards. Siali naturally had no objection to this, and the two parted ways directly. Since arriving on the South Island, Siali has indeed added a lot of things to her home, but when it comes to packing things to take with her, there's not much to pack. After all, she has her own space. That evening, Siali invited the brigade leader and his third uncle to his home for dinner. The brigade leader held the wealth creation manual painstakingly written by Siali in his hand, and when he and his third uncle left, their faces were filled with melancholy. Tonight is a clear night, with many dazzling stars dotting the deep blue sky, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. The two walked under the cover of night. The captain, supporting his third uncle, looked down at the notebook in his hand and said with a sigh, "Xiao's identity. What a pity. If it were a different era, when people didn't care so much about social status, this girl would be extraordinary." Third uncle, supported by him, walked forward with a cane and also let out a long sigh. Craftsmen will not starve in famine years. Gold will shine wherever it goes, and a child who knows gratitude will never go wrong. Now that she's joined the army, it's a good way out, better than struggling to make a living here with us. The two stumbled along, gradually disappearing into the night. Inside the courtyard, Siali said to Chinwawan, whose eyes were a little red, "I'm leaving the house to you. Feel free to stay wherever you like. I probably won't be coming back again. If you need anything, come find me at the military base." As she spoke, Siali placed 20 10-yuan bills on the table and pushed them towards Chinwawan, saying, "Keep these for when. Besides, I didn't bring much money with me when I came, but I'm a teacher now and I get a monthly salary, so I don't need you to leave me any money." Although the Chin family were capitalists, Chinwawan was not favored at home. When she came to the South Island, the Chin family didn't give her much money. But now she works as a teacher in the 1st Brigade of the South Island, which is enough for her needs. They are friends, but she can't just take advantage of her friends and accept their kindness all the time. That would only make her live a life unlike herself. Siali confiscated it, saying, "It's better to be frugal on the road than to be poor. We're in a foreign land, and nobody knows what might happen. Since the two of us aren't together to look after each other, sometimes it's difficult for us to help each other effectively. Keep this money for now. If you don't need it, just consider it money I left at home. If you do need it, just use it." Since things had come to this point, Chinwawan didn't say anything more. "Okay, I'll keep it for now and return it to you later." Siali didn't have many worries about the 1st Brigade on the South Island. She packed her things for 2 days and symbolically packed 2 large bags. On the morning of the 3rd day, Siali boarded the vehicle to the military base amidst the farewells of the entire brigade. Military compound. Early in the morning, a military truck drove into the compound and began moving things into a tidied-up small courtyard. There aren't many people in the family compound during the day. Those who have jobs have gone to work. Those who are still in the compound are mostly military spouses and parents of soldiers. When these people saw someone carrying things into the yard that had just been cleaned up a couple of days ago, they all gathered around. Someone peeked out and asked, "Which family is here to join the army again?" Siali wasn't very good at socializing with her extended family, but fortunately she had. Li Xioli was there, and she went out to chat and greet everyone in a lively atmosphere. Xia Zhangwo turned his head and looked at his daughter squatting next to him, fixing the stool legs with him, and felt a wave of distress. You don't need to stay here with me fixing stool legs anymore. Go out with your mother and entertain some people. We'll be living in this compound from now on, and these are the people you'll be spending time with. Your mother and I are getting old and can't be with you all the time. How will you manage if you don't get along well with them? Other people's daughters are all well-behaved and go out with their mothers to meet their aunts, but this girl in their family is like a tomboy, following her father around the house fixing stool legs. Xia Zhangwo felt a wave of unease just thinking about it. Siali, without even looking up, was hammering nails off the stool leg with a small hammer when she said, "They talk too much these days. It's all just small talk. It's not very useful. If you want me to get along with them, I'll talk to them under the big tree after dinner tonight." That was a special time for gossiping, and she loved going there. Xia Zhangwo sighed, but didn't urge his daughter to try and build a relationship with the other person. Thinking to himself that his daughter wasn't very good at handling these family matters, he needed to encourage his wife to build stronger relationships with the other family members in the compound. I hope that one day their daughter's fiery temper will cause her to offend everyone. Xia Zhangwo wasn't the only one worried about his daughter's interpersonal relationships. Li Xiuli was too. After entertaining another group of people, she walked in from outside. "Lily, I remember we still have quite a few. Rice? Go out and buy some sugar in a bit, and I'll make some rice cakes to give to the neighbors. Once we're all ready, we'll invite them over for dinner." White sugar is readily available in Siali's space, and it was all generously sponsored by Li Sungri, so there's no need to go out and buy it. "I remember there was a new bag in the cupboard that I just put in. Didn't you see it?" Li Xiuli trusted her daughter without suspicion. "Really? I didn't see it when I was tidying up just now." "Then find it. I'll make rice cakes in a bit." Siali stood up, obediently found a cabinet that Li Xiuli hadn't tidied up properly, and secretly took a bag of white sugar from her spatial storage and stuffed it inside. Before joining the revolution, Li Xiuli came from a well-off family. Although she was raised like a young lady, she was also quite skilled at making pastries. After a busy morning, Siali could smell the sweet aroma coming from the kitchen, even from inside the house. "I quietly got up and slipped into the kitchen, where I saw colorful rice cakes sprinkled with fine white sugar frosting, which looked very appetizing. While Li Xiuli wasn't looking, he secretly stole one and started eating it, only to get burned badly. Li Xiuli glared at him irritably and handed him a pair of chopsticks. "Aren't you afraid of burning yourself by touching food that's just come out of the pot?" Siali took the chopsticks, poked the thickest part of the rice cake, and slowly ate it. "Am I that kind of person? Why make things so complicated when you can get food without lifting a finger?" Li Xiuli, unable to bear watching her daughter eat with an expression that screamed, "I'm the easiest person in the world to feed," she turned around and went back to making her pastries. "I made a lot, so we'll take some and give some to everyone later. Especially Comrade Lu, he's taken good care of you. You should thank him properly." Siali. Siali paused in her eating of the rice cake, feeling that even the freshly cooked rice cake didn't smell as good anymore, as if the chopsticks were poking at her heart. Although he was unwilling, he didn't show it on his face and readily agreed. "Okay." As she spoke, Li Xiuli quickly plated all the rice cakes. "You eat here now, I'll deliver some to a few families with elder—" After everyone left, his face immediately fell. "They even gave Lu Dingyuan sugar cakes? Who spoiled him? Pull the chopsticks out of the rice cake and stuff the rice cake directly into your mouth." He bent back, craning his neck to look outside while still holding a rice cake in his mouth. Seeing that no one was watching the kitchen, he quickly ran to the spice box. He took out a tissue from his storage space, grabbed a handful of salt into it, folded it and placed it on the table. He then quickly shoved the salt onto the small paper packet with the chopsticks in his hand. She was strong, and in no time she had turned the small grains of salt into a powder like flour. Looking at the several plates of rice cakes on the table, Siali picked out 2 more from the steamer and put them into one of the plates. While keeping an eye out for anyone coming, the dog furtively opened the small paper packet and quickly and evenly sprinkled the salt frost onto the plate of extra sugar cakes. Hearing Li Xiuli and Xia Zhangwo talking outside, she quickly threw the tissue she used as a tool into her spatial storage, pretending nothing had happened. Continue eating rice cakes while leaning against the wall. As soon as Li Xiuli entered the kitchen, her gaze fell on the plate of rice cakes that were clearly not presented very well, and she looked a little puzzled. "You put it there?" Siali said in a serious tone. "Well, Lu Dingyuan is a big man who can eat a lot. I think we should give him more. That way, even if she doesn't deliver it herself, judging from the quantity, no one will make a mistake." Li Xiuli, who has always been very particular about food, fell silent when she saw the plate of pastries that were arranged so carelessly. But since it was her daughter's heartfelt gesture, she didn't say much more. "Okay, you can deliver it in a bit." Siali nodded obediently. After lunch, before the troops started work, Siali delivered the plate of rice cakes to Lu Dingyuan. There wasn't a single unnecessary word. My mom said that since we just moved in, we need to deliver things to the neighbors. Lu Dingyuan, thank you. After taking the plate of rice cakes, Siali had already turned and left, which was not surprising. He glanced at his watch. He needed to work with his company commanders that afternoon to develop a battle plan, so he had to go early and didn't have time to eat now. He turned around and placed the rice cake on the table, intending to eat it when he returned home in the evening. The army gave Siali 3 days of rest, during which she could stay home and pack her things, so she wasn't in a hurry to go to training. In one afternoon, she got to know almost everyone in the compound who wasn't at work. She has a lively personality and is also pretty, so she is loved by her aunts, grandparents, and other relatives. Sichuyu brought her daughter along, intending to connect and build rapport with the other person. However, she ended up watching helplessly as her daughter chatted away, unraveling a whole bunch of gossip and engaging in a lively conversation. My whole body went numb. When did their daughter become so fond of gossiping? Didn't she used to dislike chatting with older people? Time flies, and while other families were cooking, Siali and Sichuyu went home. As soon as they got home, Xia Jiangwo said to Siali, make a few more dishes to go with the drinks. I won't be eating with you guys tonight. I've made plans with Xiaolu. They saved our grandson. We should definitely thank them properly. Sichuyu had the same idea and readily agreed. Okay, I'll prepare a few more snacks to go with the drinks later, so you can thank them properly. Without him, our eldest grandson would be gone. Siali didn't interrupt at all and had no objection to his father going to talk to Lu Dingyuan about their relationship. However, no matter how well her father communicated with her last time, it was useless. She herself was an unambitious person who had no desire to maintain a good relationship with her boss. The bugle sounded again, and the troops finished their training. Xia Jiangwo carried 2 bottles of wine and a bamboo basket of snacks to the Lu family's house. A table full of snacks to accompany drinks, plus a plate of rice cakes to make up the numbers, were all neatly arranged on the table. Both men were straightforward soldiers, without much pretense. After a few rounds of drinks, Xia Jiangwo and Lu Dingyuan were already addressing each other as uncle and nephew. Xia Jiangwo raised his glass to Lu Dingyuan. Little Lu, I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me. Of all my children, the one I worry about the most is my youngest daughter. She is smart, but we have spoiled her since she was little, and she doesn't know any better. If she has done anything wrong, please forgive her. You should scold her if necessary, and if she becomes too disruptive, just tell me and I'll handle her for you. Xia Jiangwo came here to thank Lu Dingyuan for his grandson's matter, but more so for his daughter. When Lu Dingyuan came to pick them up earlier, he noticed that his daughter must have had a fight with Lu Dingyuan. But she never considered that Lu Dingyuan is now her boss. What if he makes things difficult for her if she crosses him? But he still had to save face for his daughter. She was immature, so as her father, he had to think more about her and make her career path easier. His gaze fell on the rice cakes on the table, and he pointed at them with his chopsticks, saying, let's not just drink alcohol, it's bad for our stomachs. Try this rice cake, it's your aunt's specialty dessert. I don't know if you'll like it, but please give it a try. These days, even white sugar is scarce, so there aren't many pastries like Sichuli's that are so generous with their ingredients. Although Xia Jiangwo said that, he didn't really think anyone would find too much salt got stuck in his throat, choking him and causing him to exhale a puff of white smoke. The pungent, salty bitter taste mixed with sweetness instantly filled his mouth, making Lu Dingyuan's scalp tingle. It was obvious who did it, but Lu Dingyuan managed to suppress his coughing through the teeth thanks to his strong self-control. He maintained a calm expression, picked up his wine glass and took a sip. Tasty. Xia Jiangwo. Xia Jiangwo wasn't stupid. He knew something was wrong as soon as he saw Lu Dingyuan's reaction. Thinking back to all the things my daughter had done recently that would make her father want to beat me, I suddenly had a bad feeling. His face darkened as he reached for the rice cake. He wanted to see what new tricks that wretched thing in their family could pull off right under his nose. When Lu Dingyuan saw Xia Jiangwo about to eat the rice cake that was so salty it made his scalp tingle, he quickly reached out and pressed it down. Uncle Xia, if we eat too much staple food, we won't be able to drink any more alcohol. How about we have another one, just the 2 of us? Xia Jiangwo already felt something was wrong, and now seeing Lu Dingyuan's reaction made him feel even more uneasy. He immediately smiled and said, it's okay, I'm just a little hungry. I'll eat some staple food to settle my stomach. Lu Dingyuan. He did his best. Seeing that he couldn't stop him, Lu Dingyuan stopped trying to stop him. He watched as Xia Jiangwo took a bite of rice cake, choked, and coughed like him. He forced himself to hold it in, and then took a sip of wine, his face turning red from holding it in. Xia Jiangwo gave Lu Dingyuan a forced smile, then got up to take his leave. Little Lu, I just remembered I still have some things to take care of at home. Let's have another drink next time we have a chance. Having said that, he left Lu Dingyuan's house, his whole body radiating murderous intent. Lu Dingyuan. He felt that Siali was very likely to suffer. Xia Zhangguo had just returned from outside when he saw his daughter sitting in a rocking chair under the banyan tree in the yard, swaying back and forth while eating an apple, looking incredibly content. My anger flared up instantly, and I completely forgot my earlier words about saving face for my daughter. He took off his shoes and charged straight at Siali, yelling, "You little brat. You've even learned to waste food. I'll beat you to death today." Siali. Siali didn't realize what was happening, but when she saw her father take off his shoes, she reflexively jumped up on the spot like a corpse and ran away. "Didn't you say this morning that I've grown up and that you'd give me face in the future? How come you're chasing after me and hitting me now? I finished all my lunch. How could I have wasted food?" Xia Zhangguo still tastes salty when he smears his lips. Even though the physiological saltiness had been suppressed by a big gulp of wine, psychologically my mouth still felt salty, as if I had fallen into a salt vat. Hearing her daughter's excuse only made her angrier. She swung her shoe hard and even sped up her running speed. "You still say you didn't waste food? You ruined a whole plate of rice cakes and you call that not wasting food? If you want me to give you face, you'd better earn it yourself. Look at what you've done. You put so much salt in Siali's gift. Did you beat the salt seller to death? They've helped our family so much. Do you have a grudge against them? How did I raise a daughter like you? That's her soon-to-be boss. How could she put so much salt in her direct supervisor's food? Does this brat not want to work anymore?" Siali. How did her dad know the rice cake was salty? Could it be that Lu Dingyuan told on her? Whispering dog. Seeing that she was about to be cornered, Siali's expression changed drastically. Taking advantage of her father's waving hand, she quickly crouched down and slipped under old Xia's arm, then ran away as fast as she could. "We've raised them to this age. It's too late to regret it now. Don't discipline your child when they're young, or you won't be able to hit them when they're grown up." Ha ha ha. The original owner had no memory of old Xia hitting the children, but as soon as she arrived, she chased after her and hit her every day. It was so unfair. Comrade Lao Xia absolutely should conduct a thorough self-examination. Originally, Xia Zhangguo didn't plan to chase after Siali after she ran away, just to save face. Then, upon hearing her own daughter utter those words, the last remaining thread of reason snapped. What does it mean to give a child face? Only children who care about their reputation need to save face. Does their shameless child look like a child who needs to save face? Children should not be spoiled. Spoiling them will only harm them. Xia Zhangguo threw his shoes on the ground, quickly put them on, pulled a feather duster from a vase next to him, and rushed out with it in hand. "I told you to take advantage of the situation while you're still young. I'm telling you today, even if I don't take advantage of your childhood, I can make up for everything now." Siali watched as Xia Zhangguo transformed from old-fashioned to youthful and energetic, his mouth stretching to his ears, and he ran even faster. He knew perfectly well that his father couldn't catch him, but he still ran. While cheekily imitating the military's chanting during running, he shouted loudly, 1 1 1 2 1. 1 2 3 4. Doesn't it feel like going back to your youth when you were training in the military? Xia Zhangguo. Xia Zhangguo's temples were throbbing with veins. Despite his advanced age, he ran with the speed of a young man. His running posture was incredibly powerful and vigorous. The troops had just finished their shift, and most of the people in the compound were at home eating. Hearing the commotion outside, many people came out to see what was going on. As a result, he saw the newly arrived Marine Corps platoon leader being chased and beaten by his own father with a feather duster. It's like soldiers beating their own 8- or 9-year-old mischievous kids, even though they're clearly beating a kid in his 20s. The crowd unaware of what had happened. Still unaware of what had happened, the crowd heard Siali muttering something. That kid deserves a beating. Normally, they should sympathize with a girl in her 20s who is being chased and beaten by her parents, but now they only want to sympathize with the girl's parents. That's so annoying. Xia Zhangguo was watching his daughter, but then he saw Commander Lu coming towards him after get-off work. Enraged, he shouted at Commander Lu, "Old Lu, stop her for me." Commander Lu. Although he didn't know why Lao Xia hit the child, he felt that Lao Xia was right to do so. But it was somewhat shameful for a high-ranking official to help stop someone from hitting a child, so he subtly extended a leg, not intentionally tripping, where Siali was about to pass, his expression completely calm. He acted as if he had no intention of tripping anyone. Siali was a veteran who had been through countless battles in the apocalypse. Every time she left the base, it was no different from doing parkour. Not to mention a leg sticking out of the ground. Even if a zombie jumped out, it would have no effect on her at all. My gaze swept downwards, and I wanted to stomp hard on that outstretched foot. But then she thought, she'd already done something wicked today, and if she did it again, old Xia probably wouldn't let her off the hook. She'd have to go home tonight. Being very shrewd, he nimbly leaped over Commander Lu's feet as he passed by, and then disappeared in a flash. Commander Lu, hearing the little girl pass by him, and whisper, "Oops. I almost stepped on it on purpose." Does the Xia family need a feather duster? The logistics department is about to go out of the island to buy supplies, and since Lao Xia doesn't have any at home, we can buy him some more. The farce ended with Siali escaping because he ran too fast, and Xia Zhangwo and Commander Lu going out for drinks to lament the hardships of life. The Bai family, along with everyone else, craned their necks to watch the excitement. Seeing that there was no more excitement to be seen, Commander Bai pulled his neck back from the outside and sighed deeply with anxiety. Seeing his expression, Sister Bai found it amusing. Didn't you say that Xia's individual combat skills are even better than those of ordinary soldiers? You should be happy that Xia is under your command, so why are you worried? Commander Bai wore a knowing look on his face, his brows furrowed into a deep frown, and sighed. To be honest, when I saw her like this, my heart started trembling. With this rebellious streak, even his own father can't control him. How am I supposed to manage him in the future? His wife didn't know what was going on, but he knew perfectly well. On the surface, Xia Liming was his subordinate, but in reality, he was a researcher, so his requirements were naturally different. He could train those rough men to death without any problems, but this little girl is so precious. What if she gets injured and it affects her brain? How would he explain that? Sister-in-law Bai found her husband's expression somewhat amusing, but she had a different perspective. I've met Xia before. She's a kind-hearted girl and quite upright. She doesn't seem like the type to be mischievous with everyone. When he came over with his mother this afternoon, he seemed quite well behaved. Commander Bai looked at sister-in-law Bai with a look of utter disbelief and asked in an exaggerated tone, "Honey, are you sure?" Ever since the day I met her, this little girl has always been one to either not draw her sword or, if she does, she'll definitely hurt someone. She's not even afraid of Commander Lu. Where did you see any sign of her being obedient? Sister-in-law Bai smiled and didn't press him any further. She could see it clearly. Xia was only really tough among men like them. She was incredibly well-behaved when she was with them. After an afternoon of communication, which of the older women in the village didn't like that well-behaved and pretty little girl? However, if she said that, her husband would probably feel even more resentful, so she decided not to bother him. She just sighed with pity. That child is so young, yet he has experienced so much. It's good that he's a bit more lively. Otherwise, someone like the one from the Chen family is truly a worry. Commander Bai also thought of old Chen's child and sighed. The Chen family's child had a similar background to Siali. Both were children of cadres who were sent to the countryside and were bullied. However, that child wasn't as resilient as Siali. He attempted suicide a while ago, but luckily someone saved him, otherwise he would be dead now. Sister-in-law Bai knew that her husband valued talent, so even if he said he was unhappy, she was still very happy inside. He suggested, since she'll be working under you in the future, why don't we host a dinner party in a couple of days and invite everyone in the regiment together for a lively celebration? Xia doesn't know anyone here. If we get together, it will help them connect and get to know each other. She was a pitiful The fact that Xia Li would be joining that department was a secret, so Commander Bai naturally wouldn't tell his wife. But there's a saying that's true. They're all his men, so he should at least try to build a relationship with them. Alright, then you can take care of this. Once Xia Li reports for duty, I'll invite all those troublesome guys under me over for a meal so they can get to know each other. In the end, Lao Xia failed to hit anyone in this farce. Xia Li took advantage of everyone going home and sneaked in through the window in the middle of the night. The lights were still on and there were 2 dishes on the table. Xia Zhangwo was sitting at the table drinking water from a large tea mug. When he saw Xia Li come in, he glared at her irritably. Hurry up and eat, then you can go to bed early. After saying that, he stood up, turned around, and went back to his room. Xia Li glanced at the food his parents had left for him on the table and awkwardly touched his nose. I happily sat down at the table to eat. Xia Li only had 3 days off. She went back and forth to buy some things for the house and did some carpentry work. Time passed quickly. Early on the 3rd day, just as the morning reveille sounded, there was a knock on Xia Li's door. Li Xiuli's gentle voice came from outside the door. Lily, get up and eat. You have to report for work in a little while. Don't be late on your first day. It was only 6:30 a.m., so Xia Li naturally couldn't get up. She pulled the blanket over her head and pretended not to hear anything. Even her hazy consciousness began to awaken. I don't know how much time passed, but suddenly there was a series of urgent knocks on the door. This time, it was Xia Zhangwo who called for help, his voice filled with the anger of parents who couldn't get their children to be late for school. Xia Li, if you don't get up soon, you'll be late. Should I come in and pull the covers off you? What time is it? Get up. I told you to go to bed early last night, but you didn't. Now you can't get up this morning, can you? I couldn't get you out of bed one morning, so I'm telling you, if you stay up that late again tonight, I'll break your legs. Siali. It's as if I've traveled back to my school days, and my student life suddenly feels complete. As Lao Xia relentlessly banged on the door and called out business, Siali reluctantly got up. After washing up in 2 minutes, Xia Jiangwo pushed her onto the table and stuffed a steamed bun into her hand. Li Xiuli chuckled and served her a bowl of porridge. Eat slowly, there's still time, 30 minutes left. Siali. They lived in the compound, and it took them at most 10 minutes to run to the office building, but she could run there in less than 10 minutes. Hearing Lao Xia shout so fiercely just now, she thought she wouldn't even be able to get a meal after coming out. Xia Li turned her head and her gaze slowly fell on Xia Jiangwo, her eyes full of sorrow. Xia Jiangwo remained unmoved. If you don't go early on your first day to make a good impression on the leaders, do you expect them to wait for you? Xia Li was so sleepy her eyes were barely open, and her mind wasn't really working, so she blurted out, "The boss even ate my salt." Under Xia Jiangwo's increasingly dangerous gaze, Xia Li changed the subject, "I have to perform well." Xia Jiangwo. Li Xiuli shook her head helplessly beside her, finding it amusing to herself. "Hurry up and eat, or we'll be too late." After finishing her meal, Xia Li took her paperwork to the office building to complete her onboarding procedures with Commander Bai. Her onboarding procedures had already been completed, so going to Commander Bai was just a formality before Lu Dingyuan took her away. On the way, neither of them mentioned the plate of overly salty rice cakes, nor did they mention the news that had been circulating this morning about the new Marine Corps platoon leader being chased and beaten by her father in the family compound last night. The two arrived at the parade ground and saw many soldiers doing morning exercises in the distance, shouting slogans one after another, which were both unified and loud. With his back to Siali, Lu Dingyuan only reminded her, "The army speaks through strength." Then he led his men toward a square formation of about 100 people. As he approached, Lu Dingyuan called out to the person giving the speech, Pingingjun. Upon hearing the shout, the man immediately turned around, bowed to Lu Dingyuan, and said, "Here." At this moment, Lu Dingyuan exuded a completely different aura than when he spoke with Siali. He was the very image of a military officer. With a serious expression, he said to Pingingjun, "This is your company's new 4th platoon leader. Help him integrate." Pingingjun has thick eyebrows and big eyes, a square bone structure, broad shoulders and long legs, and a very strong body. He looks like someone who has received military training for many years. His gaze fell on Siali, and his brows furrowed slightly. Actually, he didn't quite understand why the higher-ups had assigned Comrade Xia to their company. Comrade Xia is indeed very skilled in research. It's a waste of his talent for him to come to their communications company. The problem is that their communications unit is only in charge of communications, and sometimes missions involve bloodshed. It's really inappropriate to let such a thin and frail girl join their all-male team. Although he thought this in his heart, he didn't show it on his face at all, and answered Lu Dingyuan yes. Turning to look at Siali, whose gaze was wandering around and who was scanning the entire room with a rebellious air, he nodded slightly to her. "Siali, come over and introduce yourself to everyone." Although Siali's path to power in the apocalypse wasn't very formal, and he became a general entirely through his own superpowers, he had still served in the military and wasn't too unfamiliar with this environment. When Pingingjun called her, she stepped forward and stood in front of more than 100 people, showing off her roguish demeanor. Without any stage fright, she loudly introduced herself. "My name is Siali. After all, she came to the army with the goal of climbing the ranks and gaining power, so naturally she didn't want any unpleasantness with others, and the smoother her career path, the better. It would be best if she could seize power as soon as possible and get her father out of trouble, so she could go home and live off her parents in her old age. However, her attitude was seen as quite arrogant by others. Several people among the 100-plus people immediately had unpleasant expressions on their faces, glaring angrily at Siali, with veins bulging on their foreheads. It's bad enough that they made us unhappy by suddenly appearing here, but they even smiled at us. This isn't a smile, it's clearly a provocation. Immediately, someone shouted, "I'm not having it. Why should a new recruit be made a platoon leader?" Once one is heard, another will follow, and soon people in the crowd shouted out one after another. Communications liaison is not just about the ability to repair equipment, it also requires a certain level of military expertise. Going on a mission isn't just about connecting the communication equipment, it also involves embedding yourself in the military zone where the two armies are engaged in combat. Can a delicate young girl like you do that? Women should stay home and take care of the children. Why should you be a platoon leader right away? The Marine Corps is not a place where connections can get you a foothold. If you just want to do scientific research or build up your seniority, you should go to the Research Institute. We don't accept people who hold us back. Siali had indeed brought glory to their South Island Legion before, and they did not object to Siali joining the South Island Legion. They would have no objection even if they were to serve as Siali's bodyguards and risk their lives to protect the researchers. But how could they accept that Siali was put into the strongest Marine Corps in their entire army and parachuted in as a platoon leader? They had worked their way up to the Marine Corps step by step. A group of people started shouting in a chaotic manner, all of them expressing their dissatisfaction. Lu Dingyuan and Ping Yingjun were not surprised by this reaction from these people. Their Marines are all top-notch in the military, and the more capable they are, the more troublemakers they attract. It would be strange if these grown men were to accept the arrival of Siali, a seemingly delicate young girl. Ping Yingjun glanced at the composed Lu Dingyuan out of the corner of his eye, and his brows furrowed slightly. Isn't Battalion Commander Lu's expression a little too calm? Isn't he going to speak up for Siali? Those thugs. They are not easy to persuade. Lu Dingyuan wasn't worried about dealing with these people at all. In terms of fighting strength, Siali probably had few rivals in the entire army. Now it's just a matter of how she handles it. Siali's solution was very simple and crude. Her gaze swept over the noisy crowd, a grin spreading across her face, her eyes full of mockery. Standing before more than 100 people, he loudly provocatively declared, "You're not convinced? Welcome to challenge me." The communications soldiers. Siali's words instantly stirred up a hornet's nest, and the entire communications unit suddenly erupted in excitement. This girl was parachuted in to be their platoon leader. If she had just behaved herself and kept a low profile, that would have been fine, but she's far too provocative. In the military, strength is paramount. If you're not capable, you have to shut up, not even if you're a woman. In an instant, dozens of people darted out from the crowd of over 100. "I'll fight you." So arrogant. "Today I'll show you what a real warrior is. Come here, I'll fight you." You've got quite the nerve, daring to issue a challenge like that. You'd better not regret it. "Make way, I'll go first. Today I'll show her just how many eyes Lord Horse really has." They were all young and full of vigor, and all the most elite soldiers. When they encountered someone as arrogant as Siali, public resentment instantly boiled over, and the commotion was as loud as an uprising. All the other soldiers training on the parade ground turned to look at their formation, completely unaware of what had happened to cause a riot in a unit that always prioritized discipline. In the communications unit, Zhao Cheng, who had been standing in the crowd, quietly shrank back into the crowd with the few people he was close to. It's their own business if they want to get beaten up. It has nothing to do with him. Hopefully, when these people are getting beaten up later, Comrade Xia won't accidentally hurt him. Siali was not angry at the angry voices of these people. She preferred the simple atmosphere of the lower ranks of the army to being with those scheming and backstabbing people. Disagree? Have differing opinions? Don't like you? Difficulties in getting along? Unequal distribution of benefits? None of the problems are problems, just fight. Seeing the indignant attitude of these people, Siali grinned even wider. Siali's arrogant demeanor ignited the anger of the soldiers who were initially calm. In an instant, the formation erupted into chaos, and those who hadn't expected to spar with Siali were now rushing to the front lines. Where were the thoughts of, "I won't fight a woman," or "Researchers, hurry back to your work, don't let us hurt you"? They were practically ready to pin this woman to the ground and grind her mercilessly. "I'll do it. I'll fight you. Get out of the way, I'll fight him." The scene instantly descended into chaos, with some even fighting over the order in which they would compete against Siali. Where there are those who follow the rules, there are naturally those who don't. Seeing the people around him arguing about who should fight first, Zhang Xiaofeng frowned, extremely annoyed, and rushed out from the crowd, shouting, "I'll go first." Without waiting for a second, he threw a punch straight at Siali's face. He was holding back a lot of energy, and his punch was extremely fast. Even though he didn't go all out because Siali was a woman, it was still quite powerful. A punch was thrown, instantly creating a fierce gust of wind. He firmly believed that a woman weighing around 100 pounds would collapse with just one punch from him. Then they'd see how stubborn she could still be. The others felt a pang of regret when they saw Zhang Xiaofeng throw that punch. The woman looked frail and weak. Any one of them in the group was twice her size. If Zhang Xiaofeng had punched her, she probably wouldn't have made it. It's a real shame that they didn't teach such arrogant people a lesson themselves, otherwise they wouldn't have started fighting over who arrived first. After all, whoever fights her, it's just a match that ends, and she might just get instantly killed. However, the next second everyone present froze, and the scene fell into an eerie state. The quiet. A second kill is indeed an instantaneous kill, but the target of the kill is not quite what they imagined. The person lying on the ground was not the arrogant 4th platoon leader from before, but Zhang Xiaofeng. When Zhang Xiaofeng punched Siali didn't even blink. She raised her right hand, grabbed Zhang Xiaofeng's wrist, and pulled it to the side to deflect the force. She slightly turned her body, quickly moved her right foot behind Zhang Xiaofeng, and tripped him up by the ankle. She then used the clever momentum to pull Zhang Xiaofeng's right hand backward. The several movements were completed in one go, happening in a single instant. Bang! Zhang Xiaofeng lay on the ground, face up, staring wide-eyed at Siali standing above him, completely bewildered. He was just taken down by a woman like that? Just one move. Siali didn't care how shocked these people were. Her gaze swept over the group of people who were standing there dumbfounded. The smile on her face gradually widened, becoming so big that it was almost malicious and full of mockery. That's it. Everyone present. Holy crap. This woman is so arrogant. For a moment, no one cared whether Siali was a man or a woman, or whether he was a researcher. Since this person can take a beating, then there's no problem. It doesn't matter if he's a man or a woman. What matters is that we can beat him to death. These soldiers, who couldn't stand Siali's arrogance, stopped vying for positions and took turns challenging him. Siali accepted all comers. She would fight anyone who approached her. The soldiers in the communications company immediately showed a clear difference in their fighting abilities. Some were taken down by her in one move, while others were able to withstand several moves. Few in the entire company could withstand more than 10 moves from her. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed across the playground, but it only fueled the anger of the communications company members, who completely forgot their original intention of whether they submit, and the whole thing turned into a full-blown brawl. Ping Yingjun, who had been watching the spectacle from a distance while everyone else competed, was also somewhat surprised to see the scene. Just now, their battalion commander didn't make a move, so he guessed that this comrade Xia might have some skills, but he didn't expect that this girl's military skills were so good. Although Zhang Xiaofeng's fighting ability wasn't top tier in their eyes, it was still considered mid-level. How could he be so easily and instantly defeated by a little girl? Company Commander Ping felt incredibly pleased as he watched his men being slaughtered beyond recognition by his new recruits. He said to Lu Dingyuan with delight, "This is a good prospect. Finally, our communications company has someone who can keep those troublemakers in check." Compared to companies that charge into battle, such as reconnaissance companies, the communications company is considered a relatively weak force within the entire army. The soldiers usually assigned to them aren't particularly strong in combat, so it's unexpected that they've been given such a promising talent. Is Battalion Commander Lu having a change of heart? Battalion Commander Lu, having a change of heart. I hope you can still say that easily a month from now. The communications unit was as noisy as if it were Chinese New Year, and the challenge lasted for more than 2 hours. Siali successfully slaughtered the entire communications company single-handedly. From initially being on the ground questioning their existence, to standing shoulder to shoulder watching their comrades make a scene, all it took was Siali, who could indiscriminately knock down all his comrades. For a moment, the entire communications unit was filled with a joyful and harmonious atmosphere. Company Commander Ping was even more delighted at this, and his gaze towards Siali was faintly piercing. With such a strong fighting, he was initially dissatisfied with the fact that Siali had been assigned to their position, but now he sees no reason to be dissatisfied. With connections like that, you can arrange as many opportunities as you want for him. He wouldn't mind having too many. Suppressing his joy, he maintained a serious expression and strode into the bustling crowd. His gaze swept over the group of soldiers, and he asked in a stern tone, "Now, who still dares to object?" There are indeed those who are not convinced, but they have basically been defeated and subdued by now. At most, they feel that it is a loss of face for a grown man to lose to a woman. But if she's that strong, she probably can't be considered a woman, right? After all, non-humans are a different story. Immediately, someone chuckled and shouted, "How can we not be convinced? She almost beat us all to death." Ha ha ha. All the soldiers laughed heartily, and Ping Yingjun was satisfied. The military implements a 3-3 system, which means that a regiment has 3 battalions, a battalion has 3 companies, and a company has 3 platoons. Their communications company originally had 3 platoons, but Siali came and forcibly formed another platoon, making their company a reinforced company, which is how they managed to squeeze out a platoon leader. He originally thought that it would take Siali, the newly appointed platoon leader, some time to integrate into their company, but he didn't expect this little girl to be so good at fighting, directly defeating all these guys. Ping Yingjun was fairly satisfied with the team's atmosphere, nodding slightly and saying, "Since everyone is convinced, let us." "Welcome, 4th platoon leader." Applause rose and fell in the crowd. Even though they had just been beaten, most people didn't hold a grudge and clapped with smiles on their faces, their welcome feeling particularly genuine. Siali smiled and nodded to everyone, repeating what she had said before, "I hope we can get along well in the days to come." After the beating they just received, everyone was less resistant to Siali's words this time. She neither thought her words were arrogant nor her laughter was provocative. She completely took them as a friendly signal. If you get along well, he won't hit you for no reason. Comrade Xia really has a good temper. Ping Yingjun raised his hand to stop the applause, then turned to look at Siali with eyes full of admiration. "Siali, do you have any special skills? Can you show them to everyone now? Everyone assumed that Siali would talk about his scientific research or demonstrate what a true communications talent is like. However, things took a turn for the worse than they expected. Siali curled the corners of her lips and said in a serious tone, "I'm better at fighting." As she spoke, she looked at Lu Dingyuan, who was standing not far from her, and said with eagerness, "I heard that Battalion Commander Lu was the first-place winner in last year's all-army competition. I wonder if you would be willing to cooperate with me to show off my talents." Lu Dingyuan. Ping and June. Everyone present? Everyone stared at Siali in horror, thinking that this little girl might have gone mad. It's one thing to fight these soldiers who are technical personnel, since they're not exactly known for their fighting prowess in the army anyway, but they actually dared to provoke their battalion commander? Even the 2nd and 3rd Battalion commanders, who had won awards in the army-wide competition, couldn't last more than a few moves against their battalion commander. What exactly is she trying to do? Are you just asking to get beaten up? The tiny bit of camaraderie they had just forged successfully led them to choose to stand by and watch, waiting for Siali to get a beating from their battalion commander to dampen his spirits and, incidentally, to get revenge for them. Siali was making a loud, clattering sound with her abacus, the beads almost hitting Lu Dingyuan's face. How could Lu Dingyuan not know what Siali was thinking? I had no other intentions than to take the opportunity to cause trouble. Lu Dingyuan was naturally calm and not a competitive person, so he would never accept Siali's provocation. He didn't argue with her at all, keeping a straight face and calmly saying, "I'll accept your challenge once you win first place in the entire army competition." After saying that, he turned around and strode away. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that his speed was several degrees faster than his usual walking speed, as if he were afraid of being pestered. "Siali, don't you dare run away." She was originally planning to give this tattletale a good beating today. Ping Yingjun was now blinded by Siali's martial prowess. Even though he thought it was a bit arrogant for this little girl to challenge their battalion commander right away, his impression of her did not worsen at all. In my heart, I even secretly admired, arrogance is good. Arrogance is good. Only those who are arrogant can be truly capable, and only those with goals can have the motivation to work hard. With an encouraging look, he patted Siali on the shoulder and comforted him affectionately. "Don't worry, the all-army competition usually takes place between June and August. You still have half a year to work hard and strive to win first place." Siali. Why do I feel like I've been given a bowl of chicken soup for no reason? Since beating up Lu Dingyuan couldn't become a pastime, Siali could only regretfully choose other activities. Singing and dancing in front of so many people is too embarrassing. Even if you beat Siali to death, she could never do such a thing. There were no musical instruments readily available, and it wasn't convenient for her to demonstrate them on the spot. Ultimately, Siali chose to demonstrate her talent by splitting a large rock with her bare hands and disassembling a pistol into parts within 3 seconds. Siali picked up a pistol, and under the expectant gazes of everyone, his movements were so fast they were almost blurry. In just a few moments, he disassembled a complete pistol into pieces, leaving only the parts. The whole process took only a split second. Everyone. Their military region's previous record for disassembling a pistol was 18 seconds, but Siali only took 3 seconds. They didn't even see how she disassembled it. Isn't she a researcher? Why would a researcher have such high military skills? Who exactly fabricated the story that she is a researcher? What? The best vehicle in the entire army right now is the one she modified? Okay, that's all. I don't want to talk at all. Ping Yingjun stared at the disassembled guns on the table and hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, I felt for some reason that it was a bit strange that a soldier with such high military skills as Siali would be assigned to their communications company. Despite his doubts, he still needed to lead his troops well. He immediately put on a stern face, clapped his hands, and said to the crowd, "Good. Let's give Comrade Siali a warm round of applause." Once everyone realized what was happening, excited applause rang out again, and everyone's faces lit up with joy. Someone shouted, "Comrade Sia, you're amazing. Our entire army's gun disassembly competition is counting on you. With your speed, you'll definitely get first place. Then you can use that to beat up our battalion commander." They were all young and impetuous, and all eager to see a good show. They shouted and urged Siali to fight Lu Dingyuan one-on-one. Ping and June. He retracted his earlier statement that their company had a good atmosphere. These guys were too wicked. There wasn't a single good one among them. They actually encouraged a perfectly good young girl to fight their battalion commander. He gathered his strength in his dantian and roared, "Line up. Siali, rejoin the team. Morning exercise begins. 5 kilometers warm-up. Run." Although those present wanted to watch the spectacle, they were, after all, the elite of the elite in the military, and the principle of obeying orders and not obeying commands was ingrained in their very bones. As soon as Ping Yingjun shouted, everyone immediately returned to their positions, adjusted their formation, and started running. Under Zhao Chang's instructions, Siali stood in front of him and trained with everyone. After the training began, Siali realized just how outrageous the Marine Corps' training regimen was. A 5-kilometer run plus 400 sit-ups is just a warm-up. There are many more military training exercises to follow. By the end of the morning, Siali watched in disbelief as the originally dark-skinned communications soldiers turned into black steamed buns, black, with a reddish tinge and emitting white smoke. Although the weather in the South Island in spring is not cold at all, and there is no need for people to be covered in their breath, the people present were actually sweating profusely. Siali believed that her physical fitness was beyond that of ordinary people, and her legs were a little sore after a morning. The morning of joint training completely changed the way the people in the communications company viewed Siali. This woman is really fierce. The training program that even these grown men found exhausting was something Siali endured from beginning to end, and now she's not even blushing or out of breath. Is this even human? When they first received this training list, 80% of them couldn't get out of bed the next day. Everyone was completely surprised that Siali was so capable, and they accepted the platoon leader instantly. By lunchtime, everyone was in a good mood and getting along well. If it weren't for the fact that Siali is a girl, these people would have loved to put their arms around her. Siali's personality is naturally a bit carefree, more like a boy than a girl. Now I feel no psychological pressure at all joking around with a group of grown men. Relying on my social terrorist power, I turned most of the people in the company into brothers in just one morning. Ping Yingjun became more and more satisfied with Siali the more he looked at her. To be able to handle all these troublemakers, that person is definitely a talent. He probably genuinely felt that Siali had integrated into their company. At noon, when training was about to end, he stood at the very front of the formation and announced to everyone, the morning training is over. In the afternoon, each platoon will conduct targeted training on its own. Disband. Siali declined everyone's invitations to have lunch in the cafeteria and went straight home after training. Just kidding. The food in the cafeteria is so salty, and you can't even order from a menu. Is there any cook in the world better than your mother? When Siali returned home, his family had already prepared lunch for him. When Li Xiuli saw him return, she carried the food out and said gently to her, "Lily, go wash your hands. Dinner will be served soon. Eat early, then you can take a nap at noon." Siali nodded and obediently went to wash her hands. As soon as she sat down at the table, she saw Lao Xia sitting down beside her. He put down his newspaper, looked at her, and asked, "How was your first day of training?" He himself had started as a private, and although he joined the army during the War of Resistance against Japan, he had undergone a great deal of training and knew how tough the training in the army was. Moreover, his daughter joined an independent regiment of the Marine Corps, so you can imagine the intensity of her training. He was a little worried that his daughter, Xia Jiangwo, had no idea what kind of nonsense his daughter was thinking, and he nodded with a sigh. He added a shrimp to Siali's plate and encouraged her very seriously, "You do need some time to adjust since you just joined the army. You'll get used to it. Train hard and don't fall behind. Dad believes you can do it." Siali. She will indeed get used to this training method very quickly, but she is a little worried that others will not be able to get used to it. She nodded obediently, "I'll try my best." After taking a bite of rice, he asked his old military officer, "What is independent, targeted training?" Xia Jiangwo, who once held a high position, knew these things very well. When his daughter asked him questions, he taught her everything he knew. Targeted training is specialized training for a certain aspect. You train where you are weak. Shooting, squad tactics, basic physical fitness, these can all be used as training programs. I heard your platoon is newly formed. You could focus on training individual soldiers' basic physical fitness and tactical coordination. Siali nodded thoughtfully. I understand. Siali doesn't have the habit of taking a nap. After lunch, she lingered at home for a while before it was time to go to work. On her way to the training ground, she had already figured out how to conduct targeted training for basic individual physical fitness and tactical coordination. As soon as she stepped onto the playground, she saw that the people in line had already lined up and were standing there obediently waiting for her. Upon seeing her, they all greeted her loudly, "Hello, platoon leader." Siali nodded to them, quite pleased with their obedience. Before she took office, she had even planned out that she would be dealing with a lot of troublemakers who needed her to manage them properly. But I didn't expect these people to be so well behaved. He immediately said, "Okay, this afternoon we will conduct basic physical training and tactical coordination training for individual soldiers. Now, 5 people form a small team, each team devises a tactic, and they take turns attacking me. If you can beat me, you're exempt from running exercises tonight. If you can't, you'll have to double the running exercises. All the soldiers in the 4th platoon." Immediately, someone shouted, "Report." Siali looked at the person who spoke. At this moment, it was obvious that the person who spoke up was there to offer suggestions. He was a tall, thin young man with a clear, innocent expression who looked like he hadn't yet been hardened by society. As a very understanding boss, Siali gave him this opportunity to experience the harsh realities of society. Explain. Lan Xiaoxing, oblivious to everything, retorted loudly, platoon leader. If you want us to do extra training tonight, just say so. So many people couldn't beat you in a fight, how could the 5 of us possibly beat you? Although the others didn't say anything, they deeply agreed with what he said. In the morning, their platoon leader single-handedly beat the entire company until they were crying for their parents, which was enough to demonstrate his terrifying fighting ability. Those who can become elite soldiers all have a bit of pride in them. If they weren't truly impressed by Siali's fighting prowess, how could they have been so well-behaved this afternoon? In their minds, if everyone raised this suggestion, their platoon leader would either give them extra training or modify the training plan. They were already prepared to run a few more laps tonight to give it their all, but they didn't expect their platoon leader to give it such a straightforward answer. Siali nodded matter-of-factly, grinning to reveal a row of big white teeth, his tone particularly irritating. You're here in groups of 5 to train your teamwork skills. If you can beat me, it proves that your teamwork skills are good and you don't need any additional training in this area. If you can't beat me, it proves that your teamwork skills aren't quite there yet, so you'll just have to do more physical training. Otherwise, we can't be completely incapable of doing anything, right? Other platoons can complete the training assigned by their platoon leader very well every day, so why can't you guys do it? Shouldn't we reflect on ourselves? The soldiers of the 4th platoon. The soldiers in the 4th platoon were speechless. Is this something they should be reflecting on? Shouldn't this be something their platoon leader should be reflecting on? The targeted training arranged by the platoon leader was something they could complete, but they simply couldn't finish it. Training hasn't even started yet, and we already know we'll have to do extra training tonight. What's the point of reflecting on it? Even if their collaborative plan of 5 people in each group is brilliant, it's impossible for them to wipe out a company, right? She shouldn't have said, look at the soldiers they've lined up, but rather, look at the platoon leaders of their other platoons. The soldiers in the 4th platoon had a lot of complaints in their minds, but it was all for naught. Siali adopted an attitude of, you can ask me any questions, but I'm not going to listen to you. You're just bastards talking nonsense. After dividing into teams, the fight began. That afternoon, screams echoed throughout the South Island Corps' drill ground from a corner of the ground. The surrounding area was like a vacuum, and all the training groups kept their distance from them, fearing that this abnormal mental state would affect their training. The new female platoon leader of the 4th Platoon, Communications Company, 1st Battalion, Marine Corps is too ruthless. After a day of training, when it was time to go to evening class at 7:30 p.m., the soldiers in the 4th Platoon felt like their bodies were falling apart and they dared not move at all. It hurts even when I don't move, and I have to grimace when I move. Lan Xiaoxing was, I wish I hadn't come. The 4th Platoon was newly formed, and after word got out, many people who wanted to transfer to the Communications Corps applied. He didn't really want to be a communications soldier, but Zhao Chong told him that things were going well in Siali's area, and he would be a deputy platoon leader after he came over. The people in their dormitory all thought, if we become rich and powerful, let's not forget each other. So they all signed up together and completely fell into this bottomless pit. I thought that being transferred to the communications company would greatly reduce my training, but I never expected that I would have more training than before. Who could stand being beaten up all afternoon? Zhao Chang wiped his face and said with a hint of resentment, brother, this really isn't my fault. Our platoon leader wasn't like this before. I followed her for so many days, and all she did every day, besides eating, was sit under a big tree near the family compound and listen to her sisters-in-law gossip. Even though he had a grudge against those people at the Northern Vehicle Research Institute, he always settled scores and revenge without involving anyone else. I only cranked the hand-cranked engine for her for an afternoon at most. I really didn't mean to scam you. Who would have thought that Comrade Xia, who always listens to gossip with a smile, could be so ruthless when scolding people? He'd rather watch the 2nd Battalion commander get beaten up than get beaten up himself. The two were chatting away when suddenly they realized that the surroundings were incredibly quiet, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The two of them immediately sensed that something was amiss. At the same time, I turned my head to look behind me and was met with a smiling face. Siali looked at them and smiled brightly. What, are you all gathered here to talk bad about me? Count me in, let me hear too. Zhao Cheng and Lan Xiaoxing. The two men jumped to their feet, arms outstretched, chests puffed out, and with tingling scalps, turned to Siali and shouted, Platoon leader, we were wrong. Siali was speechless for a moment. The fact that they admitted their mistake so quickly shows they weren't really sincere. Don't ask her how she knows. She does it every time she apologizes to Lao Xia. Siali looked at the two of them, his smile roguish, his voice so gentle it sent chills down one's spine. It's all right. I'm the kind of person who's always eager to learn. You can give me your feedback anytime, and I will listen to it all carefully. Hearing Siali's words, the two secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Siali's next words shattered their relief. Siali's tone was very sincere, but listening to it won't stop me from getting angry. Anyone who dares to speak ill of me, once caught by me, will have to run 5 laps around the track, and that number will double every time. I'd like to see who enjoys physical exertion so much. Zhao Chong Lan Xiaxing. Even if I beat them to death next time, they still won't dare to speak ill of Siali again. 5 laps the first time, 10 laps the second time, and if you lose 4 or 5 times, then you're risking your life to badmouth the platoon leader. Lan Xiaxing slid to his knees very quickly and immediately shouted, "Platoon leader, I'm going for a run right now." After saying that, he dashed out, giving Siali no chance to continue making a fuss. Zhao Cheng, who was a step behind. The school bell rang soon after, and everyone sat down in their seats, waiting for the teacher to begin the day's lesson. This was Siali's first time attending an evening class in the military. She had heard that tonight's class would cover some professional knowledge related to the communications company. She sat up straight, listening attentively to the teacher's lecture, but in less than 15 minutes, her eyelids started to droop. Who can understand what it would be like to make Newton listen to a basic middle school physics class? That's what happened to her. She felt sleepy after listening for a while. I don't know if it was because they were new recruits, but the instructor started teaching them how to connect electrical wires, which almost made Siali fall asleep on the spot. Fortunately, not long after, a voice came from outside the door. "I'm looking for platoon leader Xia." The voice sounded familiar. Siali looked over and saw Lu Dingyuan standing outside the door nodding to her. Siali took a moment to realize that platoon leader Xia seemed to be calling her. "Siali, I was really caught off guard by being called that so suddenly." After briefly speaking to the teacher, he went out with Lu Dingyuan. The two walked to the empty playground, where Lu Dingyuan lowered his body slightly, leaned closer to Siali, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, "I'll take you somewhere." "Siali?" She felt a momentary unease at his combination of inviting her out alone and whispering, "I'll take you somewhere," but quickly realized why he had called her out alone. What else could this man, who loves China so deeply, do by calling her out alone with so many people in class? Wouldn't it arouse suspicion if I just went out like this? Lu Dingyuan's expression remained unchanged, without the slightest hint of panic. Everyone in the army knows that with your knowledge of mechanics, you don't need to attend this course that teaches communications soldiers how to repair communications equipment. No one will suspect you if you don't attend this course. Furthermore, you can completely trust your soldiers. These men have all been carefully vetted by us and will absolutely not do anything detrimental to you or China. After thinking for a moment, he added, "But you'd better take a look at those course materials from the repair class. The communications unit holds monthly exams, and failing them results in penalties. Practice and theory are different. Some books still need to be memorized." Siali nodded knowingly. It seems that the people above have already handled these matters, so she doesn't need to worry. The two got back into the car and drove all the way from the military base, circling around the coast. Seeing this familiar route, Siali already had a vague guess in her mind. As expected, she was once again led to the side door of the stadium. The two went in through the side door, and after wandering around for several turns, they saw the familiar metal signal-isolated basement that looked like an air raid shelter again. Could this be the place where Lu Dingyuan and the others mentioned before, the location of the secret organization? Soon, Lu Dingyuan led Siali to stand in front of an office. He reached out and knocked on the door. The door was quickly opened, and a burst of cheers erupted from inside. "Welcome, Comrade Xia, to our research institute." At this moment, Siali, who was being welcomed, paid no attention to the welcoming voices. She stared wide-eyed in disbelief, her gaze fixed on one person in the crowd. The person was in a state of holy crap mental state. What is he doing here? Sichuyu stood in the crowd, smiling and nodding at Siali, who was staring at him in shock. He took a few steps forward and stood in front of Siali, looking her up and down. "It's been a long time. Lily has grown taller. How are your parents doing?" Siali was brought back to her senses by Sichuyu's words, and the expression on her face became somewhat strange. Although she grows taller at 23 and taller at 25, she is still an adult. After not seeing her for a few months, it's not easy for anyone to tell how much she has grown. When elders see younger people awkwardly chatting and don't know what to say, they resort to making obvious comments about short, fat, or thin figures. "My parents are doing well, and they are now living with me in the military base. I'm so glad you're all right." This statement is heartfelt. Anyone who experienced Sichuyu's dramatic departure would feel deeply saddened by his passing. Sichuyu was genuinely happy to see Siali at their research institute. He was a person who valued talent and had previously hoped that Siali could devote himself to scientific research and contribute to China. Seeing her arrive at their secret base made him even happier. "I have to thank Battalion Commander Lu for this. It was they who hid their identities and rescued me back then. Without them, I might be in Montreal by now, facing countless injustices. His thanks were sincere, and he even nodded gratefully to Lu Dingyuan, who was standing next to Siali. Lu Dingyuan. Siali. If she remembered correctly, this bastard had told her before that he didn't know who had kidnapped him and that his fate was now unknown, right? He personally rescued the person, yet he didn't even know whether the person he rescued was dead or alive. That bastard. He made her worry for nothing for so long. Caught completely off guard, Lu Dingyuan turned his head and, sure enough, saw Siali staring at him with a deadpan expression, accompanied by a barely audible, heh. Lu Dingyuan. Lu Dingyuan's expression remained unchanged as he forced a smile and said, "It's a secret mission, and we can't reveal it to the outside world." Siali retorted without any politeness, "Then you can tell me you were kidnapped." This is just like telling a story and then stopping halfway through, or receiving a scam call saying your son has been kidnapped, but in reality, your son is indeed missing and no one has given you a bank account number. Honestly, it's so frustrating. It would have been better not to mention the first half. Lu Dingyuan, could he say that if it weren't to let Siali know that Sichuyu was alright and not be too resistant to China, he shouldn't have told her that Sichuyu had been kidnapped? Sichuyu looked at the two of them with surprise, her gaze sweeping back and forth between them. She asked in a strange tone, "You two seem to know each other quite well? Battalion Commander Lu has brought him here for so long, and he has never mentioned this matter." Lu Dingyuan, colleague. Siali, not familiar with them. Lu Dingyuan. Siali, expressionless, continued with a concluding remark about each taking a step back, adding, "They're not familiar colleagues." Lu Dingyuan. Sichuyu. I didn't notice it because we're not close, but it felt like you two were friends who had known each other for a long time, but didn't get along very well. Sichuyu, who acted as a mediator and peacemaker every day when Lao Xia was beating the children in the cowshed, naturally had high emotional intelligence. Without bothering to investigate whether Siali and Lu Dingyuan were actually acquainted, they quickly led the person into the house. Come in, Xia. Let me introduce you. These are our colleagues who will be working in the same lab from now on." As he spoke, he led Siali to a group of elderly men and women, some with gray hair, some with white hair, and introduced them to her one by one. Sichuyu introduced them one by one. "This is your Lu Xiaoying, Aunt Lu, an expert in weapons manufacturing. This is Wen Xiuyu, your grandfather Wen, an expert in energy. This is your Uncle Ko Mingdong, an expert in satellites. This is Huang Mingho, Uncle Huang, an expert in atomic energy." Sichuyu introduced each of them to Siali one by one, and the researchers smiled and nodded at Siali. As she was being introduced to people, Siali realized something. These people might really be veteran researchers who had dedicated their lives to their work. The defining characteristic of the group is that they are enthusiastic yet remarkably reserved. In short, they are shy and socially awkward. After the introductions, Siali was filled with amazement. Good heavens! How did the South Island Corps manage to gather such a large group of researchers with high-level research interests who are currently completely useless? Even Sichuyu is an aircraft carrier designer. This profession, which sounds extremely cool and prestigious and would be admired by thousands in later generations, is not the most dazzling among this group of people. China is so poor that when it performs military demonstrations for other countries, it has to fly its planes over once, then secretly return and fly them over again. Where would it get the money to research these things for them? However, once the economy developed in later generations, these people were indeed national treasures. Could it be that these people were all secretly protected by the South Island Legion? If that's the case, and the forces behind his father protected these researchers one by one, shielding them from persecution and taking great risks just to accumulate strength for future development, then they really haven't been idle. Her father's actions were transformed into those of a group working together towards a shared dream, rather than him being pushed to the forefront to fight for China with a single, courageous shot. Seeing these people, Siali, unusually, refrained from inwardly mocking their inaction. The small research lab became incredibly lively with the influx of new talent. Even the elderly researchers, who are usually not very talkative, are now chatting and laughing with Siali with a kind and gentle attitude. "Could you please turn the volume down a bit in this room? We can't even hear the signal from our connection." Just as everyone was enthusiastically welcoming Siali, an impatient voice suddenly came from the doorway. Everyone turned to look, and the group of researchers in the room immediately became somewhat embarrassed and fell completely silent. Sichuyu said somewhat apologetically to the man standing at the door, "Sorry, we're welcoming a newcomer, so please keep your voices down." The man was extremely impatient, his brows furrowed tightly, and he glanced at Siali with disdain. "Keep your voices down in this room. The signal we received this time is extremely important. The organization took such a great risk to keep us here, so we have to show some results." Siali. Sichuyu immediately smiled apologetically. We'll keep our voices down. Hearing Sichuyu's words, the man impatiently turned and left. Siali was unaware of the reason and remained silent throughout. Now that the person had left, she frowned and asked Sichuyu, "What's wrong with that guy? Why does he look so arrogant? Shouldn't these researchers be treated with respect since they are being protected?" Suddenly, a young man ran over and started yelling at a bunch of old men and women in their 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. He didn't even know how to be polite, let alone show any courtesy. Will this retain researchers? Sichuyu smiled wryly, her expression somewhat helpless. There's no way around it. Our professions can't produce results in the short term that will allow us to contribute to the country. The government is really supporting us for nothing right now. Lu Dingyuan frowned and said disapprovingly, "Comrade C, everyone in this research institute is an indispensable leader in the future development of the country. Please don't underestimate yourself." Siali frowned and looked at Lu Dingyuan with hostility. "Aren't you going to do anything about their attitude? We can't just invite someone over, kill them, and then leave them to their grave, can we? Judging from that person's arrogant attitude, this is definitely not the first time he's done something like this." Lu Dingyuan, the person next door, is also a leading figure in information engineering and signal decryption. The military is merely protecting them. It's not a relationship of jurisdiction or being governed. At most, they can mediate, but they cannot issue orders. Moreover, this was the first time he had realized that the relationship between the two research labs was so terrible. The people in the former research lab number 2 never reacted. As he said this, he looked at— Before Lu Dingyuan could finish speaking, Sichuyu and several other researchers hurriedly waved their hands at him, their faces clearly showing their refusal. Sichuyu stopped her, saying, "There's no need to trouble the organization. It's not a big deal. They're indeed more important to China than we are now, and they are all young people. There's no need for us old guys to argue with them. As long as they can decipher more information for China, we're willing to be a little more tolerant." The main function of the research lab next door is to intercept and decipher intelligence from foreign spies. Nowadays, there are many spies, and many of them are sending messages abroad. Compared to these researchers who are currently of no use, the people next door are indeed much more useful. Thinking this, he turned to Siali and explained, "Researchers like me who specialize in aircraft carriers and nuclear energy are currently unable to apply their knowledge to practical use. Even if we wanted to upgrade warships now, we would have the budget, and the research process would take a long time because it cannot be made public. The situation is different on the other side of the signal. The information they intercept can be put into use at any time, reducing the huge losses that China suffers from foreign enemies. We are all striving for the future of China. If we can be more tolerant of each other, there's not much to it than bullying. There's nothing wrong with conducting research quietly." Siali. She finally understood that there was a hierarchy of contempt within the research institute, and their institute, number 2, was at the bottom of that hierarchy because its research had a long cycle and yielded no results. Moreover, the people in this room are all relatively old, tolerant, and have social anxiety, so it's impossible to win an argument with them. In fields like scientific research and medicine, one becomes more valuable with age. Experts like Sichuyu, whose experience is typically sought after abroad, are examples of those who resolutely return to China to dedicate themselves to serving their country. These people are inherently driven by a strong sense of conviction. As long as China prospers, they are willing to endure hardship and be tolerant. As long as it benefits China, they will not hold grudges against others. The entire research lab was bathed in Buddhist light, except for her, who wasn't. Siali remained non-committal about this situation. She didn't care whether the researchers in the next lab gave way to her before, but if the people in the next lab dared to mess with her, she would show them what the strength of the next all-army martial arts competition champion was like. Sichuyu knew a little about Siali's temper, so she didn't tell Siali to swallow her anger. If even his own father couldn't manage it, then naturally he, who had only been an uncle for a few months, couldn't manage it either. He chuckled and said, "It's all right. From today onwards, we're colleagues in the same research institute. We should help each other out and do our best to assist each other. What area does Lily want to study? We have many uncles, aunts, grandfathers, and grandmothers around here, so you can ask them anything you want to know. Everyone here is a good person, and we all have different goals, so you don't need to worry about any backstabbing or infighting." Siali thought to herself that this was the first time she had come to an environment without intrigue and backstabbing since she transmigrated to this world. Is this because without competition there is no harm? She really shouldn't be so stubborn. A retirement-style environment is more suitable for her. Siali was pulled by Sichuyu and walked around the number 2 research room, looking through everyone's research results. Suddenly, I truly understood what Sichuyu meant when she said, "The research results in our lab take a relatively long time to develop." Presumably for reasons of secrecy, there weren't many assistants in the room. Everyone's research direction is different, and each project basically only has 1 or 2 people, with some having 3 or 4. For large-scale scientific research projects like theirs, in areas such as energy, aircraft carriers, satellites, and information communications, it would probably take 200 or 300 years to complete with such a small number of people. Isn't it because the results are slow to come? Seeing that Siali didn't seem particularly interested in any particular research direction, Sichuyu suggested, Lili, I think the navigation system you made when you improved the vehicle last time was particularly good. Although you're using someone else's satellite and there are certain risks involved in secretly using someone else's satellite, there's generally no problem if we use it privately. At worst, we can just ask them for permission and then use it openly once we get it. This is quite valuable for research. Most importantly, this research result is efficient. The navigation system was taken over by Battalion Commander Liu, and the people on his side who were engaged in satellite and mechanical research sat down together to discuss it. They felt that this thing was not only advanced, but also particularly promising. It's a bit unethical to secretly use a satellite that's exclusively used by the US military. Siali nodded, having no objection to the matter. However, if Lily's husband knew that she had gone to great lengths to find her to research the system, but didn't go, and that she had figured out the navigation system herself, he would probably be furious at home. Okay, I'll look into this over the next few days. If you want to climb the ladder, you have to offer something truly useful. Others, unaware of the future course of events, might suspect that they've been siding with the conservatives, while one side remains hidden in the shadows. If the conservatives were to lose one day, this gentleman's efforts would be completely wasted. But she knew where things were headed and had no doubt about it. These military-related research projects cannot be exchanged for him at present, but a complete exchange will be possible in 9 years. Or, to put it another way, before this period, her military achievements could have been made public whenever there was a need from above. In the later stages of that turbulent period, when the struggle between the various factions was particularly intense, her achievements were not only a threat to her own side, but her research results also became an important bargaining chip for the conservatives. The sooner the announcement is made, the better. It would be best to get her father out of jail as soon as possible, then she can go home and live off her parents. Who wants to work if they can just lie down?